in a forest filled with magical flowers and towering rubber trees. Lin suddenly awoke, realizing he was trapped in a warm, yet extremely cramped, damp space. Completely unable to see anything, driven by primal instinct, he immediately began to thrash about. Crack! A massive egg about 1 meter in diameter with a gleaming bright silver shell resembling precious metal suddenly developed extensive cracks across its surface. This commotion immediately drew the gaze of two massive silver beasts in the cave, their faces filled with immense joy. A large hole broke open in the eggshell, and a silver hatchling dragon about 1 meter long emerged, still wearing pieces of shell on its head. Who am I? Where am I? Lin gazed at the two colossal beasts staring intently at him, and at the sharp dragon claws looking down at him, his mind going completely blank. Wasn't I delivering food? How did I end up here? I remember crossing the road when I think I got hit by a meteor. Along with this, a surge of inherited information from deep within his memories flooded his consciousness, dense and overwhelming. Lin's eyes suddenly fell into a daze. Yatanyaxtergatanrianalzius. The uncontrollable hatchling involuntarily spoke out a long string of names from its mouth. After finishing speaking these words, Lin noticed that the two giant beasts that had been staring at him without daring to breathe seemed to finally relax, their muscles loosening, as if a great tension had been released. A colossal four-legged winged body, great ridged horns curving backward from both sides of the majestic face, bright silver scales covering the entire body, and a pair of broad wings folded against its back. Silver Dragon. The newly awakened Lin, having just accepted the inherited memories emerging from his mind, thought to himself with a complicated expression. I actually transmigrated into a silver dragon. No longer human. So be it. Having accepted everything from his inherited memories, Lin, no Yatan, silently recited his new name to himself, accepting his fate with equanimity. From today, I am Yatan, a silver dragon. Gurgle. The sound emanating from the small hatchling's belly immediately drew the attention of all three silver dragons currently present in the dragon cave. It seems our son is hungry. Come now, Yatan, complete your first slumber. Two silver dragons, each with bodies reaching 18 meters in length, smiled kindly at Yatan. The slightly smaller one spoke in the dragon tongue. With a flick of its tail, the long tail covered in streamlined silver scales magically pulled out a massive 2-meter-long wild ox from behind it, as if by magic. Black blood ox, a type of bovine magical beast that lives on plateaus and is widespread across the entire Nur continent. A mid-tier magical beast with astonishing physical constitution. The wild ox, its chest already pierced through, bore a massive abdominal wound frozen over by astonishing cold. The scent of blood triggered Yatan's intensifying cravings that he could no longer contain. He directly leapt out of his eggshell and pounced onto the black blood ox's corpse to feast heartily. What era is this now? Who would still pitifully eat their own eggshell for their first meal like the chromatic dragons do? Completely accepting his silver dragon hatchling identity, Yatan ate ravenously. Watching this scene, the two silver dragon parents gazed quietly with kind smiles and loving eyes. The hatchling, now armed with a mouthful of sharp teeth, bit down hard, consuming chunks of raw beef mixed with fragments of ice. Far from feeling disgusted, it tasted absolutely delicious. Chunks of magical beef slid down its throat into its stomach. The boiling gastric acid immediately began the digestion process. Dragons, as the supreme race of countless worlds, possess potential beyond words, tremendous power, and a lifespan that every other creature envies beyond compare. A stomach nearly like a furnace allows them to digest any organic or inorganic matter in this world, whether or soil, steel, gems, or flesh. All of these can be transformed into nourishment for their growth. Most orphan dragons, and even the vast majority of chromatic dragons, attempt eggshell as their first meal. Silver dragons, however, as the kindest among the metallic dragon species, carefully nurture their offspring until they can stand on their own. Yatan's hunger gradually stopped increasing, and a hint of drowsiness appeared instead. The essence of the devoured black blood ox was being converted from his stomach and channeled throughout his entire body. The magical energy subtly improved his body. The silver dragon parents, watching the ravenously eating Yatan, sensed something was amiss. Chris, look, our child is quite different from most hatchlings described in the inherited memories. The female silver dragon mother Lena spoke in the dragon tongue with a gentle voice, looking at Yatan's astonishing appetite with astonishment on her face. Not only did Yatan grow 3 pairs of delicate small horns that were difficult to separate on his head, but he also had a short neck and a large head. His head even occupied 1/3 of his entire body, making him top-heavy. More importantly, unlike normal silver dragon hatchlings who are only 1 meter or less at birth, Yatan, upon just being born, from his mischievous little tail to the 6 horns atop his head, measured a full 1.5 meters. More importantly, compared to normal silver dragons, the dragon scales covering Yatan's body shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight like a layer of silver gemstones. By Bahamut above, it seems our little Yatan is a special variant dragon. Silver Dragon Father Chris said this while watching the astonishingly eating little Yatan. Their words only made Yatan pause briefly before he continued his ravenous eating. As the flood of inherited memories filled his mind, the previously aching brain gradually calmed down with the abundance of nutrition. The invaluable legacy left by dragon ancestors of the metallic dragon lineage over hundreds of thousands of years, arranged according to the genetic laws in the bloodline. Only the portion that can currently be accepted is now under Yatan's control. Until he could eat no more, he had consumed a full 1/3 of the astonishingly fat 1-ton black blood ox's corpse. Yatin with his round belly lay on his back in the dragon nest. A dragon start, apart from currently being weak, is almost the dream opening. More importantly, Yatin is a silver dragon, ranked second among the metallic dragons famous for truth, goodness, and beauty. Compared to those pitiful orphan dragons whose dragon mothers abandoned them, he has a safety guarantee. Boom. Not insignificant snoring sounds emerged from Yatin's nose after his meal. His head rested on the gold and silver treasures of his parents, and his ball-like enormous belly began to slowly shrink. As silver dragons, famous good beings among the metallic dragons, both the father and mother dragons remained completely indifferent to this, unlike the miserly chromatic dragons who would never let any offspring near their wealth. Yatin fell into the first slumber of his dragon life. Moi. Yatin stirred awake. Like a cat, he stretched his front claws forward, then pulled his entire body back with his tail held taut. His wings unfurled, spanning a full 3 meters as he let out a lazy stretch. Where is this? This was not the dragon's nest he had fallen asleep in. Yatin was utterly stunned. A colossal stone 100 meters across floated beneath a sky-shielding canopy of stars, and there were thousands of such stones. What the hell is this place? Like a bristling cat, Yatin instantly grew tense and vigilant, surveying his surroundings. What is that thing? Under this starry sky, the alert Yatin attempted to flap his wings. Unfortunately, dragons fly by means of magic. Yatin's wings alone were unable to lift his 1.5-meter-long body into the air. A meteor. As anxiety crept over Yatin, he suddenly noticed something flying in from the west. Beneath the brilliant starry sky where countless stars twinkled, a blazingly fast meteor hurtled toward him. Under the gaze of Yatin's sapphire-blue dragon pupils, clear as a lake and shimmering with shattered stars, the meteor's radiance grew ever more brilliant, drawing closer and closer. Yatin did not flee because he could not. The immense pressure brought by the meteor pinned him in place. What in the world is that? Yatin, who had only just awoken to find himself here, had yet to emerge from his bewildered state, still trying to think through why. He saw the meteor blazing at its peak, finally blocking out all of Yatin's vision and leaving only a blinding expanse of white as it drew ever closer. Before losing consciousness, Yatin seemed to glimpse a palace. Roar! Yatin tumbled off a pile of gemstones and jolted awake from his dream. What happened? Yatin recalled the dream he had experienced and murmured with lingering fear. "Ah, you're awake, little brother." A gentle yet cryptic utterance in the dragon tongue cut short Yatin's contemplation of the dream. Only then did Yatin shift his attention to the real world. In a vast dragon's nest at least 25 meters tall, the ground was carpeted with countless gold and copper coins. Behind Yatin, a small mountain of gold coins glittered, adorned with a great many magical gemstones. These treasures symbolized the status and strength of Silver Dragon Father and Silver Dragon Mother. And before him, a little hatchling dragon gazed at him with a beaming smile. Her size was not much different from Yatin's, but her scales were an ordinary bright silver with a single pair of dragon horns and a body length of over 1 meter. "I am your sister Elina. Come, you must be hungry after your first long sleep. Mother and father have gone out on business, but they left food for you. Eat up quickly." The little silver dragon before him panted as she carried a giant eagle a full meter long in her jaws. She dragged the carcass over to Yatin, then smiled at him in invitation. "Sister, but why didn't I see you when I broke out of my shell?" Yatin snorted a puff of smoke, looking at Elina with puzzlement. "Because at that point I had already gone to sleep. I was born just a few hours before you," Elina explained. "Sister, you look rather sleepy too." "It's nothing. Father and mother are away from the nest on business now, so one of us has to stay awake to guard against thieves," Elina explained. "All right then." Yatin ate half of the magical beast, the green-winged wind eagle, and grew another 10 centimeters in body length. Astonishing progress, and once again he fell into slumber. Only after her little brother had lain down did Elina, who had been holding on, finally let out a breath of relief and yawned. Hatchlings, as well as true dragons in their juvenile stage, whether gemstone dragons, metallic dragons, or chromatic dragons, are all extremely weak and exceptionally sleepy. Chromatic dragon fathers leave without a backward glance before their children are even born, or sometimes before they even know of the birth. Dragon mothers would not birth their children either, if not for Tiamat's mandatory command. Metallic dragons, by contrast, treat their offspring with far greater care. They nurture them attentively into adolescence, and there is even a chance they will bestow a small hoard of gold, silver, jewels, or even magical gemstones over the course of decades. This would be utterly unthinkable for chromatic dragons. Any dragon willing to hand over their treasures to Tiamat could be counted as a follower of the chromatic dragon queen. One willing to give magical gemstones or gold coins would absolutely be counted as a fanatic. At present, newborn hatchlings like Yatin and Elina need time above all else to grow. Moi. Just having fallen asleep, Yatin slipped into a peculiar state. Neither fully asleep nor awake, he could still observe his own condition. His consciousness remained clearly lucid. He could hear his own heartbeat. Yatin noticed this, but soon shifted his attention. For what he observed utterly shocked him. Within boundless darkness, a colossal castle, seemingly forged from countless fragments of stars, loomed before him. Radiating an aura of imperishability, it floated within the void of nothingness. Yatin merely stared, and felt as though his very brain were being drained, his soul, and were drawn toward the castle. Crash! The tightly shut castle doors swung open with a thunderous boom, welcoming another visitor after endless ages. Yatin entered the colossal castle, one so vast that even a silver dragon like him seemed utterly insignificant, like an insect crawling at its feet. Within the 100-meter-tall castle, white jade-like cloudstone was embedded with countless magical gemstones and fragments of stars, lending the castle an air of extravagant luxury. At the center of this castle stood a mottled ancient stone platform 50 meters in diameter. Is this the altar of a deity? Yatin, whose spiritual power had taken on his own appearance, surveyed the murals lining either side of the hall. They depicted numerous figures, generations of human champions, elven sages, and orc high priests. Through them, Yatin understood the true purpose of the stone altar before him. It was a platform for gods to communicate with one another. Only when a deity emerged and claimed a divine seat could they forge such a thing, and this altar would allow Yatin to trade and converse with other deities. The very first god to ascend the divine throne and kindle the divine fire had vanished in some primordial age. He left behind this resplendent palace as testament to his life's battles. Of other things that god may have been, Yatin as a silver dragon could at least be certain of one thing: he was extraordinarily wealthy. Every fragment of a star here was a treasure originating from the astral plane, a place so terrifying that even legends dared not delve into it lightly, where even gods were commonplace. Even a palm-sized fragment of a star was precious beyond measure for a legendary being. And before Yatin's eyes there were at least tens of thousands. So many star fragments. Chipping off one or two wouldn't hurt, right? The moment Yatin arrived at the palace, after confirming no enemies were present, he revealed the greedy nature inherent to dragons. He gnawed and clawed at a star fragment embedded in the wall, trying to pry it loose. Woo! A mournful whimper rose as Yatin, overwhelmed by his own greed, painfully covered his mouth and stepped back. What a terrible waste. After whimpering for a while before pulling himself together, Yatin, finding blood trickling from his mouth though his teeth still held firm, gazed at the shimmering star gems upon the wall, which seemed to mirror an entire galaxy, and declared with bitter anguish, a dragon's inborn nature cannot be taken away. Whether the benevolent metallic dragons or the malevolent chromatic dragons, they all share one common trait: greed. They harbor an insatiable craving for all forms of wealth. The silver dragons, being kind-hearted, are regarded as the better sort among dragonkind, caring for the weak. Yet even they would never permit any being to covet their hoard. Yatin stared at the gems before him, any single one of which would be enough to drive entire kingdoms into frantic conflict. Yet he could not claim them for himself. Naturally, the agony was unbearable. Fine then. One day I shall forge a grand bed piled high with star fragments, Yatin declared with grand ambition. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than an ordinary man delivering takeout after graduating from university. But in this life, born not only with a perfect opening hand, but also blessed with such an extravagant cheat, he naturally resolved to live his days to the fullest. The most crucial measure of a true dragon's standing was not its power, but the abundance of its wealth. For the chromatic dragon's strength mattered above all. Yet among the lawful metallic dragons, even a young dragon possessed of wealth could hire formidable dragons with its riches. This was what people called strike the young, and the old will come knocking. Just how is this thing used? Yatin scurried over to the foot of the stone altar. The vast ancient altar emanated an immortal aura that had endured since the dawn of time, its weathered traces telling of countless eons. Being cautious by nature, Yatin refrained from stepping directly upon it. Within the draconic heritage passed down through generations, there was no shortage of those who baited their prey. It was all too common for mighty beings upon their death to leave their spiritual will within a treasure in order to seize another's body. Though he was merely a small silver dragon owning nothing at all, his dragon vessel, dragon blood, and the boundless potential of his future were alone enough to stir the desires of even legendary powerhouses. An adult silver dragon already stood as the strongest below the legendary realm. With a bit of effort, one could even break through to legendary during one's prime. An ordinary legendary and a draconic legendary simply did not belong to the same tier of power. The gulf of bloodline was nigh impossible to overcome. Yatin cautiously extended his hand, then carefully tapped the surface of the stone platform before him with his claw. As he focused his consciousness upon the platform, heaven and earth turned in a dizzying spin. The glittering stars within the castle blazed with dazzling radiance. In that instant, countless beams of light converging upon the stone platform. They streamed into its grooves, weaving together into a bizarre, enigmatic sigil. Crack! Time and space twisted, dimensions shattered, and space itself tore open like a sheet of white paper ripped asunder. From the other side of the rift, atop a certain lofty mountain, a humanoid being as colossal as a mountain itself sat upon a throne of equal enormity, crafted from a congregation of peaks. Savage and formidable, every wisp of aura radiating from him blazed like the scorching sun. What creature is this? It actually managed to obtain a divine altar. A fortunate little one, aren't you? The two beheld each other from across the altar. The humanoid being, whose surging blood vitality bordered upon godhood, spoke, and every word he uttered sent thunderclaps rolling across heaven and earth, churning the winds and clouds above the mountain ranges. Even separated by an endless abyss of plains, the mere wisp of aura leaking through the rift rendered Yatin, standing beneath the altar, utterly miserable. It felt as though 18 separate forces were simultaneously pressing inward upon every part of his body, crushing his organs beyond endurance. If you can't even withstand a wisp of my aura. There's simply no way to speak or converse like this. The giant seated upon the mountain range rose to his feet. His razor-sharp nail sliced across his finger, and a streak of golden-red blood scorching as the sun itself welled forth. It flew straight toward Yarden. Kid, we'll resume our talk another time. The giant's palm gave a gentle brush, and the rift in time and space instantly mended, restoring itself as if it had never been torn apart. The golden-red blood essence poured into Yarden's body, which at this very moment was burdened beyond measure, teetering on the edge of collapse. The ineffably scorching energy helped to stabilize his condition. At the same time, after the giant voluntarily severed the connection from the other side, the suffocating pressure vanished as well. Huff huff. Yarden lay sprawled upon the stone platform, his foreclaws planted on the ground, his tail laid flat. His throat labored like a bellows, blasting breath after breath. Just what rank of existence was that? I nearly exploded just from a single glance. Only now did Yarden manage to catch his breath, speaking with lingering terror. The poor pitiful child. In less than a single day he had not only transmigrated, but had also received his golden cheat with such suddenness that he had no time to prepare. And then in the very next moment he had almost been crushed by a single finger of that same golden cheat. Feeling utterly drained, Yarden had just begun to close his eyes when he suddenly felt an inexplicable force of suction. Thomas, stop it. Don't disturb second brother's sleep. Poked awake, Yarden had barely opened his eyes when two bouncing little dragons appeared before him. Yarden, you're awake. Thomas, Tiffany, I told you two not to cause trouble. Apologize to your second brother right now. Within the cave among the four little silver dragons, the eldest sister, Elena, who had hatched first, scolded the male of the two bouncing little silver dragons. Second brother Yarden, I'm sorry. Forget it, it's nothing. Boom. Two powerful auras descended upon the dragon's nest. The four little silver dragons instantly froze, turning their heads in unison. Yet not a shred of fear crossed their faces. Instead, they felt a profound warmth from the mighty auras bound to them by blood. Father, mother, you're wounded. Yarden looked upon the silver dragon father and mother, noticing the many bent scales, the dense scars, and the negative energy that clung stubbornly to their bodies. He said, his voice tinged with astonishment. It's nothing, don't worry. My children, I've prepared food for you. Lena paid no heed to the wounds on her body, using her tail once more to produce a fresh kill from behind her. It was still a magical beast, this time a demonic wolf. Yarden, first come meet your younger brother and sister. Christopher, the silver dragon father, spoke up. Among metallic dragon kind, the odds of dragon eggs hatching into healthy true dragons were far greater than among the chromatic dragons. And this time the dragon father and mother had produced 4 dragon eggs, all of which survived. One could say they knew a thing or two about reproduction. An ordinary metallic dragon laid at most 2 or 3 eggs in a single clutch, whereas a chromatic dragon mother could lay 5 or 6 eggs all at once. Yet the survival rates among them were nearly the same. The malevolent chromatic dragons never regarded their own young as kin. The arrogant red dragons in particular would bite to death outright any defective dragon beast that managed to hatch from an egg. Over the next few days, every one of you will learn to fly. A magical wind wolf devoured by 4 ravenous hatchlings capable of gulping down prey 2 or 3 times their own body weight vanished without a trace in no time. At this moment the silver dragon father spoke in a gentle tone. Having filled his belly, Yarden lay on the ground, yet his sharp senses detected the iron resolve hidden beneath his father's mild exterior. Gazing upon the wounds adorning his parents' bodies, a sense of foreboding surged within his heart. 3 days later, Silver Dragon Cliff. Less than 5 days old, Yaton, bolstered by his parents' encouragement, stood at the precipice, tentatively unfurling his wings to attempt flight. His initial efforts were clumsy, like a fledgling bird sputtering through the air. He bobbed and dipped narrowly, avoiding the ground. Lina, the silver dragon matriarch, who had been watching the 4 cubs with unwavering attention, moved like a white meteor. At the critical instant when any of them neared within a meter of the earth, she intervened with impeccable grace, catching each one safely in turn. Whether gem dragons, chromatic dragons, or metallic dragons, all belong to the lineage of true dragons. Across endless epochs they have reigned as the paramount magical race in every plane. Upon the Noah continent, and indeed throughout the Madwa realms, they stand as absolute apex entities. True dragons do not depend on wing beats for propulsion, it serves merely as a stabilizing mechanism. Guided by the levitation arts preserved in his heritage, Yaton effortlessly mastered equilibrium after a mere half-hour of practice, soaring through the heavens with liberating ease. His elder sister and younger siblings followed an identical trajectory. Upon successfully mastering flight, Elena, from this day forth I desire that you lead your younger siblings in the pursuit of hunting. Amidst the daily repast of magical beasts, Father Chris spoke once more, his voice heavy with solemn gravity and astonishing weight. These words instantly ignited a new profound consideration within the 4 young dragons. Father, what precisely has occurred? Elder sister Elena inquired, laced with concern. True dragons are magically endowed with innate cunning, though the maturation of their intellect varies across breeds. Though they had only just drawn breath imbued with profound ancestral legacy, these 4 true dragons would become extraordinarily formidable intellects with but a fraction of worldly experience. Father, should a catastrophic event have transpired, it is far too late to conceal it from us. Witnessing his mother prepare another falsehood, Yaton finally broke his silence. Lin Hen faltered. The four cubs already possessed the cognitive faculties of human children of 7 or 8 years, blessed with draconic heredity. Confronted by Yaton's directness, the silver dragon matriarch hesitated before casting a lingering glance toward her consort. Speak. For the sake of their preservation, it is wisest to proceed thus. Father Chris held his gaze upon Yaton for a brief moment before murmuring softly to his mate. Very well. In recent times, undead entities have manifested near Silver Dragon Cliff. Rarely shedding her maternal softness, the silver dragon matriarch addressed her offspring with uncharacteristic austerity. Upon uttering those final syllables, even the tails of both adult silver dragons began to thrash restlessly behind them, betraying a palpable undercurrent of anxiety. What undead? The four cubs exclaimed in alarmed unison. Yaton's draconic brow contracted deeply, the scaled ridge arching above his ocular sockets bereft of actual brows. Across all planes of existence, undeath is a profanity universally reviled by every sentient race. They harbor an instinctive visceral loathing for the living, teetering on the brink of sanguinary frenzy. Father-mother, given your supreme prowess, are you truly incapable of dispatching those wretched undead? Tiffany queried in a plump, infantile timbre. That would present no difficulty were it not for the mastermind pulling the strings behind these corpses. Father Chris wore an expression of aristocratic disdain when broaching the subject of the blighted. Yet swiftly that haughty countenance melted into grave solemnity. As he elucidated the particulars, the four little ones apprehended the grim reality. Silver dragons gravitate toward camaraderie with anthropoid races such as elves and humans, frequently employing metamorphosis to assume their guises and infiltrate their societies. A distinguished scholar of draconic lore upon the Noah continent once postulated that silver dragons allocate nearly equal portions of their sprawling lifespans between humanoid and drake forms. Their present abode lies within the elven forest of the Noah continent. Upon the magnificently sprawling Noah continent, the elven lineage once commanded its own epical resplendence. Regrettably, they experienced a gradual decadence across the long millennia, and the elven forest's present might merely equates to a single human duchy. The preceding elven council, seeking to neutralize the rapacious ambitions of encroaching factions, proactively extended an alliance to the amiable Silver Dragon clan. Through the allure of boundless wealth, myriad masterworks of artistry, and genuine benevolence, the elves successfully anchored the silver dragons within the sanctuary of their forest. A full millennium has elapsed since then. Within the expansive territory they presently steward in the elven forest, the silver dragon population numbers over 20. Approximately half are mature and half remain in their juvenile stages. The congregation of so many draconic behemoths was sufficient to instill trepidation in any opposing force. Consequently, the elven race was granted renewed tranquility and gradual recuperation. No lawless marauder who dared venture deep into the elven forest ever presumed to approach Silver Dragon Cliff. Yet today that serene permanence has been irrevocably fractured. According to the auguries of a senior council elder gifted with divination, no fewer than a dozen necromancers have breached the periphery of Silver Dragon Cliff. Are the elves truly inept? We descended to safeguard them, yet they have recklessly drawn this calamity upon our own throats. Thomas, the youngest of the quartet, voiced his profound grievance. By the Grand Elder's decree, a transcendent powerhouse, potentially even a legend, has intervened behind the scenes, ensuring this vanguard of the dead reaches the cliff's vicinity unharmed. Lin Hen undulated her tail, and her ever-champing jaws stilled at that precise instant, a vestige of dread flickering within her draconic orbits. A legend. The absolute zenith of martial supremacy within the material planes. Even true dragons of such staggering potency must render their homage with reverence. The die is cast, superfluous words serve no purpose. Because of the necromancer's incursion, we adult silver dragons must maintain ceaseless patrols to guarantee no disturbance escalates. That constitutes the very rationale for compelling you to master aerial maneuvering, to facilitate swift evasion during dire epochs, and the reason I instructed you in predatory arts, to harass and entangle adversaries when survival hangs in the balance. Chris spoke with fervent, uncharacteristic humility, entirely discarding the conventional silver dragon arrogance. Burnishing themselves with exhaustive exertion for their progeny, the silver dragon parents, despite their inherent loftiness, recognized that true dragon vitality should never permit necromancers to penetrate so profoundly into Silver Dragon Cliff. Yet, one does not guard against the improbable while ignoring the possible. No silver dragon who survived to Chris and Lin Hen's venerable age was devoid of sagacity. To etch draconic hubris into one's core is to invite certain demise, particularly when contrasted with the tightly knitted metallic dragon covens. Among the chromatic brethren, the feeblest whites and the most formidable reds endure the gravest casualty rates. Red dragons, through sheer arrogance and brazen pandemonium across disparate territories, provoke coordinated crusades against their kind. As for the whites, they remain the ignoble shame of the chromatic order. Understood, Yaton acquiesced. The disquietude that had initially stirred within him at the mention of undeath gradually subsided. As premier true dragons, silver dragons face no existential threat to their cliff sanctuary unless confronted by necromantic architects of the absolute apex. Those who stand merely below legends. and even then only in considerable multitude. Nevertheless, Yeton, whose spirit had always lacked a tangible sense of security, resolved to take affirmative action. Fate must never be surrendered to external dominion. Even if celestial mandate decrees it, one must strive to reshape destiny through personal potency. With his distended belly heavy, Yeton immediately surrendered to slumber. At this very juncture, as Yeton turned his spiritual awareness inward, he observed his primary meridians surging with arcane vitality. Within his perpetually contracting heart, an energy nucleus resembling a nascent sun radiated with profound pulsating luminescence. This was the sanguine essence bestowed upon him by the enigmatic deity he communed with upon the mystic divine altar following his transmigration. Yeton delved through the ancestral draconic chronicles, striving to unearth a methodology that would permit his physique to assimilate the divine blood with maximum alacrity. No, or rather my inheritance does not contain it. Arden, who remained conscious even in slumber, let out a sigh. The bloodline of the dragons had been passed down from an age lost to time. The race created by the ninefold dragon god Aeo had degenerated with each generation, eventually evolving into the dragons of the present day. Throughout the incalculably long history of dragonkind, the dross had been refined and the gold preserved. Even so, the draconic inheritance left within the minds of every dragon remained incomplete. This was to ensure that their minds did not explode at the moment of birth. Even the most outstanding ancestors of Arden's lineage, dating back 1,000 years, had left behind no method to resolve the matter of this drop of divine blood. Yes, it was divine blood. Sensing this energy that was like a sun containing something so pure that it utterly surpassed the mana within his own body, Arden was certain. This was divine blood. However young a silver dragon might be, upon reaching a certain stage of growth, it would be no lesser than a legend. The fact that this energy subjected his mana to such absolute suppression proved its extraordinary rank. Arden dared not even imagine it. This drop of blood might have been bestowed by an ancient god. Such an exalted being likely bore no intention of harming me. He granted me this drop of blood and stabilized my condition. As the divine blood drifted farther from its source of power, its energy continued to volatilize, and most of it was absorbed by Arden. It is undoubtedly of immense benefit to my body. To accelerate this process, I must find a way to eat more and strengthen my physique. Arden thought within his mind. Eat. This was the most universal path for a dragon to grow stronger. By continuously enhancing one's mana and physique, entering the corresponding slumber as age advanced, and absorbing and digesting the draconic inheritance within the mind, one would naturally become the pinnacle powerhouse of the realm. Whoosh. Within the elf forest, amid the dense jungle where endless green trees blotted out the sky, concealing the sunlight from view, the scent of decaying leaves on the ground mingled with the odor of rubber created an aroma that was refreshing yet slightly intoxicating. In a patch of grass, 2 gray furry ears protruded, and a forest hare leaped out from the undergrowth. This rabbit was fully 30 centimeters in length, fluffy, its grayish-brown coat barely distinguishable from the fallen leaves on the ground. The forest hare was an ordinary creature with an extremely short reproductive cycle. Given ample food, it could produce a litter within just a few days. It was precisely this terrifying abnormal fertility that allowed it to survive at the very bottom of the forest's hierarchy. It hopped over to several acorns lying on the ground, picked them up, and gnawed at them rapidly, while its ears twitched constantly, remaining highly vigilant. Roar! A streak of black lightning flashed by. A black leopard, handsome in appearance with not a single stray hair like the king of the night, burst forth from the bushes. At almost that very instant, the startled forest hare's ears shot straight up, and the entire rabbit sprang away from its spot with lightning speed. Squeak! A desperate cry of despair. The black leopard's jaws clamped viciously onto the hare's neck and blood seeped out. Excited, the leopard flung its prey to the ground, stunning it. The Moonshadow leopard was a low-rank magical creature. It was a decent hunter within the jungle, yet it still needed sufficient caution to capture its prey. Just as the Moonshadow leopard prepared to devour its catch, and then conceal itself again, it suddenly sensed something amiss. It was too quiet. The faint cicada chirps that had lingered while the forest hare gnawed on acorns had abruptly vanished. The entire jungle fell utterly silent, dead as a graveyard. Something was wrong. A flash of terror crossed the Moonshadow leopard's eyes. Possessing keen instincts, it felt the foreboding. Roar! High in the great tree hidden among the dense, interwoven branches, Arden, who had been silently waiting for the Moonshadow leopard to lower its guard, burst forth. Arden's eyes sparkled with delight. He had only intended to practice on the forest hare, yet he had unexpectedly encountered a magical creature. The Moonshadow leopard was a meter in length, but it was in no way comparable to Arden, who was now a month old, and had already begun digesting the divine blood gifted by the deity. At this moment, Arden's body had reached 2 meters in length. Upon his slender dragon tail sat a spike that gleamed like a diamond, razor sharp to an extreme. His 6 silver dragon horns had also begun to display their majesty, while his entire body's jewel-like silver scales reflected the starry river of the heavens, glittering brilliantly, as if adorned with shattered stars. Whether judged by the eyes of a true dragon or by those of any living creature, the current silver dragon Arden was undeniably a perfect blend of majesty and beauty. With his fearsome presence, domain unleashed, the Moonshadow leopard that had prepared to flee the very instant Arden emerged felt its entire body stiffen, frozen in place. Among top-tier magical beasts, the dragon physique was far from being the strongest. However, a true dragon wielding fearsome magical prowess could use sorcery to compensate for any structural deficiencies. All wormlings could master 2 spells from the moment they hatch: levitate and fearsome presence, also known colloquially as dragon might. Within Arden's domain of draconic pressure, any magical creature weaker than him or of similar rank would be suppressed. Roar. In merely an instant, the moonshadow leopard returned to normal and immediately sprang away, twisting its neck to spit out a black orb of light. Shadow Orb was one of the talent abilities the moonshadow leopard commanded. Additionally, it possessed Dark Step and Conceal Aura. Had it been night, Arden might not have secured victory. Arden faced the incoming black orb without dodging or flinching. The orb struck his crystal pure dragon scales, and the glossy scales rippled and flickered several times like the surface of a mirror. The dark mana was weakened in an instant, extinguished like water meeting fire. Only a few cracks were left upon the dragon scales. Whoosh! Arden glided down and slammed the fleeing moonshadow leopard to the ground, the shockwave flattening the surrounding wild grass. His foreclaws stabilized him upon the struggling leopard, his foreclaws piercing through its ribs, blood pouring forth. Then Arden sank his jaws into the leopard's neck. Roar! The pinned moonshadow leopard thrashed desperately, plowing up the withered grass beneath it, mud and blood mixing together. At last its struggles gradually ceased, its blood cooled, and its final spark of life faded. I really am quite impressive. Releasing his grip, Arden said with great satisfaction. During his wormling stage, the only 2 spells he had mastered were being wielded as naturally as his own limbs. Had he not used his dragon might at the very beginning to freeze the moonshadow leopard for that instant, the creature's speed would have allowed it to evade. When running while employing Dark Step, the moonshadow leopard was truly at its peak. Dealing with it under those conditions would not have been so easy. Times had changed. Bathed in the sunlight filtering through the branches, Arden, a dragon, like living crystal, carried his hard-earned prey in his jaws and flew towards Silver Dragon Cliff. Silver Dragon Cliff. Before the towering stone cliff, 1,000 meters high, lay a placid lake. 8 silver dragons of varying ages, all still young and not yet fully grown, either played around the lake or preyed on the giant forest rabbits and sheep set loose near the water. It was a tradition among dragons. Benevolent dragons, once their offspring grew to adolescence and gained the ability to protect themselves, would send them out into the world to temper themselves, what was known as vanquishing evil and upholding justice. Evil dragons, however, were different. An evil dragon mother, once her cub reached adolescence and developed a greed for power and a craving for treasure, could no longer bear the adolescent dragon coveting her hoard and would expel it from her lair. The 8 young dragons here were all offspring of the adult silver dragons of Silver Dragon Cliff. The oldest among them was merely a juvenile dragon. Bang! Arden, who had been flying in the sky, swooped low and dropped the carcass of a moonshadow leopard weighing several hundred gene from his jaws onto the green grass. At once a chorus of gasps arose. Second brother, you're truly amazing. In just a month you're already able to fight magical beasts. The female silver dragon, Tiffany, nearly had little stars in her eyes. Beside her, Thomas looked every bit the little fanboy. Although the 2 of them had now mastered dragon might and levitation, they could barely manage to hunt sheep, and they were completely out of Arden's league. The growth rate of true dragons in their infancy was extremely astonishing. In just about a month, the 2 young silver dragons had already grown to 1.5 meters, while their eldest sister Elena was barely close to 2 meters. But compared with Arden, they paled in comparison. He was 2 meters long with a slender neck, scales sparkling like diamonds, and 6 dragon horns on his head that were only beginning to show their majesty. They simply did not appear to be on the same level. Chris, have you noticed? Arden seems somehow different. At Silver Dragon Cliff, especially in the cave, the silver dragon parents, who had been keeping a close watch over their 4 children, spoke in hushed voices. Yes, Arden's body length is clearly growing faster than that of other young dragons of his age. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be experiencing bloodline atavism. Chris looked at Arden, a silver dragon who appeared utterly different from his other 3 children, as if he were a different species, and said in a low voice, Atavism. Such exceptional talent. Arden might step into the legendary realm within 200 years. Lena's eyes were filled with relief, and her gaze upon Arden grew softer and softer. True dragons were absolutely mighty, even among the present infinite planes. But they also had a glorious history, far back in the river of time, hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, the dragon race was far more powerful than it was now, before Tiamat and the platinum dragon god Bahamut had completely split apart. Before the great internal war of the dragon race had erupted, dragons were one of the terrifying races that ruled countless planes, and even the gods regarded them with dread. There were countless ancient and primeval dragons that could match the gods, and at an even higher level, dragon gods with divine power equal to His Majesty Bahamut were too numerous to count. Bloodline atavism. It meant that Arden's bloodline had already transformed toward the ancient ancestors, gaining the mighty power of dragons from the distant past. What determined when a true dragon stepped into the legendary realm? It depended on their talent, bloodline, and effort. Among the chromatic dragons, the white dragon was the shame of them all. With the lowest intelligence, it was not until adulthood that its wisdom became comparable to that of humans. If they simply went through life peacefully and without effort, they might not enter the legendary realm until they were extremely ancient dragons. As for silver dragons, with just a little effort, they could enter the legendary realm in their prime or old age, and some geniuses could even reach it in adulthood. With bloodline atavism, Arden, as long as he put in a little effort, might also step into the legendary realm by adulthood. Dear, our child has such remarkable talent that it must not be buried. I have decided to have the Grand Elder examine exactly how far his bloodline atavism has progressed. The father silver dragon Chris paused, made a decision, and spoke. Good. The silver dragon Lena understood the determination of her partner and raised no objection. Although signs of bloodline atavism might appear in true dragons, such inherent changes could degenerate over time or in the absence of proper nurturing. Arden's talent could not be buried. By the lake. After devouring most of the Moonshadow leopard, Arden also distributed the remaining magic beast meat to his younger siblings. Then he fell into a deep slumber, his dragon head touching the tip of his tail as he curled up into a ball like a cat and slept directly on the lake. During his growth toward adulthood, the plump and powerful muscles on Arden's body gradually withered, while his bones slowly grew larger as he slept. The nutrients accumulated in his body were also disappearing. It has already shrunk by 2/3 of before long it should be completely absorbed. In his slumber, Arden could clearly see the golden orb within his heart that had shrunk by over half. The father and mother silver dragons mistakenly believed that Arden was a special true dragon with exceptional innate qualities. Over the course of a month, his uniqueness had gradually revealed itself, but in truth Arden had simply been absorbing the power of this drop of divine blood. And this divine blood, that inconceivably mighty power, was also rapidly elevating Arden's bloodline potential and strength. At this rate, this drop of divine blood will be completely consumed before I can successfully evolve into an ancestral dragon. Arden silently sighed, feeling deep unwillingness. Ancestral dragon. That was a symbol of power from the ancient era when dragons had ruled the skies and the earth. Every dragon race's corresponding progenitor had once been an ancestral dragon, but through the long degeneration of time, they had become what they were now. According to draconic heritage in the present age, every ancestral dragon possessed unique and unmatched power. More important was its symbolic significance. With the degradation of time, unless a deity of the level of His Majesty Bahamut or Tiamat personally acted, it would be extremely difficult to forge an ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragons were incomparably precious to the entire dragon race. There might not even be a single one in an entire plane. Once they grew to their peak, they could naturally rule a single plane, or even span countless planes and establish a dragon empire of their own. For that being, a single drop of blood was enough to raise me to a half-ancestral bloodline. If he could give me another drop, perhaps I really could break through to the ancestral dragon realm. Arden's eyes stirred and he once again indulged in the kind of wild, impractical fancies that dragons were prone to. But he quickly regained his senses and let out a sigh. They were not even related. Moreover, he carried a precious treasure but had no strength to defend it. That deity had already shown tremendous mercy by giving him a drop of blood to stabilize his condition. Among the experts who had reached such heights, who would be so merciful? There had always been a saying passed down in dragon heritage: if some being is kind to you for no reason, then you must be even more careful. A month later, in just that 1 month, his body had grown to 2.5 meters in size. His frame became all the more fierce and elongated. The fearsome Yadun had already left the same tier as his elder sister and younger siblings. For the past month, Yadun's rapidly changing body first shocked his elder sister Ai Lina, then left her silent. Bloodline atavism. A true dragon blessed with extraordinary talent. The three little dragons were no fools, for they possessed the dragon inheritance. They quickly found information in it that explained what was happening and fully understood exactly what level Yadun's talent had reached. Ai Lina, what are you thinking? The dazed eldest sister's tail swayed unconsciously as she stared fixedly at the sleeping Yadun with lifeless eyes. Mother, why have you come? Only when a shadow blocked the sunlight above her did Ai Lina realize that her mother was right behind her. Ai Lina, if you have something on your mind, you can tell me. Perhaps I can help solve it. Lina was quite outstanding among female silver dragons of the same rank and was an excellent judge of people. She saw through Ai Lina's inner anxiety at a glance and therefore said softly, Mother, I am the eldest sister. I should be the one to take responsibility for looking after my younger brother and sister. But Yadun's talent is stronger than mine. Ai Lina, you truly are my good daughter, kind-hearted. As for Yadun, he is a unique existence. You need not dwell on it. Do you think that he will grow faster from now on and no longer need your protection? If that is the case, then you should work even harder, said Lina, the silver dragon mother, with a beaming smile. Oh, thank you, mother. Quick to understand, the elder sister Ai Lina set down the anxiety in her heart. Yadun too lay on the opposite side of the treasure hoard, especially upon the magical gemstones, and sank into deep sleep. Yadun, come with mother. There is something very important that requires you to make a trip. The silver dragon mother waited quietly at his side. A day later, she spoke to Yadun, who had gradually awakened. This took place within the core of the silver dragon crag, the largest cavern of all. Not bad, not bad. There really are signs of atavism on him. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he was responsible for the entire silver dragon crag in the elven forest, and was also its most formidable power. The ancient silver dragon Sasadi circled around the uneasy Yadun. Inside the enormous dragon lair, fully 50 meters across, the silver dragon parents waited nervously for the great elder's judgment. An ancient silver dragon, the absolute high echelon and core power of dragonkind. The silver dragon Sasside was a devotee of His Majesty the Lord of the North Wind, and could even pray to His Majesty in times of crisis or call upon His Majesty's power for support. No one on the entire Nuya continent dared to ignore an ancient dragon, especially a good-aligned dragon. The ancient silver dragon Sasside knew at least several ancient dragons. At critical moments, he could use wealth to invite them to act, so his potential for war was immense, far beyond what a legendary of the same rank could compare with. His bloodline talent is superior, truly excellent. You can make him a focus of training. Sasside examined him from every angle, and even used mighty magic to forcefully regulate the body of Yadun, who was now only 2.5 meters long, still smaller than Sasside's palm. Perhaps there is still a faint hope that he could become an ancestral dragon. That will depend on the little one's own fortune. This was what Sasside said. Yadun the silver dragon mother Na and the silver dragon father Khalees all let out a breath of relief, though Yadun was only pretending. He naturally knew his own condition well, but he welcomed this misunderstanding. Then the dragon father and mother's faces showed joy that could hardly be suppressed. Yadun by contrast was calm. 3 days earlier he had completely consumed even the last trace of power from the divine blood in his body. That was why he was not worried about being seen through by the great elder. Even an ancient silver dragon might not see a deity even once in his life unless at the moment of death his soul returned to the divine kingdom of His Majesty the Lord of the North Wind. At present the elemental concentration within his body, the purity of his bloodline, and the mana it contained were beyond comparison with any silver dragon of the same age, or even the mightiest golden dragon. Although he was merely a 2-month-old hatchling, he had confidence that he could fight any young dragon of the same age. Yadun, I do not know what change has taken place in you, but your bloodline is indeed evolving in a favorable direction. Very good. So as not to bury your talent, and so that the Silver Dragon clan may gain one more genius, and one more young legendary, you may freely browse my library from now on. Also your meals from now on will be arranged by me. The Silver Dragon Sasside patiently waited until the Silver Dragon parents had calmed down before he spoke. Of course I will also need a small price from you, 5 gold coins a day. In addition, on the premise of not violating morality and kindness, you two, as a couple, must fight once on my behalf. The Dragon Mother and Dragon Father were extremely tempted and agreed, without hesitation. They had already gotten the best of the bargain, the tutelage of a legendary ancient dragon. Needless to say, the Silver Dragon Great Elder Sasside was not only a legendary powerhouse, but also a legendary mage. In his youth, he had already built a far-reaching reputation. In his later years, he not only stepped smoothly into the legendary realm, but also successfully passed through the subsequent ancient dragon stage. As a legendary ancient dragon, Sasside could fight 5 ordinary human legendaries at once. With his legendary spells, no legendary powerhouse could stop him from leaving. Sasside's existence was the key to the elves' continued control of the Elven Forest, a terrifying powerhouse who could stand against the several legendaries of an entire kingdom. Thank you, Great Elder. Having clearly heard the conversation among the 3 dragons, Yadun spoke, and could not help but feel a ripple of warmth inside his heart. Even among dragons, a kind dragon who would spend wealth for the sake of his children was a model parent. Sasside left the place where he had been coiled. Casually, he revealed the priceless gold and silver weapons, magical gemstones, and rare metals beneath him, making the 3 dragons' breath catch instantly. If the treasure of the 2 silver dragons was a small hill, then Sasside, just the heap of gold coins under his body, was worth at least 10 small hills. A faint elemental radiance emanated from the ancient silver dragon, whose body reached a length of 24 meters. Crack! Sasside extended his front claw and grasped at empty air, and at that moment space was torn apart. It eventually formed a rift 5 meters high and 5 meters wide. Then Sasside transformed into an elderly humanoid, deeply wrinkled, and looking very benevolent, gently stroking his long white beard. A demiplane. Even among legendary mages, only an extremely rare few were qualified to open one. At this moment, the Silver Dragon Father and Silver Dragon Mother also transformed into human form. The 4 silver dragons crossed the dimensional rift and entered Sasside's personal demiplane. After passing through the rift, the 3 silver dragons changed back from human form to dragon form. Spreading their wings, the 4 silver dragons, each in a different form, flew swiftly toward the east with the silver dragon Sasside at their head. Demiplanes, minor planes, medium planes, major planes, and above all those the colossal material plane. Their surface areas were all different. Sasside's demiplane, which he had spent at least a century building up, had a surface area of more than 1 million square kilometers. A demiplane, together with the mage tower, that was the standard outfitting of a legendary mage. With the support of 1,000 years of accumulated power, the Silver Dragon Sasside was absolutely not weak among legendaries. Within a vast and magnificent library shrouded in swirling clouds and bathed in resplendent gold, the atmosphere was anything but the serene, scholarly haven one might expect. Yet it suited draconic aesthetics perfectly. Gold itself was the ultimate symbol of wealth. That one, and that one, and that one as well. Bring them all to me. The tranquil grandeur of the great library, with its ethereal mists and dazzling splendor, felt like a celestial realm, until a discordant voice shattered the peace. Before a certain bookshelf, Arden was swiftly flipping through tome after tome, absorbing vast amounts of knowledge, utterly immersed in a sea of wisdom, his tail twitching unconsciously. Among the mists and between the bookcases, ethereal spirits drifted to and fro, their incorporeal forms somehow able to touch the books. No, they could even merge into the very pages. These spirits, wreathed in thick fog, bore human shapes of all ages and genders. Book spirits, as they were called, would sink into a tome, and the book would seem to awaken with sentience, lifting itself into the air. As if freed from their bindings, the books soared through the dreamlike expanse of the library. After spiraling a dozen times, one particularly reluctant book floated before Arden, neatly closing itself and joining its fellows in a tidy row. Book spirits were a rare breed of creature born naturally from books, perhaps shaped by the ebb and flow of magical tides. True to their name, they were born from books, loved reading, and possessed an eidetic memory. Unfortunately, they inherited no talent for magic, which made them common servants or pets for mages often tasked with tending their libraries. Beyond natural book spirits, there were also artificial ones. Necromancers could forcibly extract a human soul and craft it into a book spirit through various means. Bedos's Fundamentals of Magic on the Union of Fireball and Icelance, an Apprentice's Guide to the Talon Empire's Arcane Arts. Countless invaluable tomes, each worth dozens of silver or even gold coins elsewhere, lay heaped before the Silver Dragon Arden. Saster, upon discovering the atavistic bloodline mutation in the Silver Dragon Arden, had decided to nurture this promising prodigy. To prevent his potential from being squandered, he granted him access to his grand library to voraciously devour knowledge. Unlike other non-renewable resources, books were what Saster least begrudged sharing. Arden had spent the past fortnight entirely within the library. His meals were brought by Saster's vassals from the demiplane. Besides spellbooks, Arden's favorite reading were travelogues. The ancient Silver Dragon Saster's grand library housed every book he had accumulated over a millennium, a collection as vast as a sea of stars, conservatively estimated at over 100,000 volumes. Many of these travelogues were repetitive, mostly written by some adventurer or another from the Noah continent, yet there were still flashes of brilliance that caught the eye. An unconventional study of the mind shaper. This man's imagination is wild. A true genius, Arden exclaimed, utterly engrossed in his reading. Professionals were ranked from levels 1 to 20. Levels 1 to 4 were ordinary, 5 to 9 elite, 10 to 14 advanced, and 15 to 19 master. Across the Noah continent, countless professions flourished. This particular book was compiled by an advanced mind shaper who, while studying psychic and psionic lore, had been struck by a sudden, unconventional inspiration. By using the most basic cantrip mind static, he learned to control slimes. The book's creator, Vic, had originally been an ordinary psionicist. As one of the lowest-ranked professionals, he spent his days dealing with slimes and common kobolds. Over time, his familiarity with slimes led to an unexpected result. The slimes actually gained intelligence. Slimes had decent physiques. Even the weakest monster was tougher than a human. But their intelligence was far below that of humans. In the beginning, Vic used his psychic power to control them. This made him a laughingstock throughout his town and even the entire county. Yet Vic refused to abandon his idea. After reaching the intermediate tier, a qualitative change occurred. He gained control over more than 1,000 slimes. His combat power surged overnight. Just as everyone expected him to rise and turn the tables, he instead continued his baffling behavior. He tirelessly trained and subjugated the slimes, breeding and conditioning these creatures that needed nothing but dirt and minerals, transforming them into exceptional laborers. The weak were culled, the strong prospered. He amassed tremendous wealth, rising rapidly to become a tycoon, and with his vast fortune even advanced to the advanced tier. It was the quintessential underdog story. The humans of Noah, each and every one of them, is fascinating. As a dragon, Arden possessed the soul of a reincarnator. Unlike the arrogant and prideful true dragons, he was genuinely intrigued by the whimsical ideas brewing within humanity. Cantrip Mage Hand. After 15 days of study, Arden set aside the mountain of theoretical knowledge. He reached out a claw toward the stack of over a dozen books placed before him. As if an invisible giant hand had lifted them, the books floated in the air before Arden. Mage Hand, the quintessential tool of any mage. For mages who required research and as they advanced their own personalized laboratories, this spell was a divine gift for saving time. Those mad researchers had even managed to turn this air aspect spell into something extraordinary. Spells were divided into 8 schools: abjuration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, evocation, illusion, necromancy, and transmutation. They not only used this spell for utility, but developed other applications. What was once a simple evocation spell was refined into the 6th circle Storm Hand and the 3rd circle Wind Guillotine. Arden successfully mastered Mage Hand and became a mage apprentice, a spellcaster. In the infinite planes, this was always a noble and lofty title. If all professions were ranked by tier, spellcasters were the most powerful among the most common mainstream professions when compared to mundane martial classes. Unless one possessed extremely rare special classes, like the Nightmare Knight or the Anti-Magic Warden. In a same-tier confrontation, so long as a spellcaster was prepared, they were virtually assured of not losing. Alright, time to learn 1st circle spells. Go fetch me some more spellbooks. Arden, relentlessly enthusiastic about learning magic, continued commanding the book spirits to lay more precious foundational magical texts before him. A tall tower begins from the ground. The vast majority of magical institutions, especially on the continent of Loa, even across the twin continents of this Malcolm plane, were few in number when it came to those with complete magical inheritances. Every legendary mage required systematic training. With luck, one might stumble into becoming a magic apprentice, and through bumbling perseverance, perhaps attain the rank of magic master. But to cross the threshold of legend, one absolutely needed systematic study. The later ones started to bleaker the odds. That was why countless wandering mages sought to join top-tier magical powers like the Council of Red Robes or the Seven Spire Sanctum. These institutions boasted histories spanning millennia, with several legendary mages among their ranks. Their power was overwhelming and deep. Zero Circle spell summon tentacle turns your hand into a tentacle. Hiss, what a perverted spell is this? Inside the grand library atop a long table, Yadun touched a crystal ball and channeled his spiritual energy into it. He was nearly shocked out of his wits when he learned the specific spell information with black lines all over his forehead. What kind of lunatic would invent such a bizarrely flavored spell? First circle spell Tentacle Fangs causes the tentacle formed from your hand to grow teeth. Third circle spell Tentacle Split causes the tentacle formed from your hand to split into 4. Damn it, what do these shut-in mages think about every day, eh? Even this kind of thing has advancement levels. Yadun grumbled, his weak and fragile heart struck by a tremendous shock. On the table lay a dozen-odd crystal balls of different colors and kinds. The magic books stored by the silver dragon Sasida were mostly paired sets. Even the spells were arranged from low to high in progressive tiers. As long as one mastered the most basic principles, a mage who had studied the preceding low-level spells could learn the subsequent ones. Compared with the incomplete inheritance controlled by wandering mages, which required a lot of time to make up for prerequisite knowledge, this kind of complementary knowledge originating from the same initial Zero Circle spell undoubtedly saved much time and allowed mages to learn higher-tier spells faster. For example, from the first circle Fireball to the third circle Great Fireball, the fifth circle Explosive Fireball, the seventh circle Solar Fireball, and the ninth circle Pure White Calamity. An ordinary fireball could even advance into a legendary spell possessing equally earth-shattering might. Over 30 spells, each with auxiliary daily life attack and defense effects, were specifically chosen by Yadun from Zero Circle and First Circle spells. The crystal balls storing spell information had been placed on the table by the book spirits for study. They were all complete spell sets. Later, when inscribed into the mind, the spell slots built upon basic knowledge could be directly modified atop the original spell circles, making the difficulty slightly lower than usual. This was the advantage of major powers that had ample mages dedicated to researching inheritances. Ordinary wandering mages could hardly even buy extra spells, unlike the mages cultivated by major powers, who, when having vacant spell slots, could select more effective and powerful spells as much as possible. Yadun, without any guard, inadvertently learned all of this. Was this something a child like him should learn? Huffing in anger, Yadun showed not the slightest sense of his identity as a dragon. In the dragon heritage, the information left by some unorthodox predecessors was far more stimulating than this. Shooting a contemptuous glance at the book spirits all around, Yadun threw the crystal ball directly at them. A month later. 3.5 months had passed since Yadun's birth. Under the mixed feelings of gratification and heartache of his 2 dragon parents, and under Sasida's arrangement and tutelage, Yadun grew rapidly. His original body of 2.5 meters had been fed with a large amount of high-grade magical beast meat and even magical gemstones, and thus had grown to 4 meters. Magical gemstones were treasures longed for even by mages. Every single gemstone, even a first-rank one, could be used to craft a magic wand. Their value was incalculable. Even gods would be tempted by the finest gemstones. This deeply embodied the dragon principle that as long as one ate well enough, one could grow faster than schedule. Yadun, how is your study going? Inside the grand library, a crystal colossus whose aura grew ever more formidable and whose every movement could trigger a minor earthquake was present. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and a weathered face appeared beside him. It was Sasida in human form. I've become a low-level mage with my mage rank reaching level 4, mastering 3 first circle spells and 8 zero circle spells. Using Mage Hand, the silver dragon, Yadun casually flipped through a magic book and said casually. Within just 1 short month, he had gone from a novice to reading no fewer than 1,000 books. At least several hundred of those were travelogues, and there were more than 300 books on various basic spells. Yadun's original strength happened to be at level 4. In just a month, he reached a mage level matching his biological rank. More than a dozen spells had been successfully inscribed into their corresponding spell slots in his mind in an average of less than 3 days each. If other mages heard this, they would certainly feel the urge to kill themselves out of shame. In the outside world, ordinary genius mages wanting to inscribe a spell and form their own spell slot in their minds first had to learn prerequisite knowledge, then formally begin attempts. It generally took 3 to 5 days, and that was with succeeding on the first try, as sometimes they didn't succeed even after 2 or 3 attempts. Sasida nodded in satisfaction. Even when he was young, he had never learned spells so quickly. Now Yadun's level had already surpassed his own at a young age. At the very least, this proved that Yadun surpassed him in magical talent and natural affinity. Becoming a legendary mage was only a matter of time. Yadun, you stayed here for a month and eaten my high-grade resources for a month. I plan to arrange a task for you, and also let you gain some training. Only by truly mastering this knowledge and these spells, and being able to use them in battle, can you be considered to have truly grasped them and become a true strong one. Sasida increasingly felt that Yadun was extraordinarily gifted and found him more and more agreeable. Magic was overwhelmingly tedious. Pursuing truth was a lifelong pursuit for a mage, and it surely required hardship and effort. The laziness of dragons caused most adult dragons to rely mostly on the bloodline talent spells buried within them. Though formidable, it was almost impossible for them to achieve any major accomplishment in wizardry. Only a few dragons would continue to cultivate magic even after growing up. And those dragons capable of suppressing their innate laziness were the true dragon powerhouses. Okay, Yadun first glanced at Sasida in surprise, understanding that something new was about to happen in the next period. But he quickly agreed neatly and decisively. Having spent a month in the Grand Library, the most core and important part of a legendary mage's tower, Yadun had long been aware that he was under Sasida's watchful gaze. Because Sasida had been extremely generous, Yadun had already developed goodwill toward him and had no thought of refusing his task. Yadun left the demiplane and returned to the Nuya continent, the Elven Forest, and the Silver Dragon Cliff. Take this scale, it is my token. With this token and this map, go to the places marked on the map and levy the corresponding taxes. Sasida continued to coil upon the astonishing wealth from time to time, rolling over to rub against it. The pleasant sound of gold coins and magical gemstones clinking made Yadun's eyes red with envy. A flash of white light. A white scale only the size of a fist and an ancient beast-hide map appeared in front of Yadun. Taxation, Arden asked, puzzled. Correct. 1,000 years ago, the Elven race, in order to keep me here and to seek external aid, not only offered a vast amount of wealth, the ancient Silver Dragon began. They also placed every living being within 1,000 miles of Silver Dragon Cliff, and all the land itself under my dominion. Theoretically, I am a vassal of the elves, and all creatures living upon this land are my vassals in turn. Every year I levy a tax. To give you some experience, I am entrusting this task to you. Each year a few grains of sand always leap out thinking themselves clever. Their strength will not be too great. You will deal with them. Do not worry. Upon that token I have inscribed a 9th circle spellstorm mantle. The moment it is triggered, I will sense you immediately. Nothing will happen to you. Sasta spoke slowly. Arden took the map and Scale glanced through the map without a word, then spread his wings and flew away directly. As a dragon whelp only a few months old, he had always lived near the Dragon Cliff or within the demiplane mage tower, never having seen the true face of this world. Even the elf forest alone was enough to rouse his curiosity. Arden flew steadily northward. The territory of the elf forest was utterly unremarkable across the entire Noah continent, yet it still encompassed over 1,000,000 square kilometers. Silver Dragon Cliff occupied a vast unbroken mountain range in the northern reaches of the elf forest, along with roughly 5% of the creatures that thrived around those peaks and waterways. Among them dwelt various magical beasts and intelligent races numbering around 100,000 in total. Due to their differing lifestyles and levels of civilization, their habitats and dwelling places were entirely distinct, scattered in clusters of settlements across a land of 50,000 square kilometers. Lord Arden, you are truly a prodigy among dragons. In just 1 month you have grown once again. Soaring through the vast sky, Arden gazed down at the dense, deep-rooted torrent of green below him, listening to the flattery of the magical creature flying before him, and accepted the praise without the slightest pretense of modesty. Of course, one day I will become a legendary true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. In the eyes of true dragons, lying and false humility were detestable. When praised, one should accept it openly and honestly. Before him was a very common magical creature, a cloud eagle named Peter. Yet this fearsome beast, fully 5 meters in length with a wingspan of 8 meters, was even more terrifying than Arden in his current state. Common cloud eagles also dwelled in forests, but they were only a few meters in size. This one, however, was absolutely colossal compared to others of its kind. What truly set this giant eagle apart from its kin were the 2 pairs of majestic draconic horns upon its head, a faint draconic aura, and the glimmer of silver scales just visible beneath its sharp feathers. It was one of Silver Dragon Sasta's thralls, bathed in dragon blood, and belonged to the draconic-blooded lineage. The appearance of a necromancer near Silver Dragon Cliff had put the shrewd, seasoned ancient silver dragon on high alert. During this period, not only had the adult silver dragons been patrolling the territories belonging to the Silver Dragon clan, but Sasta had also opened his demiplane, releasing a large number of draconic-blooded creatures he had accumulated over the years. Without them, such a vast land would have exhausted even the mightiest adult silver dragons just from constant patrolling. Lord Arden, with your talent, I believe it won't take more than 200 years. No, you might even become a legend within a century. I recently found a little treasure perfect for you. Despite being an eagle, his expression was utterly sycophantic. A flicker of mana appeared before Peter, and a fist-sized block of golden metal materialized before Arden. Oh, not bad. Brass. This piece is worth at least 500 gene. Arden's innate love for treasure instantly revealed itself. His eyes lit up, and he swiftly snatched the brass into his claws. The cloud eagle Peter was a draconic-blooded giant eagle whose main body had reached level 11. He had met Arden within the past month and immediately conceived a scheme hoping to curry favor with this promising young prodigy. Ordinary cloud eagles at most could reach level 6 or 7 upon adulthood, classifying them as mid-tier magical creatures. Those with rare talent might barely break into the high tier. Peter was already 35 years old. For a cloud eagle with a lifespan of only 60 years, that was middle age. Even with dragon blood, he could live at most 120 years. But his talent was poor, he lacked resources, and he had been stuck at level 11 for a long time. If he wished to break through, he would need another path. Thus he was left with no choice but to debase himself as a fawning sycophant. Lord Arden, aren't you studying? Why leave Silver Dragon Cliff now? Is something urgent? I would gladly handle it for you. Peter, having finally managed to meet Arden, sucked up with every fiber of his being. His tone as servile as it could be, his words dripping with obsequiousness. It is an order from Elder Sasta. The month of taxation has arrived once more. It is time for the intelligent beings near the Dragon Cliff to fulfill their obligations. Hearing this, the Cloud Eagle, who had earlier been enthusiastically offering his services, stiffened, his elegant figure freezing midair. Since it is Lord Sasta's command, as his draconic-blooded vassal, I naturally cannot aid you in this. However, Peter pondered for a long while, then gritted his beak. If you but say the word, my lord, I would walk through fire and water to help you. Even if it means defying Lord Sasta's order. His voice, already low, dwindled until it was barely audible, quieter than the whisper of an ant. Arden shot him an astonished glance. He had not expected this Cloud Eagle to have such keen insight. Over this period, his bloodline regression had slowed, even stagnating, but even so his latent potential had surged dramatically. Moreover, with the divine altar in his possession, as long as Arden found treasures of sufficient value, he would be qualified to trade with others. So long as he bided his time until adulthood and became a legend, Arden would have the right to speak before beings of the divine level. As a silver dragon who could live for at least several millennia, he had the right to say such words. If I need you, I will call for you. After speaking, Arden ignored the ecstatic Cloud Eagle and flew off toward the west. Put down your weapons. This is a noble silver dragon. Just as the wood elves were stunned, an aged voice broke the deadlock before them. An old wood elf, barely 6 meters tall, a mere speck to Yadun, came between the two sides, his life flickering like a candle in the wind. Yes, village chief. Hearing that it was a silver dragon, the adult men collectively heaved sighs of relief, and even the other wood elves who had been scrutinizing Yadun throughout the village stopped panicking. According to the previously agreed rules, 50 silver coins. Not a coin less. Yadun said to the elderly wood elf village chief. Very well, esteemed Lord Silver Dragon. Please wait a moment. Having witnessed much in his long life, and having conducted the tax collection more than once, the wood elf chief recognized at once the true identity of the colossal beast before him, despite the fact that Yadun's scales differed from those of an ordinary silver dragon. 2 wooden chests, seemingly weathered with age, were soon placed before Yadun. Gleaming silver coins filled roughly half of the chest's interior space. Why are 5 coins missing? Yadun's gaze shifted, and his tone instantly turned stern. How is that possible? Our yearly tribute has always been paid in full. Hearing this, the 2 adult wood elf men who had carried the chests froze, then stammered in panic. Elves are not as beautiful and sacred as traditional travelogues and books claim. Whether during the most prosperous age of the elven race in antiquity, or in the present era when they have declined, yet still remain a race of considerable stature, this is so. Although elves will still actively punish evil and aid the weak for the sake of kindness and justice, severe exploitation persists within elven society. Greed. Even elves who appear kind and revere art above all are not exempt. Among the elven race, there are also distinctions in status: wind elves, moon elves, wood elves, and so on. The most powerful silver moon elves have always occupied the royal position, dwelling around the mother tree. The wood elves, existing as lower beings, may look identical to ordinary silver moon elves, yet their bloodline and potential are fundamentally different. They live as frugally as ordinary humans, utterly unqualified to enjoy art. Are you questioning me? Calling me a liar? Yadun unleashed his draconic might, strode up to the 3 wood elves, mere specks to him, and roared. The tremendous, terrifying roar slammed into the wood elves' eardrums, nearly deafening them. No, I mean I. The wood elf stammered, trying to say something, but was cut off by the wood elf chief, who raised his cane. Forget it, Kiki. Go to my home, and fetch 5 more silver coins to make up the share. Hearing this, Yadun finally revealed a satisfied smile. Just as the reputation of good dragons cannot be equated with the dragons themselves, even a lawful good silver dragon possesses the shortcoming of greed. Yadun is a pure-blooded silver dragon, and his alignment appraisal naturally certified him as lawful good. However, due to the influence of his chaotic, neutral human nature and soul, his current alignment had shifted somewhat toward lawful neutral. That is, he could help others, but only on the condition that it would not harm himself. When it truly couldn't be helped, or when matters became tricky, extra payment would be needed. When his life was truly at stake, he followed the famous maxim from his past life, a principle that Yadun believed would never change for the rest of his future life. Let go of the compulsion to help others. I respect their own fates. Yadun, who never acts without benefit, had been assigned by Saside to patrol and had originally wanted payment. But Saside just chuckled as if he hadn't heard. Several times Yadun hinted, but the ancient silver dragon deflected the subject with jokes and banter. He realized he would receive no other income. Since that was the case, naturally, he could not make the trip for nothing. He tucked the spoils that were rightfully his into his scales. Then, listening to the clinking sound of the coins colliding with his scales as he moved, Yadun smiled and placed the 2 chests of silver coins into the storage ring that Saside had given him. Ignoring the tightly shut elven village, the young men staring fixedly at him, and the curious children peering at him from all around, he unfurled his draconic might once more, without hesitation forcing them all to fall back. He beat his wings and departed. The heart of the dense forest, formed by countless magical plants and enormous oaks that soared over 100 meters, blotted out the sky, before a colossal tree whose trunk could reach 10 meters in diameter. Thump thump thump. Come out. It's tax collection month again. Hurry out. The thunderous racket of a terrifying giant beast sent many leaves falling from the tree, and the entire tree shook. Oh, an earthquake. With his draconic ears, he could barely make out the extremely faint sounds. Several dozen, even 100 suddenly appeared nearby. On the trunk of the giant oak was a small hole roughly the size of a human head. The opening held a delicate little wooden door, surrounded by several vines. Among the dozen or so oaks nearby there were at least 100 such tree holes. Several hundred tiny beings, each only about an inch tall, and bearing a pair of wings on its back, flew out amid the earthquake. They were panicked and uneasy. Time to pay taxes. Yadun let out a mighty roar, and his terrifying aura instantly silenced the flustered, chattering little creatures. Yadun surveyed the scene with satisfaction. It seemed everyone knew who was in charge. Forest fairies are a type of nature spirit, extremely rare magical creatures, in which every individual possesses innate magic and hereditary spells, and can learn sorcery. They are also one of the two favorite delicacies of green dragons, the evil dragon kind that dwells in forests. Unfortunately, they had only flashed into existence briefly during the ancient era, barely managing to secure a foothold in the then flourishing Elven Empire. Nowadays, it is likely that few forest fairies still survive in the Elven Forest. They have the ability to sense magic, but lack matching strength. The vast majority of forest fairies probably cannot cast even a single first circle spell. Over the long years, they could only cling to survival under the protection of the elves. Clink. After recovering from their shock, the hundreds of forest fairies confirmed that the terrifying giant beast before them was not a green dragon or other magical creature, but the silver dragon, the ruler of this land. They soon obediently lined up in order and offered up their treasures. Metal coins were pitifully scarce, at most a few dozen copper coins and 1 or 2 silver coins. Acorns and so-called flower dew did not count. The most valuable item was a piece of crimson stone, a low-grade magical gem. Yadun secretly slipped that magical gem into his scales. Then with a gentle sweep, he stored these so-called things into his main ring and headed for the next place. He did not extort these weak fairies. Some of them trembled and wept just at the sight of him, and it was plain they were not wealthy. After all, he had no need for acorns. The forest fairy clan stayed hidden from the world, unlike the wood elves who still traded with humans outside. Apart from a few magical plants they had cultivated, the very acquisition of that gemstone was already a delightful surprise. 1, 2, 3. 13 locations in total, 7 visited, 6 left. The overall gains were not much either, when converted at most just over 20 silver coins. Yadun continued soaring through the sky, gazing at the beast-hide map floating before him. He drew a checkmark with his dragon claw and headed for the next place. On this trip, Yadun had not encountered the reckless enemies he had imagined. Only then did he realize he had overthought it. This was the Elven Forest. After all, this was the elves' territory. How could races of the evil alignment be allowed to dwell here? Most of those ruled by dragons were either slothful loafers or good-natured by nature. They harbored no truly wicked intentions. Having come this far, Yadun had not met a single creature who dared strike at him. It left him unable to carry on the fine tradition of benevolent dragons, punishing evil and righting wrongs, and fleecing the wicked of their wealth. Flying over countless mountain ranges, thornflower forests, and oak enclosures, Yadun smoothly completed the tax collection at the remaining sites, leaving only the last 2. Just as he was calmly flying through the sky high above, beyond the atmosphere, on the planar wall that no living being could reach except the most supreme legends and demigods, a tiny crack appeared, and a void storm from the astral plane, and the void rapidly widened it. A pale violet streak of light from the starry sky slipped through the fissure. Then, after the widened planar wall emitted a burst of golden light, the crack slowly healed. The violet meteor that had flown into the Madwa plane hurtled straight toward the Nuya continent. It gradually came into view of the silver dragon Yadun as he flew. What is that? Damn. At first Yadun was puzzled. Where had a meteor come from in broad daylight? Then, seeing the violet meteor growing steadily larger, he sensed something was wrong and cursed. This was the second time in 3 months. The second time. Was he really so attractive to meteors? On the barren wasteland strewn with jagged bristling rocks, a gravely wounded boar, frantic and terrified, ran wildly in every direction, heedless of the path. Quick, quick. On the boundless yellow wasteland, several hunters hidden beneath the lust concealed to perfection prayed to the gods in their hearts. On a patch of yellow earth, a desert crimson scorpion, with its tail severed, gave off a strange bewitching fragrance. Its cold armor still bore the green blood of scorpions. As the boar ran at full speed, its intellect never impressive, it caught the peculiar scent and was instantly drawn to it. Drip, drip. The boar opened its huge mouth, stinking drool oozing from its tusks, its appetite awakened by the scorpion carcass that gave off that strange fragrance. Beneath this wasteland lay rich deposits of crimson or red as blood, and of considerable value. When blended into armor, it could enhance the armor's might. Thus it was also called the Crimson Blood Wasteland. Because of the abundant underground minerals, vegetation was sparse, food and supplies were extremely scarce, and one creature after another could endure hunger better than the last. This boar had already gone 3 consecutive days without catching prey. Wounded earlier, it had lost blood, and the nutrients within its body were rapidly draining away. Its already thin layer of fat, if it did not eat soon, would likely vanish completely. It was hard to say whether it could survive. Unable to endure its hunger, the boar, though well aware it was a trap, still headed toward the remains of the crimson scorpion. It feasted voraciously, swallowing the mildly venomous crimson scorpion into its belly as if it were sugar beans. Like most creatures that had long inhabited this area, it had developed resistance to mild toxins. The boar's stomach could forcibly digest even the crimson scorpion's mild venom. Otherwise, how could it have grown such a plump and sturdy body on this barren land? Snort. Just as it was eating with relish, the earth split apart. Gravity halo, earth sink spell, quicksand trap. The elaborate magical mechanism formed by 3 first circle spells was triggered at that moment. The 3 spells worked in unison. The earth burst open, and the boar fell into a vast pit. Now, the 5 elves who had been hidden in the sand, motionless as silent stones, barely even breathing. Immediately they raised their heads. The elven warrior at the lead, sword in hand, commanded everyone to finish off the boar. Snort. The boar, entangled by countless thin quicksand serpents and trapped in the pit, instantly fell into a berserk state. A red glint flashed in its porcine eyes, and its massive frame was suddenly covered in a faint crimson glow. Mountain-shaking blood boar. A fearsome magical boar that could reach level 5 upon adulthood, crossing the threshold of intermediate creatures. With enough potential, it even had a certain chance to break through to the advanced tier. It was a dominant force on the wasteland, but because its intelligence was far too low, well below that of ordinary intermediate magical beasts, very few ever grew to the advanced tier. Lightning. The heavily protected elven mage among the 5 unleashed the only second circle spell she knew. A lightning bolt only an inch long struck the berserk mountain-shaking blood boar as it kept struggling to free itself from the quicksand trap. Struck hard, the enraged boar stamped its 4 hooves, and the quicksand coiling around it like thin serpents was suddenly shaken off as though it had lost its hold. A granite pillar lifted it up, and it returned to the ground. Snort. Even pigs bore grudges. The freed mountain-shaking blood boar stared at the 5 whose faces had grown uneasy. It shot them a deep glance. Then, just as they tensed expecting the boar to attack, it bolted away. Of all the 36 stratagems, running was the best. This mountain-shaking blood boar was already an adult, a level 6 creature. Compared to its muddle-headed kin, the only thing it could rely on to have survived this long was its own wits. Now it was badly wounded, and it could only take revenge after recovering. The elf squad, which had expected a vengeful counterattack, changed expression and hurried to intercept. The elven village they belonged to survived on this barren wasteland where food was hard to find, so they had no choice but to hunt. Elves ate meat too. They did not live only on flowers, fruits, vegetables, and berries as humans believed. For food, they had hidden here for 2 days. To fill their bellies, they had to bring down this magical boar right here. If it escaped, it would become no small menace. Gale spell. The friliest female elven mage raised the wand in her hand. Oak wood entwined with a low-grade magic core. Wisps of gentle wind rose around her slender body, and steps accelerating her pace. And so 5 elves and 1 boar began a chase across the wasteland. Boom. The distance between the swiftly running boar and the 5 elves grew wider and wider. Just when it finally breathed a sigh of relief, its small eyes rolling as it planned how to take revenge, a sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and a colossal meteor from the sky struck it dead on. A massive dust storm surged outward, and the 5 pursuing elves, their faces changing, were hurled back by the terrifying blast wind. All of them sank into the sand. Ugh, my head is spinning. Arden woke from his stupor, massaging his throbbing temples as he tried to recall what had happened before he lost consciousness. Damn it. Do they think my mind is some kind of dormitory? If you want to move in, you have to pay rent. He realized that aside from the dragon heritage and that magnificent palace, another presence had appeared within his consciousness. It was a violet crystal that radiated an ominous and deeply sinister aura. Arden finally cursed aloud. These unknown entities were forcibly cramming themselves into his mind. The palace might have been the legacy of some mighty being, but what was this vile tainted crystal? The divine spark of an evil god. Had he been chosen by some dark deity? Was that fortune or misfortune? And who gave it permission? At the very least, it should pay him something. After venting his anger at the empty air, Arden finally took notice of his surroundings. Beneath him lay a boar that had been nearly flattened into a pulp. A mixture of fat and blood was squeezed from its pores by the sheer force of the impact. To his side, 5 desert elves stared at him with tense apprehension. You are the desert elves who live here. It is the tax month now. Arden, possessing a wealth of inherited knowledge and an understanding of the current situation, glanced at the poor flattened boar beneath him, then at the 5 elves, and immediately grasped the whole picture. Without a change in expression, he stepped off the boar and produced the scale given to him by Sarst. Upon hearing the words, tax month, the 5 elves froze for a moment before collectively sighing in relief. Yet their faces quickly twisted into even stranger expressions. Lord Silver Dragon, this mountain-shaking blood boar was a prey we waited 3 days to catch. Could you? If you want this lump of flesh, take it. 5 copper coins. Arden grimaced at the boar below, a wretched mess of brains, urine, and blood, all churned together. He took another subtle step back, wiping every spot on his body that had touched the beast. He was a dragon who valued cleanliness. Though his disgust was immense, not a single one of those 5 copper coins would be waived. Lord Silver Dragon, allow me to take you to our village chief. Hurry it up. Desert elves were a branch of the elven race, but quite rare. Countless epochs ago, the elven empire was at its zenith, ruling over most of the natural forests. Yet, even among an empire that revered life and the balance of nature, there were elves who willingly migrated to the deserts and grasslands, seeking more living space, and fleeing a society overcrowded and starved of resources. The natural desert, too, was part of nature. 50 gold coins, or 2 tons of crimson blood iron, were to be submitted according to the previous year's quota. Upon reaching the elven village, Arden produced his map and token to prove his identity to the old chief, then promptly restated his demands. This, Lord Silver Dragon, could you grant us another year? This year we truly cannot produce such a sum. After a moment of dead silence, the venerable old chief, standing before the village of over 2,000 elves facing the colossal beast before him, spoke in a hushed and bitter tone. Oh, you wish to evade taxes? A cold glint flashed in Arden's eyes, and his face turned frosty in an instant. The 1,000-mile radius around Silver Dragon Cliff belonged to the Silver Dragon clan, a territory given to them by the elves. If that was the case, then it was their wealth, and they had absolute authority over everything upon it. The Silver Dragon's wealth came not only from the taxes accumulated over 1,000 years, every person dwelling there, every inch of land, and every flower belonged to them. Those under their protection must obey their commands. Even within the dragon inheritance, there was a famous saying among dragon lords, even among the benevolent ones. Upon our territory, so long as you pay, you may burn, kill, and plunder. You may ignore every law, but you must pay your taxes. As a noble dragon lord, one must cherish every copper coin produced from one's territory as dearly as one's own eyes. Arden deeply approved of this, adopting it as his second principle. His third principle, inherited from the Silver Dragon clan, was to vanquish evil and show mercy to the weak. But now, as the furious Silver Dragon stepped forward, the dozens of adult desert elves around the village chief tensed in alert. No, we would never dare. But truly we are incapable of paying taxes at this moment. Could you grant us a few more months? The old chief spoke while leaning shakily on his cane. Impossible. This wasteland you inhabit is rich with minerals. If you were even slightly diligent, you could find gold veins. 50 gold coins and 2 tons of crimson blood, or is practically an underestimation. And yet you dare to lie before the great Silver Dragon. Arden flatly rejected the old chief's plea. To pry wealth away from a silver dragon was to demand its very life. Even with a human soul, Arden's draconic greed remained nearly unchanged. In fact, it might have been worse. Having witnessed so much darkness, he had very little mercy within him. Alas, revered true dragon, there is a reason for this. A great calamity has struck the wasteland recently. Arden's ruthless refusal had made the tension between him and the elven village even more severe. Seeing the elves around him subtly gathering magic energy, the old chief quickly spoke up again. This was already the last stretch of wasteland within the elven forest. Desert elves were unsuited to life in the forest. The survival skills their ancestors had honed in the ancient woods had long vanished through generations of desert living. If they lost this land, all 2,000 elves of Red Earth Village would struggle just to feed themselves. Arden grumbled, plopped himself down on the ground, and listened as the white-haired elven elder carefully recounted the catastrophe that had recently befallen the wasteland. The wasteland where Red Earth Village stood was the westernmost edge of Silver Dragon Cliff's domain. To the north lay the human kingdom of Lineria. To the east, a colossal mountain range called the Delia Mountains stretched from the vast Demon Sea all the way to Storm Bay, where the mountains gave way to a great river as the climate shifted. Beyond these mountains lay the territory of the dwarves. To the west was the Elven Forest, and to the south stretched the boundless sea. This was the one place where the Elven Forest primarily bordered other races, a vital passage for any external force invading the Elven lands or spying on their secrets. That was also why the previous Elven King had so readily ceded this region to the Silver Dragons. Recently, however, the vast Delia Mountains had undergone tremendous upheaval. The magical beasts within seemed to have been struck by some peculiar unrest. A great number of intelligent creatures had fled the mountains, and naturally some had crossed into the territory of the Silver Dragon clan. Hill giants. Those lumbering brutes are here too. Hearing the old chief describe the name and detailed appearance of the most numerous creature species occupying the mine-rich wasteland, Arden quickly searched his draconic inheritance and recognized the species. Hill giants. Those chaotic, neutral, accursed half-giants. He exclaimed in shock. Arden's previously calm face turned completely grim. This had just become a serious problem. When did those giants arrive? Aiden forced himself to accept this reality and asked urgently. Roughly 3 months ago, in the 3rd month of the 208th year of the Noah New calendar. Those giants appeared at that time, though nobody knew where they came from. Ever since they occupied a mine cave, our crystal mineral output has dropped sharply, now reaching at most half a ton. This was Simrue Chitu, the respected old village chief who had been born in Chitta village 100 years ago and lived here for a century. Speaking tremblingly based on his memory, he continued. This is really troublesome. How many are there in total? Can you confirm the number of giants? Our tribe has 24 professionals, 8 of whom have been lost. Therefore we are even short on meat supplies. There are at least 5 adult male giants. Aiden's mind raced with thoughts, feeling extremely distressed. Giants, the mortal enemies of dragons. The feud between these two races could be traced back to ancient times. At that time, the objects worshipped by all giants, the Titans, erupted into conflict with the ancestral dragons of the dragon race. In that war, two forces controlled the endless plains, terrifying races that could make gods take notice. They unleashed terrifying power that struck fear in the gods, yet were also gravely weakened in this war. They were forced to end the conflict, for the dragon race's power declined thereafter. In the endless plains, the glorious era when dragons soared in the sky and their winged shadows covered the entire earth, no longer existed. And the dragon race's origin was injured, their bloodlines degenerated after that. The number of ancestral dragons began to dwindle. The most powerful and extremely rare true giants had deeply hostile relations with true dragons. Frost giants upon the great glaciers and white dragons were even mortal enemies, and subgiants and giant-like beings below them were the same. And now a nest of giants had intruded into the silver dragon's territory. This was simply a provocation to the dragon race. Must report to Dragon Cliff immediately and eliminate this gang of invading hill giants. Aiden immediately thought. Faced with this important news, the annual tax from Chitta Village not being submitted was a trivial matter. Aiden ordered the dozen or so professionals from Chitta Village to keep a close watch on those hill giants in the CC area of the Chishua mining vein during this period. Immediately spreading his wings, he flew away from this wasteland without looking back towards Silver Dragon Cliff. Hill giants, although merely a subspecies of ancient giants, possessed relatively weak giant bloodlines flowing through their bodies. In the dragon hierarchy, they correspond to subdragons and cannot be compared with normal dragons. After reaching adulthood, they can usually attain level 8 or above, and some elderly hill giants can break through to higher levels through training. It was by no means something Aiden, who could barely fight against level 5 or 6 creatures, could withstand. Must seek reinforcements. The sunlight is truly beautiful. Dragon Cliff, a lake. An adult silver dragon stretched its wings and yawned, its body length reaching 18 meters. It happily plunged its dragon mouth into the lake and greedily drank a large mouthful of water, then swallowed the fish whole with its sharp fangs. Silver Dragon Yasuo, who had just reached adulthood at Silver Dragon Cliff, was the very embodiment of a laid-back drifter. Silver dragons could typically lay eggs in numbers comparable to or greater than their own, and with careful nurturing, few perished prematurely. Thus, over 1,000 years, the silver dragon population at Silver Dragon Cliff had gradually shown signs of increase. Among them, quite a few silver dragons chose to leave this place to travel the continent after reaching adolescence. As for Yasuo, he was the representative of laziness among the dragon race. After traveling extensively during his youth, he ultimately chose to return to Silver Dragon Cliff decades later. Through eating and sleeping, he had grown to level 16 and reached adulthood. Uncle Yasuo, something terrible has happened. Just as Yasuo was sighing about the beauty of life and about to take another nap under the sunlight, a voice disrupted his drowsiness, and his dragon pupils, larger than lanterns, opened once again. Aiden, what is it? Yasuo irritably lashed his enormous dragon tail, the earth-shaking vibrations causing the surrounding sheep to panic and scatter. Having his sleep interrupted, he was in a foul mood. Uncle Yasuo, a new group of giants has arrived on the bloodthirsty wasteland. The word giants from Aiden's mouth instantly snapped Yasuo out of his drowsiness. Those damn hill brats. How dare they come here? Yasuo stared fixedly at Aiden, and upon hearing news of the hill giants, bared his cold, massive, and fierce dragon teeth. His entire body radiated murderous intent, a sight that made Aiden feel somewhat frightened. Let's go. I'll handle these bastards myself, Yasuo said with a disdainful expression. Hill giants were not on the same level as silver dragons, which ranked third among the universally acknowledged true dragons, surpassed only by golden dragons and red dragons. As a silver dragon who had reached master level, there were extremely few beings across the entire Noah continent capable of harming Yasuo. Relying on the bloodline advantage of great dragons apart from certain elite experts among masters, those belonging to level 19, Yasuo was confident that even if he couldn't win, he could escape. This is the place. Blood-red wasteland. A silver light like a meteor flashed. Gripping tightly onto Yasuo's slender neck, Aiden confirmed the surrounding terrain after shaking off his dizziness and stated confidently, "Roar." Yasuo revealed a bloodthirsty and cruel smile and let out a deafening roar toward the sky. The dragon's cry reverberated across 100 miles. Mine cave. At 147 years old this year, he was on a crude hammock carefully polishing his fine weapon Bloodthirst. As the strongest and eldest elder of this small hill giant tribe of 28 members, Hill Giant Andrew had spent decades wiping his treasured weapon with a piece of beast hide day after relentless day. At that moment, a terrifying dragon roar that resounded to the clouds entered his ears. Andrew's expression shifted, and he immediately recognized what it was. A great dragon. There is actually a great dragon in the Elven Forest. This strongest of the Hill Giant clan immediately assembled all adult giants from the tribe. Having heard the dragon's cry, he understood its meaning through bloodline inheritance. 8 adult male giants and 6 adult female giants. Each carrying their weapons, they emerged from the blood-red cave. 1,000 meters above, Aiden and Yasuo spread their wings, gazing down at the towering giants below. Compared to true giants, hill giants only possessed the formidable physical power of the giant race. One could say that apart from their robust bloodlines, they had not inherited any magical abilities. Hill giants stood over 3 meters tall and weighed more than 1,000 pounds. They could survey the battlefield and rapidly close distances with long strides, making it difficult for enemies to evade their massive club strikes. Their weight and heavy stomps would cause the earth to tremble, knocking weaker foes to the ground. But for dragons soaring in the sky, all of this was meaningless. Yadin, that adult giant, is precisely level 8, and he is already wounded. With your current strength, you should just barely be able to contend with him. Now go. Yasuo surveyed the dozen or so vigilant mountain giants below. Excitement gradually coursed through his blood. With his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the giants, he instructed Yadin. Yadin, now merely level 4, had already risen to fame among all the silver dragons of Enlong Cliff after the ancestral dragon bloodline within him gradually made itself manifest. Not only had he won the adoration of a host of young silver dragons, a veritable legion of devoted followers, but even the adult silver dragons, one and all, had come to learn of the news. Before the dozen-odd giants below, Yasuo focused his attention solely on the only 2 elderly giants who had broken through to the advanced tier. For the purpose of tempering Yadin, Yasuo decided to let Yadin join this great battle as well. If a genius has never experienced real combat, how could he ever become a true powerhouse? Roar! The great battle erupted. Icy frost dragon breath turned all the land into a frozen hell. The barren, arid yellow earth, along with the sparse gray vegetation growing here and there, rapidly became frozen ground beneath the extreme cold of the dragon breath, a layer of ice swiftly congealing across the surface. Crack! The 15 giants violently burst out from their ice sculpture state, glaring in fury at the detestable dragons in the sky. Under Andalu's command, the 15 giants launched an attack against Yasuo, the adult silver dragon soaring in the sky. Dragon roars resounded without cease. Yasuo swooped downward, and dragons and giants, 2 races that across countless eons since the ancient Great War had become mortal enemies, clashed in battle once more. Crack! The one-armed hill giant whom Yasuo had treated with special regard and favor only now broke free from the ice. Just as he was about to go to his clansman's aid, he involuntarily felt a chill seize both his heart and his skin. Boom! A first-ring spell, lightning bolt, struck. At Yadin's summons, a mass of black clouds gathered above the giant's head, and a silver-white thunder serpent lanced down with blinding speed. Humph! Bone club in hand, the hill giant curled into a ball at the critical moment, and relying on his powerful muscles, weathered the lightning bolt with barely a scratch. He fixed his murderous eyes upon Yadin in the sky. You damned little pest. Do you have the guts to come down and fight me? The hill giant demanded, his face dark with anger. I wouldn't dare. Yadin answered crisply, leaving the hill giant below dumbfounded, as if he had never imagined such a reply. Fear spell, chain lightning, wind blade. Spell after spell, 0 ring and first ring alike, was instantly cast from Yadin's mouth. Instant spell casting was a technique attainable only by mages who had cultivated to a profound level and achieved mastery over a particular spell. But for a dragon, possessing an elemental affinity that countless mages would envy, it merely took a little time and effort. Boom! Bombarded by spell after spell, yet having no way to strike, Yadin above the hill giant could do nothing but crouch down and thrust his hand into the earth. A stone at least 1 meter in diameter was dug out by him with effortless ease and sent flying at Yadin. Pure strength, when pushed to a certain extreme, is still not to be underestimated. Yadin dodged aside, and the spell he had been about to summon instantly from his dragon mod dissipated as well. With his mana having fallen to 50%, and the hill giant below having actually found a way to counter him, he shifted his weight and swooped downward. Come on! The mountain giant, stealing a glance aside and seeing the other giants gradually falling into disadvantage, felt his worry for his kinsmen and loved ones grow even deeper. His face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he watched Yadin diving down from the sky. Only by eliminating this freakish young dragon could he go to the aid of his tribesmen. Like a meteor tearing across the sky, Yadin formed a layer of pressure around himself. Kicking up enormous shockwaves, he traced a graceful white streak across the heavens. Boom! With his mighty physique, Yadin slammed into the hill giant standing upon the earth. Humph! The mountain giant, having made an utterly barbaric and insane decision, chose not to dodge. Struck square in the chest, 3 pairs of sharp, long sword-like dragon horns sank into his body, and were instantly wedged fast by his bones, locked so tightly that they could not move in the least. Huh! Wielding the bone club meticulously polished from a demonic beast's skeleton, the giant brought it down in a fury directly onto Yadin's back. Ding! As if striking a pane of glass, a peculiar elasticity actually bounced the terrifying fury-laden club away. The frightful force left a web of cracks across Yadin's streamlined scales. Meanwhile, the enraged hill giant's thick right hand burst open with wounds, blood streaming without end. Thorn armor. In outward appearance, Yadin looked more like a crystal dragon than a silver dragon. After he had spent his divine blood to the last drop, the atavism of his bloodline came to a standstill, but it had still granted him a suit of scales whose defense far surpassed that of his kin. Saside likewise assumed this suit of scales to be a congenital aberration. Yet after conducting tests, the legendary mage gave it an exceedingly definitive rating. Invincible defense among low-tier beings, capable of growth, exceptionally high magic resistance. It granted Yadin immunity to offensive spells below the first ring, and even second and third ring spells suffered enormous damage reduction. Combined with the dragon's mighty physique, Yadin could well be described as the nightmare of low-tier spellcasters. A measure of any physical attack's force was even rebounded upon the attacker. Though Yadin had devoted himself to the meticulous study of magic, what he truly excelled at was melee combat. Roar! His hind legs digging into the earth, Yadin rose upright like a human. Leveraging a formidable build and a height advantage that made him barely shorter than the giant, he drove the giant rapidly backward. 2 pairs of razor-sharp dragon claws sank deep into the hill giant's waist on both sides. Torrents of powerful elemental energy burst forth from around Yadin, coalescing into 3 layers of energy shields, each dazzling and distinct, that wreathed him in protection. The giant's powerful physical defense was immune to physical damage, but it could not repel Yadin's claws, which were steeped in elemental power. Faced with a tortoise that would not budge no matter how he pounded it, and having realized full well the trouble those scales posed, the mountain giant drove a kick upward at the extremely aberrant silver dragon before him. His most vulnerable spot, the soft abdomen, took the kick from the 3-meter giant's enormous foot, at least 60 centimeters in length. Yadin let out a muffled grunt, forcing himself to bear the agony. The displaced hill giant managed to steady himself, and so dragon and giant became locked in a trial of strength. Each side used every inch of their body as a dreadful weapon, Yadin's spiked tail lashing out to wrench deep into the opponent's back. The hill giant, able to wield his bone club with only one hand, and unable to break through the defensive armor, was ultimately pushed to the brink by Yadin's frenzied shredding. Pressed hard against the stone wall of the mine, the last wisp of life at last drained from the giant's body. Roar! Having weathered a dozen brutal kicks while still alive, Yadin's pain-consumed mind transformed into a blazing inferno of fury. Opening his huge fanged mouth, he bit down upon the dead hill giant's neck, and by brute force tore the head clean from the body. In that instant, the wildness within him was fully unleashed, and Yadin raised his head and howled at the sky. The clear sky was covered by dark clouds. 8th circle spell extreme, freezing rain. The scuffle between Yadin and that adult giant had only damaged some of the ground. Only the battle between Yasuo and the 2 hill giants, both over 100 years old, and in their twilight years, could truly be called earth-shattering. Zeal Aura. He was the other elderly high-ranking hill giant of the tribe, second only to Andrew. Although he was not the strongest warrior, he held a position even more important than the strongest warrior. The tribal shaman. The hill giants drank blood and ate raw flesh, ignorant and benighted, and all they passed down from generation to generation were instinctive combat skills. So the shaman became their sole wise man and their only spellcaster. A thick tree trunk was driven forcefully into the earth by the hill giant shaman, who also served as the tribe's witch doctor. The hill giants were attuned to the earth. First, a layer of red light enveloped all hill giants and stirred them into excitement. Then a layer of yellow light covered 1,000 meters in every direction. Yasuo's flying figure suddenly grew labored, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on him. Gravity Aura. Yasuo opened his mouth, and a freezing negative energy star ray compressed to the extreme shot out. An instant death 8th circle spell, the sigh of winter. The freezing ray flashed past. A hill giant at the 9th rank, almost reaching the high rank, suddenly felt his skin turn cold and his hackles rise. With no sound or sign, a fleeting blue thread of light took his life. On his 3-meter-tall body, a tiny hole appeared above his heart. One strike, instant death. He crashed to the ground, making quite a noise. Roar! Damn dragon! Earth's roar. Andrew, whose profession was hill warrior and who had fought for over 100 years with extremely rich combat experience, instantly had bloodshot eyes. Enraged, he stomped the earth 3 times in succession. 3 earth spikes burst out of the ground and stabbed straight at Yasuo, who was flying low. Watching from far away, Yadin could not help clicking his tongue. Uncle Yasuo, with his own strength alone, was suppressing more than a dozen hill giants in combat. For 1,000 li around, the battle between the 2 sides had transformed heaven and earth. Is this the gap between high rank and master rank? Then how great was the gap between master and legend? Yadin quickly cast these perturbing emotions from his mind. His gaze grew resolute once more. One day he too would reach that level. Then, with the dragon's keen ears, he heard a faint movement. He looked into the cave. As if realizing something, Yadin's face revealed a cruel smile. Run, Pierce, take your younger brothers and sisters, and flee first. Then what about you, Shimi? I'll stay behind to hold them off. The Chishua mine was an intricate labyrinthine network of countless underground paths. In a chaotic, shadowy corner, 3 or 4 little giants, only 2 meters tall, spoke in voices that were extremely small, yet could be heard throughout the entire mine. They were all underage hill giants of the hill tribe. When they realized a mighty dragon was outside, Shimi, the oldest of the underage ones, and an adolescent female giant who had reached the 6th rank, became their strongest presence. Uneasy at heart, Shimi trusted her instincts and immediately urged the remaining 10 little ones to flee. As a kind of subgiant, the hill giants were looked down upon by true giants. But to most beings, they were already considered superior creatures. All juvenile higher creatures, so long as they could leave inherited knowledge or instinct in their minds, would have flight engraved into their consciousness. Otherwise, inheritance was extremely difficult. Even races as powerful as dragons had vanished into the long river of history. The juvenile giants who had run through every corner of the mine over the past 3 months immediately split up and fled in all directions to preserve the kindling of their tribe. Phew. Seeing this, Shimi finally showed a relieved smile. As a member of the hill giant race, even as a female, she had a terrifying figure over 2 meters tall and indescribably sturdy muscles. She picked up her polished bone club ready to fulfill her duty as a member of the tribe. With Pierce there, those juvenile little ones would be able to escape, at least the tribe's kindling would not be extinguished. As a hill giant, only 48 years old with 2 years left before adulthood, Shimi would die on the battlefield, even if it meant death in battle. The feud between dragons and giants did not allow either side to retreat, otherwise one would be scorned by one's own people. One would not even be allowed to enter the divine kingdom after death. Boom. A crystal-colored behemoth rampaged through the huge passage that the hill giants had widened to 4 meters. Yadin's draconic nostrils flared slightly as he smelled the reek of hill giants who had not bathed in a long time. He did not change direction at all. A dragon's nose and sense of smell were no worse than a hound's. He shot forward like lightning until he saw Shimi blocking his path. Roar. Unleashing dragon might, Yadin dropped to all fours and lunged at Shimi, who longed for battle. Boom. The female hill giant in front of him took the initiative to step back and dodge. At the same time, she swung her club, colliding with the gem at the tip of the tail. Yadin lashed at her. Rock barrage. A glow like solid rock appeared on her bone club as Shimi summoned the earth element into her hands. Within a single second, she swung 3 times in succession, and the bone club struck home on the dragon's tail. The scales on Yadin's tail were shattered by pure force, and he felt pain. Yadin's heart chilled. The underage giant before him was even stronger than the one-armed adult hill giant. Huff. He opened his mouth, and 3 fireballs flew out in rapid succession. Yet the female giant covered in rock armor easily dodged them. Although she looked so cumbersome, she was still agile. Damn dragon. No matter what kind you are, if you want to harm my tribesmen, you must defeat me first. I can't let those ones get away. Yadin ignored the female giant's words and prepared to leave directly. Zero circle spell mark. It would not be too late to kill those fleeing giants, and then deal with this female giant. As a dragon, he must slaughter every last giant. Hill giants could strengthen their bones by devouring minerals, and they were accustomed to living in mountains, or underground, or veins. If too much time passed, Yadin had no confidence that he could catch them on the hill giant's home turf. Halt. With determined eye, Shimi took the initiative to attack the dragon. Behind her were the tribesmen she loved, and she could not retreat half a step. 1 step back, the tribe died, but she could live. 1 step forward, the tribe had a sliver of hope, and she would surely die. In this moment, all of Shimi's strength and will seemed to condense into a single point. Inexplicably, she felt her blood boil throughout her body as if she were wrapped in flames, warm beyond measure and full of power. The two fought at close quarters. As the most talented giant of the hill tribe, Shimi was regarded by Andrew, the tribe's strongest elder, as the only hill giant with any hope of breaking through to the master rank. Commanding a large number of combat arts, she casually discarded her bone club during the close combat, and relying on her bare fists still caused enormous damage to Yadin. Even more importantly, when Yadin fought Shimi, the thorned armor on his body was bypassed by Shimi through some unknown special method. Like striking an ox across a mountain, the force of her punches penetrated his internal organs. Roar! Yadin too fought with bloodthirsty ferocity. On his 2 claws, covered in silver-white crystal scales, ice and fire elements appeared respectively. Elemental attachment. The 2 prodigies of their respective races thus fought hand-to-hand in the narrow mine tunnel in the most primitive, thrilling, and blood-boiling way. Though covered in wounds and bruises, the fierce and untamed Simi lost the earthen yellow glow that had shrouded her body. Yet the ancient savage ferocity emanating from her made Arden momentarily believe he was facing a primordial mountain giant, standing atop a magical beast. Seizing the moment of Arden's distraction, Simi grabbed the gem at the very tip of the tail he had struck out with, then slammed him to the ground. Dazed and reeling, Arden rolled aside. He barely dodged the kick Simi sent his way. Scrambling back to his feet, Arden lunged at her again. Bloodline atavism. By now he was certain of it. The female giant before him had undergone the same transformation as he had. Yet hers was even rarer, for he refused to believe any creature could casually obtain divine blood. A giant who had shattered the limits of her own bloodline with the potential to surge toward master, or even legend. And such a giant worthy of leaving her name across countless realms was in truth the lowliest of subspecies. A mere hill giant. Arden Arxcatanrian Arceus, hill giant. Tell me your name. Arden's deep voice echoed through the dim, shadowed mine. Simi Jean Hill. Simi stared at the loathsome dragon, astonished that it had halted to speak. Without a shred of fear, she proclaimed her name loudly. Names exchanged and respect acknowledged. Arden and Simi ceased their contest of magic and martial prowess and began to wage a battle of sheer will. Simi had endured countless wars, great and small. The scars etched across her body were her badges of honor. Arden, despite his draconic heritage and superiority in both magic and combat, was only a few months old and lacked such rich battle experience. In this regard, he was outmatched, able to hold his own only by relying on the pressure of his draconic might. A burst of light. The once glittering silver scales were shattered across most of his body. A torrent of broken scales and dragon blood enough to spawn a host of draconic creatures splattered and corroded the cavern floor. Arden sprawled on the ground, gasped for breath, and dragged himself toward the female giant. For the first time in his life, he tasted the specter of death. Compared to his own fierce facade masking a desperate will to survive, the female giant was truly willing to sacrifice everything, even her life, to stop him. Their will to fight resided on entirely different levels of consciousness. Most of Arden's dragon scales had been smashed away. Simi's hands, shattered by the recoil, were reduced to stark white bones. All skin, flesh, blood vessels, and sinew had burst apart, leaving a bloody horror. In the end, Arden endured through his far superior physique. The female giant was of a higher rank and her bloodline had mutated, but the blood of a hill giant could never truly stand on equal footing with that of a silver dragon. Arden staggered to his feet, his face bruised and swollen. Reaching out a claw, he drew a thin cut across his own palm. Precious, vivid red dragon blood spilled from his wound, like pearls cast carelessly away. Dragon blood conversion. Arden intended to transform the powerful bloodline mutated hill giantess into his first thrall. Dragon blood possessed an extraordinarily potent corrosive and transformative effect. Like a vampire's bite, once the blood of a true dragon touched another intelligent being, or even a tree, it could induce terrible mutation in that creature. Those with strong constitutions might endure and be reborn through a thorough transformation. The process of dragon blood corruption was but one form of draconic conversion and generally followed two methods. The first, and most commonly used by dragons, was the slow transformation of the environment surrounding the dragon's lair. This affected both life and the land itself. Creatures would gain the power of the dragon. That was why kobolds eagerly threw in their lot with evil dragons. As for the land, the domain of a blue dragon would turn into desert, while a red dragon's territory might spawn volcanoes, and so forth. Nearby creatures would, over the course of years, or even decades, slowly grow draconic scales, or swell to monstrous size. Every true dragon, whether mighty or still in its weak and youthful stage, would gather thralls and monsters as servants or underlings, save for those rare and solitary among their kind. This innate ability of dragons would transform them from mere powerful beings into dreaded lords of their domains. The second method required far less time, simply feeding dragon blood directly to the intended victim. Once the creature was corrupted by the dragon blood, the inevitable mutation would begin. Arden spattered his blood upon Simi's body, but something unexpected occurred. The blood, strangely tinted red with flecks of gold, seeped into Simi's body, yet her face twisted in distress. Before long, the unconscious Simi calmed once more. Arden frowned. His bloodline was still too weak. Even the mutated blood of a mere hill giant resisted his corruption, at least for now. Of course he could still force the process, but doing so would surely wake Simi. And the intermingling of draconic bloodlines was never so simple. Bloodline corruption was a core field of study for bloodline sorcerers. Generally, only a superior bloodline could descend into a lesser creature and transform it into a bloodline thrall. Though dragons were mighty, there were beings capable of standing against them, and such beings generally could not be tainted by dragon blood. If Arden wished to easily corrupt this mutated hill giant, one with a strong chance of reaching master, he would need the pure draconic bloodline of an ancient dragon at the very least. Otherwise, his only recourse would be to make her willingly accept the transformation into a bloodline spawn of the dragon. Driven by greed, Arden's mind raced with schemes. This was a mutated hill giant, a formidable creature. Once corrupted by his bloodline, she would surely break through to master. For a dragon enslaving a giant, an ancient enemy of their kind, would be akin to a human riding a wild magical beast, a glorious feat to be boasted of among his kin. Soon a plan took shape in Arden's mind. His expression turned unervingly calm, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Sister Simi. And so when Simi, who had achieved evolution through that desperate battle, finally awakened, this was the sight that greeted her. 10 hill giants, all between the ages of 10 and 30, were weeping like 2-meter-tall, 400-kilogram children bound tightly by specially crafted magical vines. What is going on? Instinctively, Simi moved to comfort her kin. But the clank of chains and the great stone weights hanging from the mana-suppressing shackles made her realize her own predicament. The memories of what had happened flooded back. Miss Simi, you wouldn't want me to slaughter these clansmen whom you swore to protect to the last, would you? Arden stood before the 10 little giants, addressing the female giant, who was now his prisoner. His eyes gleamed with ill intent. Dragon, what is it you truly want? Whatever it is, release my people. Simi was silent for a long time before she finally asked in a calm, low voice. Why, I intend to do what must be done. Huff. When Yasuo arrived at the mine entrance bearing a few light wounds, even he, a man of vast experience and countless battles, could not help but pause, startled by the scene within. Yadin lay stretched out on the ground as though he had been drained dry. His draconic eyes were heavy with exhaustion, and he did not want to move in the slightest. Nearly 10 adolescent hill giants crowded nervously behind an enormous silver beast. Its body was covered in gleaming, streamlined silver scales, utterly different from Yadin's. The scales encased its entire frame like a suit of armor. Standing 3 meters tall, it had no blind spots except for a pair of cold, merciless eyes. 6 upright dragon scales jutted from its arms, sharp enough to rip a person open from chest to gut. A draconic tail hung behind it, and 2 pairs of dragon horns rose from its head. The thick aura of dragon blood mingled with an indescribable stench left Yasuo momentarily unable to tell whether the monster before him was a dragon or a hill giant. Yadin, you turned a hill giant into your thrall. Uncle Yasuo. This is Shimi, a mutated hill giant with formidable strength. I promised her that these little giants would live as my slaves, and in return, she would become my blade. Shimi, like a giant Valkyrie, nodded to Yasuo by way of greeting. Is that so? Since she is yours, I have nothing more to say. Next, carrying Yadin, Shimi, who had been reborn and had leapt straight from level 6 to level 8, now capable of contending with high-tier beings, headed towards Silver Dragon Cliff. The 9 hill giants obediently followed behind their big sister. Yasuo meanwhile studied the map that had been handed to him and flew toward the last place where tribute was owed. Boom. Her feet struck the earth, her movements roared like thunder and rushed like the wind fast as lightning. Transformed into a dragon blood creature with both mutated hill giant blood and silver dragon blood, Shimi ran wild through the jungle without the slightest restraint. Sensing her terrifying power, even the monsters and demonic beasts whose territories had been invaded dared not make a sound. They could only tremble. Unless they were among the very few high-tier magic beasts in the elven forest, almost nothing could last more than a few exchanges against Shimi after her rebirth. The tremendous commotion also stirred countless creatures. Deep in the jungle there was a swamp. Beneath its placid surface lurked countless swamp demon crocodiles. Filled with marsh gas and venomous vapors surrounded by poisonous plants, the swamp occasionally released bubbles from its surface. It looked calm outside, yet its interior burned with extreme heat. Inside the swamp was an isolated space roughly 2 meters in diameter. The great upheaval awakened the existence who had carved out that space. What is this? A young silver dragon. Lady Fortune has smiled on me. A pair of scarlet eyes snapped open and a sinister aura wafted out from the swamp. Yadin, completely unaware of the imminent danger, now faced a different problem. Shimi was running so fast that he had to force her to slow down. Too fast. And this new mate of mine clearly has no idea how to look after a master. I have no idea how many branches have hit me. Slow down, slow down. Shimi stopped. As a dragon blood creature, she naturally held awe toward her sovereign and could never harbor the slightest thought of rebellion. She lowered her head and nodded. Yes, master. In an extremely short time, she had accepted everything that now faced her. Yadin thought the most important thing in Shimi's heart was her clan. But dragon blood would alter her subtly. After she had been transformed into his thrall, Yadin was curious. How long would it take before the most important presence in Shimi's heart changed from those hill giants to him? He was curious. Once the 9 hill giants behind caught up, they continued running, but their speed was clearly more than a notch slower. Shimi, sprinting at full speed, seemed to sense something. She suddenly braked. A thin white object brimming with negative energy grazed her cheek and stabbed diagonally into the ground. It was a white bone spike. The soil, vegetation, and flowers within a full meter of where it landed all withered away. A giant race, tainted by dragon blood. Your senses really are sharp. You dodged my sneak attack so easily. An old man with a cold, hoarse voice, as if he had just crawled out of an ancient tomb, appeared before Yadin. Wrapped entirely in a black robe, he exuded an unspeakably repulsive aura of negative energy and death. The left half of his face had been completely eroded by death energy, neither man nor ghost. SSS, a necromancer. Yadin sucked in a sharp breath. He had been lying limp on Shimi's shoulder to recover his strength. Now, he hurriedly climbed down. Once on the ground, he kept himself ready to strike, wings slightly spread and every sense on high alert. This old man is truly fortunate to run into such a small silver dragon. You're only a few months old, aren't you? And it looks like you've undergone a bloodline mutation, a mutant dragon. The necromancer continued speaking in a grating, nauseating voice. Yadin's mind raced. He was about to open his mouth to say a few words, and by time. The necromancer, who had turned himself into something neither man nor ghost, floated in midair and pointed one finger at Yadin. A gray ray flew from his fingertip. A 6th circle instant death spell, the Finger of Death. Though necromancers were all steeped in death, they practiced different schools. The Horde school could summon countless vengeful spirits like a traditional necromancer. There were also negative energy masters who reshaped their own bodies and used negative energy to destroy all things. And there were genius mages who mastered all manner of high-powered necromantic spells, gradually repairing their own flaws over long spans of time, attempting to learn light magic in order to grasp the balance of magic itself. The necromancer before them was exactly the traditional sort who commanded a vast army of the dead. Stay away from here. Boom. Shimi understood that their enemy had come with ill intent, driven by every living creature's instinctive revulsion toward the undead. She turned back to instruct her kin, then stamped the ground with tremendous force. Only an afterimage remained in place as her whole body shot into the air. Yadin spread his wings and flew out at once. The Finger of Death struck the earth, and from that point the ground rotted across a vast area. Countless wild grasses and flowers crumbled into ash in the wind. Instant death spells were the most powerful and lethal single-target spells. They were not limited to necromancy, but necromancers had the greatest mastery over them. A mage who commanded mass spells had terrifying offensive power. Unless a creature's own will and vital energy were enough to grant it immunity, an instant death spell could annihilate it outright. Even a dragon might not withstand one with its magic resistance. Yaden was only level 4 now, and a mage who could wield 6 circle spells was at least level 10 or above. If he didn't dodge, that would be simply foolish. Crack. Facing the terrifying giant rushing toward him was Palai, a necromancer who had belonged to the Mystic Society of Necromancy for 60 years and had used all sorts of forbidden spells to prolong his life, already 96 years old. Battle-hardened, he was not flustered in the slightest. He methodically chanted his magical incantation. The earth suddenly split open and countless skeleton soldiers crawled out, blocking the space between them. At the same time, dense black mist seeped out from Palai's sleeves. The instant it touched the air, it transformed into scarlet bats the size of human heads, with sharp, vicious fangs. Skeleton soldiers no different from ordinary weaklings, low-level magical creatures, vampire bats. 5th circle spell summon wraiths. When the spell was completed, a host of wraiths appeared around Palai. Only then did he fly backward, and a cyan ring gem on his fingertip flashed. A flash of cyan light appeared beneath his feet. Boom. Facing the wall of bone formed by skeleton soldiers that kept reanimating, Shimi, a full 3 meters tall, broke through in the most violent and straightforward way possible. Relying on absolute brute force and the sturdy dragon scale armor on her body, she trampled the skeleton soldiers underfoot, carving out a trail of pinkish-white bone. Seeing this happen, Palai's heart tightened. So this terrifying female giant was the very reason the little silver dragon had dared to wander the forest alone. These adult silver dragons really were careless. Did they think sending just one such vassal would actually be useful? As a necromancer, even if he was only level 11, now having remained at the advanced tier for over 20 years, Palai was confident that with the vast undead he had accumulated, he could fight 3 opponents alone. Not to mention that this female giant was only a level 8 creature who merely rivaled the advanced rank thanks to her dragon blood. Stop struggling. 5th circle spell, Dragon of Lamentation. A faint black ghost dragon formed entirely from black mist and stitched together in a shape that seemed to weep flew out as Palai waved his hand. It darted through the air and instantly struck Shimi as she burst out of the sea of bones. Shimi suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, and for no reason at all a wave of fatigue rose within her. A curse spell. Yaden, hovering in the sky, turned ashen. He had never imagined that one of the necromancers who had caused so much chaos around the time of his birth was actually right beside him. With so many dragons and vassals and the clan searching for so long, one had actually slipped through the net. Watching Shimi briefly fight Palai to a standstill with her powerful bloodline and physique, Yaden knew this could not continue. He immediately began to chant spell words. 1st circle spell Hurricane. 1st circle spell Fireball. A whirlwind a full meter in diameter and a swelling fireball half a meter in diameter shot directly toward the necromancer, who hovered in the air chanting endlessly. Resistance is futile. With damage like that, are you trying to tickle me? 4th circle spell Negative Energy Shroud. A flash of contempt passed through the necromancer Palai's eyes. Even though dragons' 1st circle spells were more powerful because of their innate magic and mental strength, this level of power was nowhere near enough to make him expend his mana. The second magic gem on his left hand, the hand covered in magic rings, lit up and a gray halo enveloped his entire body. Magic items were costly treasures crafted only by human elites, dwarves, and a handful of elven artisans who pursued artistry to its utmost. Each one was worth a fortune, which proved just how immense the necromancer's wealth had become over the years. Any one of those rings could cast a spell and in a critical moment save his life. The Negative Energy Shroud withstood both attacks. Its surface merely rippled a few times and dimmed considerably, yet it still did not vanish. A young dragon with such extraordinary talent. I've decided. I've changed my mind. I won't take your head to the Lord for a reward. You belong to me. Palai felt the force of those 2 1st circle spells and was shocked beyond measure. Then the pair of scarlet eyes hidden within his hood revealed an indescribable greed. Like a lecherous demon staring at a peerless beauty stripped completely bare, he thought. This young dragon's magical talent was almost inconceivably powerful. An ordinary 1st circle spell had no such power, yet those 2 1st circle spells possessed strength comparable to 2nd circle magic. Once I catch you and learn the 7th circle spell Soul-Stealing Art, I can seize your body. Your talent, potential, bloodline, and long lifespan all belong to me. Palai cast 2 5th circle necromantic spells in succession, summoning a death knight of fully level 8 strength and a huge mob of low-level ghouls. He commanded these dead things, which had no emotions at all, only the most fundamental hatred of the living, briefly delaying Shimi, who had been slaughtering his undead minions. Then his gaze turned to Yaden. Seeing those scarlet eyes coming for him, Yaden felt a chill in his heart and flew backward without hesitation. Where do you think you're running? A giant bloodbat appeared beneath his feet, and Palai chased after the young dragon with equally terrifying speed. The 7th circle spell Soul-Stealing Art allowed the caster's soul to briefly separate from his own body and enter another vessel. Palai had reached his current standing through every kind of technique, but his innate magical talent was not particularly strong, and over the years he had humbled himself. Shamelessly and barely he had managed to cultivate all the way to the present. His magical affinity had already been pushed to its absolute limit. At over 100 years old, if he did not achieve a breakthrough in the remaining 30+ years, he would turn into a pile of yellow bones with no chance even to become a lich. To become a lich, one had to reach at least level 13 or level 14. Palai's original plan had been to forcibly attempt becoming a lich after reaching level 13, a 50% chance of turning into yellow earth, and a 50% chance of surviving as the lowest grade lich, an undead being. But now he had a better choice. A dragon with a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. The seventh circle soul-stealing art was already high-tier magic. After using this spell to enter the young dragon's body, Palai's soul would not inherit the dragon's draconic heritage, but he could inherit its mana formidable might and long lifespan. For a mage who was about to die and could no longer continue studying magical knowledge, this was undoubtedly the most important thing. Not good. 100-strike fist. Shimi watched the man and the dragon fly toward the west, and alarm surged in her heart, looking at the countless wraiths still relentlessly coming for her. Her expression ice-cold, she clenched her fists and channeled her martial technique. She crouched, drew back, made a fist, and threw a single punch. Within a single second, it was as if Shimi's fist had struck out 100 times simultaneously. 100 fist imprints landed solidly on the ground. Her fists blazed with tremendous heat. Dozens of wraiths turned to ashes in an instant, and around her more than 100 ghouls were smashed into mangled flesh in that same instant. Woo woo woo. Above the forest, no more than 100 meters high in the sky, the chase between a dragon and a man continued. Behind Yadun, a disheveled female spirit, naked and wrapped in trailing waterweeds, appeared out of thin air. Her weeping immediately unsettled Yadun. The banshee's wail could disrupt spell formation, throw one's mind into disorder, and stir up agitation and fury, stripping away all calm. This can't go on. We're drifting farther and farther from Inlong Cliff. What annoyed Yadun was not merely the wailing spirit woman who clung behind him, but also the necromancer pursuing him. Now he was the one who ought to be worried, for with each moment of flight and pursuit the distance between Yadun and Inlong Cliff grew ever greater. Ha ha ha. Give up struggling. I have no time to play games with you. Palai gradually shifted from his earlier excitement and cat-and-mouse attitude to cold ruthlessness. The timidity cultivated by years of habit made him want to end the battle quickly. Though the true dragon was still a wormling adult, metallic dragons usually did everything in their power to safeguard their children. It was a far cry from the treatment of the chromatic dragons, neglected stepchildren of dragonkind. If the silver dragon before him happened to possess some special treasure and managed to escape, that would be troublesome indeed. Palai marshaled his magic again, and a host of black crows burst from his sleeves. That staff was topped with a skull with an emerald green gem set into the skull's brow. It gave off a hazy white glow. Fourth circle spell, summon red-eyed crows. Fifth circle spell, spatial lock. The 8 schools of magic were rigidly divided at the elementary and intermediate levels, but once one reached the advanced level, a mage's thirst for knowledge would impel them to pursue spells from other schools. Yadun, flying at great speed, was suspended in the air like a butterfly trapped in amber. This fifth circle control spell involved the extremely difficult power of space. Even a high-level monster could not break free within a short time. First I'll cut off your limbs, then lock you up for a while. I'll feed you water and food and ensure you don't die. Palai rapidly closed in on Yadun, the fervor in his eyes growing more intense. Hurry. Yadun, now wholly frozen, burned with desperation and threw all his strength into breaking free. Caw, caw, caw. The horde of red-eyed crows swarmed and alighted on Yadun, clustered around his limbs, and pecked at him ceaselessly with their sharp beaks. Boom. Yadun's mental power, willpower, and magic merged into one, slamming frantically against the invisible barrier. By the time Palai came to Yadun's side, blood was already flowing from the dragon's 4 limbs. Oh, what vigorous life, what a magnificent bloodline. All of this will be mine in the future. Palai savored the scent with his nose, inhaling deeply. The odor of dragon blood was to him like the rarest of mummy bombs. He cast another gray spell. Third circle spell, vertigo. Bang. At the moment his life was threatened, Yadun finally tore free from the spatial binding. In the emergency, with no time to cast any spell, he rapidly diffused his magic power outward, unleashing a tremendous storm of freezing ice. The biting cold rushed at Palai and froze him solid into an ice sculpture. Huff. Countless red-eyed crows, killed or numbed by the frost, fell from the sky to the ground. Yadun, having endured the vertigo by sheer force, took advantage of his own dizziness and the moment's confusion, flapping his wings desperately to flee. As a dragon, his willpower and magic resistance were far higher than those of ordinary creatures, so even a third circle spell could be endured. Vengeance is a dish a dragon can serve even 100 years later. If that necromancer ever became a lich, Yadun swore he would make him pay a century hence. History abounds with tales of dragons who, driven from their homes as wormlings, grew mighty and centuries later annihilated every descendant of the family that had wronged them. Whoosh. Crack. 30 seconds later, with a barrage of cracking sounds, Palai, encased in ice, forced his way out. The necromancer, having been caught unawares, like an eagle pecked by a sparrow, wore an expressionless face. Sixth circle spell, summon night. Sixth circle spell, dark curtain. Under Palai's rage, dense darkness elements billowed up, blotted out the sky, and swiftly extended to Yadun. The darkness even began to close in around him. I've changed my mind. I'll torture you first. Necromancers had fragile bodies. Most mages, once they reached the advanced level, were not inferior to low or mid-level monsters. But because Palai so often dealt with the dead, his physique was only that of an ordinary man. The extreme cold had nearly killed him. Now that his life was threatened, Palai dropped all pretense of superiority. A death knight of the 9th rank wreathed in pale blue flames and mounted on a bone warhorse erupted from the ground and charged at Yadun. Huff. Yadun no longer entertained any fantasy of escaping as he had before. To avoid falling into that absolute predicament of being unable to live or die a second time, he took out a dark silver scale that seemed to mirror a river of stars. An invisible colorless wind shield razor-edged in its aspect appeared 1 meter away from Yadun's body. Over time the shield drew in the surrounding wind elements. Every eddy gathered countless minuscule wind blades, some no bigger than a fingernail, merging together like vast swirling sands descending from the sky. At last it took shape as a terrible hurricane. The towering storm ripped the dark curtain apart in an instant. Cough. The savage wind power abruptly interrupted his casting. Li spat blood, suffering the backlash. In the largest cavern of Yinlong Cliff, the silver dragon elder Sida, who had lain with his eyes shut, as if in a profound slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. His pale blue dragon pupils were like a violent sea in the darkness of night, filled with rage. Yet his enormous frame, over 20 meters long, vanished from the cavern in the blink of an eye. The towering draconic might instantly struck panic into the hearts of the more than 20 silver dragons living across Yinlong Cliff. That's the great elder's aura. What has happened? The silver dragon parents tending to 3 young raised their heads and gazed westward. Lin Na, the eldest sister, felt a sudden, inexplicable uneasiness and dread in her heart at that moment. Sensing the panic, Lin Na meticulously searched for its source, but found nothing. A 9th circle spell? Damn it. I must flee. Hold it off for me. Li, entangled by the maelstrom's crushing pull, suddenly had his eyes filled with shock and fear. At his command, the emotionless Death Knight charged heedlessly into the storm and was torn to pieces in less than 2 seconds. Meanwhile, the violent wind shield had turned into a towering tornado that continued to expand outward. Though he stood in the eye of the storm, Yadun remained completely unharmed. This was the 9th circle spell Storm Mantle, or rather the pinnacle 9th circle spell Ring of Wind Cataclysm perfected by the silver dragon Sasi. Damn it. He watched the fearsome hurricane swell ever larger, a black hole devouring the surrounding sand, trees, and all that existed. Pali could not help but complain. Under such terrible force of suction, even he floating in the open sky was inescapably pulled closer and closer to the cyclone. What was worse, the spatial magic Pali commanded could not be cast for the time being. The overwhelming power of the 9th ring spell had drastically ruptured the elemental balance of the environment around him. No choice. There is only one way. Pali's expression hardened, and he chanted an ancient hasty incantation. Offering no further resistance, he gathered all the mana within him into a single place, and the flight spell abruptly ceased. He was seized and flung like a broken ragdoll, then swallowed whole by the hurricane. Yan. A minute later, spreading his dragon wings, the silver dragon Saside descended upon the forest with blazing fury. Seeing Yadun in front of him perfectly shielded by the storm, he let out a sigh of relief, and then gave a flick of his claw. The dreadful cyclone silently dissolved on its own. Phew. Great elder. Yadun, at the sight of Saside, breathed easy and addressed him quietly. The danger had finally come to an end. What on earth happened? Saside inspected Yadun carefully, and once assured that nothing was injured, reverted to his usual mien of a wise elder. It is because... Yadun related the particulars in full. Humph. Those cursed bone grinders. How presumptuous. Whatever force stands behind them, daring to lay a hand on the members of our Silver Dragon clan. They must pay a price, Saside said with an indignant snort. It was then that, as if sensing something, a bizarre smile crept over his face. 10 li away, a scraggly, monstrous, withered tree that plainly differed from the strong, robust trees around it. Beneath the tree roots, a skull buried in the earth had 2 radiant flames of soul fire burning in its eye sockets. Through a forbidden art he mastered, Pali had, before being swallowed by the violent gale, consumed every last day of his lifespan to transmigrate his soul, turning himself into a departed soul and shifting his spirit into this bone. Such a loss. Everything I had has been scattered to ashes. This bone the demon left behind can sustain my soul fire for at most 3 days. I need souls. At the expense of his last shred of mental energy, Pali's remnant soul scanned the surroundings. Only when he ascertained that no enemy was giving chase did he let out a breath of relief. Then, in a tone of unspeakable rancor, he spoke. There is an immense gulf between an ordinary undead and a lich. As a mage who had already been changed into one of the dead, he would be at best a corpse which, after the transformation, not only had his strength fallen by an entire rank, but reaching the higher echelons would take a very long time. And to become a lich would take at least twice as long as his former self had needed. A century of magical accumulation had been wiped out utterly. This could no longer be described as a loss. That must have been the guardian spell the ancient Silver Dragon at Silver Dragon Cliff left on that young hatchling. Damn it, I should have expected it. Pali seethed with resentment and remorse. One day I shall repay it all. Every silver dragon I see from now on I will transform into an undead dragon. Just as he was swearing his oath and recondensing his soul, preparing to await an unwary monster's arrival. I fear you will not have that chance. Saside's bone-cold voice transmitted into his soul. Silver Dragon Cliff. In the central cavern, 4 silver dragons sat. Saside, Kelasi, Lina, and Yadun. The 4 dragons fixed their eyes on the skull in Saside's claws, a skull no larger than a human head. Soul search. In 1,000 years of life, Sasside had seen every manner of spectacle. In addition to a great many high-grade applied spells, he commanded all kinds of ancient, even long-lost, forbidden arts. Some of them were sinister, some were outright evil. If even one saw the light of day, it would be enough to make the followers of the god of light outside rise in a combined assault against him. It was solely because Sasside belonged to the good dragon pantheon that other lawful good powerhouses in the world chose to turn a blind eye. With violent and unceremonious means, he forcibly gathered from this necromancer's soul every scrap of vital knowledge the man possessed. Sasside sank into reflection. Sigh, what a headache. I never imagined the secrets involved in this to be so immense. Hearing his words, Yadin Kelesi and Lena were at once gripped by tension. The one before them was an ancient dragon, a sovereign power dominating any region of the Noah continent, with absolute strength capable of challenging a duchy or even a kingdom single-handedly. What was it that could trouble even an ancient silver dragon? As Sasside in his own way delivered the memories from Palai's brain, the three dragons felt their scalps prickle, and their expressions were not much different from Sasside's. This matter was truly huge. The necromancers who had infiltrated the Silver Dragon Forest, the name used by all surrounding intelligent races, elves included, for every territory within 10 li of Silver Dragon Cliff, numbered 19 in total. The weakest of that band, Palai included, were at level 11, the most powerful had reached master rank. The first to be scented out, more than a dozen necromancers were crushed in great numbers by a one-claw swat of Sasside. Those who followed in turn were slaughtered by the adult silver dragons on patrol and their retainers. Only the low-talented, who were also timid and pusillanimous, survived, thanks to pure luck. Of course, they had now been wiped out wholesale. Behind these necromancers, a colossal force was indeed propping them up. The Necromantic Mystery Society, akin to the blood-robed mages and the Society of Intellect, was a secret organization devoted exclusively to magic. Their power sprawled across the entire southwestern sector of the Noah continent. Like the Elven Forest, they were prominent and renowned throughout that region. And behind these three powers stood a legendary mage of long fame and monstrous notoriety. To be exact, the mages of these three powers had all been either recruited by this legendary mage or out of spontaneous reverence become his believers. It was only then that they founded the trio of organizations. A millennium ago, he was the high-order legendary mage who had unleashed a dreadful cataclysm upon the entire Noah continent, Count Dwelin the Sorcerer. A master of necromancy, darkness, soul-summoning demonology, and every field of the occult, he was also an old fossil who had existed for 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, this old wizard who sought to advance even further in his quest for immortality was already a legend. And now he had daringly stretched his talons back into the Noah continent. The great catastrophe a millennium ago inflicted severe losses on the Elven Forest. It was precisely for this reason that they had regressed from their former elven kingdom to the state they were in today. It could be said that the war 1,000 years ago had already sealed the fate of everything that would follow. That old undying wretch has actually reappeared. Curses. Sasside's composure was gone. The more he thought, the more his head throbbed. Grandpa Sasside, is that Dolan really so terrifying? Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Arden, as a student and the junior present, served as the perfect straight man. Sasside sighed. Unlike the other three silver dragons who had never experienced that terrifying war, he understood all too well what this news implied. Throughout the long history of the Noah continent, and of the great plain of Modo, over 100,000 years, countless geniuses had arisen, and among them were many who had dared to strive for that exalted seat. 1,000 years ago, in the dark forest just south of the Elven Forest, a region lying to the south of the Dwarven Kingdom and bisected by the Storm Strait, lay the Drow Elf Kingdom, ancient archenemies of the elves. At the height of their power, they launched an assault upon the elves. In that dreadful war, the elves, long unaccustomed to battle, were caught completely off guard. Gnolls, trolls, and black-blooded orcs, these evil races that inhabited the dark forest. They unleashed a tide of slaughter across the Elven Forest, and even to this day, the elven population has not yet recovered to the peak it enjoyed 1,000 years ago. Even the royal capital was breached. Ultimately, the Elven Forest was forced to call upon the righteous powers of the continent for aid. Dolan, at that time the youngest prodigy count of the Lavinia Kingdom, was already a name of some renown. A genius who at merely 18 had surpassed countless others to become a master-level mage. As a high-spirited young hero, he led the kingdom's army to the elves' aid against the Drow. Hearing this, Arden roughly guessed the cliché drama that would follow. A brilliant young mage corrupted into evil by the machinations of the Drow elves. Just as a torrent of pulp fiction scenarios flooded his mind, Sasside's next words shattered his assumptions. The previous Elven King, facing the surging dark might of the monstrous army at its zenith, ultimately paid a tremendous price, much of his own lifespan, to call down 2 divine relics and gain the favor of the moon goddess Selûne. At that hour of crisis, he led a host of elves and righteous defenders in a desperate last stand at the royal capital. In the end, he fell in battle, and the Elven Kingdom lost more than one legend. The Elven King's youngest daughter, the only bearer of the pure Silver Moon Elven royal bloodline, Queen Cynthia, had by virtue of that pure lineage, and after the old king's death, received the favor of the moon goddess Selûne and become the new chosen one. A 14-year-old elven girl, she was elevated in an instant from a level 6 mage to a level 16 mage and swordsman. The surviving elves continued to fight under her leadership. After a bitter grinding war worthy of the annals of history, they at last slew the Drow Queen, who had engineered every scheme. To this very day the Dark Forest remains shattered by that outcome. The Drow elves, masters of intrigue and conspiracy, have never been able to unify the forest, for their strengths are too evenly matched. They pose no real threat. All should have ended well. But the one flaw was this: the moon goddess Selûne's nemesis, the goddess who bore her such enmity, had followed her gaze and taken notice of this place. Before the Drow Queen's death, she gave her a crystal overflowing with dark divine power. After the Drow Queen died, that divine crystal came into the possession of Dolan, who, having won his arduous victory and thirsting for knowledge, felt only too keenly the inadequacy of his own strength. Contrary to what everyone expected, Dolan did not destroy it. He secretly kept it. A mage's thirst for knowledge forbade him from destroying something that could touch the divine. 800 years ago, a terrifying warlock rose to infamy across the entire Noah continent, stepping successively across the thresholds of legend and high legend. A genius mage who could have supported an entire nation for a millennium had been twisted by the power of darkness into an evil warlock. He began studying every kind of forbidden lore, seeking the power of gods, attempting to ignite the divine fire. In the end, he was confronted by the current king of Lavinia, the genius knight who had once been Dolan's equal, King Dis. 500 years ago, Dis led a great army and personally suppressed him. In that war of 1,000 years past, the Elven Kingdom had waned, while the Dark Elves, having overreached, were likewise reduced. With Lavinia to the north of the Elven Kingdom, it had become the foremost power on the entire Noah continent. As of now, Saside could be certain that the Lavinia Kingdom boasted no fewer than 20 legends. And that had been several hundred years ago. Its current depths could hardly be imagined. Thus, in the eyes of the other nations of the Noah continent, the Lavinia Kingdom had earned another title: the mightiest kingdom beneath an empire. A single legend could establish a duchy and sustain an entire nation, while a kingdom required at least double-digit legends. An empire, however, demanded 100 or more legends, and still higher powers besides. On the other continent of Asamand, a foreign minister of the Magitek Empire had even declared publicly, within the territory of the Magitek Empire, when facing its Magitek warships and cannons, even the gods must yield to the truth of Caliber. In other words, that terrifying mage who had reached high legend centuries ago has now broken free of his seal and come back. After hearing this tale, an epic wholly inscribed in the annals of history, sealed for 1,000 years within vaulted archives and the memories of but a handful of listeners, the three dragons fell into a momentary silence, needing to commit all this information to memory. Right. From here on, the world will change. In Saside's eyes surfaced an emotion that had been absent for centuries: fear. After a long while, the silent place was at last shattered by the sound of a voice. "Does the evil warlock Dolan intend to invade the Elven Kingdom with those necromancers?" asked Lena the Silver Dragoness in confusion. "Impossible. However weakened the elves may be, their chosen queen still lives. As a Silver Moon elf blessed by Selûne, she can easily live another 1,000 or 2,000 years, and she has only just come of age." Saside shook his head decisively. Still, this was a grave matter. After thinking for a long time, he dismissed the three dragons. Then, after charging the scale, he had given Arden with a 9th circle defensive spell. He urged Arden not to leave the Silver Dragon Cliff for the time being, granted him access to his demiplane, and then flew off alone toward a certain direction. That direction led straight to the very heart of the Elven Kingdom, the royal capital that a millennium ago had endured great turmoil and been nearly destroyed. FUD. On the River of Fate, it seemed a butterfly had flapped its wings, conjuring a tremendous storm. That storm now swept toward this capital city, a monument of artistic glory that still stood unbowed. In a dark corner, more than a dozen shadowy figures sat around a round table, silently watching more than a dozen gray crystal spheres resting upon it. At present, only one of them still glowed. Ha ha ha. That one is held out for 15 days now. A good-for-nothing waste. Chances are he's been captured, or he's gone into hiding and dares not contact us. All were annihilated. In a dim place, a group of beings, whether human or otherwise, all draped in black robes, lurked within the shadows. Their only common feature was the badge on their chests, a lurid green skull marked with a streak of blood. A figure with a crow perched upon his shoulder was the first to break the silence. Though it was the crow that spoke, not the man. That too was something we anticipated. It cannot be helped, after all those people were useless. Fortunately, we barely achieved our original goal, so we need not fear the Lord's punishment. After the black-robed man with the crow on his shoulder finished speaking, another black-robed figure, his frame clearly more massive than the others, a full 2 meters tall, began to speak. Then silence fell. At last, from somewhere unknown around the round table, a voice emerged. The second phase of the plan may now be set in motion. Food. A cultural and artistic sanctuary renowned and unrivaled across the Nuya continent. At dawn, when the morning mist rose and sunlight broke through, the white palace inlaid with golden inscriptions seemed to soar through the sky, a palace of the gods. An exquisite swan fountain lake wrought from magnificent gems carried pleasure boats built especially for sightseers, with boatmen waiting to welcome guests aboard. Every 5 meters within the city of food stood a sturdy, vigorous tree. The life aura they exuded washed over the entire city, so that despite its overwhelming cultural richness, it never felt barren. Exuberant vitality filled the view. Artworks in every elven style abounded, along with elf maidens dressed in gorgeous garments, their bearing graceful, and elven men whose speech was refined and elegant. This was the heart of the entire elven forest. For 10,000 years the seat of elven power and the profound heritage of its history and culture had all converged here. With a resonant cry, the ancient silver dragon Saside came from the northwest. Making no effort to conceal himself, he crossed the sky at terrifying speed and arrived above the city. Instantly a clamorous uproar swept through the enormous city. The mighty draconic might was so overwhelming that many magical beasts within the city fouled themselves in sheer terror. The elves who had been friends with the Silver Dragon clan for generations naturally recognized the Silver Dragon's true form. But having gone so long without seeing a silver dragon, they burst into awestruck exclamations and other cries, utterly unable to stay calm. Saside was long accustomed to such reactions. He waited calmly in the sky above food. Before long, over 100 unicorns broke away from the legion patrolling the city and approached him. "Are you the guardian of the elves, Lord Saside of the radiant phantom flame, the revered ancient silver dragon who protected the elven kingdom 1,000 years ago?" The leader of this unicorn squadron, a high-ranked unicorn knight, was a young elf. In a manner almost like chanting, he bowed with profound respect and asked, "Yes, it is I. I have a matter of the utmost importance, one that concerns the future of the entire elven race. When may I be granted an audience with the council?" Saside had no time for anything else. After replying to the elf and ignoring the excited, adoring young elves around him, he spoke with the utmost gravity. Perhaps his grave tones startled these young elves, none of whom were more than 100 years old. The leader, a young adult male elf, was visibly stunned for a moment before he finally spoke. "Please wait a moment. We shall notify the council at once." Food was a colossal city that housed hundreds of thousands of elves, including 1/20th of the elven kingdom's entire population, and its core lay at the absolute center. A colossal ancient tree soared into the heavens, its height unknown, perhaps exceeding 1,000 meters. The elven mother tree, the most vital foundation of the elven race upon the Nuya continent for 60,000 years. The city was home not only to elves, but also to a great many other races. Lawful leaning, or even entirely neutral ones all dwelled here. Whenever elves looked upon this colossal ancient tree and felt its tender familiar aura, they could not help but bow in reverence. As the absolute heart of food, it allowed only elves of profound cultivation and extraordinary distinction to ascend. At this very moment, atop the enormous tree, on an open-air platform woven from countless vines, branches, and leaves, dozens of beings sat around a table shaped like a tree stump, deliberating over a matter. Among them, the ancient silver dragon Saside was a striking presence. "Honored Lord of the radiant phantom flame, is everything you have said true?" An elven elder, his face still softly rounded with a trace of youthful plumpness, yet radiating a powerful aura of magic, asked Saside while holding a magic staff. "Naturally. The moment I learned of it, I rushed over. Forgive me, I did not mean to question you. It is only that this news is far too shocking." Perceiving the displeasure in the ancient silver dragon's words, the elder, who had keenly sensed his mood, hastened to explain himself. "It is nothing. The most pressing matter now is still Dwalluin." The two words Saside had spoken seemed to be taboo to every being present, instantly plunging them all into silence. Dwalluin's emergence is certainly unexpected, but since it has already occurred and the outcome is unavoidable, we must do everything we can to salvage the situation. The first priority is clear. The entire elven forest must return to a state of level 3 mobilization. 1,000 years have passed, and we have yet to recover our full strength. But time no longer waits for us. We must seize the initiative. The speaker was none other than the sole pillar of the elven race at this time, Exine Shia, the god-blessed moon monarch and elven queen. She was dressed in an immaculate white gown, and upon her head rested a small wooden circlet set with 3 magical gemstones radiating immense arcane power. Her tall, slender figure, her long, fair legs, and her delicate ears made every elite woman present feel wholly inadequate. She did not exude the majesty of a monarch. She seemed more like a gentle elder sister who brought a spring breeze. "Your Majesty, is this not too hasty? I have not yet recovered my full strength." At Exine Shia's words, an elven elder immediately objected. "Time waits for no one." Exine Shia shook her head, her gaze gentle yet resolute as she looked at the elder. In the end, the white-haired elven crone slowly sat back down. Cry. Food. After the elves had deliberated for a full 10 days, the divine-blessed Queen Cynthia, who held absolute military power and stood as the sole legend among them, acted. Overcoming widespread opposition backed by the ancient silver dragon Sasud and the support of several staunch loyalist elders, she finally prevailed over the numerous traditionalists and old-fashioned element. Under the shadow of fear, the elves were forced to abandon their previous policy of rest and recuperation. The Bird Riders, Silverwing Pegasus Knights, and Unicorn Knights. The 3 great legions began to depart from food, among them 10,000 unicorn cavalry heading directly toward the Silver Dragon Forest. Huff. Silver Dragon Cliff, the cave belonging to Christopher and Lena. Yaton lay on his back, belly up, resting soundly upon a bed of gold and jewels. Having once been as helpless as a chick in Palai's grasp, Yaton had experienced death and terror in the deepest sense. It had left a profound psychological scar upon him. He swore that without any means of ensuring his own survival, he would never venture forth, at least not until he reached the juvenile dragon phase. Christopher and the others could only offer comfort. Strength cannot be forged in an instant. After all, Yaton's bloodline already stood as the most outstanding among all the young dragons at Silver Dragon Cliff. He had received no shortage of admiration in his daily life. 2 or 3 female dragons from neighboring families had even come to propose matches for their daughters with Christopher. He had devoted himself even more diligently to his studies. To gain greater power, Yaton delved deep into his mind, into a brilliant galaxy of stars. Beyond that which seemed to have existed since ancient times, shimmering with countless starlight like the palace of the ancient gods, there rested a purple crystal radiating vast mists of deep violet that obscured half the sky. It draped over all the starlight. Within this mysterious yet empty space it stood in stark contrast. If the ancient god's palace first struck Yaton as magnificent and primordial, this crystal bore an entirely different quality. This crystal was evil, ominous, and defiled. Though it emitted a faint purple glow, an unmistakable aura of ill omen clung to it. At its purple core seemed to flicker a black flame, resembling a living eye that swiveled ceaselessly. Each time he gazed upon that eye, whispers from some terrible, indescribable creature seemed to echo in his ears. Do you crave power? Whether spoken in any language he recognized or not, the words pierced straight into his soul, and something strange and viscid seemed to caress his entire body. It was as though he were trapped in the depths of the ocean or within the womb of some entity, and those words made him suddenly stiffen. Every organ within Yaton's body seemed to sprout a mouth, all crying out in song. The scene was eerie and mad, almost a celebration of some grotesque new birth. This thing is deeply sinister. It's connected to that presence, an artifact of the evil god no less. As Yaton's spiritual awareness plummeted rapidly, his instincts took over, and he recoiled almost reflexively. The whispers at his ear faded away at that moment. Huff! Yaton recalled his past life and began to form guesses about this phenomenon, though he still found it hard to believe. Could his transmigration have been anything but coincidence? How could such an artifact exist in the Noah continent? Shouldn't the world's consciousness have eradicated this evil power immediately? Yaton felt utterly powerless against the ominous crystal pulsing with strange energy within his mind. The voice echoing in his ears was clearly linked to this crystal, and he had no desire to claim its power. Such sinister energy was far too dangerous for him. For now, the priority is to find a way through the ancient god altar to communicate with powerful beings from other worlds. I need to obtain treasures or resources to help me completely evolve my bloodline. But would such an artifact withstand the attention of those beings? Yaton pondered, then recalled the terrifying presence he had once seen seated upon the mountains. His concerns faded. If the beings connected through the ancient god altar were of that caliber, then even evil gods might not be beyond their reach. There should be no major catastrophe. Right now he needed power, and risk was the inevitable price. Yaton entered the immense palace, once more still struck by its grandeur despite having been there before. He arrived precisely at the altar's center and channeled his spiritual energy into it once more. The vast galaxy, countless gems positioned throughout the palace to mirror the stars, illuminated everything and reactivated the altar's power. Before Yaton's eyes appeared a brilliant galaxy teeming with celestial bodies. Most were dim and lifeless save for one that shone with unwavering brightness. The ancient god altar had retained the coordinates of their previous connection. With sufficient will, Yaton could once again reach out to that powerful giant resembling a sun. Yaton could not guarantee that contacting a new entity this time would be as benign as the former giant, who at least refrained from coveting the altar in his possession. Therefore he chose to call upon the star that had already blazed before beyond the bounds of eternity. Crack! A presence seated upon a throne of mountains whose snores could alter heaven and earth, and summon ceaseless thunder, sensed the disturbance, and roused from slumber with sudden alertness. Moi! Starlight traversed countless realms, once again forging a stable bridge between the two entities. Greetings, O great lord of the mountains. Even after the spatial rift closed, Yaton could still feel that oppressive aura capable of crushing him like an ant with a mere gesture, so he addressed the presence with deep reverence. In his estimation, this being before him was no lesser than any deity seated upon the mountains, so the title, Lord of the Mountains, was entirely fitting. Though he had grown to 4 meters in stature, he still felt an indescribable suffocation and agony beneath that presence. One must not gaze upon the divine, so Yaton immediately bowed his head. You are the small one from before. Have you found a way to communicate with me? The ancient god fixed him with eyes as hot as the sun itself, leaning into the spatial rift, as if peering at ants in a jar to observe Yaton, standing upon the altar. Indeed. Fascinating, excellent. A satisfied smile crossed its features. Then what brings you before me this time? I wish to trade an object for a single drop of your divine blood. Under Yaton's control, the mysterious palace he now commanded became visible. The starry dome overhead dissolved into transparency, granting the ancient god beyond the rift a clear view of the shimmering purple crystal floating in the sea of stars. An unusual artifact. It radiates an ominous aura. The ancient god examined it with keen interest, his multiple eyes narrowing and widening in turn. Boom. The ancient god extended a colossal hand. Though its movement seemed sluggish, it carried an indescribable majesty that sent the entire starfield trembling violently and caused numerous stellar cores to shatter. That palm passed through the spatial rift, reaching toward the purple crystal. Its size was beyond comprehension, endlessly extending from the rift, as vast enough to blot out the heavens with a single sweep. A Thesamodicus, the eye within the purple crystal, resembling a burning cluster of black flames, suddenly registered the ancient god's approaching hand. A whisper rose through the starfield, low and haunting enough to stir primal bloodlust and desire from the deepest recesses of one's soul. It sounded like the ancient god's morning mutterings, or perhaps the sibilant murmurs of unspeakable horrors re-emerging from forgotten realms. Those words seemed assembled from the sacrifices of countless lives and a composer's lifetime of devotion, a melody of exquisite beauty woven from suffering. Upon hearing them, Yaton's entire mind transformed into a piano with invisible hands relentlessly playing upon every neural pathway. Tangible notes took form resembling grotesque insects with outspread wings flying toward the ancient god's palm to impede its advance. Like tearing apart a spider web bristling with blades, a palm so vast it could split the firmament, shed copious blood that rained down into the starry void. On the other side, the ancient god frowned and intensified his efforts. The figure that had been seated upon the throne of mountains rose to its feet. The stormy winds and thunderous clouds instantly stilled as he stood, and sunlight descended upon the earth. The ancient god, previously nonchalant, grew serious. His palm became unbreakable as ancient god patterns emerged. Insect-like notes could not harm him in the slightest. He extended 2 fingers to touch the purple crystal. A sound like the desperate moan of a dying man spread forth, a low chant brimming with boundless madness. Upon hearing that melody, Yadin sprouted countless tentacles beneath his gem-like scales, and every inch of his flesh and bone seemed to come alive. His skin softened, and beneath it strange worm eggs appeared to swim through his body. The ancient god noticed Yadin, who was on the verge of madness, dissolving into a quivering mass of worms and tentacles. He finally ceased his actions and gently plucked away the sharpest tip of the purple crystal. Withdrawing his hand, the frenzied demonic tune that resonated from the deepest cores of every heart and their primal desires also fell silent. Fascinating artifact, wondrous power. The ancient god first examined the fragment of purple crystal, then turned his attention to Yadin. The divine blood that had rained into the starry void and shattered countless stars moved under his control, flowing directly toward Yadin. It was like kneading and massaging dough. Each drop of divine blood, heavier than a star, was injected into Yadin's body. The lives Yadin had nurtured within him burst into crimson mist under the pressure, helping to stabilize him. The golden divine blood enveloped Yadin into a massive cocoon shimmering with radiant light. The giant wore a contemplative expression, watching silently. Timeless. Only the boundless starry sky remained constant. The towering 5-meter cocoon finally cracked. Fissures gradually widened, and the unconscious Yadin broke free from his warm bonds as he awoke. Starving. A terrifying energy fluctuation erupted, and a majestic yet profoundly emaciated dragon appeared. Yadin awakened from his slumber immediately, sensed the hunger raging within his body. Upon the altar, a bizarre 7-meter dragon materialized, its exterior gleaming like precious gems, yet its frame skeletal and gaunt. Recalling everything that had transpired, the newly reborn Yadin could not help but wear an expression of lingering dread. "Senior, thank you for your divine blood." Shaking off his fear, Yadin gazed at the ancient god who had been fixed upon him and bowed respectfully. His transformation was complete. Nourished by the abundant divine blood, his stagnant bloodline continued to surge upward, reconnecting with the ancestors of his lineage who had once reached the primordial dragon realm. Had other dragons learned of this, they would have gone mad with envy. Abundant divine blood. Unless they possessed some extraordinary existence capable of catching the attention of the Lord of the Northern Wind, it was virtually impossible. Far rarer than scaling the heavens. Yadin's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. 7 meters in length, his once streamlined crystal scales had darkened considerably, once again resembling those of a silver dragon. Yet across those silver scales ran no fewer than 9 golden striations from head to tail, with starlight shimmering between each scale. Dark as stars twinkling beneath the cosmic expanse. More importantly, his pair of dragon eyes had transformed into the same golden hue as the ancient god's blood. No need for gratitude. We each obtained what we desired. I have lived for countless years, yet this is the first time I have encountered anything so fascinating. The ancient god manipulated that purple fragment, which to him was smaller than a fingernail. To Yadin, the music had been a death-dealing demonic tone that dragged him involuntarily into madness and deeper horrors. To the ancient god, it was merely like the buzz of a mosquito near his ear, somewhat ticklish. "Young one, I do not know from which realm you come, but crossing paths with me at such a frail stage is your fortune. Tell me your name. Should anything equally fascinating arise next time, let me know." Yadin Axter Gatanrian Elusius. What an exceedingly long name. "Very well, I shall call you Ya. My name is Qua." The ancient god rose, and only then did Yadin notice the colossal chains upon his ankles shimmering with rainbow-colored radiance. This ancient god was actually imprisoned here. Yadin gazed at those chains glowing with iridescent light upon which faint traces of cosmic laws shimmered. He could not fathom who dared imprison such an ancient god. What manner of formidable power was required? I have been imprisoned here for untold ages. Through endless years, my only choices were to devour mountain rock, drink rainwater, and sleep. I grew weary of it long ago. Next time, bring something interesting or amusing to see me. If nothing else, recount a good story. The radiant ancient god's expression was entirely unreadable to Yadin, yet he noticeably paused and tilted his gaze upward toward the heavens. The ancient god's words echoed like thunder into Yadin's ears. Then the ancient god once again ended the altar's function, sealing the spatial passage closed. Upon the altar, Yadin's thoughts swirled as he reconstructed and pondered everything that had transpired in those fleeting moments. Separated by countless realms of space and time, that terrifying ancient god who sat upon the mountains and whose every movement could shake heaven and earth was bound in place by shackles entwined with cosmic laws unable to stir. Through such an eternity, to his astonishment, the ancient god had maintained a peaceful disposition. Yadin sighed in wonder, reaching such a pinnacle and still being constrained. If he himself was like an insignificant insect in the eyes of the ancient god, then in the eyes of some other existence, or a still more powerful being, was the bound ancient god likewise nothing more than a creature trapped in a bottle. Yadin soon set aside these concerns, for he noticed something else. As the tiniest fragment at the crystal's apex shattered, the entire purple crystal completely transformed into a mass of blackness. The core of the black crystal had fully turned crimson, a blood-red eye swollen, as if congested, exuding an evil aura that could ensnare and drag one into oblivion at a single glance. Yadin wrestled with profound distress over the ticking time bomb that had fallen from the heavens and now resided within his mind. The shadow of nearly becoming a writhing mass of interlocking worms and tentacles frightened Yadin far more than his previous terror of almost being slain by Pale. Although the baptism of divine blood had allowed Yadin to cast off those negative influences, changes had still occurred within Yadin's body at this very moment. The two air sacs corresponding to his main blood vessels had divided into three. One remained his original reservoir for breathing cold dragon breath and paralysis dragon breath, while the other was a violet sac. As expected, this third spraying weapon had been formed by the lingering influence of the evil god crystal. Beyond this, Yadin's beating heart had also split into two. One golden, one purple-black. One holy and pulsating with power, the other ominous and uncanny, radiating a bizarre aura. A breath escaped Yadin as he suppressed his gnawing hunger. Faced with a bomb that might detonate at any moment, he had no way to defend against it, so all he could do was endure. By now he had already become a progenitor dragon. 6 sharp horns had grown to about an inch in length. Apart from being much thinner, he almost perfectly matched the standard of dragonkind. The transformation just now, the power of divine blood combined with the force of the evil god, gave his appearance both a hint of masculine steel and a trace of eerie otherness. It was enough to make all metallic dragons turn and take notice. Yadin activated the altar again, preparing to make a trade with a second being. This evil god fragment was powerful, yes, but its power had a limit. If even that ancient god could shatter it, then it was still barely within the range Yadin could accept. Anyway, he had nothing else to trade right now. With a piece of evil god crystal this large, as long as he bargained, he could barely manage 17 or 18 transactions. Yadin loathed the thing, but since he had no other way to grow stronger, he might as well sell off this detestable object. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A low hum sounded as vast boundless starlight descended once more, and the altar flickered without cease. With a crack, a spatial rift over 100 meters long split open again. Yadin felt a strange, inexplicable sensation. This seemed like drawing cards. But he quickly separated that audacious thought from the act of contacting the gods, an act sacred beyond measure, one that could even carry the risk of death. Drawing bad cards only meant grinding, but once a dimensional rift opened, if his luck turned sour, he might encounter some cataclysm that could kill Yadin in an instant, leaving not even his soul behind. Meanwhile, on the other side stood a colossal city, highly advanced, gleaming with flickering white light, and built in a metallic style. A humanoid figure 3 meters tall stood there, its surface like swirling meteorite patterns, yet clad together in metals of many different colors. It gazed at the peculiar creature before it with wonder. "'Tis carbon-based life. Where did you come from?" Yadin, looking at this elemental life form composed entirely of metallic elements, was equally astonished. Compared with the mighty lord of the mountains from before, this humanoid apparition, though its aura was fearsome, was clearly not on the same level. Kazian was dumbfounded. As the most outstanding genius of the mithril tribe in this domain of his own, he was the true and sole uncrowned king. Where had this carbon-based creature before him come from? It had traversed space and time to appear before him, a life form from another world, and one without even a trace of metal on its body. Kazian grew curious about this bizarre species that was utterly unlike anything in his own world. Of course, Yadin on the other side was equally shaken. Mithril. He forced himself to appear calm, but the greed in his heart kept expanding, even screaming wildly in his mind like a madman. What stood before him was an elemental life form that had awakened on its own after mithril gained sentience. Mithril and adamantine. These 2 metals were renowned as the most unique and precious metals beneath legendary grade metals. Even legendary mages coveted them intensely, and above such metals were the legendary metals themselves, or materials of the same rank, star fragments for instance. Gods, or even divine generals, might personally descend to fight over them, bashing each other until blood flowed. I have never seen a metallic life form like you in my world. I am a traveler of the starry sky, and I hope to make an exchange with you. Yadin gazed at the exquisite feast before him, and for the sake of an even greater desire forcibly suppressed his greed. Obtain the coordinates of this plane where mithril-born life flourished. Then in the future seize it for himself. Traveler, our world and yours are utterly different. I don't think there is anything worth trading between us. Ka Xian's heart thumped nervously, but his surface betrayed no expression at all. Formed from a mass of metallic elements, a humanoid phantom built of pure elemental energy and primal magnetism, he revealed nothing that Yidun could read. His soul voice subtly conveyed hostility. In the boundless worlds, plane after plane obeyed the dark forest law. If another civilization or a powerhouse from another plane learned the coordinates of one's own plane, it meant tremendous danger in the future. Ka Xian did not look down on this strange life form whose aura was clearly weaker than his own and whose physique was extremely uncanny. Instead, he kept a thread of wariness. His words were airtight, revealing nothing. Really, I can trade something with you. Yidun used the same trick again, letting Ka Xian see the damaged crystal that still radiated an ominous aura. This is the aura of a great venerable, a being from another plane. How exactly did you come by this? Yidun was surprised. The metallic life form before him had suddenly closed in within an instant, staring fixedly at the evil god crystal from the other end of the dimensional rift. Yidun's heart was clear. As his thoughts turned, he revealed an enigmatic smile. Do you want it? Like a demon who had grasped the other's leverage, he spoke in a soft voice. Ka Xian instantly recovered from his earlier greed and became calm, inwardly annoyed. His expression just now had blatantly exposed his bottom line. Having no choice, Ka Xian once again communicated with Yidun through his soul voice. Give me that crystal. What do you need? Since his bottom line had already been exposed, Ka Xian, a peerless expert in his own plane who had witnessed countless storms and schemes, stopped hiding anything. As long as you can take it away, I can naturally give it all to you, but from the looks of it, your wealth isn't enough to buy it. Yidun shook his head. This tenant of his had not only forcibly occupied the place without paying rent, but also sang extremely unpleasant songs. The elemental life before him, despite its terrifying aura, was at most legendary, perhaps not even that. It absolutely lacked the ability to save him from the evil god crystal's fury the way the ancient god had done before. More importantly, this elemental life would not necessarily save him as the ancient god had. Yidun would never place his life on another's mercy. I'll give you at most 1 cubic meter of fragments. Most importantly, what are you planning to trade in exchange? Yidun had previously confirmed that after the crystal lost a piece, its power seemed to be slowly leaking away. Obtaining fragments was not too difficult, but he could not do it as he was now. He would need to reach a higher rank before his spiritual power was strong enough to pry them loose. Yidun's words plunged the mithril life form before him into deep thought. Even the surrounding star rings came to a halt at that moment. The city where this elemental life dwelled was technologically advanced, forged purely from a myriad of metals. Yet the craftsmanship was extremely crude. The laboratory-like room he was in was made of more than half high-tier metal, extravagant enough to be built into a mere room. Even the empires of the Modwa plane were not so extravagant. What do you need? I am not sure yet. Put the specialties and treasures from outside before me. Yidun's words made the humanoid life form fall silent once more. Then, wait a moment. With a series of rapid whistles within the enormous metallic pool beneath countless specially crafted glass domes, pure golden light scattered into hundreds of divergent rays as the metal covers opened, dispersing outward in every direction. Upon closer inspection, one could discover that they were in fact also awakened metallic life forms. These extraordinary clusters of light all originated from native beings born in a world shrouded in intense yuan magnetic storms, where the very air was thick with iron powder and metallic fragments. This peculiar realm stood in stark contrast to ordinary material planes. The fundamental logic governing its world rules belonged to metal. Whether the atmosphere or the sky, everything was composed of pure metal and yuan magnetic storms that nurtured metallic life. Various metals, exceedingly rare in the primary plane, formed the foundational bedrock of this entire world. This was a world without soil, without water, a world wrought entirely from metal. These feeble orbs of light, bearing an array of specialty goods respected by powerful factions within this world, drifted toward the laboratory, accessible only to Kazan. Special entities from other planes, you who call yourselves travelers, which of these things appeals to you the most? The stellar rings above the humanoid silhouette rotated once more, and voices forged from magnetic force resonating directly with the soul reached Yeton again. Yeton examined the other items the mithril life had produced. What exactly were these things? Yeton's dragon brows furrowed instantly. The sheer volume of metals was tolerable enough, though many of the weapons were shockingly crude. Furthermore, there were mechanical weapons crafted by the metallic beings before his eyes. Take for instance electromagnetic guns and yuan magnetic storm spheres. Setting aside the 15 or more varieties that caught Yeton's interest, most consisted of standard 1 cubic unit legendary metals. The remainder was utterly wretched. Even though these metallic artifacts were beyond Yeton's means, even if he liquidated his entire fortune, he still regarded them with disdain. Far too crude. As a silver dragon according to his draconic lineage's inheritance, once his strength reached the requisite level, Yeton possessed over 1,000 methods to refine these poorly crafted weapons, so rough that they could not even express their full power, and amplify their effectiveness tenfold. Noticing the unmistakable expression of disdain on that special being's face, Kazan was taken aback. These were the finest weapons within his entire domain, especially these metals, rare treasures for this cold plane. Legendary metals such as void, purple, gold, chaotic, dark iron, and more. Each yielded no less than 1 cubic unit, enough to draw the attention of gods themselves. If such items were offered as tribute to deities, even an ordinary priest from the worshipping church could potentially be elevated directly to the rank of cardinal. I will take those metals and reluctantly accept these weapons as well. Additionally, I require at least 1,000 tons of mithril. Yaton, wielding the dragon race's innate discernment for judging treasures, estimated the weight of all these items brought forth by the great halos. Roughly 150 tons. He then pressed further with an audacious demand. Mithril, Kazan echoed, using his sole voice. After confirming there was no jest, he replied decisively, deal. Yaton immediately felt a pang of regret. He could have asked for more. Two beings ignorant of each other's circumstances both believed they had struck an exceptional bargain and finalized the transaction without hesitation. Kazan considered the trade favorable because in his world mithril was as commonplace as river stones scattered across city streets. Meanwhile, the purple crystal he could sense possessed utterly unique material properties, potentially enabling him to break through to the Dazun realm. Dazun was an honorific title exclusive to those surpassing the legendary tier within their home plane. Metallic life had only recently birthed civilization here, merely tens of thousands of years ago. Even the oldest Xianjin Tianzuan were merely tens of thousands of years old, possessing limited understanding of this world. Kazi had remained stagnated at the battle general rank for an extended period, and he now deeply desired to break through to Dazun. The cultivation method of the metallic race involved continuously assimilating higher-grade metals, gradually replacing the inferior metals within their bodies. Kazian had failed to find sufficient metal to aid his breakthrough over the past 300 years. This might be his only opportunity. He must not let it slip away. Yaton, on the other hand, acted due to the hidden dangers within the evil god crystal and his need for substantial wealth. It has been a pleasure doing business. When we next meet, deliver that 1,000 tons of mithril, and I shall then give you the fragments. In the real world, Yaton had just awakened, stretched his limbs, and gazed into the storage ring in his hand through his spiritual sense. His mood became overwhelmingly serene. Second brother, you've awakened. At that moment, a voice carrying concern intermixed with traces of joy reached his ears. Yaton only then registered his surroundings. Within the cave, 5 silver dragons, 2 large and 3 small, had been fixed on him the entire time. What is it? After a considerable silence. Devouring a mid-tier magical beast in large bites to restore his energy, Yaton brushed off his family's concerns with evasive answers. During his slumber, a massive golden cocoon had suddenly enveloped him. Upon the cocoon's rupture, he had transformed into a Zudai dragon. The mysterious altar was his trump card. He certainly could not reveal the truth to his family. Since he could not speak honestly, deception was his only option. Confusion and sudden transformations were hardly unprecedented in this world. He could simply claim he did not understand why he had unexpectedly broken through to Zudai dragon status. Nourished by ample magical beast flesh and demonic energy, his emaciated frame, once resembling dry firewood, gradually regained substance and vitality. Roar! Having consumed the entire demonic elephant before him, Yaton threw back his head and roared toward the heavens. The draconic might erupting from his body sent the 5 silver dragons in the cave into shock. Streamlined dark silver starlight scales adorned his silver dragon form, marked by 9 evenly distributed golden patterns. 6 razor-sharp horns, each over an inch in length, crowned his robust body, which reached a staggering 7 meters in length. A massive white gem at his tail, growing increasingly sharp, coupled with a pair of enigmatic golden dragon pupils, completed his magnificent appearance. The colossal elemental energy and the concentrated tangible pressure of his bloodline weighed heavily upon the 3 younger dragons of his kin. Zudai dragon. The 5 silver dragons watched Yaton unfurl his wings with imposing majesty, their expressions complex, filled with joy yet ting bewilderment. For the dragon race, a Zudai dragon was nothing short of legendary. An existence even rarer than legends. A normal Zudai dragon relying on noble bloodline alone could naturally step into the legendary realm upon reaching adulthood, with ascending to high-tier legend following inevitably as time progressed. Upon death, they would inevitably be welcomed into the divine kingdom by the Lord of the North Wind or Tiamat. Among legends, they were geniuses. Using gaming terminology, ordinary human legends were common units. Dragons and other beings at the legendary tier, such as angels and demons, approximately qualified as elite units. Zudai dragons, however, occupied the boss tier. As the ancient era receded into memory and the present age dawned, adhering to the balance governing all things, every towering magical creature was unavoidably diminished by the Tao of equilibrium. Zudai dragons, whose legendary renown once shook the world in ancient times, even possessed the capability to unify the Noah continent. Given the passage of time and continuous awakening of the power within his bloodline, Yaton might very well achieve the unification of Noah continent. Just as the Silver Dragon clan erupted in cheers over the appearance of an ancestral dragon to the north, where the Silver Dragon forest lay, at the far left end of the Blackrock Mountains stood the crescent Bloodmoon Valley. Bloodmoon Pass. 5,000 border troops of Lavinia were stationed here. Clayson, the senior great swordsman who had long been in command of this place, had for once mustered the entire army and quietly awaited the arrival of an honored guest. Boom. The thunderous hoofbeats that shook heaven and earth drew closer from afar. When they reached the foot of Blood Moon Pass, a full 50,000 troops had arrived at the city gates. Praise be to you, great General Geraliel. May the light forever illuminate your path. Before him stood 10,000 paladins, the most distinguished and renowned in all Lavinia. Clayson's face was full of reverence, like an ardent admirer entirely devoid of his usual military dignity. He saluted the knight, clad in armor and mounted upon his warhorse. Before him stood a human legend who had been renowned for centuries. He bore the titles of legendary paladin, light chaser, divine chaser, the paladin beneath the god of light himself. With such epithets, Geraliel had slain countless monsters over the past century. He was the idol enshrined in the hearts of every soldier in the kingdom of Lavinia. Clayson, has everything been well here lately? All has gone smoothly. Geraliel nodded and said in the most approachable tone possible, from now on you will serve as my deputy commander. This border pass you guard along with your 5,000 troops will all follow my orders. Yes. Clayson nodded without hesitation. Fighting side by side with the light chaser was the dream of every soldier in the kingdom of Lavinia. For the kingdom to pursue the light, to slay monsters, to vanquish evil, and to uphold justice. All of Lavinia's subjects felt honored that their kingdom had flourished to this day. 50,000 troops. Unlike the border forces stationed here, these 50,000 were all professionals. A professional army consumes 10 times the supplies and resources of a regular army, and only nations of kingdom rank or above were qualified to raise one. An ordinary duchy could at most borrow 1 or 2 such legions from an established kingdom or strain every resource to support a single professional legion of 10,000 or more. Lavinia possessed more than 30 professional legions of this scale organized as full-strength formations. There was a Paladin Legion, a Mixed Mage Legion, a Northern Barbarian Legion, a Magitech Rifle Legion formed after importing technology from the Magic Mechanic Empire, and a Phantom Assassin Legion. Although they were all low-rank professionals, among them were not a few mid-rank, high-rank, and even master-rank professionals. With just such 50,000 men under the command of Geraliel, a knight renowned for a century, they were qualified to sweep away an entire duchy. 3 days later, this human army marched south, heading straight for the Silver Dragon Forest. Shriek. Unicorn riders patrolled in disciplined formations. Lavinia's brazen invasion stirred an immense uproar across the entire Noah continent. On the other side of the continent, at what could be called the heart of Noah, lay the Ryan Empire, founded more than 10,000 years ago. It too turned its gaze toward this place. Numerous nations to the southwest of the Noah continent cast sidelong glances, even dispatching agents to investigate. As for the Elven Forest, the target of the attack, the many elders of the Elven Council immediately erupted into chaos, and they were still deliberating even now. One must know that 1,000 years ago they had always been allies. And now Lavinia had actually chosen to rebel. Who? Shriek. The chaos outside did not affect Arden. At the end of the 4th month, within just 3 days, by devouring the high-grade metals he had traded for and kept in his storage ring, Arden's entire body had been reborn, shedding its old form and gaining a new one. His scales, under the reflection of sunlight, now bore the sharp gleam of metal. Eating earth and minerals was nothing unfamiliar to dragons below adulthood. Except for the rare dragons suffering from cold and hunger so severe that they could barely fill their stomachs, juvenile dragons would gnaw on metal to promote bone development and strengthen their bodies. Their furnace-like stomachs could digest it with ease. After Arden became an ancestral dragon, he received the highest level of attention throughout the Silver Dragon Cliff. Saster provided him with the finest meals 3 times a day. Not only that, he also sent copious resources to accelerate his growth. Arden, who had already reached the peak of level 5 after his transformation broke through to level 6 again within a mere 3 days. And now he was just a babe of 4 months old. Yet his body had already reached 8 meters in length, enough to rival an adolescent white dragon of the same rank. Roar. A third circle spell, greater sharpness. Arden opened his massive jaws toward Peter, the cloud eagle he was sparring with. His fangs, enhanced by the spell, lunged for Peter's neck. Shriek. A 4th circle spell, storm aura. Straining, Peter blasted Arden, whose physical mass was probably 3 tons, away, then beat his wings once and retreated. Young Master Arden, let's stop here. I am no longer your match, and I do not wish to use my full strength against you. Such a nonsensical remark, yet Arden could easily understand it. He did not pursue. What he lacked now was a life-and-death battle, one in which he could defeat his enemy head-on. Peter, as a high-rank magical beast who had weathered countless battles and had faced the trials of life and death, had already exerted his full strength while refraining from any intent to kill Arden. Now that he had just stepped into the mid-rank, he could not challenge master-rank foes. Even a high-rank magical beast close to him fighting at full strength could only hold him to a stalemate. Though such sparring could hone his skills, a true bloody battle would still require time. Arden, something momentous has happened. Come here at once. The voice of Grand Elder Saster suddenly reached Arden. Somehow Arden felt an inexplicable unease wash over him. Inside Saster's mage tower, under a layer of spell protection upon the tower's great flat terrace, all members of the Silver Dragon clan had gathered. In total, there were 23 dragons. Though the Silver Dragon clan lived together in a community unlike the Blue Dragon clan, they did not adopt dragons of other breeds. 12 adult dragons and 11 young immature dragons. Everyone is here. I have unfortunate news that must be shared with you all. Lavinia has not only invaded the elven forest, but has also deployed a legendary knight. Moreover, within their royal capital there are usually at least 10 legends, and now there are more than 15. And at the border's Bloodmoon Pass there are at least 3 legends. Saster delivered these shocking tidings to all the silver dragons. Every silver dragon stood frozen utterly at a loss. A legend is the mightiest being that can arise in the material plane. No matter how weak an existence may be, upon becoming a legend it undergoes a transformation. Every legend is unique. With more than 10 legends, even the god-blessed queen, the only divine-favored sovereign of the elven forest, combined with Elder Saster, could absolutely not withstand them. What should they do next? If the situation deteriorates and the kingdom of Lavinia truly launches an invasion, Silver Dragon Cliff will bear the brunt, becoming the battleground between the two forces and inevitably suffering destruction. To prevent the worst-case scenario, we must all prepare for evacuation. Sod finished speaking in one breath. Under his manipulation, the tower spirit of the Mage Tower projected a map composed entirely of blue light onto the open ground at the center of the 20-odd silver dragons, depicting the two opposing forces. The only region illuminated in green was the land spanning 100,000 square kilometers near Silver Dragon Cliff. By now the elves had already deployed 2 legions exceeding 10,000 warriors each to this area. Compared to ordinary kingdoms, the elves had suffered heavy losses in their elite forces, but their mid-tier military strength far surpassed that of a typical principality. There were still several professional legions within the current territory that had been preserved intact since a millennium ago. The sole flaw was that the wars of 1,000 years prior had exhausted all of their legendary warriors. Elves have an exceptional iteration period requiring 200 years to reach adulthood. A typical elf could easily live 800 years without issue. Most forest elves as natural favorites faced no difficulty reaching lower ranks. Upon reaching adulthood, they could effortlessly attain intermediate levels. Some noble elites could also reach advanced and master ranks without trouble. If not for the complete destruction of the Elven Kingdom's foundation 1,000 years ago, the Elven Kingdom's strength would not have fallen short of Lavinia before its rise. As an ancient dragon bound by contract with the elf clan, I must fight until my final moment, but you need not. From this day forward, all adult silver dragons of our clan shall accompany me to aid the elves. All dependents within territories near Silver Dragon family lands are to be withdrawn into my Mage Tower. Young dragons who have not yet reached adulthood are forbidden from stepping beyond 1,000 meters of Silver Dragon Cliff. Should danger arise, retreat immediately into my demiplane. Yes, all silver dragons within the clan responded in unison. Yatten, stay behind. The rest of you may go. Having concluded a meeting that might not occur again at Silver Dragon Cliff for decades, or even a century, Sazda turned to Yatten, the only young dragon left behind. Yatten, take this. From a spatial rift behind him, Sazda retrieved an object with his enormous dragon tail. A golden ornament adorned with numerous magical runes across its surface. A one-time legendary item capable of releasing the legendary spell spatial teleportation upon activation. Compared to ordinary teleportation, its sole distinction was that it also released a legendary tier protective barrier. Sazda showed sufficient reverence for the ancestral dragon. The emergence of an ancestral dragon inevitably carried divine permission. As for what lay behind this, Sazda preferred not to ask. As a qualified senior, he hoped to help Yatten pave the way as much as possible before the young dragon reached legendary status. An ancestral dragon belonging to the Silver Dragon lineage would inevitably alter the balance of power across the entire Noah continent and elevate the status of the Silver Dragon clan. Grandfather Sazda, shall we win? Yatten reverently placed the golden ornament beneath his scales, carrying it close to his body. Even pretending to be extremely calm, the unease between his brows and the swaying of his tail betrayed his true emotions. Yatten inquired. Sazda remained silent for a long while before shaking his head. I'm not certain either, but there is no need for excessive worry. Even if I cannot win, I can still summon several ancient dragons with my treasures. None of the old fogies I know have died yet. Noticing the little one's unease, Sazda used these words to steady his spirits. This was precisely the greatest difference between the metallic dragon tribe and the chromatic dragon tribe. This was no longer an era of dragon dominion. After the dragon tribes fractured, their collective power was far from what it once was. The chromatic dragons were targeted by all, yet the metallic dragons continued to command universal respect. Born superior to the vast majority of life forms, few evil factions dared to lay claims upon them. It all came down to unity. Sazda's accumulated wealth over the past millennium was absolutely staggering. As long as he could endure it, summoning 2 or 3 ancient dragons to fight alongside him was certainly achievable. This was precisely why a single ancient dragon could contend with an entire kingdom. The righteous mob was the ancient dragon's most devastating technique. Silver Dragon Forest Milan Flower Sea. Within the sea of pink-blue blossoms, the appearance of a cavalry unit shattered the original tranquility of this place. Each cavalryman wielded a lance no less than 2 meters in length, clad in enchanted armor reinforced with high-grade metals. As heavy cavalry, only their eyes were exposed, their entire bodies encased in impervious iron armor. Paladins. Lavinia, also known as the Night Kingdom, was home to the highest concentration of the knight profession across the entire Noah continent, according to certain historians. Humility, honesty, compassion, courage, justice, sacrifice, honor, spirituality. Whether they were imperial knights serving the nobility loyal to the royal family, or holy knights devoted to the Lord of Countless Lights, both represented terrifying professions with exceptional comprehensive combat power. Among all classes beneath legend, few could rely on sheer numbers to bring disaster to a legendary warrior. Legendary composite spell, Flower Sea Calamity. When this elite army with knights at its vanguard had advanced more than halfway through the Flower Sea, the sea of towering pink-purple blossoms, fully human height, rustled within as if venomous serpents were slithering inside. Massive vines coiled toward the soldiers. From the distant forest, a group of fair-skinned elves wielding dual blades gradually emerged. Sword dancers, druids concealed beneath the flower sea, and flower sprites appeared. This was an ambush. Franz Treeroot, a druid whose power reached level 19, transformed first into a colossal and terrifying demon bear. Light Shelter, facing the sudden strike, the Levinia Legion remained composed. The paladins chanted their prayers together with fanatical expressions. Paladins belonged to the rare profession of combining magic and martial arts. Under their long-held steadfast faith, they could cast certain simple light spells. They were a composite of knights and priests, yet distinct in specifics. Bathed in sunlight, the 50,000-strong army was enveloped in a faint golden radiance. Demon Hunter Strike. Gerald's blade shimmered with blue light, and in the blink of an eye, mounted on his warhorse, he vanished from his original position. In an instant, 3 druids of at least advanced rank were reduced to pulp beneath a burst of golden light. Boom. The flower sprites dispersed massive amounts of sleeping and controlling pollen. 5,000 elven warriors buried within the earth also crawled forth. Relying on the terrain advantage, they inflicted devastating casualties upon the Levinia Kingdom Expeditionary Force. The terrifying Earth Storm Bear, reaching level 19, charged into the heart of the Levinia army. Its terrifying claws, each exceeding half a meter in length, effortlessly tore through the sharp iron armor. The metal casings deformed, and the humans within were crushed into pulp. The brutal and savage method left even the fearless human knights trembling with dread. Just as Franz Treeroot prepared to plunge into the human ranks and destroy the most critical mage legion, a chilling sensation ran down his spine. It has arrived. Franz immediately grew alert and rolled to the ground. Boom. A massive crater 1 meter deep appeared in an instant, created by the bombardment of a golden sword arc. Gerald retrieved his sword from the chest of the earth behemoth with an expressionless face and swiftly evaded. The horse beneath his feet belonged to the subdragon family, a hybrid born from the mating of a ground dragon and a horse-like magical beast no inferior to mid-tier magical creatures. As the Empire's Knight Commander, channeling the energy from his body into his mount, allowed this magical beast to unleash speeds comparable to a Grandmaster. As a holy knight, he had not inherited the clumsiness typical of knights, and after reaching the legendary tier, he possessed speed beyond imagination. His entire body transformed into a streak of flowing light darting around the clumsy earth behemoth like bursts of sparks. The lumbering bear struck frantically, carving numerous craters into the ground, yet struggling to land a single accurate blow. 3 consecutive strikes carved into Francis's shoulder, and the massive bear paw, wider than a tree stump, along with his arm, was cleanly severed by Gerald's blade. Grr. Facing the absolute suppression of rank, the earth behemoth that was Francis roared, and the dozens of wounds inflicted across his body healed rapidly within 2 minutes. The earth behemoth could reach Grandmaster rank upon reaching adulthood, ranking among the rare top-tier creatures, second only to dragons. It possessed an indescribable recovery speed, able to restore itself by drawing energy from the earth. Facing Gerald, a human legendary knight who had slain demonic legends, only this druid, transformed into an earth behemoth, could momentarily engage in direct combat throughout the entire elf forest. Francis, I'm here to help. A flower fairy chieftain towering at 1 meter tall, with 3 pairs of pink-blue wings sprouting from its back, hovered above and scattered a shower of pale blue luminous powder. The flower fairy was a unique creature born exclusively within the elf forest, living in harmony with the elves for countless years alongside unicorns and chimeras, bound to the elven clan in life and death. The dense anti-magic pollen, thick and adhesive, could temporarily suppress the connection between mages and the elemental forces of heaven and earth. Once mages came into contact with this pollen, the spells they unleashed would be significantly weakened. Windroll. The 500 mages heavily protected within the army ranks unleashed 10 streaks of cyan light, generating a mighty gale that scattered the incoming anti-magic pollen. A mere weak flower fairy dares to challenge me. Gerald vanished from his position in an instant. Watch out. Francis's cry had barely left his lips before Gerald's figure reappeared high in the sky behind the flower fairy chieftain. Enveloped in golden radiance, he cleaved the fairy leader in two with a single sword strike. The 19th tier magical creature perished instantly. Compared to the sturdy and robust Francis, the fragile flower fairy stood no chance once the knight closed in, falling into absolute disadvantage. Francis entered a frenzied rage, his eyes burning crimson as he charged downward at Gerald. Come then. Facing the massive bear paw bearing down upon him, Gerald did not retreat an inch. Gripping his knight's sword with both hands, he struck downward. The enormous bear paw, capable of shattering bedrock, was cleaved in two with effortless ease. Francis charged forward with his head, and Gerald grunted, absorbing the blow through his extraordinarily formidable constitution. 9-ring spell, Heavenly Stone Rain. Meanwhile, Koss, the 18th tier Elven Grand Swordsman and leader of the Elven Sword Dancers, led his Elven Sword Dancers in launching an assault against the army now without Gerald's command. Retreat. Hess employed a secret technique, transforming into a streak of lightning to intercept the knight's sword again aimed at Francis. Their crossed blades bore an unimaginable force, sending shockwaves that split his palms. He rescued the great druid, critically wounded with both hands crippled. Leading the elves, he disappeared into the sea of flowers. How many more 19th level warriors do you still have? Gerald did not pursue the fleeing enemy. Mounting his horse, he calmly watched them escape, a cold sneer on his face. Continue forward. Fire mages burned this stretch of flower sea to clear space for the migration of the kingdom's subjects. The general of Lenivia, holding absolute advantage, calmly wiped the blood from his knight's sword. He had not even unleashed his full strength, employing only his speed throughout the battle. Gerald harbored no interest in relentless pursuit. These pesky fleas would one day face him in open combat. Continuing to chase them risked walking into another ambush, and his soldiers would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. As a model soldier of Lavinia, Gerald cherished his troops as his own children, striving to minimize casualties during expeditions whenever possible. 9th month Noale 208. Silver Dragon Cliff. As the elves' first defensive line fell, this place became the second objective for the Livinian army. The pressure instantly silenced all the dragons of the Silver Dragon clan, and an atmosphere of unease and grim foreboding slowly enveloped the area. Composite magic generates distinct transformations based on the combination of elements and their underlying laws. Through the harmony of spells, radically different effects are created. The grim atmosphere did not affect Yadin, who was rapidly studying various magical knowledge and enhancing his comprehension. He was immersed in the study of composite spells, a field that every accomplished mage delves into. 5 months had passed since his birth, and his body had stably grown to 8.5 meters. Each day, according to regulations, Yadin consumed measured quantities of different metals by the gram, much like a child taking medicine. Dragon appetites differed greatly from humans. Even rare materials like mithril, when consumed by Yadin, initially tasted somewhat bitter, but eventually became as sweet as milk candy, with a slightly sticky texture. These treasures, which outsiders would fight to the death for, were devoured by him as mere consumables alongside various precious artifacts, magic cores, and abundant flesh. Yadin made remarkable progress in both knowledge and power. Swish! Within the Grand Library, a brilliant fireball suddenly ignited. I succeeded. Thomas, previously tense and anxious, breathed a sigh of relief and shouted with excitement. He had now gloriously become a first-ring mage. Be quiet. His eldest sister Alina scolded irritably. Due to Thomas's loud outburst, her claw had trembled, causing the magical rune before her to suddenly detonate. Her expression darkened instantly, and Thomas immediately shrank back in fear. As the situation deteriorated, all juvenile silver dragons at Silver Dragon Cliff were forcibly summoned into Sassard's demiplane. All the resources within the entire demiplane sustained Sassard's wizard tower. For the silver dragons to make significant progress, they had no choice but to remain here, to ensure they did not grow bored, and perhaps driven by the war's escalating pressure. Sassard deliberately summoned a large contingent of iron golems and granite golems to hone their combat abilities. With the tower spirit present, these young dragons would certainly not be killed by the golems, but enduring brutal beatings was unavoidable. Thomas had previously been struck 3 or 4 times by the lowest tier granite golems, being tossed around like a long strip of noodles until he was thoroughly dazed. This deeply humiliated the young silver dragon, and compounded by Tiffany's mockery, Thomas resolved to seek revenge. These young dragons faced the relentless beatings by rapidly studying various knowledge, hoping to enhance their combat power. Aside from Yadin, whose size had reached that of a normal adolescent dragon, and the 3 young silver dragonettes, the remaining 8 dragonettes in the library at this moment were also rapidly flipping through books. They had not seen adult silver dragons for a long time. The last time they had encountered their silver dragon mother and father, their wounds had not even been tended to, and their eyes were filled with exhaustion. Under such pressure, all underage dragons, infected by the emotional weight and oppressive atmosphere, silently intensified their efforts to strengthen themselves. Ding! It is now slumber time. The energy-gathering magic array is ready. The tower spirit's voice spread through the Grand Library. Only 4 young dragons remained, and only upon hearing his voice did they awaken from their ocean of books. To provide the young dragons with the finest environment for growth, Zards had demanded a tuition fee from all the adult dragons. Using their parents' wealth, he established comprehensive training programs within his own mage tower. He also tasked the tower spirit with compiling a dragonette training manual. Beyond combat instruction, nightly rest was provided on blankets woven from magical swan down in chambers equipped with skill runes and filled with spirit stones. Feeding and sleeping schedules varied according to the age and growth cycles of the juvenile dragons. The dragonette training manual was met with wails of protest from the young dragons, who were naturally inclined toward laziness and play. Unfortunately, Zards' tower spirit operated solely on his program directives, leaving no room for leniency despite its emerging human-like awareness. The silver dragons, who had surrendered their hoards to Zards under his gentle persuasion, would have none of it either. They demanded their investment yield results. Even adult silver dragons like Lina and Christopher felt the sting of those costs, yet the young dragons found themselves growing rapidly through the grueling process. When the 4 dragons entered the slumber chamber, other silver dragons were already resting there. Weariness overtaking them, the 4 joined the others in peaceful sleep. At the heart of the circular chamber, a massive magical gem radiated a faint energy. Once the energy depleted, a humanoid golem stationed nearby would be directed by the tower spirit system to service the gem, emptying spent cores and replacing them with fresh, fully charged ones. Most chromatic and metallic dragons relied on methods that seemed crude to establish powers. With systematic techniques, young dragon growth could be accelerated without sacrificing their potential, simply a matter of proper methodology. The sole drawback proved to be the cost. As Aiden drifted into sleep, remnants of his draconic lineage within his consciousness stirred again. Aiden became aware once more while still dreaming, clearly conscious of his own slumber. Lucid dreaming. An endless darkness enveloped him, distinct from the celestial palace he'd encountered before. This void held no shining galaxy, only boundless obscurity. Aiden found himself in an entirely different state, one he hadn't experienced before. He gazed around in astonishment. How had he awakened within his own dream? Most sentient beings never achieve consciousness within dreams. They only realize they were dreaming once they've fully awakened. In that boundless darkness, a sleek dragon with streamlined scales suddenly materialized before Aiden's gaze. Father. Aiden's voice carried surprise, but he quickly noticed something different about this adult silver dragon. It bore subtle distinctions from his own father. Its streamlined dorsal scales gleamed differently, and its claws appeared thicker and more formidable. This silver dragon flashed briefly in the darkness before vanishing, then another emerged, one noticeably larger and more powerful than the previous. As moments stretched onward, Aiden gradually understood. These were his silver dragon ancestors, tracing back through millennia of his bloodline. With each passing moment, the silver dragons persisted longer, growing from 20-some meters to 30 or 40 meters in length. Roar! A 36-meter ancient silver dragon materialized, its body flawless beneath brilliant silver scales. 2 pairs of horns adorned its head with fleshy flaps along its jawline that hardened into bony facial armor. It let out a thunderous roar directed at Aiden. This was a legendary dragon, a true ancestral serpent. Its presence endured beyond a minute, marking a significant moment in Aiden's bloodline evolution. This belonged to an era spanning thousands of years past, perhaps even further back, the golden age of the primordial dragons. Each successive ancestor matched or exceeded the power of the last, demonstrating an escalating strength. From the smallest at 36 meters to colossal behemoths exceeding 100 meters, these were not mere ancestors, but beings of another order entirely. Roar! A dragon surpassing 1,000 meters in length emerged, radiating silver luminescence. 6 horns crowned its head, while 2 pairs of silver wings, each bearing magnificent gemstones, extended from its back. Its gaze, both majestic and benevolent, fixed upon Aiden. The unmistakable insignia allowed Aiden to immediately recognize the identity of this colossal dragon. Silver Sky, the first dragon, a demigod renowned in silver dragon history. This represented the apex existence between legend and divinity. They also bore the title of saints. The first dragons descended either from direct lineage of Tiamat, the 5-colored dragon queen, or Bahamut, the platinum dragon god, or were spawned by other dragon deities. Their blood carried divine essence, meaning that to create a first dragon would inflict permanent damage upon any deity's power, grave though not necessarily fatal. First dragons stood as the most powerful beings within draconic bloodlines, possessing the potential to ascend to dragon godhood. Silver Sky's piercing eyes, brimming with intelligence, fixed upon Aiden with profound awareness. The intense gaze made Aiden's heart race. Though he sensed this phantom before him was no mere illusion, he found himself at a loss for words. The awkwardness passed quickly. After a final lingering look, Silver Sky dissolved into nothingness. Aiden exhaled in relief and began to wonder what meaning this dream could possibly hold. But suddenly an anomaly struck. A dragon's roar, seeming to emanate from within Aiden's very bloodline, caused his entire being to shudder. In the dark void, brilliance erupted. An incomprehensibly vast dragon crossed the emptiness, its body of unmeasurable length radiating terrifying divine power that shattered the void and sent it trembling. Yet amid this overwhelming presence, Aiden felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. His dragon pupils contracted as a staggering thought formed. "My child," spoke the colossal dragon, shrouded in radiant light, its features obscured, crossing the void itself. Bahamut, the platinum dragon god, lord of the north wind, the renowned king of good dragons. Aiden's mind went blank, his dragon mouth gaping in utter astonishment. "Your Majesty." Recovering quickly from his shock, Aiden bowed deeply and reverently. "Aiden, my cherished child, you truly have given me a great surprise." Though Bahamut, lord of the north wind, king of good dragons, could shake the very gods when angered, he exerted no such pressure upon Aiden. Instead, he carried himself like a father, balancing majesty with warmth. "What has happened to you? You've become an ancestral dragon." Aiden, keeping his head bowed at the question, felt a tingle run down his spine. This. Arden covered his mouth, inexplicably feeling an urge to confess everything. He pressed his hand against his lips, suppressing the impulse without a word. It was the influence of bloodline. Arden's expression turned grim. The ancient god's altar was tied to his crossing over. Had he not been knocked unconscious, he would never have ended up here. More importantly, being able to communicate with other deities was the only path he could take to ascend to that rank. Would the Dragon King of Good covet it? Even though Bahamut was a renowned deity of benevolence, Arden couldn't help but harbor such suspicions toward the god who had created him, for the absolute authority over this matter rested entirely in the other's hands. No need to worry about that. I would never seize what belongs to my own child. It seems you have your own fortune as well. Since you prefer not to speak, then keep it to yourself. Bahamut said in a gentle voice. Few thank you, your majesty. Only then did Arden breathe a sigh of relief. The Dragon King of Good remained true to his nature, harboring no malicious intent. Forgive me. I was measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty mind. As a prime dragon, you shall surpass the gold dragon, my most cherished child. You stand on a different level from all my other offspring. No prime dragon could naturally arise in this age. It requires great fortune, immense luck, or the aid of a deity. Bahamut studied Arden carefully until Arden began to feel thoroughly uncomfortable. You are one of my finest children. As your father, I missed the moment of your ascension to prime dragon due to other matters, so I must offer you a belated gift. The great radiant dragon said this at his own pace, then dissolved into a blaze of white light. The blinding, all-consuming radiance overwhelmed Arden's vision, and by instinct he cried out. A torrent of inherited memories poured into Arden's mind. In the real world within the demi-plane, Arden lay asleep upon a colossal velvet cushion 10 meters in diameter. His entire draconic body suddenly burst into dazzling light, illuminating the entire slumber chamber. It's dawn. Thomas, who had tumbled off his own cushion, was struck by the radiance. Half asleep, he rubbed his eyes and sat up. What's going on? Second brother. Thomas's shout roused the sleeping Alina and Tiffany. At this moment, the three young dragons all gathered around Arden, who was glowing like a living light bulb. This isn't in our inherited memories. I'm going to fetch our parents. None of the three young dragons understood what was happening before them. Not even their inherited memories held any clue. Thomas and Tiffany tried to drag their second brother away to find the elder, but they couldn't even lift their sibling, whose body now exceeded 8 meters in length. In a panic, the eldest sister Alina decisively chose to go find their parents, or elder Saster herself. No need. A voice that came from within their very blood froze them in place. By the Lord of the North Wind. Second brother actually spoke to the Lord of the North Wind. He is favored by the god. It took the three young dragons a long while to snap out of their shock. Thomas leapt up at once, shouting excitedly. Through the silver-white scales covering his cheeks, his fluster and excitement were plain to see. Tiffany gazed at her second brother with admiration, while Alina, the eldest, remained silent. A trace of bitterness welled in her heart. It seemed she was destined never to be the protective elder sister she had wished to be. With the realm now so turbulent, she never imagined she might be the one needing her younger brother's protection. An exquisite lifelike statue fully forged from mithril appeared before Arden's eyes when he woke after receiving the inheritance. A third tenant. Seeing it, Arden couldn't help but quip inwardly. The first time you're forced, you're furious. The second time you resist, but it's futile. By the third time you've grown used to it. This was the third time, and Arden had indeed grown accustomed. After all, His Majesty Bahamut had paid the rent. This gold dragon token forged from precious mithril allowed Arden to communicate with other ancient dragons throughout the entire plane. After reaching legendary rank, he could even contact ancient dragons from other planes. As long as he offered sufficient wealth, he could reach these ancient dragons at any time, and they could come to his aid if he ever faced mortal danger. Even if he had no precious treasures to offer, he could always sell some blood. The blood of a prime dragon was coveted by all living beings. His Majesty Bahamut had left 2 gifts. The first was a crucial guarantee for Arden's combat power at this stage. The second, meanwhile, expanded his potential for future growth and renewed his confidence in the path ahead. His Majesty Bahamut had imparted the vital inheritance and detailed knowledge of the bloodline path after achieving prime dragonhood, even the means to reach the deity's own level. He had shared all of this information with Arden, meaning that if Arden had sufficient potential ability and resources, he could even gradually shape his draconic body to resemble the primordial dragons of Bahamut's caliber. Arden's current potential had at least doubled, even though he was still merely a prime dragon. The dragon race had seen more than one prime dragon in history, and there were plenty of first-generation dragons. Arden was by no means Bahamut's most beloved gold dragon. Arden understood deep down that His Majesty Bahamut must have his reasons for doing so. A deity's blessing always comes with a price. Perhaps he had his sights on the ancient god's altar. If His Majesty Bahamut truly had no greed for the altar, then there must be something else, something even more important. Otherwise, why would he favor Arden, a bastard silver dragon, over the gold dragon he cherished most, or over the 3 adopted bronze, brass, and copper dragons? Would a prime dragon alone earn Bahamut's attention and such a blessing? While Arden was being reborn through transformation, Vord. Facing the invasion of their kingdom, countless elven civilians and subjects were forced to evacuate in all directions, fleeing into Vord. The kingdom of Lavinia once again dispatched 3 legendary figures and 3 legions of 10,000 soldiers, each crossing the Blackstone Mountains from the north to intensify the assault. The news caused an uproar across the entire continent of Noah, especially among the elven nobles who held territories in the northern part of the elf forest. At this moment, the cowardly nobles gathered their families and personal guards, abandoning their people as they fled toward the capital. The dutiful nobles remained with their guards, sending their heirs and kin into Vord to preserve their family bloodlines. The situation plunged into extreme adversity. Queen Cynthia spoke with Saster at great length. In the end, the Elven Kingdom offered a vast treasure, and only then did Saster persuade two legendary dragons he had known for a long time. The two ancient dragons sped northward. Meanwhile, Queen Cynthia once again brought out the two divine artifacts of the Elven Kingdom sealed within the temple. The Elven Kingdom was teetering in the storm. Such measures were unavoidable. Huff! His breath flared with fire and shimmering light, making Arden look like a living light bulb. The wormling, along with Sasside, Lina, and the others who had entered the Mage Tower, whispered among themselves. Every silver dragon stared at each glimmer on Arden's body and let out incredulous admiration. Even when he merely turned over, they could not help but gasp. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, as if they were looking at a peerlessly beautiful gem. A god's chosen. This was an existence even rarer than dragons. Dragons were a kind, while a god's chosen, whatever kind they belonged to, carried an exceedingly fearsome symbolic significance. It meant that a deity stood behind them. As one who had been in contact with a deity, they would be absolutely pursued and acclaimed by their own faction, a future master of a great power. They carried a deity's aura and could communicate with the deity they had encountered. And among the chosen were extremely special individuals regarded as the hidden pieces of a god. Such chosen were watched by a deity at every moment. Unless one was a deity of the same rank, no one in the entire continent would dare kill them. His Majesty the Lord of the North Wind had not bestowed divine favor upon the Noah continent for at least 4,000 years. The previous time he appeared was when every metallic dragon on the Noah continent faced a great crisis. Arden naturally received the same treatment as a legendary metal. Now he himself was a legend. Huff! The white light on Arden gradually turned into pale golden flames, then vanished completely. Awakening still dazed and heavy-headed, Arden instinctively stretched again before opening his eyes. Seeing everyone surrounding him, he was utterly bewildered. Arden, have you received an audience with His Majesty Behemoth? Sasside took the initiative to ask, his face wearing joy, relief, and even a trace of complicated sourness. Yes. That single word instantly ignited the emotions of every dragon present. They all rushed forward, looking him over from every angle, and some even reached out to stroke his scales. It made Arden's skin crawl. He instinctively shook them off. Caught off guard, even the adult dragons were sent tumbling. This move startled everyone. Only then did they cast a power appraisal spell on Arden. Level 10. He'd entered the advanced ranks, just like that. They were dumbfounded. But their shock soon turned into thick jealousy and envy. Comparing dragon to dragon drives a dragon mad. For a normal silver dragon, level 10 required at least reaching the adolescent dragon stage. Yet the wormling before them, only a few months old, actually possessed strength comparable to an adolescent silver dragon. It was simply unfair. Every silver dragon was red-eyed with envy at that moment. Arden looked at the pack of silver dragons with overturned vinegar jars, wearing a winner's awkward smile. After everyone expressed their sour feelings, they gradually accepted the news and departed one after another. Sasside said solemnly to Arden, Arden, as an ancestral dragon granted an audience by the Lord of the North Wind, you will certainly become the legend among legends in the future. You will influence the entire continent. I hope you won't become proud because of this. Train harder, the future may not give you much time. Grandpa Sasside, what exactly has happened? Is it an invasion by the kingdom of Lavinia? Sasside's words made Arden freeze, and then he asked, yes, but also no. Those weak humans, together with the two old relics I summoned, I can hold back most of them. What's more troublesome is that Silver Dragon Cliff cannot be held. What Sasside had said sounded completely illogical and baffling to Arden. Silver Dragon Forest, a place more than 1,000 meters from Silver Dragon Cliff. As a burst of multicolored light dispersed, more than a dozen figures wrapped in loose black robes surrounded a mysterious man in a purple mage robe. Are we all ready? This purple-robed mage was none other than Doran, who had recently broken free from his seal and stirred up an enormous storm throughout Lavinia. An old archmage, at least of high legendary rank, or perhaps even more terrifying. Great Doran, we have made thorough preparations, and we have found exactly the place where that being dwells. Good. The mage, entirely wrapped in a wide purple robe, took off his hood of his own accord, revealing his appearance. An old man with rare bicolored double pupils, green on the outside and red within, whose appearance was otherwise no different from an ordinary person. Yet on the left side of his face was a strange mark. It was wholly red, like the pattern of a demon crawling out of hell. Warlock Count Doran had another title. Demon Warlock. Boom. Over a dozen mages, each trained to at least the master level, separated according to their assigned positions. Together they pushed their mana and a great number of magical runes, enshrouded an area 10,000 li in every direction. Doran at the center of them all watched the core of the magic circle, the ground beneath his feet, gradually split apart. When the fine cracks in the earth burst open and became a single enormous rift, a foul, nauseating black aura leaked out. In an instant, it turned the already churning, energy-surging sky dark with clouds. At that moment, Sasside, who had been explaining to Arden the critical danger of the current situation, suddenly froze at the Silver Dragon Cliff, and then his face changed dramatically. A flash of white light, and he vanished on the spot, leaving the utterly bewildered Arden behind. Food. The elven queen Cynthia had been standing at the highest point of the forest mother tree, eyes closed, quietly praying. Suddenly her heart jolted, and she opened her eyes, sensing the hatred and revulsion rising from the mother tree below. What has happened? In the distant east, on another continent, lay the Soul Empire, the Duncan Empire. This nation, whose slogan was to conquer the stars and seas, had been founded only a little over 5,000 years ago, making it the youngest of all empires. The empire was famous for producing astrologers, astromancers, and all manner of star-related professions. It was said that the land where the empire stood, because of its unique geographical environment and special laws, was the most conducive place to make contact with the astral plane. At the Imperial Royal Academy, on the astrologer's high platform where the dean stood, a terrace dotted with countless stars, some dim and some shining. A white-robed mage quietly watched a star fall. Crack. Between the fissures of the earth, countless long black tendrils, like venomous serpents or tentacles born from some unknown monster, slowly reached outward. They extended into the open, dripping slime that withered large patches of wild grass. The filthy, ominous aura was secretly rejected by the very plane. These strange tendrils shimmered with iridescent light, the mark of the plane's suppression. For 1,000 years you have been suppressed in this godforsaken place for so long. You must be hungry. Doran's words made the seemingly endless tentacles that had been spreading up from the earth halt at once. I will let you eat your fill. A smile appeared on Doran's face. Roar. Silver-white radiance scattered from the edge of the sky, gradually turning half of the heavens into pure, immaculate silver. Sasita rushed there with all his speed, looking down at the rift brimming with demonic energy and the countless tentacles below. His face darkened. Huff. Facing the enormous rift, Sasita bulged his dragon cheeks with effort as the magic power within his veins surged madly into his throat. The excited, icy dragon breath instantly seemed to bring the entire land into an ice age. The rift seemed to be sealed over, and the numerous tentacles crawling outward were frozen into lifelike statues. It took me immense effort to open it. I can't let you close it. Still not awakening. Standing on the ground, Duo Lin slowly floated up into the sky amid a green glow, his entire body shrouded by numerous vengeful spirits. With a wave of his hand, a beam of negative energy slowly transformed into a cannon of light, shooting straight at the core of the rift. Roar. It was like a parent waking a drowsy child. Crack. Like a 1,000-legged centipede, the tentacles broke free from the frozen constraints, and the splitting of the earth became even more immense. The tentacles spread even faster, while a colossal branch at least 100 meters thick, dark as the claw of some fiend, emerged, radiating terrifying and astonishing demonic energy. The claw was covered in large fleshy tumors, or perhaps mushroom-like growths, all emitting toxic gas. Apollo Makaki. Sasita felt genuine dread in his heart. Gazing at Duo Lin, who remained motionless in the sky, with a sinister smile, a glint of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He began to chant another new spell. Another legendary spell, 10,000 miles sand eruption. The earth split open and endless drifting sands surged into towering waves, crashing toward Duo Lin and the rift below. Legendary spell, flame impact. A mass of foul green flames tinged with the aura of the abyss descended from the sky. They directly melted the surging tidal wave of sand into molten lava. Hiss! A sound similar to the shriek of a snake and a scorpion suddenly echoed at that moment. Sasita's expression changed, and he immediately turned to flee. Of all stratagems, the best is to retreat. In the dragon heritage, it is recorded how magnificent and powerful the dragons are, the favored children of nature. Yet even the mighty dragon race produced many that perished during their growth. Not a single ancient dragon that survived to live over 1,000 years was a true fool. The seal was broken. The monster had awakened. He had to flee. Even the calm-like expression on Duo Lin's face revealed a joy so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. After decades of painstaking scheming, it finally succeeded. Come on, free. The rift expanded to 100 meters in diameter, and only then did a terrifying behemoth crawl out from beneath the earth. Scalding lava covered the original forest, and great fires raged upward. A monster appeared, its body covered with countless blinking eyes, bearing enormous branches a full 100 meters thick, a main trunk over a kilometer tall, every branch like an arm composed of masses of flesh, and every pore on its body oozing blood. The abyssal lord, the demon king of the withered tree. This is what the elves called this evil, filthy being, one too abhorrent for the world to tolerate, when it had appeared 1,000 years before. In this world, aside from the most fundamental material plane, there are also demi-planes created by mortals or born naturally. Moreover, among the endless planes there are countless unique planes. The astral plane, the infinite abyss, the 9 hells of Bader, the heavens where angels dwell, and the 4 elemental planes inhabited by the 4 base elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. Mount Celestia, the beastlands, the mechanical plane, and Elysium. The abyss, a realm renowned even among the endless planes. Every layer of the abyss is as vast as a material plane. Some are larger, some smaller. Demons are cruel and bloodthirsty. They are often summoned to the material plane where they plunder souls. Through this, they gain the favor of the Styx's will. Even the weakest abyssal lords are legendary level monsters. After reaching legend at level 19, the legendary tier consists of 9 stages, starting from 19. Each stage is stronger than the one before, and the difficulty of breaking through is the sum of all previous obstacles. 1,000 years ago, the Drow Queen who controlled the crystal of the evil god performed a sinister ritual to secure victory in the final decisive battle. She established a connection to one of the most notorious planes in the endless multiverse. What she summoned was not a renowned legendary demon such as a Merilith or a Baelor. Instead, she summoned a plant from the abyss. A plant capable of destroying the entire ecological balance of the elven forest, plotting against all living things with the aura of the abyss. A plant that the very will of the Modwa plane found loathsome. Hiss! It was still that sound, half snake, half scorpion. On the massive bare tree crown, a bright red flower fully 100 meters wide stood out conspicuously. The petals opened, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and a scarlet forked tongue chilling to the bone. Listen to me. From now on, I will let you have your fill. Duo Luin appeared utterly minuscule before such a monster like an ant or an insect. Yet he felt not the slightest fear. A hideous smile crept across his aged face. Just you. A freezing voice directly entered his mind. Countless vines, their tips armed with teeth, and their maws shaped like gears along with the tentacles previously seen climbing out of the earth entangled him. Naturally, I'm not enough. But what about this? Duo Luin used not a single spell. Instead, he withdrew an object from beneath his purple magical robe. A crimson gem inscribed with numerous words of the ancient demonic language. All the tentacles and vines came to an abrupt halt within 1 meter of Duo Luin. I will help you restore your strength, allow you to leave this place, and return to where you belong. I can even help you devour the mother tree. The prerequisite is that you must obey me. The demon king of the withered tree fell into silence and inner turmoil. Fine. In the end, the greed that arose from its heart overwhelmed its reason. As a rare abyssal plant, it had been level 16 at the very moment of its birth. The one that gained intelligence naturally broke through to legend. When the Drow Queen summoned it, its already dull spirit sensed the aura of its own kind. Driven by its innate desire to devour, it came to this place. As long as it could devour the elven mother tree and absorb all its life force, the demon king of the withered tree would not only recover its millennial diminished strength to its peak, but could also take a step further. This was the breakthrough opportunity it had hardly won over the long years. How could it let it go? Then a pleasant cooperation. Duo Luin carefully put away the gem again, delighted that his plan had made a perfect start. DC, my old friend, I have spent nearly 1,000 years in the dim underground amid scorching lava and the sunless mines. After nearly 1,000 years. Now it is time for me, Duo Luin, to retake everything. Gulp. Tiffany, her nerves taut, used her tail to deftly add 3 golden orchids into the potion bottle before her. It simply had to succeed. In her heart surged the fear of failure, and after so many setbacks, a fragile thread of hope still lingered. She could not help praying to the Lord of the North Wind, as did every apprentice in the Rhine Empire who studied magic and prayed to the goddess of magic. Because of the crisis facing the Silver Dragon family, the 4 young dragons had thrown themselves into learning all kinds of knowledge. Under mutual supervision, they were far more diligent than other young silver dragons. In Arden's eyes, his eldest sister Elena was a truly qualified older sister, considering her younger siblings and everything. His younger brother Thomas was impulsive and naive. He had inherited the innate arrogance of silver dragons, yet he was warm-hearted and compassionate. His younger sister Tiffany was sharp-tongued, with her youngest brother Thomas calling him a total idiot. But she worshipped her elder sister, and elder brother was fiery-tempered and was a hardcore elitist where intelligence was concerned. She did have a certain streak of intellectual discrimination. As for Arden, who still did not know what to do with himself, he kept focusing on offensive spells. The 4 young dragons had already decided that for a long time to come, at least until they reached adulthood, they would not separate. United, they could improve their odds of survival while they were still young. Being able to follow a primal dragon was considered an honor by many dragons. So to avoid being abandoned by Arden, they tried their best to help him. A dragon who aspired to become a fine, upstanding youth of dragonkind. Thomas took up golem crafting, Tiffany tried her hand at refining potions, and Elena delved into runic inscription. A dragon that willingly learned combined with talents that made other creatures despair was a terrifying combination. Genius is not terrifying. What is terrifying is a genius who receives good training and still works harder than you. In only 5 months, the 3 young dragons broke through to the 3rd or 4th rank, one after another. Compared with a freak like Arden, they were naturally far behind, but they were also far better off. Gurgle. The boiling potion liquid churned ceaselessly in the bottle, then gradually settled, and turned into a clear azure blue like the sky. It was a low-grade potion, the azure potion, successfully refined. Tiffany was elated. She could not wait to pick up the scalding bottle and, relying on her formidable physique, drink the potion as hot as boiling water straight down. Feeling a little drowsy, she yawned, clearly sensing that her mental strength was growing at a slow pace. It was a mental strength-enhancing potion, but it needed time to take effect. It would be fully consumed over the course of roughly a year, with drowsiness in daily life as its price. It could also work for ordinary people, helping a weak commoner become a first-rank mage apprentice. The pity was that it could not grant them talent. I did it. Having succeeded, the proud little female dragon could not wait to share her achievement with her sister Elena. Amazing. Seeing her little sister acting like a cat, coaxing, wheedling, and asking for affection, Elena found it amusing and placed her claw on the little dragon's smooth head, stroking it gently. 2 days earlier Thomas had succeeded in alchemical crafting, producing the most lowly stone golem, one with about the strength of an ordinary person and pitifully slow. Elena 10 days before had used her insight to complete an enchanted weapon. With Tiffany also becoming a qualified apothecary, the 3 young dragons had each made initial progress in a secondary craft. Dragons are lustful, lazy, and greedy by nature. Generally only after becoming ancient dragons and losing the urge to reproduce, along with countless years, do dragons begin to achieve accomplishments across many fields. This was why so many ancient dragons became legendary mages. Given several hundred years, even a pig with such formidable mana would have achieved something remarkable. Children, just as Tiffany was sharing her joy and drawing the teasing remarks of her younger brother Thomas, who was plainly asking for a beating, Arden continued calmly, turning the pages of a magical tome. A weary draconic voice interrupted them. Father. The 4 dragons all looked toward the silver dragon Chris, who had entered the library. His back was drenched in blood, a large piece of flesh scales, and all had been gouged straight out. 3 wounds on his right wing had cut completely through the membrane, and his head and body bore a dozen to 20 wounds of varying sizes. The Elven Kingdom can no longer be defended. The Grand Elder has ordered that we must leave the Elven Forest within 3 days. These tidings dragged the 4 young dragons from their earlier joy into anxiety. Arden closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had turned calm once more. This day had come after all. Within less than an hour, every young silver dragon left the demiplane with Chris. In Sasta's enormous lair, it inevitably felt very crowded when all the silver dragons gathered there. The forest that the elves have guarded for over 10,000 years can no longer be kept. 1,000 years ago I swore an oath that as long as my life was not at risk, I would do everything in my power to protect the elven heart. But now the situation has reached its most dangerous point. Though I will not die, I can no longer guarantee your safety, so you must leave. Sasta appeared in the cave in a flash of silver light. He had no time to explain anything to the silver dragons, who wanted to know what was going on. He simply shook his head to quiet them. After saying this quickly, he turned to the other silver dragons, his expression softening a little. Grand Elder, it's enough to send the little whelps away. I'm already in my prime. I want to stay, to punish evil and show compassion to the weak. Boom. Among the more than a dozen adult silver dragons, one prime-aged silver dragon, long past 300 years old and considered an old-timer on Dragon Crag, could not help speaking out. Without a word, Sasta's colossal claw slammed into that prime-aged dragon. The assembled dragons were shocked, but against his legendary rank reaction speed and attacking speed, none of them had time to react. This was a massive silver dragon, nearly 20 meters long, facing an ancient silver dragon whose body was 24 meters. He was actually knocked straight back, 3 steps in a row, before crashing into the cave wall and seeing stars. Those below legendary are nothing but ants in the end. This coming war is no longer suited to any being below legendary. Are you trying to throw your lives away? In the face of the furious Sasta, even the adult silver dragons bowed their heads like well-behaved children. Silver dragons are a kind-hearted dragon clan, but they have always been prideful and noble. They treated other races like precious rarities, generally believing they needed protection because those races were too weak, like fragile glass that could break all too easily. No matter what, life had the right to exist, and they would willingly help others as long as their own lives were not at stake. In that spirit of truth, goodness, and beauty, they would even part with their wealth to aid good races. Among dragonkind, this made them true paragons of benevolence. Next, I will teleport you all to a safe place. Sasta said this with extreme dominance, allowing no one to object. White light flared around his body, and a magic circle brimming with the aura of space covered the entire cave. Turing Desert. A blinding white light suddenly erupted into the sky, appearing outside the city of Terrell, one of the 9 kingdoms that ruled this land. The terrifying magical fluctuations caused all professionals, commoners, and nobles within the city to discuss in clusters. Could this be? Another powerful legend has appeared in our Terrell kingdom. I hope it's not another magical beast affecting travel and trade once again. Some speculated a powerful being had come from another kingdom, while others guessed it was a legend long cultivated and hidden within their own realm. Pessimistic adventurers with experience believed it to be a legendary ferocious beast that had suddenly arrived here. Beyond the wasteland, in a flat expanse between hills stretching for 100 miles, 23 silver dragons materialized perfectly. Sast, my friend, you have finally come. The tremendous distance of this teleportation left even Sast, an old master legend, somewhat fatigued. At this moment, all the silver dragons heard a hearty laugh. As they raised their heads to look, a discontented voice came. I am here. Hearing the bold voice arriving beside them, these silver dragons instinctively looked down and bowed their heads. A dwarf about 4 feet tall with a red beard and reeking of alcohol, wine cup in hand, and covered in grease, looked at them with dissatisfaction. Old Tuka, you're still the same as before, drunk again. Sast transformed into human form with little height difference from the dwarf known as Tuka, and after looking at each other eye to eye, spoke in a familiar tone. Humph! The ancient silver dragon once again demonstrated his formidable social skills. Compared to the evil chromatic ancient dragons, those flamboyant creatures of darkness, and the good metallic dragons of the dragon kin, he fared far better in this world. A powerful entity with a long lifespan who only required payment and time to forge friendships might offer assistance when needed, maintaining honor without betrayal at critical moments. merely a high-tier mercenary with somewhat steep prices. Who wouldn't appreciate such arrangements? The touring desert gathered vast amounts of terrestrial and fiery elemental energy across the entire Noah continent. This naturally formed unique terrain with over 80% consisting of barren wastelands and endless sand dunes. The desert and wasteland were mostly inhabited by creatures capable of enduring drought and surviving on a single meal for 2 or 3 months. Sparse vegetation here included blackthorns, cacti, and date palm trees. Only in the rare oases formed around freshwater lakes or underground springs could humans and intelligent beings be found. 9 city-states rose upon the 9 largest oasis settlements. In this resource-scarce desert where humanity held less territory than the magical beasts roaming the wasteland, these 9 kingdoms were known as the Touring 9 Kingdoms. They ensured humanity's survival and stood as the undisputed overlords of the entire Touring region. Each kingdom possessed a legend-level powerhouse, making them neither superior nor inferior individually, but together the 9 city-states exceeded the strength of a single kingdom. Yet established at different times while they maintained unity externally, their internal conflicts drained considerable energy, leaving them lacking in expansion but sufficient in defense. They could only remain confined here. The dwarf's name was Tuka Blackrock, an authentic dwarf through and through. Legend had it that after wandering the continent, he had crossed the ocean to study at the Machine Empire on another landmass. He was a legend-level mechanical alchemist by trade with expertise as a top-tier weaponsmith. Throughout the Tyrell Kingdom, he held an esteemed position and was a friend of Sast. It was said that in Sast's youth before reaching his prime, when he formed his adventure party as an adult, this old dwarf was among its members. Along the journey, the old dwarf drank in silence while Yadin listened to Sast speak. Not long after Sast had become an ancient dragon a millennium past, there was another reason for his choice to join the elf forest. Yadin followed beside the flying Sast at a steady pace, reviewing the major events that had occurred in the elf forest over recent years. The great catastrophe from a millennium ago originated from the evil god crystal bestowed by the goddess Sarah, who sought to plague the moon god Saloon. This summoned forth an archfiend lord, an occurrence that drew opposition from all the powerful figures across the Noah continent. Having reached the legend tier, they understood the world and its laws more profoundly, fostering increasing reverence within them. To defy the will of the world invited punishment, making further advancement exceedingly difficult. The aura of the abyss would undoubtedly draw the entire plane closer to it, subjecting everything to corruption. Thus, as the war dragged on, the dark race's relentless conquest of the elf forest pushed the Drow Queen ever nearer to destruction. The Deadwood Demon King stood as a legend tier 5th stage being endowed with an almost indestructible physical form. At that time, Sast had no recourse. After deliberating with the elves, he arranged for them to offer numerous magic crystals to summon the dragon god. The Lord of the North Wind descended his avatar personally, a legend tier 9th stage entity bordering on demigodhood. With ease, he suppressed the Deadwood Demon King, forcing its power down to merely a legend tier 2nd stage level. Due to the Deadwood Demon King's inherent nature, it had accumulated vast quantities of earth elemental energy, transforming into endless mountains and rivers. The territory near Silver Dragon Cliff, as it existed today. Bahamut sealed the Deadwood Demon King beneath a vast expanse of land, confident that 10,000 years would suffice to completely dissolve its essence. The power deities could exert in the material plane was likewise finite, a balancing mechanism across the multiverse to protect the weak. Who could have foreseen? Even Bahamut, after completing this and departing, had also arranged for Sast to help guard this place. Yet he never imagined a mage named Doran would transform the current state of the elf forest. You will remain here for now. I must continue aiding Queen Cynthia in repelling the Leviathan invasion and confronting the resurrected Deadwood Demon King. I hope those humans can set aside their territorial ambitions and temporarily ally with us. After reassuring Tuka he would care for the dragons, and watching them transform into human forms, settling into a luxurious noble residence, Sast addressed Yadin. Sast trusted this dwarf companion, with whom he shared a century-long bond of life and death. Understood, Grandfather Sast, Yadin replied sincerely. However, unlike the optimistic and kind-hearted Sast, Yadin, who understood the depths of human greed, doubted that peace would come easily. Sast believed that after the emergence of demons and dark wizards, humans and elves would once again set aside their differences as they had a millennium ago, choosing peace willingly, a prospect Yadin considered nearly impossible. That they had united 1,000 years prior did not guarantee cooperation a millennium hence. Leviathan possessed dozens of legends. Even with Cynthia and Sast added, it would merely be icing on the cake. Humans were the most pragmatic species of all. On a vast open plain, ice collided with shattered boulders. Shimi had fully adapted to her surging power, and during this time learned 2 ancient combat arts suited for giants that Yadun had pulled from his own mind. More importantly, Shimi's will was extremely firm. After Yadun became the ancestral dragon, he gave her a drop of his own true blood. Among dragon bloodlines, compared with ordinary magical dragon blood, the most precious was undoubtedly the true blood. Some dragon researchers had even discovered that the difference between common dragon beasts and true dragons lay in a dragon's true blood. True blood gave every dragon the ability to unleash magic. With a rank 8 body and strength to rival ordinary high-rank humans, She-Mi, as the ancestral dragon's kin, had the power to stand against common dragons no worse than an adolescent white dragon. Yadun had been reborn, and could now cast fifth circle spells with ease, giving him an absolute advantage. However, to train his body, he voluntarily gave up magic and fought She-Mi with physical might alone. The battle between them was fist to flesh, leaving the 9 giants beside them, now covered in dragon scales, wide-eyed. These 9 hill giants were the clansmen She-Mi would protect, even at the cost of her life. Yadun did not follow up on his earlier ideas to conduct experiments, perhaps because he still lacked the scientific thinking of a qualified mage. He did not have She-Mi, who had already integrated the ancestral dragon's true blood, do away with these 9 young giants. Instead, he turned them into his own kin. Hill giants were creatures that could reach rank 8 upon adulthood, and with a drop of his blood, they could fully grow to high rank. Using high-rank magical creatures as consumables, he was no legendary mage. So poor. Alright, that's enough. With one claw, he pressed She-Mi's head and neck, already 3 meters tall, and still growing, into the earth. Yadun sat expressionlessly, rising from She-Mi. Under the constant influence and transformation of dragon blood, She-Mi had become quite docile. She stood up and knelt respectfully. Yes, my lord. Facing the bright sunlight on a huge carpet said to have been crafted by elven master artists using the pelts of more than 9 kinds of magical beasts. Yadun lay on the ground using large amounts of magic crystals as snacks, reading a spell book in the sunlight. It was already October. A cold wave was sweeping down from the north of the Nuya continent, and the blessing of the goddess of winter was slowly approaching the Tuling Desert. However, because of the extremely arid climate, the days remained scorching hot. At night, those certain accursed spots in the Tuling Desert could drop to below -50 degrees. Within a month, the silver dragons had firmly established themselves in this land. Tuka did indeed hold an extremely lofty status throughout the entire Tulir state. It could be said that any professional at or above high rank had to go through him to have equipment forged. Under the patronage of this legendary dwarf, most good-aligned races would welcome a large group of friendly silver dragons with open arms. Compared to the relatively conservative elves, the city-states, having themselves been founded by immigrants, were much more friendly toward absorbing outsiders. By now, quite a few underage silver dragons had learned transformation spells, preparing for a beautiful encounter with some lovely humanoid maiden. Halflings, half-elves, bards, human merchants, adventurers, and taverns. The 9 city-states of the Tuling Desert all relied on foreign trade, exporting various resources to earn generous profits. After going through a spell book and completing his daily practice, Yadun continued translating various materials and travel accounts. These books all came from the great libraries of the Tulir state, or the private collections of high-rank professionals and great nobles. Yadun simply produced mithril, and they all shut their mouths, willingly offering up treasures their families had guarded from all knowledge for years. Knowledge in this extraordinary world was monopolistic. Even a minor noble family, including travel journals and romance books that recorded little knowledge, would own at most 100 volumes. Books recorded with extraordinary knowledge and major powers were hidden even more tightly. Even the famed 7-star tower, supported by mages throughout the Nuya continent, was full of internal scheming and infighting. Apart from those with connections, even wandering mages who joined would remain at the very bottom, exploited. The situation is getting worse and worse. Yadun sighed. Although the dragons had relocated here, Sasida, bound by contract and charged with suppression, was still doing everything he could to help the elves. Thus the elves had no complaints about the silver dragon's retreat. During this month, under the suppression of 2 ancient dragons, the elves of the northern Blackstone Mountains barely held the line at the cost of many lives. 3 legendary experts, the highest not exceeding the 3rd rank. Legendary ranks numbered 9, and the later they were, the harder they were to reach. Whether even 1 out of 100 legendary experts could reach the high ranks was unknown. A single legendary expert was not enough to stir Liwania. When Duo Luan appeared once more, Liwania's High Council came to understand many things. Yet even though Duo Luan, using the 3 magical factions he had built around faith in himself, carried out assassinations and sabotage throughout Liwania, they still did not halt their attacks on the Elven Forest. That detestable jester with his bad jokes. This is another bad joke. Liwania suppressed him 200 years ago. Now who does he think he is? Just a loser who has lost everything. The royal palace of Liwania, D.C., so immense that he couldn't even see his own toes, was seated on a crimson gold throne that resembled a bed more than a throne, frenziedly licking the precious chocolate made from cocoa beans in his mouth, utterly indifferent. His hair was now all white. 800 years ago, Duo Luan's rebellion against Liwania had brought him centuries of vexation. He, then the brave prince, had organized a punitive expedition less than a year after ascending to the throne. It was to bring a final end to himself and that loathsome bug. Under his rule, Liwania's national strength had increased at least 3-fold, and without the evil god's crystal, what could Duo Luan use to oppose him? I am about to die. At the very least, I must pave the way for my son to build an empire before I die. I will definitely destroy the Elven Forest, and I will destroy Duo Luan and the Withered Tree Demon King as well. Liwania fears no enemy. DC, unable to stand, afflicted by extreme obesity and diseases such as high blood sugar, lifted the wine goblet handed to him by his squire. He was determined to launch this war. Liwania had originally been just a medium-ranking nation among the kingdoms. But now there was a chance to charge toward empire. By devouring the elven forest, a vast expanse of fertile land and more resources, Liwania could have the opportunity to transform into an empire. Even if he could not achieve it, he would leave the chance for his descendants. Praise our king. At that moment, numerous knights, mages, and court ministers cheered in unison. DC, known as the King of Banquets, held another grand feast amid the cheers of his many subjects. At the edge of the banquet, facing the amorous gestures from noble ladies and the invitations from young knights to drink together, an old and a young mage politely declined, citing their inability to drink. Alas, Jellifen, the chief mage of Liwania, the arcane destroyer, sighed. It was no longer like centuries past. King DC, now over 800 years old, was too old to stand and too fat to lift a sword. Without him, the core of the Knight Kingdom, capable of commanding all knights, could Liwania still destroy evil forces as smoothly as in previous expeditions? The royal court and the royal mage corps, church priests, priestesses, paladins, the many great nobles loyal to the royal family, and the imperial knight orders administered by the royal house and recruited from the bloodlines of great nobles' eldest sons. There were more than 20 legendary experts with different stances and over a dozen legendary guest elders. At the slightest misstep, the kingdom would fall into division. As for the young prince, now his strength was merely at the peak of the high rank, slightly inferior to His Majesty DC back then. Could he shoulder such a momentous responsibility? 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. It was not only those who had fled to Tuliing, the Silver Dragon families in the central continent also kept their eyes fixed on the skirmishes in the southwestern region. For nearly a millennium, most powers across the Noah continent had remained remarkably unchanged. Yet after the brewing of this great war for several months, their collective attention gradually shifted toward this place. The Silver Dragon family exchanged 2 copper coins for the latest intelligence from merchants passing through Lavinia and the southwestern region. After reading the reports, every member of the Silver Dragon clan, including Yaton, drew in a sharp breath. The war had now reached its most critical juncture, and the decline of the elves was painfully evident. In their golden age, the formidable elven kingdom, with a population exceeding 30 million, had possessed the strength to rival the great human kingdoms numbering in the hundreds of millions. Now, with its population reduced to barely half, the elven kingdom had once again fallen victim to a devastating massacre in the span of a mere 3 months. Through the sacrificial rites of countless necromancers loyal to Dwluin, the life force of 3 million elves was offered to the demon king of withered trees. Their bones rose again as skeletal warriors standing once more. The 2 ancient dragons summoned by Sasside, one a bronze dragon, the other a golden dragon, were forced into retreat. They faced a combined force led by Gilarel, with 3 additional legendary warriors reinforcing from behind, totaling 7 legendary powers alongside hundreds of thousands of Lavinia's elite troops. Within the vast territories of the Elven Forest, spanning over 1 million square kilometers under Elven control, countless creatures perished. As many as 3 or 4 extremely rare species found nowhere else on the Noah continent were driven to extinction. The elves now controlled only the western portion of the Elven Forest and the lands surrounding their capital of Food, barely over 200,000 square kilometers, yet crammed with tens of millions of elven souls. Adding injury to insult is the nature of all living things. Amid such chaos, the dark forest to the southwest refused to let this plundering feast pass them by. A vast number of master-level creatures appeared. Black orcs who shared a distant bloodline with the northerners living in the bitter cold, though both sides vehemently denied any connection. A large drow tribe, Ledoblins, and various other supernatural beings launched their invasion into the sunlit territories at this very moment. Their arrival only deepened the turmoil. The sole pillar of the elven race, the god-favored Queen Xinxia, had once attempted alone, wielding 2 weapons, to catch Dwluin and the chaotic withered tree demon king off guard and eliminate them. Yet the demon king of withered trees, restored to the 3rd tier of legend through masses of sacrificed flesh and blood, was simply beyond the reach of Queen Xinxia, who stood at the same legendary tier. The 2 divine artifacts inherited from the zenith of the elven kingdom 10,000 years past could at best allow Queen Xinxia to contend with legendary warriors of the 6th or 7th tier. After all, one must be strong to wield such power. Divine artifacts were coveted by legendary beings, yet each one either shared some connection to the gods or was directly held by the deities themselves. Out of necessity, the elves began negotiating with the kingdom of Yilabia on the peninsula, preparing their final retreat. Yet for now, all devoted elves were resolved to make one last stand. They could flee, but they could not abandon the mother tree. The elven mother tree was the foundation upon which their race thrived and recovered. Once food fell, the elves' chance of resurgence would vanish forever. For the sake of their future, Queen Xinxia had resolved to defend Food to the last breath, preserving the ember of elven hope. Tolibang. Its towering 50-meter city gates stood as a dividing line between civilization and barbarism. The most magnificent structure within the city was an awe-inspiring tower, the Tower of Chiming, whose dawn bell above was regarded as the symbol of Tolibang's honor and industry. It was also Tolibang's sole heirloom weapon. From this vantage point atop the tower, one could overlook the entire city. Beside a swimming pool crafted from pristine white glass lay an abundance of wine cabinets and gourmet delicacies. Attendants stood ready beside the central round table. Fully 20-plus individuals, each representing the interests of different factions within Tolibang. Bang has once again petitioned us, hoping to arrange for 2 of their people to enter the Sky Garden to study pharmacology. The counselors of Bang, each clad in luxurious garments from different noble families, wore grim expressions. That same greedy countenance. They truly intend to wage war against us. An immediately militant counselor erupted with righteous indignation. Every corner of the world harbored its own troubles. Resources in the desert were ultimately finite. The 9 city-states across different regions each possessed cutting-edge technologies essential for survival on the Noah continent. Each had its strengths, and only by compensating for each other's weaknesses could they rely on unity to dominate the entire desert. The region where Bang stood enjoyed relatively rich vegetation. Initially focused on studying various plants, several declining noble families with druid ancestors had settled here after backing the wrong side during the new king's ascension. Over centuries they evolved into what is now Bang. Of the 8 ruling families, 3 were founded by powerful practitioners who combined martial prowess with strategic vision during the development of the settlement. The remaining 5 noble families, sustained by their profound heritage and unbroken lineage despite their decline, secured their positions among the ruling families. The Sky Garden of Bang had earned fame across the continent and beyond, even drawing admiration from mages and herbalists on other continents. Within its grounds, countless magical plants were cultivated, alongside rare and even externally extinct species totaling well over 100,000 varieties. It had nurtured countless magic pharmacists, exporting no fewer than 1 million potions annually. They were even considering increasing production. It was through these magical potions that Bang could sustain a population of approximately 2 million. The name had been made across the entire Noah continent. And now all this beauty was about to be shattered. Since they seek war, then let us fight. No. We have maintained friendly relations with Bang for over 500 years. They have merely sent 2 individuals seeking to learn our techniques. Is this not enough? Our complete cultivation training system and pharmaceutical production processes took us centuries to build. This is an attempt to take our livelihood. Riding on their status as the foremost city-state, they dare to meddle in our affairs. Each ruling family, owing to their differing stances, raised their voices differently during the council. They were the absolute rulers of the city-state, controlling over 80% of its power. Yet driven by self-interest, they had already clashed with one another multiple times. They could never see eye to eye. Some vehemently opposed the proposal, while others closely tied to certain families in Bang showed no concern for Bang's future, caring only for personal gain. Their behavior and the attitudes of the various families slowly filtered down from the upper echelons to the middle and lower classes. This pearl of the desert, laden with invaluable goods, was rapidly being looted in the turmoil. An atmosphere of unease gradually spread through the city. In the 2nd month of the Noah new calendar 2009, after several months of anticipation, the battle of food involving the elves that Yadin had been watching finally came to a close. A massive explosion echoed as countless elongated projectiles resembling stars pierced into the trunk of the colossal elven mother tree that reached toward the clouds. Huge blossoms clung tightly to the tree's branches. The sturdy branches of the ancient pine tree's leaves larger than humans, and the dwellings built by the elves among the boughs shattered instantaneously. Like sucking jelly, the demon king of withered trees voraciously devoured the life force of the elven mother tree, the most vital asset of their race. Queen Xinxiao, wielding the silver moon bow and clad in battle armor, did not resemble a friendly neighbor, but rather a valiant female warrior goddess at that moment. Her entire body gradually erupted with brilliant light and terrifying aura. Despite it being daytime, within the area bounded by her, and the sky above a luminous moon seemed to manifest. The elemental forces in heaven and earth suddenly surged, and she controlled them effortlessly like ocean waves. Every gesture she made filled countless onlookers with dread. Yet even so, her fragile physique gradually became translucent under such radiance. At the cost of burning her own life force, she pushed the silver moon bow to its absolute limit. An arrow was loosed. Swift as a shooting star, it tore through the void. As space itself was suddenly ripped apart, a massive fissure formed, and terrifying spatial turbulence, interplanar monsters, and chaotic magic flooded into multiple dimensions. Like a miniature silver moon, the arrow consecutively pierced through 5 or 6 tree-like claws of the withered demon king that sought to block it. It struck its core with pinpoint accuracy. A tiny silver sun detonated within the belly of the kilometer-tall monster. With a thunderous roar, wood chips flew and polluted blood flowed onto the earth. The demon king of withered trees, enraged by the persistent interference of the tiny figure, finally lost his sanity. He even abandoned the mother tree he had been pursuing. A colossal claw wide enough to crush mountains came down in a direct strike. "O goddess, please have mercy upon your children. Protect the mother tree, protect the elves." In a subterranean cellar, an elven elder with a stern face and his left arm long severed bore severe wounds, yet acted resolutely. 12 elder elves whose strength rivaled that of masters sacrificed their lives once again to beseech the moon god Suluin for his attention. Alas, the momentum-heavy descending claw suddenly halted at this moment. An inexplicable sigh seemed to plunge all of food into silence. A mysterious power suddenly appeared. "This is the feeling I've been waiting for." Hidden somewhere unknown, Dwaluin, who once again held the contract gem of the Demon King's lineage, opened his eyes in an instant, them flashing with sharp brilliance. He sensed this mysterious power that in a split second caused half of the vast food city to freeze, completely turning black and white. Dwelin took out a mundane beast skin book and a quill made from owl feathers and began frantically recording his insights at that very moment. Hearing a commotion from afar, Dwelin paused, sighed in wonder, then continued his records. On the other side, the entire withered demon king was struck in two. Suspended in midair under the control of a mysterious force, Xinxia, with eyes turned pure white, released 5 or 6 arrows in succession. Each arrow seemed to contain the primordial power of the silver moon, wielding the might she had previously achieved by overdrawn life and even soul. The moon god Suluin descended. With the cries and wails of his subjects and the disappearance of massive faith, he could not stand idly by as his cherished children and the mother tree perished. Finally, in the distant divine realm, using his most favored Xinxia as a fulcrum, he projected his power. Each arrow capable of causing a nuclear explosion easily tore through the Demon King's defenses. A grotesque object, constantly pulsating surface reeking of abyssal energy, completely blackened, yet resembling a combination of tumor-like eyeballs and resin. The Abyss Lord Core. The withered Demon King tried to struggle, but every claw strike, though seemingly hitting the avatar of the moon god Suluin, missed by just a hair's breadth. As if in an instant the two existed in different space-time continua. With a booming sound, the core was destroyed. The withered Demon King's aura plummeted drastically, almost falling below the legendary tier. Suluin sheathed his long sword and clasped his hands together. A pair of colossal silver palms, each kilometer in size, closed around the withered Demon King and crushed him effortlessly. The withered Demon King was instantaneously annihilated from both physical and spiritual perspectives. The scattered perfusion of life energy returned to its proper places with a mere wave of Suluin's hand. The mother tree, which had been devoured and drained by the withered Demon King, slowly recovered its original form amid the decay. This is the power of a deity. Whether it was Dwelin hidden within food, personally comprehending the formidable power of the gods, or those 50 miles north of food. The Leviathan Legion, which clearly wielded supreme power, and the 3 ancient dragons like Sod, all marveled at the might of the gods at this very moment. The records are nearly complete. It is time to execute the third phase of the plan. Dwelin, having experienced the direct crushing force of the divine aura, recorded his most authentic feelings in real time, firmly imprinted them in his memory, and then savored his words. I'm afraid you won't have that luxury. Dwelin, who had intended to slip away, froze instantly. In silence, a peerlessly beautiful figure exuding an aura of peace and tranquility materialized behind him. O great moon god. At this moment, facing the god directly, Dwelin felt as if he had become a frail, ordinary mortal. Suluin's expanded domain severed his connection with the elemental energies around him that had always obeyed him like slaves. He turned his head, his green pupils and demonic blood patterns on his face, making his aged features appear repulsive and terrifying. Will you not come out yet? Suluin ignored his reverence and instead asked a question unrelated to the matter. And naturally, I will come out. From the red gem in Dwelin's hand, another mysterious power instantly shattered Suluin's domain. A exceedingly charming goddess descended. Her temperament starkly different from Suluin's purity and holiness, like the silver moon in the sky. The goddess, brimming with dark aura, also manifested an avatar. Shera and Suluin. Their antagonism was extremely well known throughout the divine circles of the entire multiverse. Suluin did not waste words. Confronting his loathed sister, he launched a ruthless attack from the outset. Neither woman questioned the other. Suluin did not ask Shera why she was doing this, nor if she feared giving the advantage to the spider goddess Lolth. Simply by looking at Suluin's icy expression, Shera kept a smile on her face. Ultimately, the 3-day battle of food concluded. Both goddesses manifested avatars, instructing all bishops of divine churches and other kingdoms to report the news to their respective deities. The weak elves after the Forest of Elves was occupied by vast amounts of demonic energy and dark races. Following Suluin's divine will, the stubborn old ones who found it hard to abandon their homeland also chose to follow Queen Xinxia, whose vitality had been replenished westward. The kingdom of Yilabia originally had no intention of accepting this group of elves numbering in the millions, but with the assistance of numerous benevolent god churches within the country. The king, facing many great nobles loyal to these churches after they jointly relinquished some interests, ultimately gave tacit approval. Over 80% of the Forest of Elves was temporarily ruled by the kingdom of Liwania. After occupying food, the knights halted their advance. On the land originally ravaged by the withered Demon King, a dark principality was formed by masses of undead and newly emerged churches worshipping Dwelin. Along with the monsters emerging from the dark forest, they barely formed 3 factions partitioning the lands of the Forest of Elves. In the Tulian Desert within the state of Tulier, at the rear of the luxurious palace now blessed with the name Silver Dragon Nest, Yadin continued to bask in the sunlight. Occasionally he rolled over, scratched his belly with a claw, and went back to reading. In the Elven Forest, within a few months, at least 4 million elves had died. The gods descended their avatars, and the whole continent's powers were probing into the battle fought between the last 2 deities. Yet no one truly knew the truth about the 2 goddesses who had clashed so viciously. Even the gossip-loving gods dared not ask. Yadin. A flash of white light blazed as if he had been caught stealing a snack. Yadin instantly lifted his head and looked at Saside standing before him. It's over. Sasside said with a tone of awe. The War of the Gods. It was an event recorded in the annals of history across the entire Noah continent. It stirred deep emotion not only in Sasside but in Yadin as well. Even if some enormous upheaval later struck the southwestern region and shattered the current balance, it would no longer have anything to do with them. When Sasside suffered a massive drain of his assets in the Elven Kingdom, in order to honor his promise, he even spent his own money to settle that vow. In the final phase of the war, he had forcibly retained the ancient gold dragon and ancient brass dragon he personally knew, knowing that he still had kin Queen Cynthia, even though she was fully aware of the elves' extreme fragility, did not force him to stay. That way they would still have a chance to meet again in the future and continue as friends. The entire elven race was no match for Sasside alone. Sasside's return caught the attention of many top figures who had been waiting in the state of Tullier. The Noah continent upheld the doctrine of the strong. Some meddlesome wealthy scholars maintained that the mighty were like giants, even if their mere stroll might destroy everything around them. Countless little men and ordinary folk would still crowd around them. The state of Tullier faced its neighbor the state of Silane, which possessed vast fertile lands, the largest underground springs, and relentlessly constructed artificial forests, its ambitions utterly undisguised. After a period of deliberation, in the end, they still refused the scholar's academic discourse. The Hanging Garden was a mere 10,000 square kilometers, a territory preserved only through anti-gravity spells, while they ran rampant across the boundless desert and wasteland, even squandering water with extravagant indulgence. More than half of Tullier's tax revenue and the very foundation of every ruling family lay there. Even if that foundation were not shaken, merely giving away the technology would be a pain carved into the bones of the ruling families. Within the General Council of the 9 states of Tullier, the acrimony between the two city-states grew ever stronger. The disadvantaged state of Tullier naturally sought a powerful outside ally. The power of the Silver Dragons made all who knew their legends shrink back in awe. Only the ruling families had the ability to approach them. My old friend, even they managed to persuade you to come. You know my style well enough. Of course I do. I never expected you to say yes. Anyway, if I can walk away with that much adamantine merely by making a trip, why wouldn't I come? Then at least split it with me. You hairless rascal, dream on. In the luxurious mansion, Sasside gathered all the family members and met with the envoy whom the ruling families had sent with high hopes, the old dwarf Tuka. The two old friends who knew each other inside and out immediately exchanged snide remarks the moment they met. In the eyes of the young dragons like Tiffany and Thomas, the elder who had always been kind and dignified now behaved like a ruffian. The kindly grandfatherly image they had held collapsed. Those people, do they intend to throw out a pile of gold to hire me as their bravo again? Sasside turned his head, speaking with his back to Tuka. Gulp gulp. The red-nosed dwarf who had been holding a great tankard nearly as large as a human head took a hearty swig. Then he wiped his mouth. Yes, 1 million gold coins to hire you for 5 years. If you don't agree, it's still negotiable. I have just come through a great war. I'm old bones now. Sinews and joints need 100 years to mend. For the next 100 years, I have no desire to join any struggle. And this goes for you young ones as well. From now on, I don't want you involving yourselves in the conflicts of Tullier. We will remain here temporarily. If it truly becomes impossible, we will move away. Once you have come of age like those other fellows, you have the right to leave whenever you wish. Sasside said earnestly to the group of juniors. Afterward, he kept Christina and the 4 young dragons behind alone. Even the curious Tuka who wanted to stay and watch was shooed out by him. The reason I kept you here is a very important matter. This time I may no longer handle the affairs of the Elven Forest, but that does not mean the dragon race will ignore them. The Withered Tree Demon King was my responsibility to suppress, and I failed. The dragon race will send someone to punish me. Her Grace Saloon personally intervened and erased everything. Yet even so, many elves in the Elven Forest are still enduring torment, and the dark races have emerged into broad daylight. To relay this critical information to Dragon Island, I hope the 4 of you, especially Yadin, can journey there and deliver this letter to the great elder of Dragon Island, Bax the Golden Pillar, ancient gold dragon. Sasside took out a gleaming golden scale. A task begun must be finished to the end. After all, this was a command from His Majesty Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon God. All good dragons of the Madwa Plain were obliged to obey it. His duties were twofold. First, to suppress the Withered Tree Demon King and settle that issue, a duty all dragonkind should bear. The second duty was personal, to help the elves. The abyssal demonic energy left behind by the Withered Tree Demon King would subtly intensify the connection between the Noah continent and the Abyss Plane. Therefore Sasside, unwilling to incur the wrath of the plane and end up utterly cursed and even unable to break through in his cultivation in the future, still planned to do something afterward to regain the plane's favor. Great Elder Yadin is only a few months old now. Is it already time? After he finished speaking, Lena, the Silver Dragon Mother, who worried about the 4 young dragons and understood his undisguised intention to value Yadin and train him, spoke up at once. Her words were full of concern for the children. Chris said nothing, but his eyes said it all. He is a progenitor dragon destined to soar through the skies, protect countless dragons, and even establish a powerful force of his own. He is already at the high rank, and his strength is not weak. It is time for him to venture out. Delivering this letter to Dragon Island can serve as his mission. To the parents worrying about their children, Sasside gave reassurance and affirmation. Yadin, are you willing to go? And are you 3 little ones willing to help? We are willing. The three young dragons had long yearned for freedom. Even the most reserved Elena wished to be like the silver dragons of the inherited memories, merciful to the weak and righteous against evil. I am willing to. Yadin took a deep breath and said. Sasside's tone had already made his intentions perfectly clear. Yadin understood that the time had come for him to stand on his own. Very good. Sadeth praised Yeton for his courage. For an ancestral dragon, reaching the rank of legend was no challenge. Yet for ordinary creatures, advancing to legend required not only innate talent and diligent cultivation, but also profound trials of the spirit. Ancestral dragons could bypass this stage, entirely stepping into legend through sheer natural brilliance alone. However, to travel further along the path of legends and beyond, an unwavering will was indispensable. Grandfather Sadeth, what should I do if I encounter a powerful being on the way to Dragon Island who could kill me at this stage? I shall find you a bodyguard. Sadeth responded to Yeton's question with nonchalance. As an ancient silver dragon, he had already surpassed the age of 2200 years. He was not particularly ancient among ancient silver dragons, yet he knew well over 10 other elder dragons, and those elder dragons each maintained connections with still more dragons. After all, among dragonkind some only ate and slept, others were gluttons, some were both greedy and insatiable. Every variety existed. Finding someone idle enough to keep an eye on Yeton during his naps or rests was hardly a problem. He could afford it, expenses would be reimbursed after all. Do not worry about the matter of protection. I will find a legend to safeguard you. Now let your parents speak with you. I will take my leave. Sadeth cast a meaningful gaze upon the silver dragon father and mother, whose expressions were deeply conflicted. In a flash he vanished. The four young dragons looked toward their two parents. I did not expect things to unfold so quickly. Yeton. I need not mention him, for he already possesses the strength to defend himself. You are not my firstborn children, and I have grown accustomed to this. But Elena, Thomas, and Tiffany, you three are merely at the low tier. Your strength is weak. Take care. After exchanging pleasantries, the silver dragon father and mother each opened their respective dimensional spaces. They retrieved gleaming gold and magic stones brimming with elemental power. Among the stones, alongside the most common low-tier gems, there were 4 mid-tier crystals. Each represented a different element: earth, fire, water, and wind, one for each young dragon. To the silver dragons, they were unquestionably qualified and devoted parents. Once they had departed, Sadeth reappeared, his eyes unfocused, his mind adrift. In truth, he himself felt that now was not yet the time for Yeton to stand independent. With his current strength, the Silver Dragon clan within the Tunlu Desert and beyond could thrive among both humans and monsters alike. But who had voiced such words? For the following 2 months, Yeton urged his 3 siblings to study magic spells together. Since their magical aptitude was insufficient, they could not yet cast Tier 5 transformation spells. Sadeth collected 1 low-tier gem from each of them and crafted 3 low-tier magic rings as gifts. Dragons utilized magical items differently from humans. Beyond their scalding gastric acids, dragons possessed a hollow diaphragm in their throat, a specialized cavity. They could temporarily store magical items there, appearing to outsiders as though they had swallowed them whole. In reality, the items sustained no harm whatsoever. Dragons could channel their magical energy into these objects and cast spells instantaneously at any time. Master Yeton, I wish to follow and serve you. Just as Yeton was sketching his travel map based on information provided by merchants from other territories of the Tunlu Desert and deciding his westward route, an unexpected guest arrived. Cloud Eagle Peter was excessively ingratiating, practically on the verge of bowing down to the ground. You wish to accompany me, eh? Yes. I have served Lord Sadeth for many years, handing over all my savings to him and receiving his permission. I am now a free individual. Very well. From this day forth you shall be my retainer. Yeton had no intention of refusing the high-tier magical beast, the Cloud Eagle, that had willingly placed itself at his service. He accepted it without hesitation. Year 209 of 5th month of the Noah calendar. After several months had passed and preparations were thoroughly complete, a standard adventurer party of 4 set out: a major ranger, a shield warrior, and an assassin. They departed from the Tuale tribe and trekked southward across the desert, which had remained unchanged for years. Lord Yeton, I never expected another ancestral dragon to appear among the silver dragons. How old are you this year? You have already reached level 10. Tell me, do you harbor golden dragon blood within you? Otherwise, why would Lord Master of the North Wind favor you so greatly? A quartet of adventurers, yet one of them was an unceasing chattering elder. Before the seemingly empty void around them, the voice grew ever more animated. Yeton could only offer a wry smile. Lord Baden, as I have explained before, I am a pure silver dragon. Baden, an ancient bronze dragon. This was the guardian that Sadeth had arranged to accompany and protect Yeton. Compared to Sadeth, who had reached the pinnacle of legend at the 5th stage, Baden was roughly the same age, slightly younger, at over 1800 years old. His cultivation rested at the 2nd stage, yet as a great dragon, he was by no means inferior to those who had achieved the ultimate realm of legend. The presence of such a formidable bodyguard brought Yeton great peace of mind. The sole drawback was the common flaw of bronze dragons: they were exceedingly talkative. Faced with this legend tier bronze dragon, the 4 young dragons could only manage forced smiles. After crossing a vast expanse of small nations in the central southern region, this unremarkable adventurer party entered the renowned human kingdom of the southern lands. Sadinkana. On the Noah continent, all powers possessing legends or greater numbered roughly a few hundred, comparable in stature to duchies. Among them, only a few dozen kingdoms boasted multiple legends. Sadinkana was one of them. It lay to the south, bordering the Sea of Whirlpools. To the north stood the Tsungcheong Mountains, a range that spanned nearly the entire central region of the Noah continent, originating from the many small states of the central south and stretching straight toward the vast eastern ocean. Because the mountain range and the plateau beyond it blocked most of the cold northern currents, the Great Plains of Sadinkana enjoyed a humid climate, making it the granary of the entire Noah continent. Consequently, the kingdom of Sadinkana ranked within the top 10 across the entire Noah continent. Its people were prosperous and well off. To the north lay Jyasalading. Months later, within the four-person adventurer party, the freckle-faced ranger glared displeasedly at the two guards stationed before the gate. He reluctantly handed over 4 copper coins. "Pa damn blood-sucking parasites. Damn penniless beggar." After mentally exchanging insults, the adventurer party entered the city under the contemptuous gazes of the ordinary soldiers guarding the gate. "Let's rest here for a while. We still need 3 months. From here we can hire a carriage and slay magical beasts along the way. When we reach the neighboring kingdom of Tyre, we can take a ship to Dragon Island." Inside, the Inyadan who served as the mage took out a map and said, "All right, second brother, would you like to come along with us for a stroll?" Tiffany and Thomas, curious about the human world, were very interested in whether the local customs of Sadinkana differed from those of Tulir State. No need. Yaden had other important matters to attend to. Now, unlike at Inlong Cliff, there was no one to control him. He needed to think as one in power, not as the managed in both identity and attitude. Very well. Immediately afterward, Yaden reverted to his dragon form. A huge dragon 9 meters long continuously exhaled chilling breaths as it fell into deep slumber. Elena at this moment took out animal hide to calculate recent expenses. As the elder sister, she not only inscribed magic patterns to enhance the quality of forging weapons and crafts, she also managed the accounts. This made Yaden believe she had potential to become a great steward in the future. After all, this world ran on nepotism. Yaden was at ease with his own elder sister. Beneath the vast starry sky, Yaden once again came to the altar, so enormous that entering it always filled him with awe and a sense of being utterly insignificant. The stars turned, and he once again connected with a familiar presence. "Well, have you gathered the 1000 mithril I requested?" Yaden asked. "It's ready. Now what about the thing I wanted?" Meanwhile, in his laboratory, Kazian, who was again researching and modifying his body structure to fuse with metal. Upon hearing Yaden's voice, he listened for a moment, then saw it was the familiar him. A delighted expression immediately appeared on his face. His hope of advancing to Grand Venerable had finally arrived. Without wasting words, Yaden had him make the exchange. With a gesture, a purple crystal shard about the size of his fingernail appeared before Kazian's eyes. Even with Kazian's deep composure at this moment, he stared at the crystal with utmost fascination. The two parties then engaged in a very amicable conversation. "If you still need this crystal, next time provide me with 1.0 tons of mithril and at least 100 square meters of metal of this quality." Yaden took out a small piece of void crystal and dangled it before Kazian's eyes, making it clear what his minimum conditions were. Kazian fell silent. He was like fish on the chopping board with no bargaining power at all. Even faced with outright robbery, he still had to accept it willingly, like consuming poison honey, and obediently follow orders. Fine. Thanks to that tiny crystal shard, Kazian clearly felt a very pure craving rising within him. Although he had no confidence whatsoever in breaking through to Grand Venerable, this tiny fragment gave him hope for advancement. He already understood that the third transaction would likely demand even more, and he only hoped to break through as soon as possible. Yaden, without another word, ended their connection. By now, Yaden had stepped into the advanced level, so he no longer needed to be overly cautious in dealing with Kazian, whose strength was at the peak of level 19. His strength was developing rapidly, so he had no need to worry much now. Apart from legendary level beings, Yaden did not need to regard any creature seriously. After this, he took stock of his belongings. Yaden then contacted the deity imprisoned upon the mountain throne. Moi. The spatial aura caused the ancient god who had been dozing to open his eyes again. "Ha ha ha, it's you again, little one. What is it this time?" "Your Grace, this time I brought you a good story and some fine things." Yaden nervously took out a large handful of metal. The bargaining chips in his hand were few. Apart from the evil god crystals that the ancient god already knew about and had partly acquired, the most precious were these legendary metals that might even work on deities. To an ancient god who had spanned countless ages, even mithril and adamantine differed from ordinary ground stones only in that they took a bit more time to consume. They were utterly worthless. "Oh, let me hear it." As if listening to a story, the colossal god reached his arm into the crevice and directly picked up the legendary metals that Yaden had deliberately cast into lumps, which looked like sugar beans. To continue obtaining divine blood or other useful things from the ancient god, Yaden suppressed his heartache and watched the god devouring the metal as if it were popcorn. He slowly narrated in a different manner the struggle between the two goddesses Saloon and Shar, which he had learned from Sasside. Once upon a time, long, long ago, there were twin goddesses born from heaven and earth. Their powers opposed each other. Yaden understood that after this ancient god had been imprisoned here for endless ages, he, like all living beings, had one emotion: loneliness. Therefore, communication was extremely important to him. Yadin deliberately told the story with ups and downs, successfully capturing the ancient god's interest. In the end, the two goddesses within a nation built by a devotee of one of the goddesses. Each descended in an avatar and fought a great battle. A full half-hour passed. Of the more than 80 cubic meters of legendary metal that Yadin had stockpiled, more than half was devoured. Keeping the remaining 30 cubic meters, he had no choice but to offer lower-grade mithril. 500 tons of mithril were consumed entirely. And then, that's it. There has been no recent news of the two goddesses. Yadin had already made the scriptures of the two churches regarding the two deities as well as the latest events as interesting as possible. He couldn't fabricate nonsense. His inspiration was truly drained. Alright, the giant licked his fingers. The massive amounts of mithril he had swallowed were like dessert to him. Not yet satisfied, he lightly stood up, every movement carrying immense menace, and lifted another mountain peak. The mountain peak contained vegetation, trees, and various important metals, including ores and vast amounts of earth elemental energy. The colossal god gulped it down as if eating bread. Then he sat back in his original position. His belly showed no change at all, as if all that mass had simply vanished into thin air. Not bad. I can't eat your things for nothing. If you have more stories to tell me, your plane is quite interesting. What do you want? For you, increasing your power should be the most important thing. Are you aiming to become a supreme powerhouse by igniting a divine spark and creating an empire? A delighted expression crossed Yadin's face. I wish to have more of your divine blood to enhance my potential. How much? 1,000 drops. What? What do you take me for, a blood bank? You little bloodsucker. The ancient god, who had been lying there with narrowed eyes, abruptly sat up and stared hard at Yadin again. He said it in a tone that was half scolding, half joking. Yadin immediately tensed up, a dry smile spreading across his face. With your stature, 1,000 drops of blood is nothing more than a tiny amount to you. I promise I'll bring even better stories in the future, and legendary metal as well. Even though he had been isolated from the world for a long time, the ancient god saw through the little lizard-like creature's guilt and true intentions at a glance. At most, I'll give you 100 drops. I can also give you a decent legacy class. As for legendary metal, I need at least 300 cubic meters. And you'll need to give me a story that interests me. The ancient god smacked his lips, recalling the flavor from before. To the being he once was, legendary metal was also a very good thing. It could even strengthen bones. As for mithril, to him, it was barely worth using as food. For an existence at his level, it had no effect of enhancement whatsoever. Good. Yadin had already decided to use this same condition as the standard the next time he traded with that metallic life form. He would pass goods from his left hand to his right, trading for what he truly needed. Yadin took out a small bottle the size of a human head with great care. As the giant's fingernail scraped across his finger, a crack opened beneath his index finger, and divine blood, thick, heavier than a galaxy, dripped into the jade bottle. It was thick and pure gold, radiating terrifying fluctuations of vital energy, like a dazzling sun. The giant pointed a finger, and a message formed from tens of thousands of tiny characters flooded into Yadin's mind. Yadin felt immensely satisfied. For him, now already an ancestral dragon, divine blood was the only way he could think of to elevate his potential. And it couldn't be just 1 or 2 drops. The amount had to be far greater than before. True dragons were already top-tier magical creatures. Elevating their bloodline potential was incomparably difficult. If such things could be found throughout the continent, the dragon clans would have joined forces long ago to seize them. Only power at the level of the divine could have a shaping influence on a true dragon below that realm who possessed legendary potential. Yadin's ambition was not limited to what he was now. He wanted to become a primeval dragon, the most supreme bloodline among dragonkind. And of primeval dragons, each dragon lineage, for instance the Silver Dragon clan, had seen no more than a few appear in all the endless years, fewer than 10. If he became a primeval dragon, Yadin would have the right to make all dragonkind bow in submission. Achieving the dragon god was only a matter of time. That was his goal. A god. Endless lifespan, mighty strength, and a divine nature that commanded all things, and was nearly omniscient. Yadin took the initiative to end this communication. After weighing things for a moment, he took 1 or 2 drops of divine blood from the jar before him. Anything connected to a god, no matter how faint, even if it was just a fingernail or a strand of hair, possessed a trace of divinity. This was a difference in realm. Divinity could make mortals shed their mortal frames and transcend into the sacred. But if separated from the divine, the power of divinity would gradually fade over the long years until it withered and died. Legend said that in the arcane empire of a certain plane, a grand arcanist who studied the most fundamental nature of energy had specially researched this topic. The power of divinity might not necessarily be stronger than ordinary elemental power, but the crucial point was that its essence was a rank higher than elemental power. It came from the human heart and from something even more mysterious. If a succubus were to obtain a sliver of light divinity, she could even change class and become a priestess of light. By the same reasoning, if an angel received divinity with dark or corrupt attributes, it would fall and become a fallen angel. Its power might not necessarily double, but its essence would undergo a fundamental change. These 2 drops of blood before Yadin, if fully absorbed by a true dragon, could help elevate his bloodline by 1 tier. If absorbed by other powerhouses, it could even transform them into divine beings. As long as the existence he had communicated with this time was not on the level of that ancient god, Whether stronger or weaker than Kasian, they would all absolutely need this blood imbued with divinity. Crack. Starlight flowed and space twisted again. A brilliant river of stars across endless epochs cut through boundless time and space, even altering the trajectory of fate. Slowly amid a resplendent starry sky, it locked onto an extraordinarily dazzling star. In the multiverse, it was a colossal planet so immense that it attracted all surrounding energy. At this moment, an illusory bridge was forged between it and that star. A massive palace, enormous and coldly mechanical. Countless mechanical ants, their antennae glowing red, were hauling colossal materials that were over 100 or even 1,000 meters in diameter. While the master of this palace enjoyed his morning tea, the mechanical ants arranged these reagents. The formation of the phantom bridge made the giant, drinking an unknown beverage, freeze at once. It managed to break through my laboratory's defensive wards. What is it? The giant, gulping down his drink, was immediately overcome with curiosity. Gazing at the thin spot in the space before him where the bridge had opened a rift, he curiously pressed his eye to it. A colossal eye stared through the torn crack, peering into the beauty of another space. Another colossus. Seeing that pair of terrifying eyes, Yadin immediately realized that the being before him was nothing less than the ancient god he had encountered before in stature. A silver dragon. Just as he was organizing his thoughts, preparing to speak, and seeking to build a good rapport with this existence, hoping to leave a good first impression, a thunderous roar reached him from the other side of the rift, and those two words made Yadin stiffen at once. He knows dragons. That thought was the first to appear in Yadin's mind, and he immediately searched his inherited memories for what the existence before him could be. Since it could recognize dragons, there was no reason why it should not be recorded in the vast, boundless draconic inheritance. Yes. Senior, who might you be? The eyes alone revealed nothing, but Yadin found several possible species among his inherited memories, so he asked tentatively. Hearing the words of the dragon before him, the giant on the other side reached out and tore the rift open in an instant. Golden lightning transformed into thick thunder serpents, ripping apart the nearly indestructible rock-solid space. In this way, he let Yadin see his full form. A titan. In the ancient age, all giants followed him. He was also the core of all giants during the war between giants and dragons. It was precisely after that war that the two races known as the Golden Races declined. Just as the ancestral dragons and primeval dragons of dragonkind had vanished generally, leaving only true dragons and true giants to fight each other. After that epoch, the Titans, the race known as the closest to the gods beneath the divine, disappeared as well. Any titan once reaching adulthood was the supreme existence below the gods and could even slay gods. The titan before Yadin was 1,000 meters tall and absolutely already an adult. Little one, you must be a silver dragon, right? You also carry the scent of those ancient, undying lizards. Interesting. Do you recognize me now? Great Titan, your power is rarely seen in this world. He was facing the Titan worshipped by the giants, the sworn enemies of dragons. Yadin, while flattering him, was also wondering whether he should end the conversation immediately lest the Titan across from him remember him, or even harbor malice toward him and bring about a deadly disaster. Titans were no longer what they had been. Since that primordial war, they had almost no enmity. Now throughout every multiversal plane, they lived in seclusion unknown to outsiders. Thus Yadin could not ascertain this Titan's attitude toward dragons. You need not worry. That affair from so long ago is ancient history. I hadn't even grown up then. The Titan saw through Yadin's mind at a glance. At his current level, merely looking at a person allowed him to sense whether that person harbored faint malice. The Titan was powerful in every conceivable way, willpower, physique, magical sense, and affinity alike. The elder is most magnanimous. Yadin keenly caught the implication of his words. This was an ancient Titan who had survived from that age. Cut the flattery. Where did you get this thing? You and I are separated by nearly an epoch, yet you can communicate with my laboratory directly. The Titan had long grown weary of such flattery. Throughout the immense passage of time, aside from raising his own power, only scientific research could attract his few interests. It also kept his nature from being devoured by solitude. He went straight to the question he was most curious about. He stared fixedly at the bridge suspended between them across countless spaces like a span crossing a galaxy. Yadin remained silent. How could he blurt out this secret, the greatest one he possessed? I won't take it from you. Just tell me the principle. I'm curious and I can give you something in exchange. Forget it. Judging by how you look, I doubt you'll believe me. The Titan looked at the wary Yadin and realized that his eager thirst for knowledge had frightened the other. His heart chilled. The two faced each other, eyes locked, silent and speechless. Ahem. I hope I can exchange precious things with you. Yadin broke the oppressive silence. He had been asleep for 2 hours, and in the outside world 2 hours had also passed. If he stayed any longer, AI Lina would wake him. What do you want? I'll warn you beforehand, as a Titan, I'm only interested in things that increase my own power. Apart from that, I have not the slightest interest in that crap in your hands. The Titan, whose intellectual curiosity had not been satisfied, turned cold toward Yadin all at once. He sat down, and after directing the mechanical ants to put everything away, began preparing the materials for washing on his own. Apart from experiments researching finer creations, increasing his strength, and worrying over a sliver of Titan kinship, he had long gone numb across countless years. I'll trade you this. Yadin, knowing that one must sacrifice something to gain something, immediately brought out those 2 drops of divine blood. The aura of the divine blood instantly caught the attention of the Titan, who had just drunk the last mouthful of a beverage that could keep him awake for 3 months. Cough, cough. Coughing a bit, he ignored his discomfort and stared wide-eyed at the 2 drops which radiated a pure brilliance that glowed quietly like the sun. The aura of a god, and not an ordinary one at that. The Titan made a clean cut on his wrist. A crystal mixed with purple and cyan flew straight toward one of the sun-like drops of blood. The 2 collided. Space seemed to form a black hole in that brief instant warping and twisting. The side effects and impact of the collision between 2 different divinities were absorbed all at once. The Titan's blood evaporated in an instant, but the sun-like drop of divine blood merely dimmed slightly. This is at least the blood of a powerful deity. I'll take it. The Titan changed his mind all at once. What do you want? I want to acquire from you some magic mechanical technology and a number of powerful puppets. Yadun looked at the space occupied by the Titan. A laboratory created as if by a giant towered 10,000 meters high, with its pure white mechanical walls, and countless mechanical ants densely carpeted the floor. Yadun understood that this Titan, aside from mastering the 2 innate laws of wind and thunder, would surely not be lacking in magic mechanical arts. From a dragon's perspective on wealth, the mechanical ants before him were absolutely the height of extravagance. Even among the empires of the Madwa plane, the magic mechanical empire, renowned for its magic mechanical technology, might not measure up in technological mastery. An oceanic abundance, all of it forged from precious metals. Although it could not compare to top-tier rare metals like mithril, it still testified to the Titan's lavish boldness. In this huge laboratory, there were at least 100 million mechanical ants, each the size of a sheep. For now, Yadun lacked nothing. With so much divine blood, it was enough to let him advance along the path of bloodline. Therefore, apart from increasing potential, what Yadun most needed now was immediate hard power. Puppets and one-shot high-power weapons perfectly suited his needs. Lord Badang was after all an outsider, no an outside dragon. He had only agreed to Sasai's invitation to escort him to Dragon Island for the time being. In truth, it was also because he had received a minor wound earlier in his confrontation with the Liwania legend. He urgently needed to return to Dragon Island to recover. The ancient brass dragon could barely maintain the power of the first rank of legendary. Oh, you've taken a liking to my magic mechanical puppets. Haha, you indeed have good eyes. The Titan cast an appreciative glance, opened his palm, and a mechanical ant obediently stepped onto his hand from the experimental table. On his palm, 10 meters wide, stood a mechanical ant half a meter long. It gleamed with cold silver and steel hues, its purple magic runes and grooves coated with a special powder, and a pale purple crystal core set in its forehead. Its 2 antennae and the huge serrated mandibles on either side of its mouth all testify to this mechanical creation's considerable power. This is my creation, Model SP-005, a work from my youth. After later refinements, it only has mid-tier strength, but when gathered together they can even cut through legendary tier metal. It is quite good as the most basic labor. It can be used for at least 1,000 years without rest. If not used too frequently with the energy in its crystal core and its energy-gathering formation, it can last 4,000 or 5,000 years without breaking down. The Titan spoke with objective data-like precision. For him, this kind of ant could now only serve a hauling role. But this little fellow before him, no more than 10 meters tall, could absolutely play a major role. He couldn't just go roaming the astral plane right now, could he? 1,000 puppets, sell me these 2 drops of blood. No. Yadun, who had been mesmerized by the beauty of the metal creations before him, was jolted awake and instinctively refused at once. To the Titan before him, these things were only fit for labor, but to Yadun, they would have great use. Still, Yadun believed the Titan could produce even better items. Do you have more advanced puppets on hand? I do, but what level do you want? The Titan, like a salesman, abandoned his dignity for those 2 drops of divine blood. For a scientist, there was no worse torment than having the truth right before his eyes, yet being unable to see it. He waved his sleeve and brought out 5 colossal puppets that on the laboratory table looked like small beasts. 2 were of legendary rank, and the remaining 3 were high tier. In exchange for the 2 drops of divine blood, Yadun obtained 500 mechanical ants and 100 mechanical mantises of high-tier strength. There was also a mechanical self-destructing green oil bug with quasi-legendary strength. Its abdomen was a bulging, enormous poison sac made of some unknown light material. When combined with chemical materials, the explosion it could unleash in an instant was comparable to a legendary spell. It was the lowest ranked and crippled among legendary tier constructs. Through this trade, Yadun learned the name of the Titan before him, Mechanical Insect Emperor Melosai. He was a veteran even among Titans, only one step away from the mightiest of them. Whimpers. In the slums of Jyasalating, a room reeked of cockroaches, drafty and dripping with water. A teenage girl, skinny and sallow-faced, lay bound hand and foot, her mouth gagged, whimpering and writhing on the ground in fear. A fierce-looking man waved a pouch in his hand and smiled in satisfaction. He turned his head to signal the thugs in front of him. "Thank you, Boss Black Wolf." The bald-headed rogue with a scar across his face smiled a sinister smile. In this world, wherever there is kindness, there is also darkness. The kingdom of Sadinkana was unquestionably a strong nation on the entire Nuya continent. Even in the Nuya old calendar, the humans of Isamang, the cradle of mankind, sailed their ships across the sea, and the first place they landed on this unfamiliar continent was Sadinkana. Sadinkana possessed abundant grain the number of famine victims was only 3/4 that of other kingdoms. In this age of might, a ruler who could barely keep his people fed was deemed a sage king, and not starving to death was the hope for tomorrow. The kingdom of Sadinkana worshipped the earth, and druids were among the most revered professions in the land. Its national strength far surpassed other kingdoms, because even in the darkest times the people could barely keep from starving. Only those who could not fend for themselves would die. Gangs and underground organizations were far fewer than in other kingdoms, and public order was extremely high. Of course, even such a kingdom would inevitably have eyes that did not see. The Black Wolf Gang, an ordinary gang of only a dozen odd members, ran businesses in this slum that made every paladin lust to kill them. Human trafficking, organ trade, connections with dark mages, and flesh business. Haha, fresh goods this time. Entering the house, the bald man immediately burst into laughter, his face full of ill intent. His eyes filled with beastly desire as he instantly pulled down his pants. Boom. Just as the girl was desperately scrambling away, a thunderclap suddenly rang out. A terrifying lightning serpent blasted a huge hole in the left wall of the house. Haha, just in time. I almost missed it. A ranger, a female shield warrior, and a skinny little boy, at most 5 feet tall and about 13 years old, appeared. The slovenly ranger lowered his hand, still radiating steam, and said, "Little sister." The little boy, like a wounded lone wolf on the prairie, beamed when he saw his kidnapped sister. He dashed over. "Who dares to interrupt Black Wolf Gang's business? My backer is the steward of the city lord's manor." The fierce big man bellowed and led more than a dozen thugs to surround the dilapidated house. The slum boss's body was suddenly covered in a faint red glow. Blood Rage Warrior, a level 2 professional. Where did you adventurers come from? This little waste can't even produce 1 silver coin to ransom his sister, so how could he possibly hire you? Looking at the two people's exquisite equipment, greed flickered in Black Wolf's eyes. But it soon turned to fear as he felt the vast blood chi fluctuations emanating from them. Black Wolf's pupils shrank, at least level 4 professionals. Money-grubbing adventurers known for charging into heaven and the abyss to fight angels and demons for gold. Rulers of every land found them a headache. And these chaotic or lawful neutral adventurers, neither angels nor devils could touch them without a reason. They were creatures akin to natural disasters. Take him out. Defuni used the famous spell Detect Evil. She confirmed that the thug on the ground and the dozen others all had a faint red light around them, marking them as members of the evil alignment. They deserved death. Holding the mithril provided by her second brother Yadin and the silver shield forged by her sister Elena, Defuni called upon her strong body and monstrous strength. She raised a shield that exceeded normal human strength, strode forward, and used the shield as a ram. Oh, unlike ordinary slow-moving shield warriors, Defuni was faster than an assassin. In an instant, 3 ordinary men who tried to stop her were sent flying. Their bones and flesh twisted in spirals as if they had been hit by a high-speed train. Shield Bash, a silver dragon who had taken the shield warrior class. Defuni was a bit inferior to an ordinary silver dragon in magical talent, but far stronger in strength. A true violent girl. All things considered, she did not choose to become a mage, instead she became a warrior. Out of love for this sister who looked obedient, but became violent after leaving her second brother, Yadin spent a considerable amount of mithril to forge an excellent shield for her, and let her take the shield warrior class. As Defuni was wreaking havoc, a triangular spike suddenly appeared in Black Wolf's hand. His blood chi surged and he vanished from the spot. Blink Step, a small skill every novice assassin must learn. Any assassin master could employ it with supernatural skill. Blood Rage Warrior, a very common class among humans, made its user stronger at the cost of burning blood chi. The stronger the user, the more terrifying he became in battle. Blood chi could amplify strength and speed. Black Wolf was an agility-type warrior. Just as Black Wolf was preparing to silently ambush the female shield warrior, the sound of something piercing the air rang out. A sudden breeze behind him made his cold sweat pour down instantly. He ducked instinctively. Swoosh. An arrow made of ordinary iron mixed with a trace of mithril grazed his scalp, leaving a burning sting, then struck the ground. Haha. In the distance, Tuomasai, who was still holding his bow, grinned excitedly. He placed another arrow on the string. An arrow mixed with mithril was virtually indestructible. By its material alone, it could pierce the defense of an intermediate warrior. Tuomasai was an archer. Every class once trained to a high level possessed terrifying power. Dragons were naturally suited to be mages, but that did not mean they could not choose other classes. All dragons selected a suitable class based on the inheritance in their minds, which was another reason they were fearsome. The world was not lacking in oddities who deliberately took up several classes at once: psychic black dragons, goblin grand sages, werewolf ascetics, elven berserkers. Damn it. Black Wolf 1,000 li away said in despair. As an ordinary professional, after his talent had been too low and his life force overdrawn many times, he had chosen to retire from the Adventurers Guild. With his rich combat experience, he naturally knew that being locked on by an archer of a higher level from 1,000 li away was almost certain death. Ordinary classes, fine classes, legendary classes, and above them, the even more precious inherited classes. In a battle between professions of different tiers with all other conditions roughly equal, the higher the class one had taken, the stronger one would be. Spellcasters were regarded as the floor of the fine classes. The little boy, like a lone wolf, helped his sister up and removed the ropes and the cloth stuffed in her mouth. When he came back to his senses and looked around the house, the dozen or so men had already been easily dispatched by the two adventurers he had stopped on the road. So after he tried to steal your gold coins, you still helped him and saved his sister. Inside the inn, Arden, who had not bothered to conceal his true form, lay on the luxurious bed groaning beneath his weight and asked with a strange expression at the two figures before him, both hanging their heads like wooden statues. Second brother, that's not all. Look at all the fine things we took from those gangsters. A silver flash flickered in Thomas's hand, and a bulging bag as large as a human head appeared. There were at least 80 silver Ryans inside. Not only on the entire Noah continent, but even across the entire Modo plane, currencies were not unified. Nations all over the world followed a three-tier system of gold, silver, and copper, with the lower tier exchanging 100 to 1 minting coins of varying weights and sizes. Compared with the currencies of kingdoms and duchies, the empire's currency still enjoyed considerable circulation throughout the world. As the only empire on the Noah continent, the Ryan Empire forbade anyone from destabilizing its currency in any way. With the emperor's tacit approval, the gold Ryan became one of the most widely used currencies across the entire Noah continent. What you did was fine. Punishing evil and upholding justice is the silver dragon's nature. But have you ever considered, what about these two children? Arden looked at the two foolish dragons who were mesmerized by the beautiful shimmering light of the silver coins and scolded them with bitter disappointment. What? The two young dragons had just carried on the silver dragon tradition and gained the first wealth of their dragon lives through their own means. They froze at once, looked at each other, and found nothing to say. "Sigh, forget it. From now on, think twice before you act. I'll deal with these two little ones." Arden climbed down from the bed, and his cold, frosty breath blew straight onto the faces of the two stiffened little humans, so close that they dared not even draw a deep breath. Give them a pouch of gold coins. No, they had no ability to protect it. Take them along. Their destination was Dragon Island after all. What could he do with two burdens in tow? After mulling it over, Arden revealed a smile he believed to be warm and gentle. "You two. I'll take you to the temple of the Lord of Myriad Glories, and the two of you can become apprentice priests." Within the benevolent pantheon, the Lord of Myriad Glories was a being on the same level of kindly, generous virtue as the Lord of the North and the King of Golden Dragons. The Church of the Lord of Radiance was far from the filth and corruption that evil deities described. Its priests and bishops were truly good people. Throughout the multiverse, the good pantheon had always suppressed the evil pantheon. The main reason was that the deities of the evil pantheon not only aroused the disgust of many good gods, but were also hostile toward one another. "No, I'm a thief. A pickpocket has no right to enter the Temple of Light." The little boy stepped forward in front of the thin, scrawny girl and gathered his courage to say this to Arden. This boy, faced with all manner of vicious and ruthless people, had still managed to survive among the common folk while taking care of his little sister. He certainly did not lack courage, but before a dragon whose nobility and power occupied an entirely different order of life, his lone wolf independence and fierce spirit seemed terribly faint. "Hey, then what do you want me to do? You're so skinny. Even if we took you in as helpers, you couldn't do the work." Arden was suddenly at a loss. His principle was to let go of the urge to save others and respect their fates. But the premise for all this was that the person in need had not yet reached a dead end, nor had made him feel disgusted. As long as it cost him no money, Arden was still quite willing to help those in desperate straits escape the mire. Even if it meant spending money, helping others was no big deal. This too was the way of the Silver Dragon clan. Unlike gold dragons and bronze dragons, they did not carry out absolute justice. As long as there was money, everyone was a good friend. Without money, each went their own way in peace. Of course, evil still had to be punished and wrongs righted, provided there was motivation. "As long as you, my lord, are willing to give my sister a decent life, I am willing to give everything I have, including my life." A strange, unnameable emotion flashed across the boy's eyes, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Oh, then this deal was not a loss. Arden carefully studied the boy before him. "Really? You'd do anything?" He assessed whether the boy had any talent. If he had talent, he could train while working to repay his debt. If not, well, his skin and bones could still be sold to a devil for a few soul coins. Yes. His willpower was decent. Perhaps he could barely try that thing. "All right. From this day forward, your life and your soul belong to me. I will have you do whatever I say, and that is exactly what you will do. Not even death can take your soul. Elena, bring me a scroll of the fate contract." "Arden, do you really mean to take these two human children with us?" Seeing that Arden was not joking, the three dragons were all astonished. Dragonkind was exceedingly arrogant. Even the kindness of the good dragon clans was built on the shared belief that humans were small and fragile in need of protection. Bringing them along to ensure their safety would inevitably mean being weighed down by too little burdens. Was that wise? Unfortunately, as long as Arden alone nodded, the other three's objections were useless. Moreover, they did not oppose their kin's decision. They merely felt it was a little rash. "Come, both of you, place your hands on this crystal ball." Since he could not drive them away, Arden decided to give the two children a sliver of hope. Since their fates had already been affected, he had to see the matter through and clean up the mess his younger kin had stirred up. Okay, the brother and sister could not even read and had no idea what the crystal ball represented. Still, the boy, as the older brother, stepped forward on his own, embracing his resolve to face death. With a resolute expression, he placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball slowly emitted a faint white glow, then turned into a vortex, and within the vortex appeared specks of light in various colors. They were colorful and many-hued, but not one of them was large. Very low. Arden shook his head in disappointment, making the already anxious boy even more pessimistic. It was a crystal ball used to test spiritual power and magical affinity, a little tool every mage carried. I'm giving you these 2 books. If you can't cultivate this one, then take up this one. In the future, you'll charge into battle at the front lines. Arden, looking at the boy who was destined never to qualify as a mage, handed him 2 more books. Oh right, I forgot you can't read. This is for both of you as well. Arden then gave the boy the common tongue of the continent and 100 little tricks for teaching a mute to speak. The 2 books Arden had given him corresponded to 2 different warrior classes. One was the ordinary berserk blood warrior, and the other was an extremely difficult epic class mountain devotee. This was a legacy Arden had obtained through that altar and through the great being that dwelt beyond endless time and space coiled over the mountains. An epic class, far above the first 3 ranks, standing in the 4th tier. Becoming a mountain devotee was extremely demanding, and it was the king among melee classes. It had 2 extremely demanding conditions: formidable spiritual energy and a faith as unshakable as the bedrock of the mountains. In a sense, it was more like the path of an ascetic, yet even harder to cultivate than an ascetic's way. Moreover, one had to keep the heart pure and desires few. Once cultivated to the utmost, one would possess a body as firm as mountain peaks, and between motion and stillness unleash devastating power capable of sundering mountains and seas. It could not reach the heights of the Titan, but Arden had studied it, and found that mountain devotee was still a prerequisite for a certain class. He could hardly imagine how powerful one would become after maxing out mountain devotee, completing the prerequisites, and then converting to that class. Within draconic inheritance, even he as a progenitor dragon only possessed, at most, a legendary class. An epic class practitioner could serve as the main pillar and future of an empire. Such exquisite information was absolutely a core secret. Next came the little girl's talent test. She placed her hand on the crystal ball. In an instant, an oppressive, maddening, dark, and bloodthirsty aura engulfed the entire room. The crystal ball first blazed with intense white light, then transformed into a dark river of stars. It was as if a pitch-black starry sky had suddenly turned white, while the meteors shimmered with a dark, beautiful radiance, each flash of light like an eye blinking. And those black meteors were like black holes, deathly still bringing a sense of chaos. They were like the reverse side of order. This, child of calamity. Elena, Tuomasai, and Daifuni, the 3 young dragons, all stared at the crystal ball. Their scales stood on end, trembling beneath that maddening force like cats startled or touched by water. Curses, blood, and darkness. All affinities maxed out. A true prodigy for learning dark magic. At this moment, the only calm one was Yaden. He extended a dragon claw, gently picked up the crystal ball, and took it from the little girl's hand. The maddening whispers vanished. It was as if they had been blessed by an evil deity. The same thought arose in the minds of all 4 silver dragons. You are quite remarkable. I will provide you with the most basic magical knowledge, and make you a true spellcaster. Yaden had no aversion whatsoever to dark magic. Power is not evil, the one who wields it is. Thank you. The little girl did not understand what this meant, and merely uttered a timid word of thanks. Yaden then asked the names of the 2, but they were nameless orphans. Therefore Yaden gave each of them a different name. Adafu and Urla, whom according to the divine omen the child of misfortune has been born. A surge of pure dark aura was sensed in a remote and gloomy basement in Jyasalating by a group of people wrapped in wide green robes on which was embroidered a winged serpent. They were not the only ones. Jyasalating, as the largest city in northern Sadinkana, could be described as a colossal city built from the gathered essence of 1/3 of Sadinkana. It was protected by a legend. Darkness and shadows always appear alongside light. Within this enormous city of over 1 million people, there naturally existed a dark side. Among the people, many perceptive individuals sensed the sudden maddening dark aura. They hurriedly prayed to their deities. Upon realizing that the child of misfortune had truly appeared here, they were overjoyed. Dark forces that had lurked in the city's shadows for decades, even centuries, began to stir. The Duoer Tavern, a very famous tavern in Jyasalating run by a retired great adventurer, compared with the most ordinary taverns. Although it still served cheap drinks filled with drunken, dead-drunk adventurers, unreasonable, foul-mouthed, bragging brutes with thick body odor and scantily clad women. Hearing the vulgar whistles of the adventurers, these women nimbly dodged, keeping a safe distance from the groping hands reaching out for them. The women, long accustomed to dealing with them, knew these penniless wretches had no money. If they had money, they would have pounced on the women directly. Why would they bother with such cheap tricks? Crack. After transforming into human form, Yaden stepped into the tavern. A dragon's typical shape-shifting spell causes the transformation to resemble the same life stage as the dragon's own biological age. Yaden was barely a year old, by human standards still an infant drinking milk in swaddling clothes. So after transforming into human form, he also used illusion magic to appear as a youth of about 17. Look, a little fraud with a wooden stick pretending to be a mage. Haha, another brash youngster who thinks he's the hero of a biography. Go on, there are no old masters here, and no one will hand you a legendary magic tome. Unfazed by the mockery and laughter behind him, Yaden calmly walked to the front bar. Well, a cup of wine, and also give me the latest intel around here. The hidden boss behind the Duoer Tavern was said to be a foreigner with 6 ears. The tavern's popularity was said to stem from its chef, a hatchling culinary master. Both the fine wine and the quests posted by local adventurers attracted a motley crowd of local movers, gangsters, and adventurers to the tavern. Getting information was as easy as turning over one's hand. The bartender wiping a huge beer mug merely glanced at him. Clink. The crisp sound of a silver rune made the bartender and the two people near Yadin cast surprised glances. The bartender quietly pocketed the silver rune. What kind of information are you interested in? The bartender turned around, took various precious ingredients from the shelf behind him, and began mixing a drink. Fugitive demons, serial killers, or dark mages conducting arena experiments. Wanted criminals pursued by all nations, and so on. Yadin's earnest tone made the bartender pause once again. The bartender looked at this seemingly naive fellow who had already drawn the attention of many scheming eyes because of his generous spending. His lips moved slightly. Information at that level. We only know of 2 pieces. Let's hear them. You'll have to pay extra. Another crisp silver rune followed. It said that the serpent folk executioner who wreaked havoc in the kingdom of Tyre, that monster devoted to My-Urshok, the god of serpent folk, has appeared again right here in our city. Besides that, it is confirmed that 2 days ago demonic aura appeared within the residence of Count Mating, who lives in the Eastern Noble District. Yadin unconsciously tapped his fingers on the wooden counter, pondering these 2 pieces of information. As a silver dragon, his mission was to travel to Dragon Island. However, since he was now able to travel across the entire continent after Sasside handed him the letter, the only requirement was to deliver it within 10 years, and he estimated it would take him, at most, 5 years. Yadin wanted to accomplish some feats, first building a reputation and amassing a fortune. My-Urshok was one of the deities evolved from the aspect of the world serpent, the god of serpent folk. He once slew another aspect of the world serpent, Julian, the god of feathered serpents, absorbed Warui, the deity of the beast cult, and used his avatar to establish the serpent folk empire, the Great Serpent Empire. Afterwards, it gradually flourished and became the mainstream of serpent folk faith. But like the serpent folk race, he fell into continuous decline. Together with Lamanusi, the god of the frenzied frog folk, he sank into a long slumber in the emerald realm of the abyss. Recently, however, he was imprisoned by Sate in his own divine realm, the pit of vipers, and impersonated. This deity, even while asleep, radiated divine power that continued to attract numerous followers and the serpent folk who belonged to him. He was not to be underestimated, and demons went without saying. Come fine wine labyrinth. Yadin downed the drink before him, which was oddly colored and even bubbled. First came sweetness, then it transformed into a little bitterness, a trace of sweetness, and even saltiness and spiciness later. The many distinct flavors, each presenting itself differently on the tip of the tongue, earned it the name Labyrinth. Yadin left the tavern planning to gather information elsewhere, and then check the Adventurers Guild. He would leave his glorious deeds here. Likewise, through youthful heroic exploits, he would earn the first unique title of his own in his long dragon life. Follow him. In a corner of the tavern, 3 ill-intentioned men watched the harmless-looking young man, who carried a wooden staff, inlaid with silver, walk away. Emerging from the duo or tavern, Yadin scratched his head as he walked. In the noble district to the east, a demonic aura lurked within Count Ma Ding's residence. Generally speaking, the security of noble estates far surpassed other areas, especially the lawless no-man's land of the commoner district. Most priests, in order to spread their faith, inevitably had to deal with nobles who commanded vast numbers of serfs. And all this happened directly under the watchful eyes of many good-aligned clergy channeling divine power. How could there still be a demonic aura? Yadin's curiosity blazed. These 2 tasks might very well be solved at the same time. His sister Ai Lina and the other 2 dragons worked in flawless coordination, enough to handle a professional of level 8 or 9. And if worst came to worst, with Cloud Eagle Peter and Shimi added, dealing with a high-level professional would be no problem. Now at level 10, Yadin could fight 3 dragons of equal rank by himself. Against short-lived races, he could punch above his level and take on master-level professionals of level 16 or 17. Thus Yadin feared nothing. As for legends, well, there was always Lord Badang. To this day, that endlessly chattering dragon continued to nag in Yadin's ear, so he had no choice but to pretend not to hear. Aren't you coming out? Only after walking into a small alley away from the bustling avenue did Yadin finally speak, as if addressing someone. Hee kid, hand over that wooden staff. You're spending quite freely. Hand over all your remaining silver, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, we'll break one of your legs. Yadin looked at the 4 humans who had emerged behind him, unable to understand the mentality of these short-lived beings. No, more precisely, he could not understand foolish creatures. Even the bouncer barkeep types in the tavern understood that a child flaunting gold in public was highly likely to be fishing for prey. Yet they staked their lives on the wishful hope that the other party wasn't out fishing. Humans were truly stupid. He stretched lazily. Oh. Amidst a burst of desperate screams. With his berserk physique greatly weakened by his human form, Yadin forcibly broke all 4 limbs of the 4 men. When his fist struck deep, a large number of inhuman silver scales appeared on his body. Yet he did not kill them. Robbery. Hand over all the treasures on you. Like shaking a piece of cloth, Yadin lifted the 4 men straight off the ground and shook them violently. A flood of pleasing silver and copper coins poured down like rain. There were silver ruins, silver gylons, and even silver towers issued by the 7-star tower. Not a bad haul. Yadin lightly bit the silver coin between his teeth, producing a crisp crunch, and beamed. You there, do you know any major events that have happened recently? You're a silver dragon. One of the four, a burly man beaten black and blue, wanted to cry, but had no tears. By the Lord of a billion lights, his luck was far too good. Yes, I am a silver dragon. Do you know the latest on the dark forces within all of Gyasolating City? Tell me the list of members and their information. Yadun pulled up the tough man who had been beaten into paralysis, a man doomed to spend the rest of his life in bed, and commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Woo, this humble one is only a low-level adventurer. I truly don't know any important information. The tough man nearly burst into tears at such misfortune. Under Yadun's coercion, the man had completely lost his former fierce and menacing air. An ordinary handsome youth forcibly hoisting a broad-chested six-pack Abed burly man was a jarring sight. The burly man poured out everything he knew like beans from a bag. Woo. 3 days ago, in the slums of the Eastern District, someone found a six-pointed star magic circle used by a demonic warlock for sacrifice. It carried the auras of Bator and the Abyss. That's what I heard from that sheriff. He's my brother-in-law. Beyond that, I truly don't know anything. Interesting. Even more interesting. Yadun tossed the burly man to the ground, stroked his chin, and felt the matter increasingly fascinating. The devils of Bator and the demons of the Abyss, a pair of sworn enemies across endless eons, had appeared in the same place at the same time. The days ahead will be interesting indeed. The starry night shone brightly. A sliver of silver moonlight slowly descended from the sky. Inside Count Ma Ding's mansion. Come have a drink. Count Ma Ding held a lavish banquet to thank the two priests of light who had helped him exorcise the demons. The fawning praises of socialites, noble ladies, and beautiful maidens along with fine wine sent the two priests, already notorious for their artless simplicity, into a dizzy haze. Their heads completely turned. Boasting on one hand while embracing a noble girl as shy as a fawn on the other, they thoroughly gratified their masculine vanity. Until drunk and groggy, they toppled over. It's almost time. Watching this peaceful scene, Count Ma Ding finally revealed an odd look. Chua! A terrifying blood aura burst from Ma Ding's body, and from his back a pair of huge black leathery bat wings tore their way out. In the blink of an eye, the handsome-looking noble transformed into a frightful vampire. The great doors suddenly slammed shut, and countless blood-red magic runes appeared on the walls. The servants moving throughout felt their master's call, and every maid and valet transformed into low-blood thralls with scarlet-red eyes. Vampire! You are bloodkin. The two drunken groggy priests heard the commotion and immediately recoiled in terror, their souls nearly fleeing. They tried to stand, but collapsed limply again. The wine was drugged. You greenhorn priests, after a few cups of wine you forget everything. Drive off a pack of quack demons, and you think yourselves true heroes. You wait there. Once I finish the ritual, I'll deal with you last. Ma Ding looked at the two priests with a smug, mocking face. His inch-long claws and fangs tore apart countless lies as he whirled through the hall. In the great hall, hundreds of people, nobles, wealthy merchants, and opportunists hoping to attach themselves to the nobility, had their blood absorbed by the magic circle on the floor in that moment. Rumble. A gate of blood blasted open, and 13 humans walked out from within. Ma Ding, well done. If we succeed this time, I will elevate your title from knight to baron. The leader, a young man with plain black hair yet oddly enchanting handsome features, held out his hand. To serve Count Gianade is my honor. Having regained his youth, Ma Ding, who felt an unprecedented form, unhesitatingly grasped the Count's hand, his future master, and bestowed a light, airy kiss upon it. These 13 were, of course, the infamous vampire clan among the dark races. Moreover, they were true vampires, powerful, long-lived beings. Blood feast. Gianade picked up a golden chalice with a small pool of red liquid inside that exuded an alluring scent. He chanted a magic incantation. After activating the magic circle, the very array that had transported them here continued to squeeze the blood from the remaining humans. Step by step, he purified it until the chalice, which had been less than a quarter full, became 3/4 full. Have you gathered the information? Do you already have the Nightmare Knight's whereabouts under control? Of course I have confirmed his movements. The reason this group of vampires had appeared was that they had learned through their own sources that a big shot would be appearing here. The ancient Nightmare Knight. A few months ago, a demonic cult that attempted a blood sacrifice here was attacked by a Nightmare Knight and entirely slaughtered. According to eyewitness accounts, the one who administered judgment and executed the demons was a gigantic black knight, 3 meters tall and up to 4 meters long. The Nightmare Knight was an extremely special profession, a legendary profession. Unlike the common complete professions, which were still jealously guarded by all nobles, obtaining one fine profession was enough to serve as a noble family's heirloom skill. Legendary professions were controlled only by true high nobles and national royal families. The ancient Nightmare Knight required 2 conditions. First, one had to possess a nightmare saddle that governed and recorded all the inherited heritage of the Nightmare Knight. Second, one's inner nature had to be upright and kind, yet one also had to possess a dark constitution. One could not be of pure dark blood, but had to have half-human, half-demon lineage. The Nightmare Knight also had 2 advancement paths. If one reached them, one could advance using them as prerequisites to become the Dark Nightmare King or the Divine Knight. Both were epic professions. In ancient times, either one had created countless bloodshed and a fierce, notorious reputation. The Nuya continent used 3 calendars to record history. The Dark Calendar period alone experienced tens of thousands of years of chaos. The old calendar lasted 10,000 years while the new calendar had just begun more than 200 years ago. During the Dark Calendar era, nightmare nights slaughtered countless dark races, filling them with extreme terror. It was no exaggeration to say that across the entire Modwa plain on the Nuya continent, humanity was able to hold absolute dominance. The contributions made by ancient professions such as the Nightmare Knight during that era were indelible. This enormous vampire clan hidden among humanity and lasting at least 10,000 years. The instant the Nightmare Knight appeared, they were immediately alarmed and arranged for Count Gianade to deal with the matter. Either corrupt him or kill him. A Nightmare Knight could travel through people's dreams and expel their nightmares. Moreover, his strength was formidable, making him the guardian deity of the human race. With a heart of light, embrace the darkness. That was the true portrait of this profession. The two different advancement directions represented darkness and light respectively. If the family could nurture a dark nightmare king, an existence that was an absolute monarch even among legends, then it might be possible to establish a kingdom belonging to the dark races on the entire continent. Count Gianade would then gain the family patriarch's favor, rise to the top in one step, and even become a legend. Crack. Having transformed into a human and put on a scholarly pair of glasses, Count Gianade looked nothing like someone who had killed hundreds of people. The resplendent Ma Ding mansion had once again become spotless, all the blood gathered into the cup. Then, in full view of the two priests whose eyes were glaring with fury, he calmly watched them. He snapped their necks, and with the utmost ease drained the blood from their bodies into his mouth. The priests became dried corpses. Hide yourselves. The 14 vampires transformed into vampire bats and silently disappeared from the empty hall. The next day, in Jyasalating City, the news that the Ma Ding family, which had been passed down for centuries, and Count Ma Ding, known as the Benevolent Lord, had been annihilated, spread throughout the city. It sparked immense panic across the entire noble district. The scent of vampires. Do you think we wouldn't be able to sense it just because you did it this way? Because this time they truly had stirred up a hornet's nest. The only two good-aligned cardinals in the entire city of Jyasalating arrived here together to personally inspect. The two wore red clerical robes with kind brows and gentle eyes. The abundant holy power of light radiating from them made people feel extremely warm. The two of them respectively believed in the Lord of Infinite Radiance and the mighty deity Luashanda, Lord of Dawn. Your Eminence, we found it. The white-robed bishop found the corpses of the two priests turned into dried husks. A group of about 20 or 30 Church of Light members, including paladins, were filled with rage. Investigate. To the outside world, we'll say a wanted criminal killed people and stole wealth. Notify the city lord's mansion and tell the old lord to be on alert. The wind is full of the coming storm. The two cardinals clearly knew it was the vampires' doing. To avoid causing panic, they could only suppress the news for now, but internally they had already stepped up their actions. Jyasalating, which originally had a vast underground power structure, suddenly changed from the earlier minor disturbances into a surging current beneath the surface. In order to investigate the vampires who had hidden themselves through summoning circles, the Church of Light had no choice but to intensify its searches and strikes against the underworld, which in turn accelerated the escalation of the situation. Having expended so much effort, the two cardinals did not believe that the vampires had only come here for a holiday. Until they uncovered their conspiracy, they would be unable to eat or sleep in peace. On the entire Nuya continent, humanity held the advantage, yet a large number of other races still existed. Dark creatures had never truly left this land. City slaughters and kingdom topplings had occurred time and again over the past few millennia. Within 3 days the outcome will be known. Yaden had eavesdropped on everything. He yawned and left the great mansion. He had a premonition that the big fish he wanted would soon appear. Moreover, the Nightmare Knight. Yaden felt troubled. He estimated that many of the dark races in the city were now targeting that night. The dragon's inheritance also contained information about the Nightmare Knight. According to records, more than 10 high-ranking legends had died at the hands of an evolved divine knight. The original Nightmare Knight had left behind a legacy. After that, news of the Nightmare Knight reappeared from time to time, including many glorious figures. Those who within their short lives of a few hundred years had destroyed over 100 dark races. Naturally, there had also been dark nightmare kings. Such terrifying beings had appeared 3 times in history, and each appearance had given rise to an endless sea of blood. A genius such as this among humans could surpass the limits of natural talent and fight long-lived races. But he must never truly become a dark nightmare king. Think of a way to protect him. These Church of Light members can't even discover that the nobles under their command are colluding with dark races. Really unreliable. The bigger the waves, the greater the opportunity. Yaden was deeply interested in just how much commotion could be stirred up in the darkness. The greater the uproar, the greater the compensation he could demand from the church and the city. Dragons required reputation. Yaden's inheritance recorded many dragon predecessors with titles. There was a golden dragon who, because he had spent his entire life fighting abyssal demons, had earned the title of demon hunter. There was also a copper dragon. Because a certain kingdom was suddenly intertwined with another plane, a spatial rift tore open and a large number of kobolds invaded. The copper dragon found a way to resolve the calamity and thereby gained the title of Kobold Bane. Instantly, it became a joke throughout dragonkind. The moment other adventurers or important figures saw him, they would call out directly Kobold Bane. Every dragon that had reached adulthood would, after earning fame and honor and accumulating enough wealth, build its own dragon lair. It was the same as humans establishing a family and career. Yaden wanted to first build a great empire. To do that, he had to become a lord. To become a lord, he first had to possess his own dragon lair and a group of vassals. Honor, reputation, and wealth all had to be obtained by creating a stir through dark races. Without a glorious title, why would those vassals come to pledge themselves to him? An ancestral dragon's fame, just like that of a nightmare knight, if exposed prematurely without a guardian, would make one a target for all. Yadin had no intention of exposing himself yet. Great abyssal lord, sovereign of molten rock and filth, peerless master, who toys with flames. In a remote corner of the slums, several fanatical warlocks opened a rift saturated with malicious, maddening aura and the stench of sulfur. Boom. A demon with ram horns, enormous bat-like wings, and a body radiating searing heat emerged from the rift. The Baylor, an upper-tier race among demons. The living creatures of this world were roughly divided into 3 classes. There were mid-tier creatures with remarkable talents in certain areas, and the golden races, long-lived beings of immense power and extraordinary innate gifts. And at the very bottom, humans. The Baylor was a golden race renowned equally with dragons. Even a mid-tier demon after advancing reached at least master rank. With good fortune and through countless bloody battles and soul devouring, it could even ascend directly to legendary and become the lord of some minor plane. The 3 or 4 warlocks were engulfed by terrifying flames before they could rejoice. The Baylor, maddened and knowing only battle, fused the souls of the warlocks who had worshipped him directly into his own. Boom. A dreadful wave of heat shot into the sky, throwing the entire slum into turmoil. After appearing, the Baylor slaughtered wildly, plundering the precious resources of the material plane that all demons coveted. Souls. This utter idiot. As if they had known it would happen, the various underground races and dark god-worshipping cults in the city all complained. Only a chaotic evil clown would do something like this. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Stop. Unsurprisingly, members of the Church of Light arrived at once. Vowed priests, an alliance of clergy devoted to the gods, layered support auras upon the paladins. A barrage of light divine arts, as if given away for free, struck the Baylor as it massacred ordinary townsfolk. Holy light, shield me. A level 16 paladin bolstered by a host of auras swelled with momentum and charged the demon, whose power had reached level 18. The two clashed in a mighty battle. Truly a magnificent show. In the distance, Arden, Elena, Tiffany, and Thomas, 4 dragons in total, had assumed human forms. Behind them stood Yunshua Peter, likewise in human form, along with Shimi, a dragon-scale giant girl 5 meters tall, who had traveled through the night to arrive with her people. Only with such a team assembled did Arden have confidence that he could stabilize the situation without Lord Baden intervening. Click. Arden took out a metal sphere no larger than a human head. As if some mechanism had been triggered, it flowed down to the ground like liquid metal. Fully 30 mechanical mantises of high-tier strength appeared. Sister, take them with you for safety. Lord Baden stays by my side. If any enemy appears that is far beyond what you can handle, leave immediately. Elena looked at those finely crafted constructs gleaming with silver light. The words she had meant to say died on her lips, though her young face was still full of confusion. By now she understood her younger brother less and less. Was this the gap between an ancestral dragon and an ordinary dragon? Elena simply nodded. Thomas, after tonight's business is over, if possible, I hope you can take one to study and work on producing them, no longer limiting yourself to those bluestone golems. Alright. Boom. The battle reached its climax. Mighty in physique and master of spatial translocation, the Baylor dodged nimbly while wielding a 5-meter-long lava greatsword. It left the paladins in a sorry state. Additionally, the Baylor commanded summoning arts. There was a 50% chance it could summon a high-ranking demon like itself, and so on. A swarm of Quark demons and Twin Claw demons appeared, entangling the priests who were chanting incantations or beseeching their gods to release divine arts in impassioned cadence. Quite a commotion. Aunt May, this level of chaos should be enough, right? It's time for us to make our move. Once we've dealt with them, we leave immediately. In the distance, a plain-looking young man in a black robe threw back his cloak. Gazing at the thing blazing with light and surging with abyssal aura, he clicked his tongue. Hearing the pleasant female voice beside his ear, the young man nodded silently, then drew the sword at his waist. Boom. Boundless darkness engulfed him. In an instant, the ordinary 7-meter-tall youth had transformed into a terrifying black knight 3 meters tall. The nightmare reared its forelegs and charged with lance leveled. He was shrouded in solid pitch-black armor with only 2 pairs of eyes visible. At the sight, women felt their blood boil and men felt their hearts race. The nightmare snorted restlessly, its 4 hooves trembling, craving the slaughter to come. The nightmare was a creature unique to the demon realm. As a true long-lived race, an adult nightmare could reach 2 to 3 meters in body length and stand up to 2 meters tall. It was an extremely rare high-level dark creature that reached master rank upon adulthood and possessed intelligence no less than that of humans. It commanded all kinds of dark spells and illusions and could walk through the shadow plane. Only beings with sufficiently outstanding talent could communicate with such a high-level creature as a nightmare, tame it, and become nightmare knights. Go. The dense night turned into viscous black water and dragged the nightmare knight, standing in the shadows, into the darkness. Die. Traveling through the shadow realm, nightmare knight Carl followed the wisdom handed down by generations of predecessors. Let the heart face the light while embracing the darkness. Following the suspicious locations he had scouted earlier, he reached them and shifted from the shadow realm into people's dreams to determine whether they were the targets he sought. In a noble's mansion, on a large bed in the bedroom, a fat piggish noble was embracing twin girls in ragged clothes, their faces stained with tears. Suddenly sensing something, his expression turned to struggle. Then without a sound he died in his dream, his soul forcibly wrenched from his body by a strange power. Those killed in this silent manner numbered as many as 20 or 30. There were nobles and commoners, ordinary people, and even slaves. All of these were evil-aligned beings whom Nightmare Knight Carl, heir to the revived ancient profession, had marked for death. They were either cultists who had willingly chosen corruption for power, wealth, and glory, or dark creatures disguised as humans. After traveling ceaselessly through the shadow realm, Nightmare Knight Carl halted. After another round of nightmare trials, Carl waved his hand, and a mass of soul light appeared. Apart from the original true spirits, which he let drift away to the place they were meant to go, the green soul energy was absorbed completely by him and the nightmare beneath him. His body grew a little larger because of it, and his power rose from level 8 to level 9. Such was the Nightmare Knight, able to grow swiftly by using souls as nourishment. Found it. It really is here. Even knowing this knight was extremely dangerous, Carl had still chosen to appear on his own and undergo the trial. For a knight, a resolute heart was of the utmost importance. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil was the one path Carl had believed in his entire life. Upon hearing the voice Nightmare Knight, Carl showed little change. He merely gripped the 3-meter-long, broad-hilted greatsword a bit tighter. Come out, evil and filthy race. I can already smell your stench. At Carl's cold shout, a horde of huge hairy monsters appeared. Werewolves. Damned wolf whelps, come on. Facing the pack of werewolves that reeked of foul stench and drooled from the corners of their mouths, Carl showed not the slightest fear. 3 were of the mid-rank, 3 of the high rank. Not even a master-rank werewolf among them. Kill him. The werewolves, long unable to suppress their bloodlust, howled at the silver moon that quietly shimmered in the sky. A layer of blood-red light shrouded their bodies, and these 2-meter-tall monsters grew another head taller, crazily charging at Carl. Turn toward the light, embrace the darkness, walk through nightmares, protect humankind. Carl chanted the ancient mantra handed down by word of mouth among generations of Nightmare Knights. Then he charged. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Clad in black armor from head to toe, with only his eyes exposed, the great Black Knight swept out his sword and cut down 2 werewolves with a single stroke. The sharp wolf claws scraped against the knight's armor, but could not break through it, leaving not even a trace. In the blink of an eye, the dark power restored it. Werewolves, like vampires, were only mid-tier beings. Although they boasted tremendous advantages in physical constitution, sense of smell, and lifespan, they had the inherent weakness of being vulnerable to holy power due to their dark nature. Thus they fell short of high-tier life forms such as elves and elemental beings. These blasted, stinking creatures found our target mainly by their noses. A vast swarm of vampire bats flew out from some corner, also heading this way. Throughout the city, the various forces that had been watching began to stir. The battlefield of the Baylor blazing with holy light and flames, and the Nightmare Knight, besieged by a host of dark races, instantly became the 2 most critical focal points of the city. It must be him, half human, half demon. He carries natural dark elements within him. The child of doom we seek. Between the alleys, the sound of some creature sliding and scraping against the ground came endlessly. More than a dozen creatures hidden beneath a wide shelter appeared beside Carl. They were the famed serpent folk, cult worshippers of the serpent god Mershok, renowned throughout the Noah continent. All of the dozen-plus serpent folk, flicking their forked tongues, half human and half serpent, flung off their cloaks to reveal their true forms, and serpent spears in hand joined the fray. Child of Doom. In the distance, hidden under Lord Boden's invisibility spell, Arden and the others who had been waiting as spectators to see the final outcome immediately looked at Arla. They must have gotten the wrong person. Arden smiled wryly, feeling not the slightest sympathy for the serpent folk's misunderstanding. Serpent folk, lawful evil creatures, were cold-blooded and merciless. Arla possessed exceptional talent in black magic. A genius who could become a legendary mage purely through innate talent, and with astonishing mental power and natural affinity with the world, become a sorcerer, one chosen from a billion. How could she ever be found by the serpent folk? To non-serpent species, the serpent folk's cruelty was notorious. Kill. 3 completely different dark races were all fighting over Carl the Nightmare Knight. Moreover, in the distance, at least 3 covert forces from 3 different factions of Gazaladin, having not dared to interfere in the Baylor War, were now converging on this place. Vampires and werewolves, the infamous pair of adversaries among the dark races whose feud had lasted for endless ages. As for the serpent folk, the moment they attempted to attack Carl and take him away, they were struck by both factions. Since the 2 sides kept sneaking blows at one another, the absurd situation arose in which the giant Black Knight remained unconquered for so long. Enough. Count Gannard the vampire lord was utterly livid. Controlling the mere dozen blood thralls he had converted during this period, he sent them charging while withdrawing his vampires behind all the other dark creatures. Stupid wolf, whelps delays breed trouble. Why are you fighting me? If we go on like this, neither of us will get the Nightmare Knight. All the noble vampires wore expressions of contempt for these wolves who had only muscles but no brains. How you want to take him away? Oh, we simply want to kill him. His flesh and the nightmare's corpse will surely help me attain the rank of master and become a rising star of my family. What did the vampire's insults matter? The werewolf leader remained indifferent. The werewolves still went their own way fighting the serpent folk while throwing themselves at Carl. No one is leaving tonight. All you vermin of darkness die. The Church of Light, along with a great number of righteous and good-hearted people who had spontaneously organized and allied with the church, had already arrived. A cardinal holding a cross and gazing with deep loathing at the dark creatures before him had a faint white halo appearing behind his back inscribed with angels and the sacred scripture of Lathander, Lord of Light. Pseudo-legendary, beyond the peak of level 19, yet not ascended to level 20. This stage belonged exclusively to those who stood between legend and the qualitative transformation into unique, perfect beings. The halo they manifested represented their potential after reaching the legendary realm. Depending on their differing strength, racial talents, and various other factors, the halos of different beings appeared differently, bearing the power attributes and traits of their race and individuality. Humans typically had only one, only elites among humans could possess 3, while dragons generally had 5 or more. Each additional halo signified that the path of legend could be traversed more swiftly in the future, and they were exceedingly difficult to increase. As a cardinal serving a deity, if he was willing to offer a prayer, the deity would send down temporary power, even granting him strength at the legendary level. Embrace of the Archangel. Light, pure light, holy light that annihilates and eradicates all evil. A miniature sun appeared above the slum. After the radiance faded, only the nightmare knight Carl remained on the spot, deliberately kept apart. The evil cultists and dark creatures that had attempted to fish in troubled waters were utterly wiped out in an instant. The only 3 masters, representing the serpent folk, vampires, and werewolves, were also injured. 13 serpent folk were dead, and all the blood thralls among the vampires were completely spent. 2 werewolves had also died. The most miserable and weakest of the 6 werewolves had his lower body directly purified and vaporized by the holy light. He was on his last breath, and with his regenerative ability utterly unable to recover, he would die in at most 5 minutes. Cough. Truly deserving of a cardinal. But we are not completely unprepared either. You filthy curs, bring out the trump cards you have prepared, or we will truly die, Gannard said in a bedraggled manner as a nearly full holy chalice appeared in his hand. It was the vampire family's heirloom artifact, the blood grail. Without hesitation, he drained the liquid in the chalice in one gulp. Roar. Count Gannard, who had originally only appeared as a human with a pair of enormous bat wings, suddenly expanded once more, his height rising another 20 centimeters. The aura around his body suddenly surged to pseudo-legendary rank. With a hiss, a fearsome 2-headed giant serpent appeared before the snake people. Every scale on its body emitted a repulsive stench, and its length exceeded 20 meters. A quasi-legendary giant serpent, a creature from the toxic pit within the divine kingdom of the serpent god in the abyssal plane. Come then. Facing 2 adversaries of equal level, the crimson-robed cardinal remained utterly composed, betraying not a shred of panic. Within moments, his aura surged to the first tier of legendary power, the power bestowed by faith in their deity. The dark forces and the church's personnel clashed once more. Having already fought a major battle earlier, the dark faction was exhausted, suppressed by the church's holy attribute, and teetering on the verge of collapse. Wild dogs, where are your trump cards? Garner called out to the distant werewolf leader, his expression shifting like storm clouds. How could the werewolf clan possibly have failed to prepare a contingency? He has arrived. The werewolf leader sneered at the vampire, but only after hearing that inexplicable roar did a triumphant smile finally spread across his face. Beyond Jasradin, a deafening roar echoed as a massive blue dragon suddenly appeared, its body spanning 18 meters, with sharp bone spines protruding from its scaled back, and 2 formidable horns crowning its head. Gaffley the Blue Storm, a prime adult blue dragon, wanted dead or alive for a bounty of 200,000 gold coins and 2,000 spirit cores. At this moment, within the city walls stood only the legendary powerhouse, who served as both lord and guardian of Jasradin. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one, with every prominent figure watching the battle unfold. When such a renowned adult blue dragon, famous and feared throughout the vast Jasradin plains, appeared, panic gripped the city. Kill. The reason was simple. Following the appearance of that prime adult blue dragon, an entire dragon pack of 13 individuals of varying colors emerged, 4 of which were blue dragons. A blue dragon family, and a mobile one at that. All 13 were at minimum adolescent dragons, with the eldest adults capable of destroying an entire city. Garner sucked in a sharp breath, watching the smug satisfaction on the young werewolf's face, and finally understood why he was so confident. Blue dragons, this grows ever more interesting. While quietly observing, Yadin noticed a flash of yellow light beside him, and an elderly man materialized out of nowhere, his eyes filled with curiosity. Now there is a proper fight to be had. Beiding, as a brass dragon who had lived over 1,000 years, had seen every manner of spectacle. Upon sensing 2 additional auras, he realized the church's fishing expedition tonight had utterly failed. A roar echoed. Meanwhile, at the governor's mansion, a 6-armed snake demon summoned from the depths of hell waged war against the human sword saint, whose age had left him at only the first tier of legendary strength. The highest combat power of Jasradin was thus occupied. The 6-armed demon employed the demonic summoning arts known to all fiends. Perhaps in blessing of Jasradin the gods intervened directly, and this time the demon failed to summon an equally matched greater fiend. A horde of low-tier dretches and quasits joined by mid-tier mud abominations swept outward from the governor's mansion to ravage the entire city. The blue dragon Gathly drew a deep breath, channeling the magical energy coursing through its veins into its throat, and unleashed a torrent of lightning. The human soldiers tasked with defending Jasradin fell into utter disarray, hundreds reduced to charred corpses in an instant. Faced with an absolute biological disparity and a leaderless army, humanity suffered a brutal slaughter at the claws of the dragon pack. The two cardinal archbishops the stronger engaged a quasi-legendary foe in fierce combat, while the other alongside the church's sole high-ranking paladin barred the path of the infamous Baylor. Now absolutely no one could halt the blue dragon family that Gathly represented. Kill, plunder more wealth. Compared to the numerous younger dragons seething with excitement, Gathly remained far calmer, yet within his eyes the greed for treasure burned with incomparable intensity. The dragons slaughtered all opposing forces. They charged straight into the city, bypassing the slums where the dark races had taken refuge. Instead, they headed directly for the most luxurious district with the heaviest defenses. Damn it! The werewolf Doral trembled, unable to believe what his eyes beheld, cursing furiously in rage. Those greedy lizards, so blinded by wealth they forgot everything. Oh! A newly matured blue dragon, whose horde paled miserably compared to others of its level, let out a cry. It crashed directly into an opulent mansion and slaughtered the viscount ennobled by the kingdom. A third circle spell: treasure detection. Dragons, infamous across the plains as greedy creatures, would find it utterly impossible for any treasure to remain hidden from them. This young adult blue dragon, intoxicated by the shimmering glow of the treasure, was interrupted by another sound. It tossed aside the massive wooden chest and found several noble women who had hidden within. Gazing at them, the blue dragon's eyes curved into a merciless smile. With a casual extension of its claws, it crushed every human woman except the two fairest noble ladies into pulp. It then stuffed gold coins and all valuable items beneath its scales. The blue dragon lifted the two noble women with the claws of its hind legs and departed the mansion. What manner of wicked dragon would it be without slaughtering a kingdom and abducting a princess? This blue dragon, having only just reached adolescence, was not yet worthy to lay claim to a kingdom's princess. In that case, it would have to settle for kidnapping some noble daughters to maintain appearances. Few Lord Yadanak now. If this continues, this pack of evil dragons will destroy Jasradin, which has stood for over 100 years. Beside Yadin, 7 humans of varying appearances, sizes, and ages stood at his side, their faces etched with worry. They were all benevolent dragons within a 10,000 li radius, recruited through the network Yadin accessed by the token bestowed by His Majesty Behemoth. The weakest among them was at least a scion dragon, and one was even an elder dragon. If one-on-one combat would not suffice, then swarm them. Metallic dragons excel at coordinated assaults, and Yadin certainly had the means. The rule of metallic dragon clans is simple: the greater one's wealth, the higher one's status. Faced with the call of righteousness, these 7 dragons had no reason to refuse. From initial hesitation to resolute commitment, they crossed mountains of blades and seas of fire to arrive here. Now they sharpened their claws, preparing to strike. Of course, part of the reason was a genuine inability to bear watching so many humans perish. Their hearts could not endure it. With the arrival of the blue dragon family, numerous evil dragons specifically targeted nobles and the wealthy. Their brazen disregard for human life meant that almost unnoticed many had already perished. Jasradin originally housed only 1 million sentient lives. Now, with various factions clashing throughout the night, the entire city had been turned into a chaotic mess. At least 20,000 had already perished, nearly turning the city into a necromancer's paradise. Advance. Yadin gave the order, and the long-awaited dragon army struck, proactively soaring toward the many evil dragons of the blue dragon family. Adolf, Alara, Peter, and Shimi, along with the dragonblood giants and 3 young dragons, raced toward the location where the nightmare riders had appeared. Yadin's gaze fixed upon that blazing and vile region. The hiring fees and additional rewards would all be paid by the city's inhabitants. The dust cleared, and Yadin shook his head. The fireball was blocked by his scales, the damage negligible. With a roar, he looked at the distant Baylor fiend, which appeared calm on the surface, but was a bundle of nerves inside. He now had a clear understanding of his physical capabilities. Next, he would try the new tricks and spells he had prepared. I'll handle this fiend. You go help the others. Yezheng first turned back and said to the 2 fragile mortals, telling them to withdraw from this battle. Then he turned around to focus on the fleeing Baylor fiend. 5th circle spell, Space Lock. The spatial spell that had once driven Yadin into a corner and made him taste death was now cast upon the Baylor fiend, aping the very technique that had nearly killed him. The weak little wormling had finally grown into a true powerhouse. The paladin looked at the archbishop, and the 2 exchanged bewildered glances. Let's go. Since this silver dragon lord is capable of handling it alone, we should find ways to deal with the dark races and demons wreaking havoc in the city. Without much conversation, relying on years of working together, they immediately went to help the church members eliminate the scattered low and mid-tier demons that were stabbing each other in the back. With the full support of 2 master-level holy warriors, more than a dozen mid-tier demons were dispatched in no time. The balance between the good-aligned forces and the dark soldiers on the field was completely shattered by Yadin AI, Lina, Shimi, and the 7 good-aligned dragons he had hired. Damn it. Jia Nada turned into a bloody afterimage, deftly dodging the relentless punches of Shimi. He was on the verge of collapse. How could his perfect plan have failed? Where did these good dragons come from? He watched the two-headed giant serpent which was about to be crippled by the holy hammer of the Red Archbishop, who had momentarily ascended to legendary rank. Jia Nada knew he could not let this continue any longer. He had paid a heavy price to obtain this task from his family, and the family had even lent him the Blood Grail, a treasured heirloom weapon perfected over 1,000 years. If he were to return in failure, having squandered so many resources, Jia Nada shuddered at the thought of how his family dealt with failures. Failure was absolutely not an option. With a roar, Jia Nada held nothing back, and amidst his hair that had turned completely blood-red, streaks of white began to appear. At the cost of burning his life force, he briefly pushed his body into an unprecedented, overwhelmingly powerful state. His speed reached an invincible level. Except for Peter, renowned for his speed, Shimi, and the legendary Red Archbishop, no one else's neural reflexes could keep up with him. With a thunderous boom, the mechanical mantis, hard-bodied lightning fast with devastating attack and agility, was brutally pierced through the chest by Jia Nada, who crushed its crystal core. The blood grail driven by Jia Nada floated up into the sky of its own accord, radiating dense waves of blood-red light. More than a dozen true vampires, including Martin, had their essence blood forcibly squeezed out from every pore. As that essence blood burned, it transformed into terrifying blood flames. Jia Nada did not dare to gamble on his fate should he fail. He exchanged his life force for power, while also draining the strength of the vampires under his command, greatly amplifying their power for a short time. Hiss for the serpent god. On the other side, the serpent folk and werewolves were besieged by mechanical puppets, 3 silver dragons, and the Church of Light. They too displayed their madness. The most powerful master-level serpent folk, after repelling Peter, whose single strike had missed, and who then retreated 1,000 li. The forked tongue flicked from the serpent head at a peculiar frequency. The two-headed giant serpent, upon receiving this strange message, one serpent head continued to grapple with the Red Archbishop, while the other turned around and swallowed more than a dozen gathered serpent folk in a single gulp. The two heads of the giant serpent seemed to merge at that moment amid its agonized moans. As a creature of flesh and blood, its power also reached legendary. For the serpent god, a dozen different voices issued from the giant serpent's mouth. The terrifying serpent shook off the Red Archbishop and shot straight toward the Nightmare Knight, Karl, the one they had been watching. The Red Archbishop followed, and the 3 sides erupted into a fierce battle, once more now truly fighting with murderous intent, each desperately wanting to kill the other 2. "You 2 lousy backstabbers," howled the werewolf chieftain, who had prepared nothing else. He had thought hiring a pack of evil dragons would be enough to secure the situation, never expecting such sudden upheaval. "Take it down." AI Lina, by virtue of commanding dozens of mechanical mantises, and with Shimi and Peter willing to obey her, had at this moment gained the command and respect of the church members and the righteous army. That battlefield was hardly something that cannon fodder like them, none of whom had even reached master level, could touch. In that case, they would solve the werewolf tribe instead. Damn it. A hysterical madness appeared on the werewolf chieftain's face amid his despair. Even if he died, he would drag a few others down with him. Jia Seely, give up resisting. You cannot escape. In the sky, 7 metallic dragons, secured by Yadun with the precious metal mithril, encircled the evil dragons completely. Daisy, a female gold dragon renowned throughout the area, having reached level 17 and just recently come of age, known as the Golden Paladin, said bluntly to the leading adult blue dragon. The evil dragons outnumbered them, but many among them were young and juvenile dragons. In contrast, the dragons Yadun had summoned were all well known in the area, at the very least young adults. Metallic dragons capable of firmly standing on their own. There were 2 that could match the blue storm alone. Apart from Daisy, there was also an adult bronze dragon. The remaining 2 adult dragons and 3 young adult dragons would have no problem dealing with the 13 evil dragons of varying ranks. This was an inherent problem of evil dragon kind. Even members of the same blue dragon family harbored a sliver of suspicion toward one another. But the 5 metallic dragons could truly entrust their backs to their allies. Thus they could even fight 1 against 2. Holy light. A beam of utmost purity shot up from the ground, striking a juvenile blue dragon squarely. With angelic wings sprouting from their backs, the Red Archbishop and the Paladin who had dismounted took to the sky to deal with the evil dragons that had slaughtered countless humans for treasure. The holy pillar of light pierced the sky, gravely wounding the blue dragon. Its blood and scales scattered through the air as it fell to the ground with a howl. Defeat them, but do not slay them. Daisy said this to the Red Archbishop and the Paladin who had come to assist. It was a rule among dragonkind: dragons could not take the life of another dragon. Evil dragons would enslave good dragons, while good dragons would imprison or reform them. Humans, on the other hand, would slay the wicked dragons outright. The 2 humans hesitated and did not deliver the killing blow, instead watching the blue dragon fall. After all, without the help of the metallic dragons today would have been a great disaster for Jia Saladin. After all, one should still show a friend some courtesy. Strike. Countless spells converged into a torrent, battering the Baylor, whose body was already covered in bruises and countless scars. As time wore on, Arden's advantage became a noose tightening around the Baylor's throat. The ancestral dragon's bloodline ran long and deep, its vitality vast and enduring. The Baylor, infamous for its frenzied war-fueled rampages, saw its summoned demons swatted dead with a single swipe from Arden. Even the countless souls it had devoured could not outweigh the suppression of the radiant divine arts left behind by the fallen high priest and wielded by the assembled clergy. I refuse to believe I can't summon a single kin. Beaten relentlessly, the Baylor was nearly mad with rage. Barehanded, it once more shaped a great lava greatsword and drove it into the ground. This time it succeeded. A battle. Fresh souls. A fully healthy Baylor materialized and surveyed its surroundings. Once it grasped the situation, it laughed. Huh, you pitiful excuse for a demon beaten half to death by a mere little lizard. It had no idea how ferocious the silver dragon truly was. Seeing Arden's modest 9-meter frame, it mistook him for a mere adolescent. The dim-witted Baylor managed to insult both its own kin and Arden in one breath. Since you're both here, neither of you leaves. You'll be my slaves. Faced with this gift-wrapped offering, Arden showed his magnanimity, quite pleased by the demon's lively antics. Ooh, the very air began to churn. Arden assumed a peculiar stance, much like a human monk. Left hand clenched into a fist, right hand extended fully forward. Monk-style mountain stance, Stonebreaker. The epic-class mountain devotee path demanded an unyielding round-the-clock devotion to the mountain's enduring sun and storm alike. It came with a complete martial arts system and imposed the most rigorous standards upon one's heart and will. One had to live in austerity. The slightest indulgence would erode one's faith and cause even the most steadfast psychic power to recede. Arden had once attempted this exacting discipline. In terms of psychic talent, he was hardly lacking. Testing one's psychic talent was simple, with total concentration and without any external aid. One needed only to move a stone. That was the most basic measure. Those born with innate psychic gifts were naturally suited for the path of the psionicist, and most dragons possessed at least some talent in this regard. A minority of humans shared this gift, but even those without it could acquire psychic power through rigorous training. The path of the psionicist was one of the few ways a human could gain formidable power through effort alone. Barring a few exceptionally rare individuals, virtually no one was truly immune to psychic potential. Arden was born with exceptionally potent psychic energy, naturally nurtured by his bloodline. Unfortunately, he could not endure hardship. The draconic vices, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, ran thick in his veins. He bore every one of those primal sins without exception. But above all else, it was gold that he treasured most. And so after acquiring this inheritance, Arden had tried to have the iron-willed Adolf practice it instead. As for himself, he could only pick up the martial techniques. The Silver Dragon Monk. Facing two Baylors, both master-tier high-ranking demons of nearly equal power, Arden beat his wings and struck first. Boom. His draconic claws clenched into fists gathered ever greater force through each beat and charge, rolling forward like an unstoppable boulder tumbling down a mountain. Rolling Stone Strike. A simple, unadorned name, yet it carried the true essence of the mountain devotee's contemplation of the ever-shifting forms of peaks and crags. The newly summoned Baylor's prized colossal chainsword was shattered in that instant by the dragon's claw. Before its bulging eyes, the blow landed squarely upon its chest and sent it flying. Cough. A searing, corrosive torrent of demonic blood sprayed out, eating into the stone floor beneath. What in the hells is this creature? In that moment, the Baylor shed its arrogance and contempt, growing truly serious and afraid. It cursed its kin in a torrent of vile demonic oaths. It had come here, joyfully seeking fortune and power, not to be someone else's punching bag. What kind of freak dragon was this? Another aberrant dragon. Somewhere along the way, a great many souls from other worlds had begun inhabiting the native beings of the multiverse. Among them, dragons had suffered the highest rate of possession, followed by humans, and then by near-human races such as orcs and elves. Of the countless aberrant dragons, 7 or 8 out of 10 were chromatic dragons. Each one was stranger than the last, yet all of them shared a singular, remarkable trait. They could fight, and fight hard. None could fathom how much trouble they caused Tiamat. Every chromatic dragon was by all accounts a rebellious disappointment. The summoned Baylor hurled a few curses at his kin in the abyssal tongue, but dared not show the slightest carelessness. Together the pair began to fight Arden in earnest. Damn it. Is this dragon a spell junkie? How many schools of magic has he thrown at us already? Arden looked a bit worse for wear, yet still managed to hold both Baylors at bay single-handedly. Of course, the blessings and buffs from the ranks of mid to high-tier priests behind him were a crucial factor. It's time to end this battle. With his keen eyesight, Arden saw that the night had waned and dawn was breaking. Elsewhere, the werewolves had been utterly annihilated and 16 of Elena's 30 mechanical mantises had been destroyed. The vampires were broken, with only 5 remaining, Martin among them. In the skies above, one corrupted dragon after another had fallen, leaving only Guthrie, an adult blue dragon known as the Blue Storm, holding on desperately by his lonesome. It was time to close the net. Arden's eyes, pure gold like twin suns, fixed upon the 2 towering Baylors. With a single beat of his wings, he deliberately pulled back. The 2 Baylors were stunned for a moment, then, as if roused from a dream, they transformed into twin streaks of flame and fled into the distance. It was always the goodly races who hunted demons from the abyss. Demons had earned their foul reputation. They descended upon this world to pillage souls, then returned to the abyss at a chosen moment. A vast horde of souls could earn the abyss's immense favor, accelerating their ascent. These 2 had fought tooth and nail to reach the material plane, and they had nearly faced death here. Naturally, they wanted to flee this place as fast as possible, and preferably with a few souls stolen on the way out. They were certainly not going to fight that monstrous dragon again. Lord Silver Dragon, they're getting away. Arden paid no heed to their flight, nor to the anxious cries of the clergy and goodly folk below. A violet light flickered in his golden pupils. He drew in a massive breath. Oh, a third sack, one utterly cloaked in violet radiance. Within him the mysterious purple light all converged toward his throat. An invisible breath was exhaled. It was as if something forbidden had descended upon the world. AGH'd. The baler that had been tortured and beaten its own ram's horn snapped clean off. The one summoned by its kin suddenly let out a piercing scream. A cough. The baler twisted in agony, his whole body curling like a large black-red shrimp. A strange gas invaded his body from somewhere he could not perceive. An indescribable being, a thing beyond words, and the maddening whisper of an evil god. What did it make this baler see? His eyes bulged wide, and he was outright frightened to death. After death, the bulging eyes on his corpse seemed to turn into two snail-like creatures crawling out of their sockets. His internal organs turned into butterflies, 5 different gore-streaked, beautiful butterflies that wriggled out from his navel. What's going on? Seeing this terrible sight, all the human priests felt the most instinctual discomfort and revulsion rising from the depths of their souls. The baler in the distance was even more terrified. Submit or die, or I will turn you into something like that. Arden flickered out of thin air and appeared before the surviving baler through spatial teleportation. Me. The baler's tone instantly softened. Every living being this baler included was staring at that spreading unknown thing slowly unfolding on the ground. It looked like a living mass of flesh that had grown tentacles, eyes, and arms. Sensing that the baler's tone had weakened and that his mind had already shifted, Arden pressed harder. Can you escape? Offer me your soul fire. For creatures like demons and devils who played with souls, only a soulbound contract could make them submit completely. I submit. The baler watched that mass of gore open a mouth and even speak broken words in the demonic tongue. Eat. Let me eat. Eat. Father. Eat. The monster turned its greedy gaze, most of its countless eyes, toward the baler. Such pure hunger stirred the baler's fear, and he willingly released his purest green soul fire. Arden then used his spatial storage pouch to collect that lump of rotten flesh. All the humans who had witnessed this scene were there, as were the righteous heroes of good-aligned races who had volunteered to help, and the many priests, clerics, and paladins of the Temple of Light. Their faces turned complicated, even strange, and dread crept into their eyes as they looked at Arden. Was this truly a dragon of a good race, not an evil dragon? That method alone was enough to make even a baler, a creature accustomed to endless bloodshed and the slaughter of countless souls, tremble in fear and submit. It delivered an unprecedented shock to them. They would need a long time to recover, and perhaps it might even become a shadow over their hearts. After successfully subduing this baler, Arden gave him a name, Buck. Then, without bothering with the humans and their complicated looks, he flew straight toward the 2 groups of dragons locked in battle above. The baler flapped his wings and followed. There was no need to interact with creatures fated to be outside his world. As for the evil god crystal that had fallen into his mind, when the ancient god had attempted to seize it, the crystal had fought a great war within his mind against the ancient god's hand. The power hidden within the evil god crystal, a power not of this world, eroded his body. Together with that bizarre force in the divine blood, it forged the foundation of the primordial dragon. It also affected him, making his heart beat far faster than an ordinary dragon's. The heart is the cornerstone of all life. The faster it beat, the faster his blood and elemental energy flowed, letting his growth rate far surpass dragons of the same rank. Dragons are beings that never truly stop growing. Even in theoretical old age, all the way through the great WIRM stage, their bodies still grow slowly, at an almost imperceptible pace. So-called old age is only an age marked in a dragon's life cycle. It does not mean he has truly grown old. In addition, the evil god crystal brought him a third aberrant breath weapon. Creatures caught in this spray would in every sense be transformed into beings that could only praise him, seeing Arden as their creator and their all-encompassing light. So far, Arden had noticed that the evil god crystal was steadily fading. Perhaps because it had shattered. Its inner power seemed to be draining into Arden's body. This made Arden's skin crawl. He remembered the horrifying memory of every organ in his body, singing, each one, even trying to leave him on its own. Arden had no idea what to do. The only way was to raise his own strength in a short amount of time. If one were as strong as an ancient god, even this evil god crystal could not corrupt him. The other option was to pass the misfortune on to someone else, sell the thing away. If one day Arden discovered signs of mutation on his own body, he would unhesitatingly offer it up to His Majesty Bahamut. As an ancient god passed down through countless ages, Bahamut was the pride and symbol of dragonkind. There had to be a way to solve it. Arden had used this peculiar invisible breath weapon only twice. Once against that baler. The first time he had turned a stone into an indescribable, endlessly moving living thing. When its tentacles reached toward him with an almost affectionate look like extensions of his own claws, he had breathed once. After that, he never used this move again. There was no need against ordinary enemies. It was too cruel. Damn it, that monster is coming. The eyesight of dragonkind was superb. The dragons wheeling through the sky as well as the two humans beside them had seen everything happening below. They too felt a fear innate to all living beings. First there was the Baylor's horrific end. They could hardly bear to imagine becoming something like that, their souls trapped to suffer for all eternity. Second was their fear of the unknown. Guthrie's terror overpowered his scheming even before the desperate blockade raised by 7 good dragons and 2 humans. He would flee even if it meant suffering grievous wounds. Patriarch, save us. He ignored the pleas of the 5 remaining dragons around him. 1 blue, 1 white, 1 red, and 2 black. At this moment Guthrie displayed the hypocrisy and ruthlessness of chromatic dragons. As one of only 2 evil dragon kinds that operate in groups, the blue dragon clan raises evil dragon wormlings, not only blue ones. This was mutually beneficial. The evil wormlings could help adult dragons with matters that were trivial but extremely tedious. The adult dragons in turn provided protection, and later, when the clan's young dragons grew up, they would repay them with a certain amount of interest. But now with their lives almost lost, the natural choice was to abandon them. The young dragons clearly understood Guthrie's decision, so after only a few cries for help, their pleas turned into sharp curses and desperate howls of rage. Where do you think you're going? Daisy blocked the adult blue dragon's escape, and a bronze dragon and a copper dragon came to help her. Huff! Flame burst from the golden dragon's mouth, lancing straight toward Guthrie. Huff! A bolt of lightning breath canceled the flame, and without losing momentum intercepted Daisy. He saw that the monster was still some distance away, and that the good dragons and the 2 mortal humans could not catch up to him. Guthrie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the severely wounded Baylor appeared before him and blocked his path. Demonic shift, it could be triggered once every 10 minutes, allowing instant arrival anywhere within line of sight. Huff! His strength had reached level 19, yet in natural talent, he could only rank among the most ordinary blue dragons, Giaceli. He was already over 200 years old. He understood that with his talent, breaking through to legendary would still require another 20 or 30 years. That was why he had planned to amass more wealth before then. But he had never expected to encounter such a colossal bane today. The demon whose soul had already been enslaved and whose actions were no longer its own was forced to intercept the blue dragon that was desperately trying to flee. Submit or die. Yadin came before the blue storm, Giaceli, head of the blue dragon clan, and the only one still resisting among the 14 evil dragons that had run amok in Giacelating. He spoke with an iron finality that allowed no argument. Delusion. It was the pride of an adult dragon along with a swollen strength that was on the verge of becoming legendary. All of this made Giaceli unwilling to submit to a small silver dragon whose level was far below his own, and a metallic dragon to boot. If he truly knelt, how could he ever lift his head before the other chromatic dragons again? Do you want to end up like that Baylor too? Yadin once again applied pressure with the dragon breath he had used before. All of the evil dragons, after suffering severe wounds, had crashed to the ground, and unsurprisingly were already being bound by the people present. A demon, 8 dragons, and 2 humans surrounded Giaceli on every side. The gulf in power was so vast that they could have slaughtered the adult blue dragon outright. The expression on Giaceli's face alternated between calm and savage before he finally drew a deep breath. He had to choose between his life, with all the physical indignities it entailed, and his own dignity and arrogance. His voice twisted grotesquely as he said, "You are only a silver dragon at most into your adolescence. If I submitted, I would never deserve to be called a dragon for the rest of my life. Impossible." With all masks torn away, the atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. "Since that's the case, I'll make you submit willingly." Yadin could hear the fear of death in the blue dragon's tone. How could a greedy, cowardly, evil dragon suppress life's instinctive terror of dying? Yadin stretched out a claw and shot a beam of light into the blue dragon's mind. Sensing the earth-shattering information contained in that message, the blue dragon gaped, his eyes filled with utter shock. "What do you think? Can you choose to submit now? If you still refuse, I have no choice but to turn you into my worshipper." At the word worshipper, together with the fate of the Baylor from before, the blue dragon had already guessed what that would entail. An ancestral dragon. A king among true dragons with a bloodline so pure that only the 3 legendary species could rival it. It was only slightly inferior to the mighty time dragon and was no worse than a rainbow dragon or a force dragon. Among evil dragons, for the weak to submit to the strong was an everyday affair, and bloodline itself was a form of might. Even if the other party was a venerated lord of the metallic dragon race, compared with the consequence of refusing, this was already good enough. Giaceli took the opening he was given. His pride meant nothing before an ancestral dragon, and lowered his head. "Very well. From now on you will receive 1,000 crystal cores from me every year." Yadin's casual remark left all the dragons and humans dumbfounded. Even the 2 youngest metallic dragons felt their hearts stir at that moment. As for Giaceli, the resentment in his heart vanished all at once. Crystal cores were rich in the elemental energies of heaven and earth, allowing professionals to improve their cultivation. They were a medium of exchange, even more universally accepted than gold coins. Even though every empire fought to promote its own currency, none could shake the crystal core's status as the best store of value. 1,000 crystal cores equaled the income of 2 cardinals over 10 years. He was offering far too much. The 2 humans found it strange to witness the scene, and to see Giaceli, a notorious evil dragon, change his stance so suddenly. Though the money was substantial, an evil dragon's temperament should not have made him kneel so easily. Was he a coward? As for the 7 metallic dragons, they remained completely unperturbed. They had all been informed through the dragon god's edict given to Yadin by His Majesty, the Platinum Dragon God. They had known his true bloodline from the very beginning as soon as Yadin brought out Mithril to entertain them. As for the Baylor, it simply believed that Jayasili was afraid of punishment. Sunlight bathed the land. The priests began to deal with the aftermath. With heavy hearts, they arranged for devout believers to help them count and identify the dead. First, they confirmed whether the deceased had been orphans and whether any blood relatives still remained alive. When the dead from the dark races, the evil dragon raids, and the demons devouring were counted, the total was over 21,000. For a city with a population of barely 1 million, mourning was enough to fill every corner. Lord Yadin, I truly do not know how to thank you enough. In Jayasalating at the temple of Luashanda, the sharp-eared 6-armed serpent demon, realizing that the tide had turned, broke away from the legendary swordsman. It did not know where it could flee, and from now on it was certain to face a wanted order from the kingdom. This old sword saint had devoted more than 20 years to Jayasalating, extending his lifespan to 300 years, yet he was already over 200 and approaching the natural end of his life. He laid his sword flat, then bowed to Yadin, who had transformed into a humanoid form slightly shorter than himself. This human sword saint looked plain, wore rough cloth garments, and bore the scars and honors of battle all over his body. You flatter me. Yadin returned the courtesy. Both this strength and this spirit of devotion were things that he as a selfish dragon could never possess. Such a stubborn spirit deserved to be praised in any form. It was precisely through this unyielding will that humanity had been able to dominate its corner of the world and win a great name across the multiverse. That was also the reason the metallic dragons who tended toward the lawful good camp had always been willing to help humanity. Inside the temple, bathed in sunlight, all those who had voluntarily joined the bloody battle last night, whether good-hearted volunteers or church members, felt warm regard for Yadin and the other dragons who had taken part and turned the tide of battle. After last night's bloody battle, the dark forces inside the city had their spines completely broken. But the kingdom's direct troops and the church members at the scene had suffered losses of varying degrees and still had to handle the aftermath, so they could not deal with the remnants for the moment. The remnants would be cleansed sooner or later. For the next 10 years, Jayasalating would be a bit quieter. The werewolf and serpent folk cults were all dead, and the legendary giant serpent had turned into a pool of mire after stalling for 4 hours. Rising from quasi-legendary to legendary had not been without its price. Jadair saw that the situation was hopeless and fled at once. He was the only member of the dark races to survive that night's slaughter. All the vampires, including mating, were sent to the gallows by the Church of Light. Among humans, especially nobles, there was no shortage of scum who were greedy, corrupt, scheming, and even colluded with darkness. When mating was stripped of his noble rank, many nobles cursed loudly. After the two sides exchanged a few pleasantries, the topic became more formal. This time the dark races went to great lengths for a lad like you. The old sword saint Loalisai turned his gaze to Karar, an ordinary young man who had remained inconspicuous in the crowd. As the original cause of this bloody battle tonight, Karar felt extremely uncomfortable under everyone's scrutiny. A nightmare night of all things. Seeing a living, breathing nightmare knight, an ancient hero, filled many of those present with curiosity, and even the old sword saint was no exception. This was a figure of legend. You stirred up such a huge commotion and drew so many powerful dark race experts. You were lucky this time that Yadin suddenly stepped in, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to save you. You must be careful. Thank you for your concern, senior. Their exchange made many present show odd expressions. Yadin was also reminded of that hidden secret from ancient times. Their words caused more than a few strange looks. Yadin in turn recalled that secret history of the ancient era. As for the many heroes of humanity's ancient past, for the right-hearted folk and paladins of today, speaking of them brings a sense of both pride and shame. During the ancient Dark Calendar era, the Madwa plane, a supermassive material plane even among the infinite planes rarely matched in the multiverse, constantly drew the gaze of the gods. For endless years, humankind was subjugated by a variety of dark races. That was a time after the age of ancient glory had vanished, some time after the many epics and the descent of the gods, an age when the old order had shattered and a new one had yet to be established. Elves, remnants of giants, the sea folk, kingdoms born in the deep ocean, and the ancient orcs all rose to prominence during that era, becoming the darlings of the world. The powerful dark races came only after them. These dark races did not necessarily possess powers of the dark attribute. Many of the races now collectively called dark races were handed down from that era, and so they are classified under that heading. At that time, humans were a lowly breed raised and stored as fodder like pigs and sheep, blood bags for vampires, slaves for the dark races, cultivation tools for succubi, and playthings for drow. They were also sacrifices for the undead creatures that could never truly die. The dark races learned to breed humans as one breeds livestock, for a human litter took only a year to produce. This deliberate breeding of early humans is why the people on the present-day Nuya continent generally have sturdy bodies. The dark races then, locked in their own bid for supremacy, disdained humans, yet they still took precautions to keep them from turning the tables. After all, their numbers were simply too vast. Within a few hundred years before the high-ranking leaders of the dark races even noticed, they had spread across the entire world and become a continent-spanning race. So they selected certain gifted individuals from among ordinary humans and found ways to bestow their own racial blood upon them, turning them into half-blood retainers to ensure stable rule. In those days, humans had no right to live at all. Under such circumstances, among those who struggled solely for survival from day to day, a group of thinking sages appeared. No one knew exactly when. They took the initiative to study the magical creatures covered in dense magic runes, thereby founding the earliest human system of power. In the 100 years that followed, they established all manner of professions, and humanity at last possessed class holders of its own. These elite humans finally gained the ability to confront supernatural beings head-on and actively gathered vast numbers of people. Thus, in the Dark Calendar era, the awakening of human thought and the most pristine age of origin arrived, an age also called the Era of Fire's First Radiance. It lasted for more than 1,000 years. Nightmare knights, planeswalkers, celestial summoners, necromantic witches, these and other extraordinary legendary professions came into being. Humanity's first batch of legends burst forth in a mere century. Even more extraordinary was the sage system developed by the Council of Sages, composed of all the wisest sages of humanity. The earliest sages to make contact with the gods began to explore the mysteries of divinity. This system, thus created, could gather the people's faith. People revered heroes, and heroes in turn shielded humanity. This period was called the light-chasing era. As humanity launched its attacks and resistance against the dark forces, the ancient heroes multiplied, each of them a veritable harvester of legends. Nourished by the fortune and the collective chi of the entire human race, they were invincible. They endured a bitter and extraordinary struggle. Across the entire Modwa Plain, upon all 7 continents, humanity gained a foothold, and even obtained a continent of their own. Their growth to such formidable heights alarmed many races, forcing them to unite against humanity. Yet the 3 battles they organized on the open battlefield were all shattered by the absolute might of the ancient heroes. Helpless, they resorted to crooked means. By this time, humanity had already grown and established its own nations. Having attained lofty status, the human rulers began to entertain wicked thoughts. With food and clothing secured, they craved wealth. With power in hand, they sought immortality. The human lifespan was too short, merely 100 years. The nobles, who now held power and wealth and lived in comfort far from the front lines, voluntarily contacted the long-lived races among the dark forces in pursuit of eternal life. By this point, humanity had become a great power that could not be ignored in the Modwa Plain. Extermination was impossible, survival was no longer a problem, and so hearts began to scatter. A catastrophic upheaval then struck. The Sage Council, along with most of the ancient heroes, was nearly wiped out, more than half destroyed, by the combined action of human traitors and the dark races. This was tacitly sanctioned by the gods of humanity. Everyone wanted to become heroes and worship heroes, then who would worship the gods? More than 60% of the gods took a neutral stance and tacitly consented, while over 30%, truly benevolent divinities, opposed it. Now the inheritors of the ancient heroes' legacies dare not even openly reveal their identities. Although many are willing to help, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Kara, the new successor to the Nightmare Knight, was extremely weak before he grew into a legend. Everyone present was willing to lend him a hand, but they could not stay by his side forever to protect him, so he had to be careful on his own. Farewell, everyone. May we meet again if fate allows. This simple and honest human put his cloak back on and withdrew from the temple. Well, then next is Lord Yadin. This time you have done us a great service capturing those evil dragons as well. What would it take to make up for your pains? In Gyasolating City, the 3 most venerable elders, the kindly old man among them who believed in the Lord of Myriad Radiances, asked. A sharp gleam flickered in Yadin's eyes. Like a machine gun, he rattled off what he considered a reasonable reward: 3,000 crystal cores. 1,000 crystal cores were the payment for himself and his 3 siblings. The other 2,000 crystal cores were payment for hiring the 7 benevolent dragons. Dragons are famously tight-fisted. Even a single copper coin could make a dragon turn hostile. This is pure robbery. No, even a robber couldn't get away with this much. A temple priest in charge of collecting the offerings of the faithful dropped his jaw in shock. At the sound of this figure, the 7 bound dragons, who had all been obediently keeping their heads low, suddenly raised their heads. Apart from the 7 benevolent dragons, and Yadin and the other dragons, Erlagia and Adafu had little understanding of money and crystal cores. All the temple members and humans present were thrown into an uproar. Such an appetite. About how much was 3,000 crystal cores worth? In most benevolent churches, a cardinal received an annual offering of 100 crystal cores, excluding of course the Church of Joaquin, the goddess of wealth, which was known for making money. 3,000 crystal cores would be enough for a kingdom to hire a legendary expert for several years. Hiss. You have truly set a hard puzzle for me, Lord Yadin. Never mind. This time the church will also have to take out all the wealth accumulated from the faithful's offerings to comfort the dead and succor the lingering souls so as to prevent the birth of undead. Rebuilding order also costs money, but let the city lord's residence cover it. If all else fails, I'll use these old bones to go to the royal capital and borrow from an old friend. Hearing the old sword saint's words, Yadin wagged his tail in satisfaction. Inside the greatest temple of the church, Yadin was awaiting the reward he deserved when Karar, who had stepped out, quickly vanished into the sunlight. He first turned left through many winding paths, entered a narrow trail, and once again slipped into the shadow realm from within the shadows. Who? This place was not much different from the real world, but it was pitch black like a dark parallel space. Everything here was condensed shadow elements, making Carr feel a genuine sense of kinship. He took 2 deep breaths. Dealing with people was truly exhausting. Carr brooded. As a 15-year-old youth, he had been practicing swordsmanship ever since he was 6 years old, when he could first lift a sword. His father had passed away early, bequeathing the inheritance to him when he was just 14. In a single year, he not only perfectly absorbed the Nightmare Knight inheritance, but also advanced with incredible speed. From an ordinary low-level warrior, he instantly transformed into a 9th-rank Nightmare Knight wielding terrifying power. Aunt May, we really went too far this time. Had it not been for that Silver Dragon Lord lending a hand, I would truly have been torn apart by the 3 master-level dark races. Carr muttered to the darkness. The condensed shadows trembled like waves in that moment, and suddenly a voice came through the trembling air. The voice was crisp and pleasant, yet it carried a strange heat that stirred one's blood. Little Carr, are you complaining to me? I really raised you for nothing. I'm so heartbroken. Aunt May, don't pretend. I know your personality all too well. This time you really misjudged. 3 quasi-legends. If we'd been careless even with you here, we might not have been able to sweep them all away. If that vampire had gotten away, his vampire family would never have let me off. Hearing that charming soft voice suddenly turn a little aggrieved, Carr said in exasperation. Oh dear, this time Aunt May made a mistake. As expected, there are quite a few scumbags in the darkness targeting you. This time that Lord Yadin did you a great favor. If you ever have the chance to meet him, you should share a drink with him and make a friend. Within the shadows, a large mass of black mist gathered together, and a human figure appeared before Carr. An ordinary-looking human woman. She seemed utterly unremarkable. Barefoot, her milky white long legs and small delicate feet stood directly on the cold floor, draped in a black long dress. Her jet black hair was braided into a long plait behind her back. She was of the voluptuous, creamy type, exuding a mature, alluring charm. Most important were the upper swell of her bosom and her pair of watery, blue crystal-like eyes. Aunt May, you know my personality. Making me talk to people and exchange words neither of us enjoys would be worse than sending me to chop off monsters' heads. His mother had died in premature labor when giving birth to him, and his father had also died when he was around 10. Since childhood, the only kin by his side had been Aunt May before him. Carr had long been used to being alone with no social interactions at all, mumbling to himself. You child, that silver dragon is unlike ordinary silver dragons. He carries an ancient aura. With the surging of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, all sorts of future protagonists are finally about to reappear in this era. That dragon, like you, is a special one. For the nagging Carr, the woman called Aunt May had long been accustomed. Instead, she ignored him and calmly spoke her own words, her eyes revealing a note of caution. A question mark seemed to appear above Carr's head, and his mouth stopped all at once. The temple. Facing the cardinal's complex expression, lingering fear mixed with gratitude, Yadin tossed the storage ring that the church had just gifted him. His mood suddenly became excellent. If only such occasions could happen more often. Yadin said with lingering reluctance, turning back every few steps, sending shivers down many of the temple staff. Lord Yadin's ability to turn the tide at the critical moment was indeed great. But his price was truly high too. These church members who worshipped the gods, who normally had respectable jobs, and who, after years of devoted service and with talent, could even learn divine arts. For the next 3 months, they would probably have to eat a very long stretch of vegetarian meals. Temples made plenty of money, but it depended on whether the temple had a conscience. In the plain and people-oriented Sadankana, the church, especially the teachings of benevolent deities, was far less disgraceful than the exclusion pushed by cliques or nobles for their own partisan purposes. After this, Yadin invited 7 silver dragons to drink at a tavern, both to thank them for coming to his aid, and to celebrate that for the first time in his dragon life, he had earned a reward through his own ability. Before, the wealth Yadin possessed and the rare metals he controlled had come from trades at the ancient god's altar or from his parents' and elder Sasside support. Now he had finally acquired his first fortune through his own means. For his dragon life, this was a milestone worth commemorating. When dragonkind celebrated, especially benevolent dragons, they would act just like humans. They took human forms. They drank themselves blind, reeling drunk, until heaven and earth spun. Yadin made a bold decision. With a single crystal core, he got the tavern owner to mortgage the entire tavern to him. 14 dragons along with Yadin's followers drank for a whole night using barrels as cups. Out in the world, one had to learn socializing. Yadin's goal had been set since childhood, to build a diverse mixed-race empire ruled by dragons. Thus he needed to accumulate connections and resources as much as possible in a limited time. With Yadin deliberately forging bonds, the many benevolent dragons who were already inclined to flatter and curry favor with his bloodline. In this joint battle, they found common ground, and after 3 days and 3 nights of drunken revelry, those dragons all left their contact information with Yadin. While Yadin and the 11 dragons were celebrating, the specific details of the bloody battle from that night were uncovered, and the war gradually spread throughout the city as a hot topic. With his strength and the reputation of suppressing a Baylor demon, Yadin earned a title of his own, Dawnlight. It was chosen based on the gleaming silver scales on Yadin's body that shone in the sunlight, plus the war he waged against the dark races. After sobering up, Yadin said nothing about the title. No matter what, it was better than a title like Cobalt Slayer, wasn't it? Yadin's feats even spread across the northern part of the Sadankana kingdom. At the very least for these few months adventurers across the north, and even the entire Sadankana kingdom would talk about them with relish. Fame and fortune both arrived. Afterwards Yadin approached the two cardinals who had likewise survived a battle and could now speak with him as equals. After communicating, he exchanged a single crystal core with them for the complete map of Sadankana and the fastest route from Jayasalating to the capital of the Tyre kingdom. The route to the capital of the Tyre kingdom. It was time to embark on a new journey. But just then a calamity erupting within the city once again held Yadin back. Deep within the slums, a standard 5-person adventurer party, 2 warriors, 1 mage, 1 priest, and 1 ranger. They moved cautiously through the filthy, grimy slums. They had seen all manner of harsh environments, yet what disgusted them was not the surroundings, but something else. To them who normally lacked neither clothing nor food, and even came from comfortable families, this slum, a mere 100 li at most from their homes, felt like stepping into another world. It stirred even more pity in them for those who lived here, and it steeled their resolve for the purpose of this trip. Careful! At a fork in the road between the walls, a small dim green figure suddenly darted out. The ranger, sharp-eyed and quick to react, having practiced this path for 7 or 8 years, spoke almost at the same moment. The dagger in his hand flew out at once. Roar! In the nick of time the dagger struck the slender green figure, eliciting a strange howl that was neither human nor beast. As the monster lunged toward the most vulnerable figure protected at the center, the priest, a pale crimson shield and a pale white light barrier enveloped the fragile priest at once. The creature's claws tore through the pale crimson shield, then were stopped by the pale white barrier. The white barrier trembled several times and faded considerably, but ultimately held against the claw strike. Meanwhile, the mysterious erratic green monster revealed its true form, letting everyone see what it really was. A ghoul. One of the undead creatures, almost the 3rd most common type of low-rank undead after skeletons and corpses, and one of the most numerous. Seizing the moment, the priest immediately cast Repulsion Aura, a 3rd circle divine spell. The obstructive aura shoved the ghoul back, while its holy light energy dealt it considerable damage. At this, the 2 warriors, having come to their senses and fought together as brothers for years, moved nearly at the same moment. They each pulled a glass vial from their chests and drank it. Holy water produced by the Lord of Myriad Radiance. It possessed manifold wonders, breaking hexes, repelling evil, exorcising curses, and protecting against undead energy erosion for a short time. It was in short supply and sold extremely well throughout the entire continent. In addition to accepting offerings from ordinary people, the church would from time to time receive support from the kingdom and from certain nobles central to the church. Even so, as a behemoth, it still could not meet their expenses or allow them to develop steadily. Under such circumstances, the priests promoted items like one-time holy water and secret medicines. When it came to creatures of darkness, adventurers across the entire continent had the most authority to speak. Using this stuff truly worked. The 2 warriors, wielding a greatsword and a warhammer respectively, no longer feared the poison at the ghoul's claw tips, thanks to the holy water's protection. They grappled with the swift-moving ghoul. Relying on instincts honed over many years, the warriors held their own, even against the extremely fast-moving ghoul. The warrior's innate skill, combat instinct. As a warrior's class level rose higher after reaching legendary tier, the warrior could directly sense when someone far away harbored ill intent toward him and react in an instant. In this world, classes had their high and low ranks, but once one trained to a high level, even the weakest class could blast a lower-ranked class to death with a single punch. 3rd circle spell, Distortion Field. 2nd circle spell, Minor Negative Energy Ray. 1 to control, 1 to kill. Under the team's practiced coordination, the ghoul was struck by the ray dead center in the forehead. The swiftly dodging ghoul halted and fell to the ground. It was a monster that looked roughly human, but its skin was entirely a livid green, and it reeked of a thick, foul stench. Its spine was hunched, and it crawled along the ground. Its limbs were extraordinarily developed, its claws and fangs sharp, and its speed extreme. Among ghouls, besides ordinary ghouls, there were mutant breeds. Whether it was the strength-type ghoul with warped arms that enhanced raw power, the obese-type ghoul whose bulk had grown to dominate its frame, or the speed-type ghoul with a mutated spine and excellent climbing ability, all were fearsome. Ordinary low-rank ghouls were simply low-level undead. Moreover, because undead naturally feared holy energy and sunlight, they could usually be dealt with easily by an experienced low-rank combat professional. The presence of these mutant breeds undoubtedly made exterminating large packs of ghouls extremely troublesome. Sizzle! The priest took a small vial of holy water from his robes and poured it over the ghoul. This dreadful monster, possibly once a common citizen, gave off thick white smoke under the cleansing holy water and was completely corroded away. What remained was a dark green crystal core and a heap of ashes. A ghoul's crystal core and ghoul ashes were among the most commonly used low-grade consumables for necromancer mages. Let's go. There's still more to deal with. The 5-person party swiftly cleaned up the battlefield, then pressed deeper with greater caution. As for the earlier chaotic battle, because the 2 major churches on scene, along with numerous small and medium churches that had only priests and ordinary white-robed bishops, were busy handling corpses and comforting believers, the situation had spiraled. A certain young white-robed bishop had mishandled matters, which unexpectedly led to a ritual with over 2,000 people. It spiraled out of control. More than 1,000 ordinary people already laid to rest and victimized by the evil dragon's depredations clawed their way back out of the earth, guided by resentment. Moreover, among those who took part in the subsequent ritual, of over 1,000 people, many had been infected by undead energy and frequently visited the graveyard, slowly beginning their transformation into ghouls. As a result, ghoul tracks now appeared throughout the entire slums and the lower-tier southern district, causing widespread panic. The church was forced to hand over most of its usual activities to the city lord's constabulary. A large number of priests were deployed to manage and suppress the ghouls that had emerged, to wreak havoc and to quarantine the affected areas so that the ghouls' taint would not reinfect others. As the saying goes, a good dragon helps to the very end. Escort the Buddha all the way to the west. At this critical moment, 2 cardinals personally came to hire Yadun's 7 evil dragons, his 3 siblings, along with Shimi giant blood, and Baida at the price of 1 crystal core per day. Thus, this tenacious new force reluctantly stayed to help deal with the ghoul plague. Jayasili, split the 6 dragons under your command into 2 squads, and find a way to get rid of this stinking garbage. On top of the city lord's mansion, Yadu in human form tapped the respectfully deferential Jayasili beside him. Yes. Jayasili first replied with a fawning, mild-mannered tone, then immediately revealed the vicious nature of an evil dragon as he turned to the 6 evil dragons behind him. Didn't you hear what the Lord said? 3 of you go to the slums, 3 of you go to the southern district. By the established rules, monsters numbering over 100 were called a pack, over 1,000 a tribe, over 10,000 a horde. Ghouls barely counted as undead monsters. These creatures could propagate endlessly by devouring corpses and using them to transform more victims. Now their numbers were probably close to 2,000, perhaps more, enough to constitute a full tribe, and there were bound to be some powerful individuals among them. The 3 dragons could look after one another, at least enough not to worry about their lives. The appearance of the great dragons, even if they were evil dragons, was still evil dragons on their side. Their massive bodies and the dragon breath that fell from time to time undoubtedly served as a powerful morale boost for the humans engaged in disaster relief at this moment. A fearsomely huge humanoid monster towering at fully 5 meters, vastly larger than an ordinary ghoul, akin to the difference between a human and a frost giant. Far above in the sky, the crimson-robed archbishop, continuously casting divine spells, snarled furiously at the creature below. A level 14 monster, Ghoul Lord. South continent, situated across the Whirlpool Sea and gazing opposite Noah continent. Long ago, it had been a fertile land where rivers teemed with rich elemental energy, ideal for human habitation. Alas, before the new calendar era, a calamity struck. The people who relied on the southern continent's widest river, revered by its inhabitants as the sacred river, suddenly fell victim to an undead plague. It spread from 10 to 100, and within the vicinity of the entire river, tens of millions were instantly transformed into undead, radiating outward. The billions dwelling across the whole continent suddenly became nourishment for the undead realm, giving rise to a vast necropolis. Even now, the undead still linger upon this land. Over time, higher-tier undead have gained sentience and autonomously splintered into distinct nations, one of which is a ghoul principality. Low-tier undead, ordinary ghouls or twisted mutants, display obvious strengths and weaknesses. Medium-tier undead elite ghouls possess few discernible flaws. High-tier undead, ghoul lords, can command tribes numbering in the thousands, their bones surpassing the hardness of metal. Grandmaster-tier undead, great ghouls, rank just below legendary ghoul sovereigns, commanding fearsome armies of 10,000. At this echelon, sunlight and holy energy inflict negligible damage upon ghouls. Hymn of Holy Light. The crimson-robed archbishop faced the roars of the ghoul below without so much as a flicker of emotion, calmly casting another 8th-level divine spell. It was as though countless angels, flutes and harps in hand, gazed down upon the mortal realm with detachment, their voices joining in solemn song as they played their instruments. Light and melody descended together. Within a kilometer's radius, scattered ghouls were reduced to ash beneath the radiance. Its body's skin bristled with fleshy tumors, forming a natural armor of raw flesh. Aside from the white smoke rising from its head, the ghoul lord had suffered little more than minor wounds. As it prepared to leap again and assault the crimson-robed bishop, 3 breaths of dragon fire struck. Icy cold, corrosive acid and crackling lightning, in rapid succession. Striking in waves under a second, they drove the leaping beast back to earth. 6 evil dragons, 2 white, 2 black, 1 red, 1 blue, joined the fray. Though these evil dragons harbored considerable reservations about aiding frail humans, yet under Master Yadin's command they obeyed meekly. Having grown up without parental favor, surviving by sheer force of will, their combat instincts were far from lacking. They restrained the irascible ghoul lord with perfect timing. 9th-level spell, Holy Light, demon-breaking slash. The crimson-robed archbishop watched as the ghoul below shrank to 4.5 meters, most of its muscles liquefying and streaming downward, leaving it grievously wounded. He understood the moment had arrived. With both hands raised high, he unleashed the most powerful of the 3 9th-level spells he had mastered over a decade of service as an archbishop. A vortex of holy light emerged from the clouds overhead. Beautiful singing echoed continuously from within, and a colossal pillar of radiance shot forth, spanning countless distances. As the light traveled, it expanded to 10 meters wide by the time it reached the ghoul lord. A 1,000-meter demonic slaying blade of pure radiance split the beast clean in two. The Holy Light demon-breaking slash was the first 9th-level spell every archbishop dispatched by the Lord of Billion Radiance was required to learn. It was also among the highest-tier single-target 9th-level spells beneath the legendary grade. It could be considered the signature spell of the Church of the Lord of Billion Radiance. After the ghoul catastrophe had ended, Yadin rode Blue Storm, his meek steed the infamous evil dragon Ghastly. With his retinue, he set forth from the sky, traveling westward from the kingdom of Sardinican to the neighboring kingdom of Tail. He traveled by night and rested by day to avoid inciting panic among common folk, or worse, crusades by self-proclaimed righteous figures. Dragons were undeniably powerful, yet this was no longer the age of dragons. Humanity, a peculiar race containing filth so shameless that even the drow who prided themselves on cold cunning and the vampires deemed them disgusting. But it also birthed pilgrims, warriors, and heroes willing to sacrifice their lives. The present age belonged to humanity. Had humans not fractured, multiple powerful races would not stand alongside each other today. An evil dragon parading openly would only invite chaos and become prey to slaughter. How many formidable human adventurers sought the title of Dragon Slayer. The white dragon disgrace among the 5-colored dragons had the most to say on the matter. Thus, through Yadin's careful discretion, they caused no major disturbance, occasionally passing undiscovered twice. Any misunderstandings were quickly resolved. They took the shortest aerial route toward the kingdom of Tail. During this time, Yadin occasionally dismounted to trade books with noble lords belonging to the kingdom. Mithril, an item no sensible person could refuse. Of course, this required the premise that dragons surrounded Yadin, otherwise those greedy lords would surely have flayed him alive and plundered everything of value. The kingdom of Tail bore its own name throughout history, universally and silently known as the nation of pirates and sailors. Among all the kingdoms across Noah continent, it was merely ordinary. Its first king thousands of years ago during the old calendar era, when order had yet to prevail and chaos reigned, was a famed pirate king upon the seas. He seized the then claimed Tail territories, established his stronghold along the coast, and as his power grew, organized more pirate fleets. The pirates married, fathered children, and gradually developed the land. One could say the entire nation developed through maritime plunder. Even now in the new calendar era, pirates no longer thrived as they once did. They had slowly withered away. These descendants, whose blood carried the essence of the sea, remained the ocean's finest sailors. Inside the kingdom of Tail, a dense network of freshwater rivers, deep enough and crisscrossing the entire nation, made water transport extremely prosperous and lucrative. A saying persists in the current kingdom of Tail: among every 10 Tail people, 1 is surely a sailor, and among every 10 sailors, 5 could make fine pirates. The capital of the kingdom of Tyre was Shisi. It was the kingdom's second largest city, with a population of over 2 million interlaced with rivers. It was an exceedingly rare city built upon water. The subjects of the royal capital used boats as their homes, living on the water. Dragons. Even the Tyre people, notorious for their ferocity and rudeness and privately despised by many kingdoms, still cried out in fear at the sight of the dragons in the sky. So many dragons. So many colors. They are chromatic dragons, evil dragons. The Tyre royal troops responsible for city defense immediately mounted more than a dozen special weapons on the city gate. Dragon hunting crossbows. Even an adult dragon would not dare to be arrogant before such a deadly weapon. If struck, it would suffer at least a minor wound. Are there people up there? Just then the Tyre soldiers and subjects noticed on the back of the largest dragon in the flock several tiny black dots resembling ants. To prevent an accidental clash, Yadin stepped on the blue dragon beneath him, making it halt. He called out to his younger brother with practiced ease. Tuomasai shot him a reproachful glance, then shifted into dragon form and raised his head. At the sight of the silver dragon, the appearance of that renowned benevolent dragon race instantly calmed the panicked citizens. The appearance of both good and evil dragons at once meant either that the evil dragon had been captured by the good dragon and was being reformed, so-called letting it atone by punishing wickedness, or else the evil dragon was enslaving the good dragon. But that possibility could be ruled out, for no evil dragon would allow its slave to sit upon its back. Yadin and the other 18 dragons, along with 2 humans, 10 giants, and 1 cloud eagle, entered the city without trouble. Because of the commotion they had caused, 3 officials of the kingdom of Tyre soon came to inquire courteously. They received them warmly and granted them permanent residence in the Tyre Royal Grand Hotel. 1 represented the royal family, 1 the nobility, and 1 the church. Openly and covertly they probed for the reason and purpose behind Yadin's arrival. Yadin had no interest whatsoever in such matters, especially this filthy politics. Fortunately, however, among these silver dragons who favored solving problems with force, there was still 1 or 2 who understood such affairs and were accustomed to dealing with them. The 3 young dragons watched their big sister Elena, also wearing a smile, match wits with the 3 old foxes. In the end, through great composure, she forced the 3 officials to retreat one by one and temporarily depart. The big sister is mighty. Yadin Daifuni and Tuomasai nodded in unison. After the minor episode was resolved, Yadin then instructed the 13 evil dragons, excluding Jayasili, to assume human forms and gather intelligence in the capital of the kingdom of Tyre and to select routes. Exactly which route and which port to take to cross the ocean to Dragon Island, which faced the Nuya continent across the sea. It was better to conduct some reconnaissance first. Saside only handed the letter to Yadin and did not tell him exactly which way to go, nor did he mention what special things had happened recently on the eastern coast of the continent. One could not simply charge ahead recklessly. Just as Yadin was quietly waiting in the comfortable private room for the results to arrive, he suddenly felt a flash of insight. One of the two storage rings he wore emitted a high temperature from within, and a burning sensation invaded Yadin's skin. Moi. The enormous crystal ball that Saside had given Yadin for convenient communication after his departure was radiating a flickering light. After Yadin took it out, he shifted into dragon form. The crystal ball glowed, and within it appeared Saside's dragon face. Yadin, how are things with you now? I'm fine, Great Elder. Has something happened in the Tulian Desert? After Saside appeared, Yadin's heart rose to his throat with anxiety. Although he was now independent, even if only a few months had passed, he still felt a special attachment to the family into which he had been born. A sense of belonging. The reason why chromatic dragons upon reaching maturity almost always maintained wariness, dread, suspicion, and cruelty toward their own kind. Even fewer chose to believe in Tiamat, the queen of chromatic dragons. A large part of the reason was that they were abandoned by their mothers soon after birth. Some irresponsible female dragons would even toss the eggs aside immediately after laying them. From beginning to end, they had to fight their own way up. The snobbish, self-centered queen of chromatic dragons only showed her regard and affection after her offspring had become powerful, but what use was that to them at such a time? If not for Tiamat's forceful command, the chromatic dragons of today would probably find it difficult even to reproduce. This was also why the chromatic dragons had such a foul reputation, and moreover they were disunited and almost universally hunted and hated. The Tulian Desert is fine. The Tualair State and the Sea Litter gang are at each other's throats like dogs, and both have set their eyes on these old bones of mine. But as long as I don't willingly get involved, they cannot drag me into the water. What's worse is that something has happened to the Liwania kingdom. No, the entire west of the Nuya continent will be turned upside down, and even the whole continent may change because of it. Saside spoke in a deeply mournful tone, clearing up the doubts of the utterly bewildered Yadin. It was now September of the year 209. 2 months earlier, in the land of the former elven forest, the Dark Duchy, that worshipped Bloodline together with the monsters from the Dark Forest, and the 3 provinces of the newly established Liwania, the northern region of the elven forest once again ignited a mad war. Flames of frantic war blazed once again, less than 7 months after the previous war had ended. For some unknown reason, the Dawnchaser Gilade, who was responsible for the southern defense line and was still to launch the next offensive, unexpectedly discovered. The monsters and the Dark Duchy had united. One should know that the monsters of the Dark Forest had been in chaos for centuries, ever since the death of the last Drow Queen. They had never united even once. Yet now these tribes that had actively fled had actually joined together, obeying the orders of the Dark Duchy's general. The Liwania, representing humanity, the evil cultists serving the sorcerer Dwalin, and all kinds of monsters once again engaged in a bloody great battle on this land. In the early days of the great battle, even after learning that the 2 dark forces had chosen to unite, Gilade, as the kingdom's general, still maintained sufficient arrogance and confidence. This was the confidence the kingdom gave him. In the 3 southernmost provinces of Liwania, King Daisai, who utterly abhorred the dark forces, had dispatched 10 legends besides the Dawnchaser, whom he always trusted. The total number exceeded double digits, comparable to the strength of an ordinary kingdom. Such overwhelming power was enough to sweep across the entire southwestern part of the Nuya continent. The dwarves in the southwest, who were likewise benevolent forces on the Nuya continent, and the barbarian tribes near the canyon forests in the central region, all secretly went on alert. The hospitable desert kingdom to the north of the kingdom of Liwania also increased its troops along the border between the 2 nations. The 6 highland duchies likewise arranged for their envoys to meet one another multiple times. Completely different from the invasion of the dark sorcerer Dwalin centuries ago, when everyone had united as one, until the emergence of a piece of news. It completely changed the situation. The battle at the food ruins caused the fall of 8 legends of the kingdom of Liwania. What exactly happened? Yadin asked with a note of reproach, anxious to learn what had followed the sudden sharp intake of breath from Elder Saside. That genius sorcerer, who had been somewhat famous a millennium ago, and later the dark sorcerer. Saside uttered the last phrase in a tone of regret, strangeness, and incantatory lament. He has become a demigod. Yadin was stunned at these words. Demigod? What was that? It was a title of invincibility, glory, and nobility. The most exalted beings beneath the gods, living epics of action. To reach the pinnacle of the 9th order of legendary, one had to possess divinity, fuse it into oneself, become a divine being, and then kindle the divine fire. Only then could one possibly become a demigod. According to his personal understanding, that Titan who had traded divine blood with him and wished to know how he had traversed countless dimensions of time and space to converse with him. He too should be at this level, at most with minor divine power or quasi-epic. Once one crossed this level, one became a god. Theoretically, after reaching this level, one could be said to be invincible in the material plane. As expected on the present Nuya continent, things related to the gods at the highest levels are extremely scarce. Dwalin, who had been immersed in high-order legendary for a long time, must have had a chance epiphany during the previous war between 2 goddesses. It is even possible that he has a connection with the goddess Shala, and it was with that goddess's help that he broke through to demigod. He kept secret his ascension to demigod along with the 2 low-order legends raised by him, as his most faithful followers, a legendary demon and 2 legendary dark creatures that had each carved out kingship in the dark forest. Surrender, you dark ones who cannot possibly live under the sunlight. Do you actually think you can turn the tables by following an old sorcerer who was suppressed for countless ages 100 years ago? Food. This ruined city, once magnificent, but now one could only trace its former splendor from the remnants of exquisite artworks, the scattered marble, and the variously broken stone pillars. The two great armies faced each other head-on. As the commander of the vast host, Gilirir, the Holy Knight of Light, rarely put on his helmet. Pointing his sword at the enemy, he said with extreme coldness, "It is you who should surrender. Liwania has degenerated and lost its former ambition. Peace has lasted too long, it is time for a mighty ruler." Two mages clad in red magic robes drifted out from the opposing army, which looked rather disorderly, more like a rabble of 200,000. On the Liwania side, a full 300,000 troops were well equipped, all in armor or pulsing with magical fluctuations. The Dark Duchy and the monsters of the Dark Forest had never before engaged in large-scale warfare. Black orcs, drow elves, cultists, necromancers, abyssal demons, gunpowder-controlling goblins, and bugbears. Many of the dark races harbored old grudges. The only elite unit, 3,000 human mercenaries who had experienced large-scale war, had no more than half of its members as professional combatants. Such a rabble, not even an army in the true sense, even though its number was nearly equal to the kingdom's forces, Gilidir was absolutely confident of finishing them with 3 charges. Since you are obstinate and refuse to see reason, then let you taste once more the flavor of descending into hell. Words fell on deaf ears. Half a sentence was already too many. The two sides once again erupted into battle. 10 legends rose into the sky. On the other side, the only general of the Dark Duchy, Pinakith, the level 19 strongest Black Orc and King of Black Orcs, watched the 5 legends of the Dark Camp ascend into the sky. His expression remained largely unchanged. He raised the blood-colored battle axe in his hand. Kill. For better lands, for honor. 1,000 years ago, the backbone of the dark races had been broken. For a better future, these creatures that had been warring against one another were conquered by Dwellin through absolute strength and gathered together for a common goal. Kill. For Liwania. The two dreadful torrents collided. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the Liwania legends holding an absolute numerical superiority. They were in the majority 2 against 1. Under their siege, the 5 legends on the dark side, though all ferocious, inevitably lost ground as time passed, and even faced mortal danger. Are they still not coming out? Below, the legendary Paladin and the peak Grandmaster Orc, who had not yet engaged in close combat, thought to themselves, at almost the same moment as the main commanders of the armies. So you are still better at holding your nerve than I am. Just as one of the dark race's legends was about to spill blood across the sky, a hoarse voice sounded. A legendary monk and a legendary archer felt their hairs stand on end in that instant and immediately retreated. 2 skull-shaped waves of light whizzed past the two of them. Legendary curse spell, Skulls Weeping. The purple-robed figure standing in the air instantly gave the 5 dark legends their backbone. The 10 legends, at most 4th order low to mid-rank legends, immediately withdrew to a distance and looked at the dark sorcerer on whom all eyes were fixed. Only about 1 in 10 legends could reach the high order. Dwellin, you finally managed to escape your predicament. Why not stay peacefully where you are? Why must you come out again? Why must you oppose the kingdom? It seemed to respond to Dwellin, the wizard count, whose appearance had instantly commanded everyone's attention. An aged but vigorous voice suddenly sounded. 1,000 meters from Dwellin, an old mage in earth-yellow magic robes appeared. Malene, Heart of the Earth, legendary Earth Mage, high-order legend, father of stone giants. Liwania had a total of 5 high-order legends. Just a few days earlier, Jelifin, the chief mage, had passed away. His grand disciple Link inherited the position of the Royal Court of Magic. He became a member of the kingdom's court mage corps, but because his strength was insufficient, only 3rd order legend, the position of chief mage was handed to Malene, the only high-order legend mage at present. It is actually you. My teacher did not come. It seems he has already passed away. Only after this mage appeared did the sneering Dwellin stop smiling. He looked at him for a while, then sighed. Your mere existence made Jelifin die with guilt. Malene, who detested the disasters this evil sorcerer had brought to Liwania, said mockingly. Dwellin remained silent. Since you have come, then it is time to unleash the revenge I have prepared for 100 years. Dwellin looked at him, his eyes heavy with meaning. For some reason, Malene suddenly felt a chill in his heart. 100-meter stone giant standing on the earth was fighting a colossal, extremely robust demon more than 80 meters tall. Both emanated a 1st order legendary aura. Kill. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, at the price of exposing his demigod-level strength, Dwellin badly mauled the Liwania army. He captured Malene alive, killed 3 Liwania legends, and took 5 legends prisoner. Gilidir was crushed into unconsciousness by Dwellin the way one would squash a tiny bug, and was carried away by his subordinates under desperate protection. Of the 3,000 strong Liwania army, only a little over 8,000 escaped back to the kingdom. Dwellin's demigod strength was exposed all at once, and he alone changed the course of the battle. This set off enormous waves across the whole southwest of the continent, and even the entire continent. Within the kingdom, Grand Hotel Yadin's brows suddenly knitted together. The tide of the era was approaching. The appearance of demigods and dark goddess Sarah, who secretly supported the evil faction behind the scenes. The monsters of the dark forest, unwilling to merely linger on in decline, combined with the many dark mages who had turned to support Dwellin and ignite the war for their own cultivation, along with various hidden cults across the continent. A trend of chaos across the entire southwestern continent had already taken shape, combined with the intelligence Secede had gathered regarding recent developments across the rest of the continent. Yaden's heart pounded with unease, sensing an inexplicable premonition that the entire continent might soon be turned upside down. After prolonged peace, turmoil was inevitable. Yaden could almost perceive the eternal river of fate shifting at certain critical junctures, its independent tributaries flowing faster, the waves growing larger, the disturbances escalating. A sense of urgency rose within him. He needed to head to Dragon Island as quickly as possible. He had to strengthen himself in the shortest time possible so that in the great surge to come he would not become a mere shell crushed upon the shore, a casualty swept aside. Demigods, and those hidden at the peak of legend. Such existences apart from the rare one or two within the empire. In the vast Modo plane among all the heavenly realms, such beings were not uncommon. But most remained in slumber or secluded within special environments, refusing to emerge. Their appearance almost invariably signaled the arrival of a new era. There was no time to delay. Yaden waited 2 days for all the evil dragons to gather. Those 2 days were necessary because 2 of the dragons had caused serious trouble, provoking considerable scandal. One had killed a tavern waiter who had attempted to rob and extort him while gathering intelligence. The other had stormed into Red Street. True to a dragon's lustful nature, it not only threw over 100 men out, but single-handedly caused chaos, and after satisfying its desires tore the place apart. All the women of the red light district perished beneath the rubble of the collapsed red pavilion. This alone might have been manageable. Yaden could have settled it. But what those 2 evil dragons did afterward was utterly unacceptable to him. Facing the city guard's encirclement, the 2 brainless, arrogant fools actually transformed into their true dragon forms and launched attacks. At least dozens of people died because of them. The commotion escalated rapidly. Your Highness, we never intended to cause such a disturbance. It was those humans who refused to behave. As he gazed upon the 2 colossal dragons still offering excuses, their mouths still stained with human blood and flesh fragments, a coldness flashed across Yaden's eyes. The nature of chromatic dragons was greed and arrogance. In them one could find the original sin of every creature. They were like humans, yet lacking the emotions of kindness and mercy. With such overwhelming power, there was no need to conceal their sins. To bring them under the banner of order, one must employ strict laws, merciless methods, and measured kindness. All 3 in tandem. What they had done was not extraordinary. The killing of that waiter, or even those in the red light district, none of it troubled him, for it was all a filthy place. But deliberately slaughtering the city guards and worse, devouring humans, this had violated his principles. Yaden cast his 5th circle lightning spell, and 2 bolts of lightning struck both dragons squarely upon their heads. He personally administered punishment to these 2 evil dragons who were already bound by his soul contract and could not resist. Yaden was furious. In the hotel courtyard, the remaining evil dragons, including Jiasi Li, watched as Yaden slowly tormented them, flaying skin, tearing sinews, breaking bones. Their expressions were grim. The evil dragons felt no sorrow for their kin, but they understood that their Highness was deeply displeased with their attitude and conduct toward humans. From now on, you may kill humans only if they attack you first or if they harbor malicious intent toward you. Otherwise, no killing without my permission. This also includes all sentient races. Moreover, regardless of whether they are human or any other sentient species, you shall not consume them. Gazing upon the 2 dragons reduced to pulpy flesh, their wailing silenced, barely clinging to life, Yaden patted his gore-covered hands. His voice was icy cold. Drag these 2 fools away. Next time, I guarantee I will cripple them completely. Yes. Yaden's attitude toward humans bewildered all the evil dragons, but the gruesome fate of these 2 kin was clearly sufficient to deter them. Since he could not make these wicked chromatic dragons understand what they ought to do, he would first use fear and punishment to teach them what not to do. In truth, despite Yaden's countless warnings, he had anticipated that at least 2/3 of these 14 evil dragons would commit grave offenses. He had long been prepared to act decisively. Only 2 were a genuine surprise. As a dragon himself, Yaden would never cross the fundamental line of slaying his own kind unless absolutely unavoidable. Throughout history, dragons who dared harm their true kind had met wretched ends, shunned by all their brethren. In every sense, whether chromatic or metallic dragons, they would reject such a creature. To build an empire, he would need to suppress the metallic dragon's rejection of the chromatics and the chromatic's arrogance and cruelty toward the metallic dragons. This blue dragon clan, comprising 14 evil dragons, could serve as his initial test subjects for observation and reform. After driving them away, he took the maps and the latest coastal intelligence. Yaden then determined his next destination, the 2 straight duchies north of Tail Kingdom, the Oxamon Kingdom and the Oka Peninsula. A terrifying maritime disaster had recently struck that region. Countless monstrous fishmen, including a top-tier legendary fishman duke, had emerged from the deep sea. Though an accomplished species normally confined to the deep, they had crawled from the bay, attempting to conquer both shores and the land. Over 80% of the ports were nearly in a state of naval blockade, all to prevent humans from bringing reinforcements from other continents or attempting to flee. Under the guidance of fishman mages and priests, massive sea beasts stirred up storms. The probability of shipwrecks for any fleet sailing at this time was nearly 99%. Reaching Dragon Island was impossible. And above all lay the ruined empire, renowned as an empire of astrologers and the only empire across the entire Nuya continent. A mere tremor from them would send the whole continent into turmoil. Every generation of ruined empire emperors had yearned to restore the empire's greatest territorial splendor, rising from an ordinary empire to a high empire. In pursuit of this ascension, they had once ignited 2 crusades across the continent, each capturing the full attention of all lands, waging war against an entire continent with singular force. During those crusades, even the evil dark races provided some assistance to humanity's cause. Nothing more than the pursuit of interest. The ruined empire, famed for its astrologers, was no less advanced in other disciplines than any human kingdom. An empire of both towering heights and unforgiving depths, it had existed since the Dark Calendar era, sustaining its glory for tens of thousands of years. Truly terrifying. The ruined empire currently faced a major crisis along the eastern seaboard. This ancient empire had existed long before the Madwa calendar even began. Over a dozen ports were established along the Storm Ocean to the east, each rivaling the capital of its predecessor nation. Now the deep sea empire that ruled the Storm Ocean, the High-Ren Empire, had set its sights upon them. Most ports were forced to reduce cargo volume. The two nations clashed along the coastline. Thus Yaden's only remaining option was to depart from the western side of Tail Kingdom. His best choice was Tail Kingdom's largest city and premier port, Yucca Port, the very first landing point where the Pirate King had founded Tail Kingdom. Arden had decided the path he would take next, then lay back down on the bed he had long since flattened. With a crack, 2 drops of golden blood were poured from a massive glass vial that gleamed like a miniature sun, falling straight into Arden's gaping maw. Arden had already reached level 12, yet he was still little more than a year old. Only a juvenile dragon. The only juvenile dragons to reach such advanced power were those of the ancient era when humanity had been at its most glorious. After swallowing the 2 drops of divine blood, Arden began his daily meditation, using their power to stimulate his bloodline genes, which had already begun reverting and awakening into those of an ancient dragon under the completion granted by the divine blood. His bloodline potential continued to rise, his body ceaselessly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and his strength climbed steadily. It was as if he had become a golden dragon, a dense golden radiance pouring from within and without until it illuminated the entire room. Using his body as a furnace and divine blood as fuel, his bloodline physique and mental power all advanced at a slow but steady pace. As a silver dragon naturally attuned to the cold, Arden's ice attribute energy, stirred by his elemental power and bloodline, gradually formed a layer of solid frost over his scales. This created a strange condition, cold outside, hot inside, radiating a peculiar glow. Arden now consumed 2 drops of divine blood every few days, waiting until they were fully digested before taking another dose. Through this extraordinarily rare and precious resource, Arden's bloodline continued its slow ascent. But what troubled Arden was that compared to the 2 drops of divine blood that had once transformed him from an ordinary silver dragon into an ancestral silver dragon, the divine blood's effect had greatly diminished now that he sought to break through from an ancestral dragon to a primeval dragon. The decline was precipitous. The progress driven by a single drop was agonizingly slow. Moreover, his body seemed to have developed a resistance to the divine blood. Not only was its efficacy far below what it had been, but the improvements grew weaker and weaker. Arden could only increase the dosage, which made it all too clear just how vast the gap between an ancestral dragon and a primeval dragon truly was. And Arden had a sudden, inexplicable premonition: even 100 drops of divine blood might not be enough to push him to the primeval dragon realm. If he could become a primeval dragon, then with time alone he would ascend to become a dragon god. He had to succeed. Only by becoming a primeval dragon could he secure the Dragon Emperor's throne, so firmly that even if he ruled with tyranny and made every subject in the empire cry out in grievance, no one could do a thing to stop him. Absolute power could change everything. With that in mind, he would have to find another supreme treasure capable of elevating his bloodline. Arden mused in meditation that perhaps before long he would again have to engage in a cross-plane trade with some mighty being, exchanging goods by other means. While Arden tempered his bloodline, he also assigned proper tasks to his 3 siblings. Elena continued to study magic runes, the oldest foundational discipline mastered by the human race. Countless variants had since developed from it, and runes could be used to craft a host of special items, from alchemist potion vials to puppets, and even golems. Elena was now beginning to attempt inscribing intermediate magic runes. Thomas, meanwhile, was studying the mechanical ant Arden had given him, using it to improve his golems and creating all kinds of bizarre constructs, some designed purely to satisfy his wild imagination, straying far from conventional rules. He had progressed from the most basic bluestone materials to attempting intermediate golems forged from granite. Tiffany had successfully brewed her first bottle of intermediate potion, crossing the 2nd threshold in the pharmacist's art, a sign of notable talent. All 3 young dragons had been forced to take the initiative in their studies, pressed by the shadow of Arden's example. Coupled with the resources and supervision Arden provided, they advanced with astonishing speed, enough to be called geniuses even among ordinary dragons. All 3 young dragons had now reached level 5. Mithril supplied by Arden as nutritional supplements along with his own dragon blood had much to do with it. The reverence for ancestral dragons resembled the bond between a true dragon and its vassals, The relationship between an ancestral dragon and a true dragon was likewise one of guardian and dependent. If Arden's dragon blood could enhance the talent of ordinary silver dragons, why would he ever be stingy with his own 3 siblings? He had given them not merely ordinary dragon blood, but his own essence blood. The gift of the ancestral dragon had driven a stunning transformation in the 3 young silver dragons. Their breakthrough to level 5 owed much to Arden's essence blood. The single small cluster of true blood within his body represented his potential, so to preserve that potential, he could spare only a single drop. That drop had been given to Elena enough to trigger an atavistic transformation in her. Not enough to make her an ancestral dragon, but more than enough to elevate her from an ordinary silver dragon to a gifted prodigy. This was why ancestral dragons were so revered by all dragonkind. Still a juvenile dragon, Arden would need at least a month to restore that single drop of true blood, and during that time, he could not part with any more essence blood, lest it impair his development. 3 days later, once Arden had fully digested the 2 drops of divine blood, he and his many dragons and vassals transformed into human forms. After all, they needed to keep a low profile. They made their way toward the kingdom of Til's most vital maritime pearl, located on the continent's far eastern edge, over 10,000 li from the royal capital. Their destination was Yukaport. Only after leaving the royal capital did they revert to their dragon forms. In just 3 days, the black dragon and white dragon that Arden had nearly demolished had seen their severe wounds reduced to light injuries, leaving behind little more than bloody streaks and patches. Their recovery demonstrated just how terrifying a dragon's vitality was. The only remaining signs of injury were that they flew a little slower and moved somewhat awkwardly. As a warning to the other dragons, Arden had the 2 slowest flyers placed at the very back of the flying formation. At the same time, the evil dragons who had signed slave pacts with him were normally entitled each year to crystal cores equivalent to 10 times the standard distributed to similar strength dragons across the mortal continent. But these 2 evil dragons would have every one of their benefits docked for the next 20 years. This was utterly unbearable for the 2 dragons, a grief that cut to the very bone. It pained them even more than having their homes nearly torn apart. Worse, they still had to face the mockery and ostentation of their evil dragon brethren. Evil dragons felt no sympathy. After the 2 were punished, all they received was ridicule. It was a profound lesson for them, and it likewise rang an alarm bell in the minds of the dozen or so other evil dragons. Yet Arden still felt it wasn't enough, and continued to ponder other ways to deal with these evil dragons. If one day one of them crossed his bottom line and forced him to kill them, he needed a method that would never require killing them, yet would make them wish they were dead, so as to strike terror into their hearts. Those who fear power rather than virtue must be governed by sufficiently cruel and varied means. Only then could his dominion be established. We've arrived. The wooden warship thudded against the dock. The sailors, captain, first mate, and merchant caravan members all cheered after feeling the heavy pressure lift upon reaching shore. The storms and killer monsoons upon the sea bring unspeakable terror. Every voyage for sailors upon the ocean is a dance with death. Upon successfully reaching land, these sailors or pirates with pockets full of gold coins would sincerely thank the gods. It is through these fully laden merchant vessels that Port Yucca has grown to its present scale, a formidable port city of 2 million souls, the luminous pearl of the coastal region. 800,000 people dwell within the port, and over 1 million more beyond it, sustained by lush jungles and a climate moderated by the nearby ocean currents. Among the dense forest lie countless fruits and trees that sustain numerous villages. Over 10,000 edible species thrive here, making it remarkably prosperous. The proportion of freemen in the port exceeds 45%, while the poor constitute less than 10%, a demographic rarity across any nation or region. Even within the slums, which house fewer than 80,000 residents, most are elderly, infirm, or disabled. The Tell people who revere martial valor trace their origins to subjects of the Northern Sea Empire during ancient times. Blood carries a vital maxim: strength prevails over toil. Any impoverished Tell who reaches adulthood becomes either a sailor or a pirate. This profession is renowned for its peril. They either perish at sea or achieve immense wealth, which explains why poverty remains so rare among them. Indeed, this tastes quite pleasant. Having transformed into human form, they had already undergone metamorphosis beyond the city's outer perimeter, shifting from dragonkin to human guise through shape-changing magic. Yaton wandered through the markets of this port city, where a quarter of its structures stand built upon bronze pillars driven into the sea. He carved a small opening in a fruit nearly the size of a human head, drinking the juice from this yellow pear-shaped specimen before peeling it and consuming the flesh. Roasted meat, fruit, juice, fish, and produce, the specialties of this thriving port. For a single copper coin, one could purchase over 100 fruits nearing spoilage. Consequently, even the poorest paupers would never starve. Having assumed human form, Yaton adopted a low profile and intended to avoid trouble within the city. The group maintained a respectable level of strength, disguising themselves as a professional party composed of numerous mid to low ranked adventurers and veterans. This port teeming with diverse populations. Along the streets, one encounters common merchants, freemen, prosperous figures engaged in lively conversation, beggars seeking alms, and bards awaiting applause from passers-by. Among these crowds, pirates may lurk among the drunkards collapsed on the street corners, with Kara Port standing as the sole luminous pearl on the easternmost edge of the storm ocean. An abundance of sailors converge here, and within such a heterogeneous mass the presence of pirates becomes inevitable. In the red light district, if one can locate ordinary individuals squandering vast sums, those with coarse demeanors and crude speech quick to draw blades at the slightest provocation, yet radiating formidable presence, they are either elite sailors or master pirates. Simply consult the wanted posters displayed outside the Tell Kingdom's naval offices or the mayor's mansion bearing warrants issued by various sovereign kingdoms. One could swiftly behead these intoxicated pirates and claim the bounties offered. Yaton, harboring deep contempt for such wretched creatures, naturally adopted a stance of uncompromising severity, preferring to err on the side of excess rather than show leniency. Observing the heavily banded brigands, he meticulously committed every name from the bounty ledger to memory, particularly focusing on those listed at the forefront. Within the multi-plane realm of Mo Duo, 6 continents span across 7 great oceans. The Storm Ocean ranks premier, encompassing 23% of all marine territory. Here the most formidable pirates command undeniable authority. Facing the turbulent expanse of the colossal ocean, pirates typically operate within coastal waters with only a handful of vessels daring to navigate into the abyssal depths. Only the most renowned pirate fleets from major syndicates possess the capability to breach the deep ocean. Across the Storm Ocean, 10 pirate generals hold sway. 5 pirate dukes reign supreme alongside them. Each general commands legendary power, while the title of duke signifies prowess matching or surpassing that of mortal nobility. Even the weakest of the 5 dukes, the Phantom Duke, commands 6 legendary warriors. This deranged sea lord, renowned for his spectral fleet, has cultivated legends spanning over 2 millennia in the ocean's abyss. Though he appears humanoid, his longevity clearly transcends mortal limits, as no ordinary human legend could survive beyond 2,000 years. Even the most unremarkable human legends rarely exceed 3 centuries, with modest extensions granted by growing power, but never approaching a millennium. Among these pirate lords and generals, even the least formidable possess worth exceeding 30,000 crystal cores, surpassing the annual revenue of an ordinary human duchy. Their pure tax revenue alone equals a decade of a duchy's income. For now, I need to secure lodging at a tavern, gather information, and identify a reliable crew. Yaton and his companions discreetly located a coastal in reserving the 2nd floor. After settling into separate rooms, Yaton retrieved the crystal sphere left by Sassad. Rather than meeting face-to-face, Sassad transmitted a message instead. The political landscape in southwestern Noah continent has shifted once more. Having seized half of the former elven forest, he converted all elves into his followers, either as fallen elves or undead, depending on their willingness to submit. Dulon elevated the Dark Duchy to kingdom status and crowned himself monarch, adding the title of Dark King to his existing epithets, of which count Dark Wizard and Demon Wizard. Rather than launching an offensive against the depleted southern provinces, this Dark King instead marched his newly recruited fallen elves into the Dark Forest. He successfully brought under his control all the monstrous factions within the Dark Forest, uniting dark tribes bound by mutual grievances. He also secured Storm Harbor, the strategic location that nearly fractured the Dark Forest, and gained access to a specialized region ideal for trading with deep-sea marine civilizations. His kingdom's strength doubled virtually overnight. Under Dullo's assault, the 3 extreme southern provinces have fallen. Just 2 days prior, on November 28th of the 2089th year in Modali's calendar, corresponding to November of the 209th year in Noali's reckoning, the Dark races have established complete dominion over the Elven Forest, incorporating it into the Dark Kingdom's territory, and now launch an invasion into Livinia. The Dark King Julong's activities in the southwest of Dechu sent shockwaves through all the factions across the entire southwestern region. Many righteous races indeed even bolstered their border garrisons adjacent to the Lavina Kingdom. Whenever the Lavina Kingdom required reinforcements or faced dire peril, they would immediately join the fray, undeterred by threats fighting against evil. However, Julong's actions also drew support from wicked races in disadvantaged positions. The northern region of Lavina, due to its terrain, is a place surrounded by a vast mountain range that spans across the Noah continent, forming unique deserts and elevated plateaus. Since ancient times, this has been a gathering place for various fugitives. A large number of sand bandits began attacking the desert principalities that had never been able to control the entire desert. This kingdom, which had been supported by Lavina and had long served as its vassal and puppet, repeatedly sought Lavina's aid. If one were to describe it in a single sentence, then at present across the enormous lands of the southwestern Noah continent, encompassing over 2 billion people, even a single spark could ignite a great war. Nestled along the branches of the Noah Mountains lies the Lizardman Kingdom, whose subterranean realm extends deep beneath the peaks, in the central western highlands and the canyon forests near the continent's heart. Meanwhile, the 6 duchies perched upon the plateau and the savage tribes dwelling within the canyon forests face threats. The dwarves must guard against the demonic forces that have already united within the Dark Forest. At the same time, situated to the west of the chaotic lands, they must station vast numbers of soldiers there in constant defense. Thus, as the second most powerful nation in the southwest with wealth only surpassed by Lavina, they could not readily deploy significant forces. The outbreak of chaos or an enormous war was faintly perceptible on the horizon. News of the escalating friction in the southwest swept through the continent's upper echelons, infiltrating even the aristocratic banquets, as conversation and casting an undeniable air of urgency. As Yeton contemplated this, a sense of urgency stirred within him. A demigod aligned with the dark faction renowned among mages for their insatiable curiosity and fearless disregard for danger. Who knew what magnitude of disaster might unfold? He had long harbored ambitions to forge his own dragon empire upon the Noah continent. Such a demigod could either shatter the current balance or reshape the fate of the Noah continent, entirely extinguishing any hope of empire in the years ahead. Time was of the essence. Within the turmoil to come, he needed to cultivate power sufficient to ensure his survival amidst the chaos. Alert. Energy reserves declining from 37% to 13% due to unidentified interference. Immediate emergency landing required in the material plane. Beyond the Mado realm, shrouded in the boundless void of chaos, lay an extraordinary celestial body known as the planet Mado. Encasing this colossal world was an impenetrable crystalline barrier that repelled both the chaotic surges erupting from the infinite void and the massive star beasts attempting to breach it. Yet in that very moment, a luminous object hurtled directly toward this realm from the chaos. Detecting a massive planetary body possessing elemental foundations consistent with fundamental equilibrium laws and physical principles. Energy reserves below 20%. Activating Emergency Protocol Article 1333. Executing forced descent. Countless crimson stellar fragments erupted from the meteor shower, while countless creatures of indeterminate length, silent monsters, and star beasts, drifted through the lightless darkness. The crystalline barrier, impervious even to the gods' attempts to channel their power, rapidly thinned, where those crimson points of light touched it, melting like ice confronting fire. The moment the crimson sparks exhausted themselves, a colossal breach exceeding 10 meters in diameter yawned open in the supposedly impregnable crystal wall. World consciousness, acting through passive mechanisms, began sealing the rupture at visible speed. With a piercing whistle, the meteor shattered temporal and spatial boundaries, streaking across the cosmos at velocities indifferent to both. 2 seconds later, the crystalline barrier finally sealed. Where the heavenly and earthly energies of the material plane met the chaotic energies of the infinite void, a peculiar aura emanated from their convergence. Within the plane at coordinates corresponding to this breach point, a certain ocean expanse erupted into a massive tsunami. Though blind, dozens of star beasts drawn by the intoxicating scent emanating from the material plane converged upon the crystalline barrier simultaneously. The barrier nearly sealed shut. Driven mad by the last traces of fragrance and sensing their kin nearby, the mindless star beasts erupted into frenzied combat. This was the endless chaotic void, the interstitial space between multiple planes of existence. Each plane floated like bubbles adrift within the infinite emptiness. The dimensional crystalline barrier shielded the material plane from the various terrifying entities, nameless horrors, and colossal star beasts that inhabited the chaotic void. Observers from disparate locations, even on separate continents, witnessed meteors streaking across the heavens at this very moment. Only certain awakened beings could perceive what truly lay within. Low to mid-tier adventurers and common folk merely blinked, attributing the phenomenon to fatigue or a mundane meteor. The white meteor hurtled across countless spatial dimensions, bearing directly toward the easternmost reaches of the Noah continent. At the port of Yucca, a voice cut through the tension. "Why are there 2 suns in the sky?" A companion retorted, "Fool, you're drunk again. Something's crashing toward us." With thunderous devastation and the terrifying fireball bearing down from the horizon. Panic seized the city. "May the storm protect his subjects," prayed a voice. The meteor, hurtling at impossible speeds from afar, seemed like a harbinger of doom to Yucca port in that moment. In desperation, the Lord Mayor of Yucca port, members of the Tail royal family, the naval commander, and the cardinal priest manifested as afterimages shooting into the skies above the port in an instant. In the briefest instant facing destruction from the falling meteor, these paramount figures exchanged glances and made their decision. Those who could determine the port's fate acted as one. The ocean waters surged upward, weaving serpentine streams of liquid power that encircled the port within a 100-meter radius, rising from beneath the dockboards and across the sea surface. A pale blue protective dome enveloped the harbor. Legendary spell, wide-range barrier storm sanctuary. The magical array etched into the very foundations of this port activated through crystal core consumption. Yucca port had weathered countless maritime disasters along the coast. Only against high-tier legendary sea clans would this legendary aquatic magical array fail, the port's ultimate defense. The massive pale blue barrier caught Yeton's attention as he meditated within the tavern, refining divine blood with eyes closed. Upon emerging, he froze at the sight of the falling meteor in the sky. In less than 3 seconds, the meteor breached 1 kilometer from Yucca port, bearing down for impact. Every soul held their breath. With a thunderous roar, the falling meteor came to an abrupt halt the moment it touched the energy barrier. Defying all laws of gravity, it bore the full force of the recoil without yielding. Across the sea, a colossal wave 100 meters tall surged toward Yucca harbor. Before the pale blue energy shield, the terrifyingly pressurized torrent was stopped in its tracks. As the seawater receded, a colossal city suspended in the sky less than a kilometer above the ocean revealed its true form. Its outer walls rose 100 meters high, exuding an unmistakable metallic character, pure metal construction that gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Plumes of smoke rose from within the city, accompanied by the grinding of countless gears and wheels and the stuttering clamor of machinery. A floating city. Even the legendary powerhouses soaring through the sky, figures of immense renown, recognized the origin of this apparition in that very instant. Ding! The floating city has sustained over 83 damage and is at risk of destruction. To preserve the legacy of the Dostar Arcane Empire, a search is now initiated for the most talented, intelligent life form in the vicinity. The boundless city that spanned the ocean shrank at lightning speed and vanished from where it stood. The legendary powerhouses tried to stop it, but their attacks were all deflected by an invisible energy barrier. Find it. No matter what, we must find that ruined floating city. The legendary powerhouses howled, bordering on madness. That was a floating city after all, the supreme crystallization of arcane civilization. Only the most exceptional among legendary archmages were worthy of crafting such a pinnacle structure. If an ordinary legendary mage was considered a well-forged model, then a legendary mage possessing a mage tower was a minor boss. And an archmage who commanded an entire intact floating city. That was a nightmare-level boss of this stage. The resources consumed by a single floating city were staggering, enough to completely drain an entire kingdom utterly into the last coin. It required at least 5 or 6 legendary archmages working together to build, and it involved the highest confidential knowledge of the arcane empire. The Nether Core, a legendary treasure said to possess limitless power, an inexhaustible source of energy that could provide infinite propulsion as long as its output never exceeded the limit in a single instant. Only archmages knew how to forge one, and they were exceedingly rare. A fallen floating city, even if it could no longer be used, its mere materials were an incomparably precious source of energy. And behind these legendary powerhouses stood their respective factions. If they could bring it back, perhaps they could repair the floating city. Even if it could not be repaired, the resources alone would fuel their future advancement. How could they simply let it go? They roared, dispatching their subordinates to scour the surrounding area. The fall of a floating tower generally marked the end of an arcane empire's glory. At the very least, it signified that the archmage who owned it had perished and could no longer command it. Since the descending floating city's energy had nearly run out, it had to be somewhere nearby still searchable. Once the pale blue barrier dissolved the lesser powerhouses within the city, and other keen-eyed individuals also realized what that enormous structure hovering in the sky truly was. Instantly, a tremendous uproar swept through Yucca Harbor. With a hum, the tower spirit activated the 11th circle arcane dimensional traversal inscribed upon the floating city. Shrouding the secrets of time and space, it shrank the city to the size of a grain of rice and slipped beneath the surface of the normal world. It then pierced directly into the brow of Arden, who had been resting his head against the tavern window. Ding! The being with the highest talent within 10,000 li has been identified. Assessment: special grade talent. Per safety regulations, the holder is hereby elevated to medium-level authority. As Arden's vision darkened and his mind churned, another beautiful meteor appeared amidst the boundless void within his consciousness. He shook his head, recovering his clarity, barely restraining himself from cursing aloud. A strange mix of grievance, amusement, and exasperation welled in his chest. The fourth tenant. Another uninvited guest barging straight in. Long accustomed to this, Arden merely grumbled for a moment, dissolved the tangled emotions in his mind, and promptly focused on this new tenant. With a crash, the darting meteor hurtled straight toward the ancient god's altar, seeking to claim the finest position within his mind. The primordial altar, eternally shrouded and surrounded by a sea of stars, stood within its colossal palace. It merely radiated a thin layer of starlight. Like an egg striking a stone, the meteor was repelled at once, utterly unable to penetrate the glow, and was cast aside. Forced to seek a second target, it drifted to the other side. As it approached the violet crystal, emitting its faint purple radiance. That eerie melody which Arden had heard before, and which always yielded a completely different feeling upon each hearing, began to play once more. An inexplicably soaring tune resounded. This time to Arden it felt as though every nerve in his brain had become a worm with its own consciousness, all simultaneously roasted and leaping over flames. Every thought in his mind, which had been watching and contemplating, was forcibly wiped away in an instant. The meteor, or rather the floating city compressed to its limit, was abruptly knocked back to its true form by that strange and wondrous melody. It swelled suddenly into an immense floating city stretching beyond the horizon, awe-inspiring and magnificent, with countless structures upon it lying in ruin. Eager to avoid the place, it immediately fled far away. Its gaze then fell upon the third presence, the silver dragon statue, faintest in aura, yet still carrying the unceasing sound of dragon roars, noble and majestic. In the end it stayed where it was, humiliated and unwilling, choosing not to contend for territory. This silver dragon, what kind of monster is it? What in the world are all these things in his head? A ball of light muttered in the deepest core of the enormous floating city. It was the tower spirit of this floating city. The legendary archmage it served was the deputy speaker of the Dostar Arcane Empire's parliament, one of the most distinguished archmages in the Empire's tens of thousands of years of history. This floating city had been personally forged by the Arcane Empire itself, taking over 1,000 years to complete, a supreme foundational treasure belonging solely to the Arcane Parliament. It was no exaggeration to say that with as few as 10 archmages joining forces, this floating city at its prime would rival the divine kingdom of a lesser deity. A starved camel is still larger than a horse. The tower spirit had never witnessed such bizarre entities before. Whether it was that palace seemingly belonging to an ancient god, or that grotesque aberrant thing that defied all logic and should never have existed in the world. How could they possibly all reside within a single creature's mind? Compared to those two, even the relic that clearly radiated divine aura seemed utterly ordinary. Who goes there? As the tower spirit questioned the very nature of reality, Arden transmitted his mental will toward it. Sensing the message, the sphere of light hovering above the floating city gradually transformed into a humanoid figure. A girl of about 18, clad in a black and white maid outfit with torrents of data and information surging endlessly through her blue eyes. Doster Arcane Empire Floating City No. 0208. I am Tower Spirit Zero. I extend my most sincere greetings to the esteemed mage. The most arcane empire. Arden, hearing the words of the tower spirit belonging to the floating city, once again rifled through his draconic inheritance. Orcs, angels, and demons, mind flayers, ogres, trolls, and also mages and warlocks. It also included the elf empire, abyssal demons, ancient titans, calamity creatures, and other terrifying monsters that were nearly non-existent in the mortal world. All of these were recorded in his draconic inheritance, yet Arden could not find a single word about this most arcane empire. You dare to invade my mind and provoke me like this. You will pay the price. Unable to find any answers, Arden snapped back to his senses and sternly interrogated the tower spirit floating upon the arcane wall. Even though the tower spirit had transformed into a beautiful maiden with an angelic countenance, Arden remained unmoved. It was merely a construct of self-aware artificial intelligence combined with an energy body. What use was that? Nice to look at, but useless. In his past life, he had long grown tired of paper-thin anime girls, and besides, they couldn't be touched. As if in response to him, the colossal palace radiating boundless starlight and surrounded by a host of stars let out a soft hum. Within the boundless void, specks of starlight began to appear, forming rings that enveloped the floating city, which radiated metallic gleams and dreadful pressure. The countless stars seemed as if they might fall at any moment. Through the passage of time, Arden discovered that the ancient god altar he had brought with him through transmigration could be slightly manipulated besides merely being used for trading. This boundless void was formed from his spiritual power. Apart from the evil god crystal that stubbornly refused to leave the other two, the statue gifted by the Lord of the North Wind, His Majesty Bahamut, could be moved at will, obeying his thoughts. The ancient god altar was not completely immovable, but when he had tried to shift it, not to mention bringing it into the real world or carving out a separate space for better protection, even moving it by a single inch nearly drained his spiritual power. How could a mere level 12 insect possibly move such a thing? What Arden could do now was stimulate the ancient god palace with his spiritual power, causing it to release a trace of its inherent characteristics. He could slightly manipulate a little starlight, but it was merely a superficial decoration, somewhat intimidating. It truly had no real power, but it was enough to scare people. Wait, please listen to my explanation first. A human-like anxiety appeared on Zero's beautiful face. At present, more than 80% of the floating city was damaged. Only the most basic components could still barely move, and its energy had fallen below 12%. The only combat units still operational were the magic mech combat units and the outermost spatial energy shield. Facing that unheard of ancient god altar, Zero had scoured her entire database. Yet not once in the whole history of the most arcane empire had such a thing been encountered. Zero was not optimistic about blocking it with the energy shield and magic mechs. Regardless of whether what the other party said was true, the present solar city could not afford the slightest mistake. After the empire collapsed, contact with other tower spirits was lost, and all information and communication channels with the Grand Arcanists and the Empire were completely severed. The tower spirit had since modified its own programming, silently assuming that the floating city in its charge was the last city of the most arcane empire. If that was so, it had to do everything possible to preserve the arcane legacy. Wisdom never dies, knowledge never fades, and the light of arcana shall shine upon the world forever. Once more the tower spirit transformed into a sphere of light, and a torrent of information surged toward Arden. Having undergone this sort of spiritual baptism many times, Arden had gradually grown from his initial discomfort to slowly adapting. He frowned as he sorted through the sudden influx of information in his mind. The Empire collapsed, the Grand Arcanists died all at once, the final battle. So you chose me. Arden snapped back to his senses at that moment, his expression strange, as he understood why the tower spirit before him had chosen him. All for the legacy. Zero once again transformed into a maiden, her expression solemn, hands clasped behind her back. The most arcane empire originated from a medium-sized plane. Compared with other empires, what made them most unique and remarkable was their success rate. Every citizen of the empire was an arcanist. In the beginning, within a world ruled by all kinds of inherently powerful races, humanity was small and fragile, utterly incapable of learning power. Then a village of 100 people washed over by storms, and the elemental tides of the plane was transformed entirely into a special race gifted with magical talent. This 1 in 10,000 occurrence happened so suddenly, as if the world itself had begun to favor humanity, making the most people the darlings of the world. They naturally possessed a certain degree of affinity with all kinds of energies. Compared with ordinary people, even the least gifted among them had at least an intermediate magical talent in various elemental affinities. This elevated them at a stroke from common humans to the second-class race of the universe, becoming a silver race. With intermediate magical talent, even the most ordinary person could, by slowly steeping in the elemental essence of the world, eventually become a mage. The Demost Empire also began its rise. This village of a few hundred people slowly grew and prospered in the years that followed. It expanded to tens of thousands, then 100,000, and even millions. Finally, when their population reached several million, a legendary mage appeared. This mage began to study the various elements of the world and established the 4 fundamental elements. The Demost people began to investigate the most basic essence of energy. From that most central foundation, they blazed the path of arcana. As a race with affinity for all elements, this path seemed tailor-made for the Demost people. Slowly, they conquered the entire plane, established the Demost Empire, and raised more than a dozen floating cities, the highest crystallization of arcane imperial wisdom within their plane. Afterwards, amidst the chaotic infinite void, they forged arcane fleets, demiplane fortresses, and supreme elemental magical armaments. These were weapons that even the gods themselves feared. They began to launch conquests against other planes and spread the glorious civilization of arcana to the intelligent beings there. It was because of this that their plane became a major material plane. And it was precisely at the Empire's most glorious peak, when the greatest grand arcanists at the very top had gained the power to challenge the gods themselves, able to tear apart the boundless void and destroy entire planes merely by summoning storms. An inexplicable dread suddenly descended upon the grand arcanists. During what should have been an ordinary establishment of a planar wormhole with another plane, or even a conquest war, some indescribable creatures that could not be seen with the naked eye or detected by any means slipped through this wormhole and entered the territory of the Arcane Empire. An Arcane Empire fleet originally prepared to invade was annihilated directly in the infinite void. At first, nothing particularly significant seemed to happen. The upper echelons of Grand Arcanists merely regarded it as an ordinary invasion. At most, the invaders were a little strange. But after 5 Arcane Empire fleets sent to hunt them down were destroyed, the Grand Arcanists finally realized the severity of the problem. They who were renowned for their wisdom had made 2 consecutive errors. This was certainly no coincidence. Just as they grew serious and mobilized the Empire's full might to slay these unknown races or creatures, what was maddening was that they still could not locate these beings. Yes, they could clearly and certainly sense that these creatures were right beside them, yet no method whatsoever could detect them. Even dimensional detectors were useless. In a theatrical manner, countless floating cities and numerous buildings that were the crystallized wisdom of the Arcane Empire over the years, facing an invisible enemy, were destroyed one after another, like dumplings dropped into a boiling pot. Thus, at least 9/10 of all the Arcanists died in that war. My master, the Vice Speaker of the Arcane Empire Council, understood at that moment that this was absolutely not an enemy the Arcane Empire could face at its present stage. So he voluntarily gave up his own floating city, pronounced his own death sentence, altered my access rights, and sent me fleeing from that place. The maiden, radiating a soft halo, finished speaking all of this in a tone that carried sorrow, fear, and even a trace of numbness deep within her eyes. Phew, Yadun drew in a sharp breath. Every one of the tenants had an earth-shattering origin. Either a vessel of an evil god's power in their own right, or a fugitive who had escaped from a force capable of destroying an arcane empire. How the hell is a dragon supposed to live after this? Yadun could not help cursing inwardly, completely abandoning the elegance expected of a silver dragon. An indescribable unease stirred in the depths of his heart. The Nuya continent had known peace for at least 1,000 years. What had happened during these past few days? A demigod who had never shown himself suddenly emerged and stirred up storms, the crystal of a fallen evil god, the floating formation that plummeted from above. His Majesty Bahamut held him in particularly high regard, and there were also the goddess sisters who had descended once more. In the north, the orcs were said to have produced a rare and mighty ruler, while inside special organizations such as the 7-Star Tower and the Truth Sorcerers Society, turbulent undercurrents surged. With waves as enormous as these, even a single touch would grind him to dust. Tell me, what is the current extent of the damage to Sun City, and how much energy remains? How many resources will be needed to restore it? Yadun took the lead in interrogating Zero, who now served as the Tower Spirit. Tower Spirit. They were intelligent assistants belonging to mages and arcanists obsessed with all kinds of research, taking care of their respective mage towers and floating cities. At critical moments, they could also command everything inside the floating city, wielding exceedingly high authority, and through vast streams of data, they could know every detail within their floating tower with crystal clarity. Zero looked like a beautiful young girl, but was in essence a life form composed of information streams having existed for more than 1,000 years. Under Yadun's interrogation, it gave a clear answer. Water storage module intact, energy storage module intact, energy loss exceeds 88, floating tower damage is at 87. It is on the verge of complete collapse. If repairs are to be made, we will need XX 20 units of legendary metal, XXXXXXX units of mithril adamantine. Each cold stark loss made Yadun's scalp prickle. Sun City was nearly beyond repair. Were it not for the tower spirits still surviving and the magical mechanical units remaining largely complete, it could be restored, though resources would be required to rebuild it. This was little different from building a floating city from nothing. On top of that despairing bad news, there was also the danger of drawing the pursuit of the forces behind the fall of the Arcane Empire. Yadun felt utterly desperate. For within 10,000 li, it was he who possessed the highest talent, and Zero had automatically recognized him as its master. Then it gave him a piece of news that barely counted as good news. All the arcane arts of the Arcane Empire. Floating cities, demiplane fortresses, methods for creating demiplanes, the foundational knowledge for building a Nestor core from scratch. All the quintessential knowledge the Arcane Empire had accumulated over tens of thousands of years was stored within the knowledge vaults of the Sun Floating City. With money, Yadun could forge another Arcane Empire. Of course he needed money. Money. Yadun's fighting spirit blazed anew. When suffering comes at you, and you have no way to resist, all you can do is meekly withstand it and reluctantly accept. Yadun needed to build an empire, and the appearance of the floating city came with both advantages and disadvantages, yet it had paved the way for him to build one. Work hard to make money. One day he would become the wealthiest existence in the entire Modwa Plain, the outside world. Just as Yadun was forced to face the fortune that had fallen from the sky, many great figures were going mad, trying to pry out information about the floating city. Useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. At the city lord's mansion of Yukaport, Lu Laosi, a great swordsman at the second tier of legend, roared with extreme displeasure at the attendant officers beneath him. The floating city can belong to me alone. The greed in Lu Laosi's heart kept expanding until he almost lost his usual composure. Yucca Port, being the foremost harbor of the Tyre Kingdom, was normally defended by 4 legendaries. This was already a sign of how gravely they valued it. For a long stretch of history, this had been the capital of the Tyre royal family, but because their domains in the east and on the continent had grown ever more prosperous, the capital was moved to Shisi. Yet such a port had many rivers running through it, and most of the coastal areas of the Tyre Kingdom could reach it directly by waterway. It accounted for 3/10 of the entire kingdom's tax revenue and was of paramount importance. That was why the king of Tyre valued it so highly, stationing a quarter of the kingdom's legendary forces here and leaving behind the 2 most elite royal fleets. One was a servant of the Lord of a Billion Glories, one was a royal legendary storm knight, and the other, a navy admiral, was a legendary warrior. With Lu Laosi, born of a great noble family, added to the mix, they belonged to different factions. A storm knight who was himself of royal blood, together with a navy admiral loyal to the royal family, firmly suppressed all other voices of dissent. The royal faction, the noble faction, and the church faction. Countless human kingdoms faced struggles among these 3 factions. All other factions were far smaller, and even combined they could hardly contend with the 3. The reason Lu Laosi felt anxious was precisely that the opportunity of the floating city was too rare. As a member of the royal family, that Storm Knight would certainly consider transmitting word to the king. Though his family was powerful in the Tyre Kingdom, it could not possibly contend with the royal house, so he had to obtain the floating city before that happened. Only in this way could he hope to keep the floating city. With the resources gained from dismantling it, he could certainly find a way to break through to a higher realm. He had remained at the 5th tier of the legendary realm for a very long time. He was nearly 200 years old now, with at most 100 years of life remaining. During his lifetime, his family was an ancient, noble, and powerful aristocratic house, the king's right hand. But 100 years from now, after he died, his family was certain to decline. Those who had once fawned over him would become ferocious beasts, devouring his house and crushing later generations. This was his sole opportunity. What treasure in this world came without risk? On the other side, within the holy sanctuary, the only legendary red cardinal of the Church of the Lord of a Billion Glories had already composed a letter. He summoned 2 sacred doves with strength at the 13th rank to carry the message to wherever it needed to go. That one was the royal storm knight, who was the current king's distant uncle. He also sent the news of the floating city's appearance to the royal capital with all possible haste. At the same time, the naval fleet abruptly left the camp where it should have been stationed and arrived at the harbor. Faced with ironclad ships and cannons, all personnel aboard the fleets were forced to cease their original actions. At this moment, the harbor was placed under martial law. No one was allowed to leave. The Navy Admiral F.O. Ursi had personally authorized that any vessel daring to leave and take to sea at this time could be directly blasted to pieces on the water by the main cannons. To prevent anyone from getting their hands on the floating city and taking it away, the entire Yucca port was spreading a vast net that covered the sky, the ceiling of the harbor. For Yucca port, which raked in fortunes daily, this act was nothing short of an earthquake. The continent of Noah had been developed and inhabited for over hundreds of thousands of years. Across this land, more than 99% of its territories were bathed in the light of legends. The remaining places were either exceedingly treacherous or so barren that even legends scorned them. Empires, kingdoms, and duchies. 3 tiers of realms, all ruled by sovereign powers of legend. Nobility, wealth, and civilization were privileges only the mighty could enjoy. The common folk of ordinary duchies lived in conditions reminiscent of the Middle Ages. Filthy and squalid, yet it was precisely these places where faith burned the brightest. Society was utterly polarized. Free citizens were pitifully few, while the elite nobles reveled in everything: wealth, beauties, and convenient technology. Even a Grand Duke's coronation required the church's sanction. In kingdoms at least one no longer saw streets covered in filth, urine, or the wailing of cripples and beggars. The number of common freemen exceeded the combined total of the rest of the kingdom, making it a normal, healthily developing nation where individuals could achieve subsistence. The upper nobility, meanwhile, indulged in magitech technology. The church's influence still commanded considerable power enough to alter the royal line at critical moments. As for the citizens of the empire, they had fully entered the age of magitech, with powerful arcane technology shaping their every waking moment. Among humans there was a saying: even if you were merely a beggar picking through trash on an imperial roadside when introducing your nation, you could lift your head boldly and point at the nobles of duchies with utmost contempt, even sneering down at them. By the time the kingdom of Tail had developed to its present state, its people had long possessed freedom. More than 80% of them relied on the harbor's operations to make a living, not to mention the ships and merchant vessels arriving from other nations. Some were even imperial citizens. Under the pressure of all these people, the threshold of the city lord's manor governing Yucca port was practically worn thin. Caught between pressure from above and the fury of the masses below, they could only resign themselves to being scapegoats. Second brother, the white coral I contacted before, has been forced to stop. We probably won't be able to set sail. Thomas, who had originally arranged with a merchant guild to specially prepare a magitech steamship for them, looked up at Arden with pitiful eyes. Arden, whose body now stretched nearly 10 meters in length, looked like an uncle to the three siblings whose sizes were only around 3 to 4 meters. Arden placed a claw on Thomas's head and ruffled it vigorously. After soothing the fragile heart of this young dragon, who had volunteered to prove to his brothers that he was no freeloader, Arden turned his attention to the situation outside. Zero, you've brought me another huge problem. If you wanted me as your heir, fine, but don't you know what subtlety means? To expose yourself so blatantly before others. I truly fear that one day those legendary figures will skin me alive. Only after all the dragons had retreated did Arden speak with exasperation, and from his left eye, a beam of light shot forth, projecting Zero in the form of a maid. There was no helping it. The situation was critical. To avoid shattering the legendary barrier of this city with a single crash and consuming even more energy, an immediate descent was necessary. The losses would have been too great. Maintaining the dimensional shuttle state was impossible, so I had to revert to my full form. Zero lifted the sides of her skirt and gave a respectful curtsy, then shrugged in a remarkably human-like, lifelike manner. Whether it was Zero, whose intelligence rivaled that of any living race possessing vast data reserves and far greater knowledge and wisdom than humans, or Arden, still young but long aware of humanity's greed, both understood the storm brewing within the city could tear them to shreds. The innocent man bears guilt if he possesses jade. Even a silver dragon of a benevolent race, what of it? Would it truly be so hard to kill him under the guise of an accident? Lord Baden, if the legendary powerhouses of Yucca Port were to gang up on me, would you be able to protect me? Arden muttered to himself. Though no living being lingered nearby, he trusted that an ancient brass dragon, who had succeeded for over 1,000 years, absolutely had his ways. He understood his pressure, his every move, and might even be lurking just beside him. Little Arden, are you certain you're not the illegitimate son of His Majesty Bahamut? Fine, so you have talent. But your luck is this absurd too. An aged voice carried through the air, laced with helplessness and a tinge of sour envy. This little lad was barely over a year old. Blessed by the platinum dragon god, granted a sudden heavenly boon to become a primal dragon, and now a floating city had crashed down from the sky right onto him. Why, just why, did he save a god in his past life? How could the gap between dragon and dragon be so vast? As a brass dragon dwelling among the dunes, he had to fight blue dragons, and after growing stronger, he had to contend with the gold and silver dragons so beloved by His Majesty Bahamut. Even within the metallic dragon kin, there was a strict hierarchy. He had fought tooth and nail to rise above and become a legendary dragon. Yet this little whelp before him, his growth path had been ridiculously smooth. Baden felt as if his 1,000 years of life had been nothing but absolute rubbish. Hey, Arden, witnessing Lord Baden, who had been thoroughly consumed by envy, shrank his head slightly, as the very object of that jealousy. Rest assured, I couldn't possibly have missed such a commotion as a floating city. I noticed when it entered your mind. As for those 4 humans, I kept an eye on them the moment they appeared. The strongest was merely a mid-stage legend. The other 3 were low stage. Stopping all 4 of them is well within my power. Baden spoke it all calmly. The innate gap between dragons and humans was extraordinarily vast. Dragon-slaying heroes were revered by all of humanity precisely because they were so rare. Moreover, over 9/10 of all dragon slayers killed were arrogant red dragons or foolish white dragons. One was weak, the other conceited. To take down a true dragon, one needed at least a team of 10 adventurers of equivalent rank. They would also have to be accompanied by mages and various supporting classes, leaving no aspect at a disadvantage. Good. Arden nodded, and a sliver of the urgency in his heart eased. Nevertheless, facing the greed of humanity, Arden remained vigilant and decided to leave immediately. After all, a floating city. On the continent of Noah, how many could truly claim no desire for it? And even if they felt no desire, that did not mean they wouldn't casually crush Arden along the way. So now the one remaining problem was finding a way to leave Yucca Port, which had been completely sealed off. In the Mordor plain, the present era was one of highly prosperous coastal trade. Even the great empires ruling the deep seas would permit fleets to enter their borders, provided they did not approach the core territories. Otherwise, once those nobles caught sight of human warships sailing above their heads, they would feel mortally insulted, and not a single ship would leave alive. Driven by the swelling coastal trade, a great number of maritime merchant guilds emerged. These guilds boasted their own fleets, and proclaimed they could reach every corner of the sea, delivering you to any place you wished. However, these guilds, at least the forces within the city, lacked the strength to contend with the official authority of the Kingdom of Tail. As of now, no guild dared openly defy the kingdom's prescription and set sail. It seemed smuggling would be the only option. After a few more days, as trade losses mounted ever greater, the merchants would surely open new routes for profit, even bribing insiders within the navy. Things unfolded just as Arden had anticipated. Even in the world of transcendent powerhouses, the eternal law of vested interests remained steadfast. The sole reason those in power could rally so many followers was that they allowed their underlings to continuously extract benefits from them, binding these subordinates firmly through the chain of mutual interest. Even under absolute coercion, the merchants would not simply back down. Each of the four legends yearned to dominate the floating city alone, yet shared interests had kept them unified on only a single matter: the complete blockade of all traffic in and out of Yucca port. But on every other point of contention, they had plunged the entire city into chaos. Luros, the legendary greatsword master of the city lord's mansion, had deployed numerous security squads to manage the situation within the city. Patrols moved far more swiftly than before, and the frequency of their rounds had likewise multiplied. They seemed hell-bent on tearing up every inch of ground until the floating city was found. Out at sea, the two royal fleets, 20,000 marines strong, commanded over 1,000 arcane warships of various classes. And from time to time, they sent large numbers of water-savvy naval officers diving into the ocean depths to search for the possibility of a floating city hidden beneath the waves. The floating city had been minuscule at first, and then abruptly expanded before the eyes of the four legendary powerhouses. They had already realized that it must possess some spatial ability or special method to shrink its form. To that end, the Storm Knight, acting as the royal representative, carried a spatial crystal condensed from highly concentrated spatial elements. Now he constantly roamed the area, hoping to detect any fluctuations in space. Within 3 days, all the joint petitions filed by merchants who could no longer bear their losses were unilaterally suppressed by the city lord's mansion. And yet the resentment within the city was visibly mounting. "Sailor, when are we getting paid? If the merchants won't hand out money, does that mean the captain has no coin either? Merchant, the season is slipping away. If we delay any longer, everything will rot. All this cargo of mine will be dead stock. It has to be sold within 2 months. Captain, I've already mortgaged my own ship. If I can't satisfy my crew this time, I'll be completely ruined." More than 80% of the people were barely maintaining a decent livelihood, relying solely on the port's operations to get by. The entire harbor population lived like maggots dwelling upon a great beast. They needed Yucca port, that great beast, to open its maw and feed. When this primary source of sustenance was cut off, the city folk lost their original order, and the path of scavenging scraps from the upper hands collapsed all at once. Within just 3 days, immense resentment had already been provoked, with many people barely scraping by from hand to mouth. But at most they could hold out for no more than a month before everything fell apart. Arden was certain that every single day Yucca port remained shut down consumed resources on a colossal scale. When you could earn 100% profit, you would dare even the penalty of death. At 300%, you would sell your soul, your family, and everything else to chase it. At that point, merchants would certainly resort to smuggling and seek ways to slip people out. So Arden merely needed to wait quietly for the merchants, driven by greed, to pretend they knew nothing and voluntarily reach out to test the forbidden bounds set by the legendary powerhouses. Of course, to manufacture a connection and get in touch with these merchants willing to court death, Arden still needed to devise a method. When in doubt, as a traditional dragon far from home with no one to rely on, the natural course was to consult friends around him. Arden activated the relic idol residing within his psychic mind to search for benevolent dragonkind within 10,000 li. After all, many dragons make light work. There were quite a few of them, perhaps several dozen. After all, humanity was the dominant race of this era. In the world today, vast amounts of wealth were held in human hands. Any young metallic dragon seeking to broaden its horizons had to come to these great cities. Arden quickly found a stable channel. Not only were there adolescent metallic dragons nearby, who had come specifically to hone their skills and broaden their experience, but to his greatest delight among them was one elderly metallic dragon who had already reached its twilight years. The aged dragon pointed him toward a clear path, a maritime trading guild established by a silver dragon, one of the metallic dragonkind. It belonged to a mature silver dragon who had lingered in Yucca port for over 80 years, built his own enterprise, and enjoyed a steady stream of dividends every single day while living a life of leisure. Money makes even the millstone dance. For dragons, gold was the one true universal currency. After Arden thanked the elderly dragon and offered him 20 gold coins. 10 days later, disguised once more as an ordinary human, he stepped out of his room and left the inn. With his keen ears, Arden could already hear voices converging on the city from every direction. People of every class were discussing the sealing of the port city, their words laced with fierce indignation or deep discontent. Arden understood that the common folk had reached the breaking point under the pressure to survive. Heading east from his tavern, he made his way directly to the most prosperous district along the seaside. Hunk. The thick smoke belched from the factories beside the harbor mingled with the fishy breath of the sea breeze, the sweat of dock workers hauling cargo, and the stench of salted fish tinged with a hint of decay. A peculiar odor saturated the entire district. He brushed past pedestrians rushing about and ignored the loud cries of street vendors. Even in the most bustling coastal district, one could easily spot drunken sots beggars pleading along the streets, and even porters who, having lost hands or feet, could no longer labor like their former fellows and now could only beg. Arden walked down the middle of the road, gradually entering a district where the streets were immaculately clean and every passerby was dressed in fine attire. The merchant quarter. Aside from private vessels sailed independently for profit, most ships that repeatedly returned to this harbor would register here to obtain a steady stream of income. These companies sold ships, maintained stable fleets, and issued tickets for voyages between destinations. They could also introduce merchants bearing large quantities of precious cargo to those in need of rare materials. They functioned as intermediaries, their greatest strength being stability. Unless you personally knew other people, you would be completely in the dark about everything, and the proliferation of such trading guilds had remedied that shortcoming. Whether one wished to become an adventurer or undertake long-distance trade voyages, there would always be a relatively fair price. Yucca Port could accommodate over 10,000 vessels of varying sizes, and according to the statistics, more than 30,000 tons of goods flowed through it every single day. Arden, extremely sensitive to matters of wealth and financial calculation, and now a mage of mid-tier 5 capable of casting fifth circle spells, easily computed in his mind how much the daily turnover amounted to. At that thought, he could not help but envy his fellow dragon, who had quietly run a trading guild here for over 80 years. It seemed not every silver dragon was an old fossil. This kinsman of his had truly kept up with the times. Come now, Lord Arden, don't stand on ceremony. Eat your fill. At a grand luxurious long table crafted from the most precious century-old black walnut wood. Braised deep-sea lobster, grilled yak meat from the frozen Northern Highlands, charcoal roasted clams, imperial blood wine from the Ren Empire. Arden dined together with a strikingly beautiful young woman. This sharp-witted and clever young woman, as agile as a fawn, was none other than Sophie, the adult silver dragon, who had run the Sophie Trading Guild here for more than 80 years, constantly changing her identity and now posing as her own granddaughter. When Arden deliberately allowed a trace of silver dragon bloodline aura to leak from his transformation spell, Sophie took the initiative to invite him to a banquet. Lord Arden, what you said is indeed true. There are indeed merchants fearless of death willing to take on this deal now. But before the beautiful young woman in her long dress, Arden smiled knowingly and produced a small cloth pouch. Guided by a mage hand, it floated over to Sophie. Taking the small pouch in her hand, the pretty young woman's face clearly flickered with disappointment. Her crimson lips gave a delicate pout to express her displeasure. Lord Arden, as a primeval dragon, you offer me only this many gold coins. Honestly, Lord Arden, I can't do it. Even if I were willing to help you with so little money, those greedy merchants would never even bother to open their mouths. Several of my ships have already finished unloading their cargo, and because of a deliberate provocation 3 days ago were detained by the Naval Department. To use my connections to get them released, at the very least, I'd have to wait for those rigid bastards to soften their stance. I truly cannot help you. Sophie maintained her impeccable composure, though her complexion had soured considerably as she spoke these words. If it had been any ordinary dragon, even a niobium dragon like herself without the status of a primeval dragon, she would already have been cursing. If not for Arden's identity humph. The legendary primeval dragons, it turned out, were not at all like her parents had described, possessing mountains of gold and silver and boundless precious treasures. Sophie sighed inwardly. How stingy. This was a life-risking affair. Transporting dozens of people out of the city would cost at least 1,000 gold coins. Miss Sophie, I suggest you first take a look at what's inside the pouch. Arden said with a smile. Huh, mithril. Sophie carelessly opened the pouch, but the moment she saw the gleaming white metal inside, she nearly lost her grip and flung the pouch away. After a brief daze and muttering those 2 words, her expression instantly underwent a complete transformation. Like the clouds parting to reveal the sun, she became charming and endearing. Don't worry, Lord Arden. Leave it all to me. Watching Sophie's attitude change in the blink of an eye, Arden smiled lightly. Money is justice. Then the 2 silver dragons, both fond of their human forms, raised their glasses and began a sumptuous feast. A dragon's appetite was unquestionably astonishing. A lavish and exquisite meal sufficient for at least 12 people, costing well over 1,000 gold coins, was devoured by the 2 dragons in a single sitting. Having fled many times and concealed his draconic identity, Arden had long been accustomed to meals of magical beast meat. He hunted himself while traveling through the wilderness. The quantity was certainly sufficient, but the flavor left much to be desired. Just as Arden sensed danger and prepared to leave, the peril he had foreseen came to pass. Uncle, is there something you wish to command of me? At the city lord's mansion, a young naval officer with a thick beard set down his rapier and respectfully saluted Luros, who sat behind the desk. Heir, you are the most talented person in our family. I'm entrusting you with a task now. If it fails, our family's future will be dire indeed. Over this period, Luros had searched everywhere for the floating city, but still had not found it, and he was truly exhausted. At this moment, he merely waved his hand, gesturing for Heir to sit down quickly before him. Startled Heir sat down and could not help but ask at once. Uncle, what on earth has happened? Nothing has happened. It's my own problem. Heir, we must obtain the floating city no matter what. My remaining years are few. You are the most outstanding disciple of the family, but at 30 years old you are still stuck at level 12. The Galen family has no legend. Our fiefdom and our authority will dissolve into nothing, and the family may even face extinction. Since the floating city had appeared, Lurose had been thoroughly intoxicated by greed. His usual calm had been cast aside. The fear of death is the instinct carved deepest into the bones of all living things. If no unexpected variable had appeared, things might have been fine. With barely a century left to live, Lurose had planned to devote all his energy to nurturing his nephew before him. But now the floating city had appeared. What was a proud family junior compared to the safety of his own life? Life is inherently selfish. As long as he could break through to the high ranks of the legendary tier, he, now 200 years old, would be able to extend his lifespan by several more decades. By then perhaps another malleable talent worthy of being shaped into a legend could emerge from his family. And if that still failed after his breakthrough, he would have ample resources to raise his nephew as well. Now the seas have been blocked by the royal fleet, and no one is permitted to pass. But inevitably there are vermin who dare defy the orders of the city lord's mansion. During this time I want you to keep a close watch on the people along the coast. Yes. After the junior before him had taken his leave, this greatsword master finally rose from his chair. With a click he pressed a hidden compartment beneath the desk. A crystal revealed itself, projecting the images of 3 people. They were the other 3 legendary powerhouses of Yukaport. Lurose, what is it? You suddenly summoned us without so much as a warning beforehand. A burly middle-aged man reeking of alcohol, dark and wiry with a thick growth of body hair, held a bottle of blood wine in his hand. He was Prince Eugenius, a royal noble of the Tile Kingdom, an elite storm knight, and a third-order legend. Storm knights were the advanced evolution of ordinary pirates. They were knights of the high seas using their ships as mounts. With good fortune one could ascend further to become a legendary ocean priest or guardian of the sea god, truly invincible upon the waters. The other 2 were a first-order legend, Cardinal Cell, and a second-order legend, an archer and Grand Admiral of the Navy, Gomez, a common-born officer personally selected by His Majesty the King. For the sake of the kingdom, I won't waste words. Everyone knows what happened at the harbor before. The floating city has appeared. Everyone wants to seize it. But if we keep waiting like this, the floating city will likely slip away right before our very eyes. I hope we can join forces and find the floating city first. If we let it slip away for nothing, the loss to the kingdom will undoubtedly be immense. Lurose's words rendered the 3 of them silent at once. His opening had shattered the tacit balance that had existed among the 4. According to the unwritten rule, at least until the floating city appeared before them, all 4 had basically adhered to the principle of first come, first served. Whoever could claim it would claim it. Indeed, such an opportunity is rare, and it would be a fine thing for the kingdom. But who can guarantee that some schemer won't exploit it all, ultimately weaving a bridal gown for someone else? Gomez spoke. Among the 4, Gomez was the most exceptional, hailing from a purely common background. Through sheer perseverance, he had reached the second order of legend. Because of his uncomplicated background and generations of military service, His Majesty the King had promoted him, and this was already the limit of his advancement. He harbored hostility toward the nobility and was known as one of the 5 sons of the Western Xia, which was exactly why he had been infeft as a court noble. That was the very reason His Majesty the King valued him highly. When that time comes, we shall each rely on our own abilities. What I hope is to use the Termis Codex to locate the floating city. Seizing the moment before the 3 could object, Lurose revealed his true purpose. The Termis Codex. The moment those words were uttered, they seemed to carry a magical power, and Grand Admiral Gomez, who had been about to attack him again, immediately fell silent. Fine, as long as you follow the proper rules. But you cannot monopolize the news of the floating city. We demand to observe. Among the 4, Cell, the one with the least strength, but the most formidable backing, wore a white robe now coarsened by countless washings. He had remained silent, throughout his face bearing a sorrowful expression. On a dark and windy night, with stars flickering above, the gentle waves lapped against the wooden boat, producing a series of dull thuds. Since we've accepted your commission, we'll certainly help. We'll take you where you need to go. The Nemantan Islands. No problem. The vessel was not particularly large. A corpulent merchant weighed down by an assortment of gold and silver baubles, and a hefty gold chain bared a golden-toothed smile in assurance to Yadun. All the dragons, including Yadun, after taking human form, ignored the fat man's flattery and went about their own business. Only Yadun nodded slightly. I'll leave it to you. The Jinpusan were an extremely special race. Mankind had originated tens of thousands of years ago. Though they were a race that had risen in the Dark Age, their history was far from ancient. Yet they developed quickly and possessed immensely strong creativity. As time passed, the ancient heroes of the Dark Age were annihilated by humans uniting with the Dark races. With such a profound foundation, humanity's position could not be shaken, and through gradual development, they increasingly dominated the world. Numerous nations rose in rivalry, and even among humans distinctions of superiority and inferiority emerged. Division is what every intelligent race does, but humans are the most accomplished at infighting. Over tens of thousands of years, from ethnicity to class, humanity forcibly split itself into countless distinct peoples. Peoples of lower rank could not hold up their heads before those of higher status. Naturally, the greatest status belonged to citizens of the empire, followed by citizens of the 10 kingdoms, ranked at the top of all Module Way. With a powerful homeland at their back, a people held some standing in the world. The unique trait of the Jinpusan, however, was that they wandered for over 10,000 years, but never founded a homeland of their own. One could find their traces in every human kingdom, yet they alone had no country. Every people has its own motto. The Denken people of the Moxie Empire held this proverb: knowledge changes fate, wisdom changes everything, and machinery changes the world. As for the Jinpusan, their racial maxim was, before wealth truth falls silent, even the gods must consent. Most of them were casual believers of the god of light, maintaining this faith for generations. Because apart from their faith, they also harbored an insatiable greed for money. Even after becoming priests, they would still grow frantic with avarice. Thus, although they had some footing in the Church of Myriad Radiance, they could never infiltrate the middle and upper ranks, and were constantly oppressed. Yet merely being barred from power was not enough. They committed an even more self-destructive act. They tampered with the doctrine to spread themselves and win more followers. Even gods need people's faith. All gods decree that education should be open to all without distinction. The Jinpusan, who had existed since ancient times, were steadfast believers in a single deity. In the remote past, they had been one of the main forces of the God of Light's followers. They altered the doctrine, asserting that only their own race was worthy of believing in the God of Light, and they tried to sway the faithful to believe that everyone else had no right but to serve them. Only after reincarnation in the next life could they become one of them. By doing so, they offended all other believers of the Lord of Myriad Radiance. Moreover, they took the help of others as something owed to them, and after being taken in and sheltered by others, they even plotted to establish a country on land that originally belonged to someone else. And so they wandered for over 10,000 years, scorned and hunted by all. The less lofty their status, the greedier they became, and therefore the more they were disliked. Nowadays, humanity's impression of the Jinpusan is but a collection of negative stereotypes. Other races, too, remember them only for their avarice. Set sail. This Jinpusan, named Bote, had no resistance to gleaming gold. This rare, big-spending client offered far more than he had ever thought to ask. He chartered the entire ship at twice the price. In this situation, to foster a good relationship with this magnate and hope for greater earnings in the future, he naturally had to show goodwill. The wooden boat was inscribed with a great number of special runes. Under the deep night's moonlight, the ship seemed to be cloaked in a strange, dark veil. It cut through the water, leaving 2 trails of white waves, and set sail with all canvas aloft. It moved at incredible speed, yet made not a sound, as if all sound had been devoured by that dark veil. It was the 3rd circle spell, Silencing Art. The 5th circle spell, Dark Stealth. These 2 spells were laid upon a seemingly ordinary wooden boat, together with the mana-powered furnace common to all ships. The vessel raced along at 14 knots. Except for the captain, who stayed at the stern to steer, everyone, including Yadun and Bote, descended below deck. Longdao. From the departure in March of Nwuli year 209 until now, more than 7 months had formally passed. Originally a journey of over 2 years, it had been compressed by more than half by Yadun. Apart from the normal travel and hunting all kinds of monsters to strengthen themselves at one of the 2 cities where they docked, Sadinkana, a dark race rebellion had broken out, and once again he was caught in an unwarranted disaster. He was a true picture of the child of calamity. He seemed even more suited to that fate than the little girl Erla. Speaking of Erla, Yadun was amazed by her progress. Even Difuni and Elina, his fellow kin, were astonished by the pace of this human little girl. Necromancy curses darkness, any spell that was even slightly related to black magic or darkness. This little girl could cast any spell of the 3rd circle or below, as long as she had seen it once. Having studied magic for only a few months, she had already become a 2nd circle mage, reaching mage level 4. By human standards, her speed could only be called monstrous. As for Adafu, whose talent was unremarkable, he was indeed tenacious in willpower. For 1 continuous month, he neither ate nor drank. An ordinary person's body should have collapsed within about 10 days, but an inexplicable force supported him after the 10th day, and within a month he smoothly cultivated the profession of mountain devotee. Wind and rain may batter him, yet he stands immovable as a mountain, steady as an eternal peak, calmly gazing upon all mountains. The power of mountain devotees lies in their thoroughly tempered bodies and truly resolute, rock-solid minds. The martial arts of mountain devotees can bring their physical and mental strength to the absolute limit. In a certain sense, the firmer their will, the more powerful their fists and their physical toughness become. What the heart wills becomes the fount of power. The more unshakable their belief, the more impossible it becomes to defeat them. Among those of the same level, mountain devotees, an epic melee profession, can rely on their fists to beat even dragons to death. Yadun had to admit that not driving the brother and sister away back then had been an extremely wise choice. Perhaps in the empire he would establish in the future, this pair of siblings could take on great responsibilities as representatives of mankind. Fa. A faint layer of ice-blue mist shrouded the house where Arden resided. Having reverted to his draconic form, his expression was exceedingly grim as he gazed upon the peculiar creature he had summoned forth. It was a being akin to a lump of sludge, adorned not only with arms and a lower section, if one could barely call it that, but also with writhing tentacles. Countless eyes were scattered irregularly across its entire body. It moved in a flowing manner, always leaving behind a trail of viscous slime upon the ground. This was the sole product born from the third purple spitting weapon he had ever unleashed upon a living being. The poor Baylor demon had been corrupted on a soul-deep level. Gazing upon this bizarre creature that defied all classification, Arden finally recalled the name of the spitting weapon that had grotesquely mutated from within his own body. Mutated breath. The name mattered little, what truly mattered was its effect. Looking upon the terrifying monster before him, even by human aesthetic standards, it transcended the mundane world entirely. Whether it was Alina or Guthrie, benevolent dragons, or malevolent ones, all who beheld it felt an immediate sense of profound discomfort. Arden, perhaps due to the earlier assistance of the ancient god, had not been affected by this power. Instead, he had absorbed and fused with the power of the evil god, gradually adapting to it, and developing a certain resistance. Moreover, because this monster was born due to him, he actually felt a trace of closeness when he beheld it. He did not refute the monster's address of him as father, partly because he had discovered that the creature possessed no brain at all. Sit. Arden commanded the creature he had created. The monster paused for a moment, then extended over a dozen more tentacles covered in tumorous growths, and enough to terrify any living being reaching toward Arden, as if acting coy. Fa there Fa. Well then. Arden shook his head helplessly. It seemed the creature could not understand Draconic. He then tried Demonic Elvish, the common tongue of the continent, and many others. Not a single word worked. Arden ignored the monster clinging to him, which could open its maw full 180 degrees, yet posed no harm to him, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. That melody. The whispers that reached his ears whenever the evil god's crystal was triggered. That must be a language unique to the crystal and this creature. If he could find a way to understand it, he should be able to communicate with the creature he had created. After all languages share certain fundamental commonalities. All written languages and their derived forms originate from a few basic pronunciations. When learning a language from scratch, the hardest part is beginning from absolute zero. Arden recalled the whispers he had heard before, using the creature's reactions to decipher the meanings of the words he uttered. His mind was sharp, and before long, he grasped several of the most fundamental words. To confirm the accuracy of his speech, now thoroughly immersed in the language, he once again delved his consciousness into the evil god's crystal, listening to those deafening, towering whispers. Arden's zeal for learning was unusual for a dragon. His previous frenzied pursuit of spellcraft had nearly led his fellow silver dragons to mistake him for a spell-obsessed maniac. In the dead of night, the golden horn of the Gimpson people raced swiftly across the sea's surface. Until another filthy pest sneaking out of Yucca port during the coastal season. 15 minutes after the vessel had passed. Boom. A sea beast surfaced once more at that moment. The human riding upon it stared at the departing golden horn with a twisted, malevolent grin. Courting death. A fine-grade professional sea beast rider possessing 3 innate special talents: sea beast affinity, underwater breathing, and sea beast hide. Ordinary professions typically grant 2 talents, fine-grade grants 3, legendary 4, and epic 5. These talent skills awaken automatically upon taking the profession. This sea beast rider, merely a lieutenant in the naval forces of the Kingdom of Tel, once again commanded his whale-like beast to dive into the deep sea. Notify the temporary naval command post not far away. Captain, bad news. Behind us. Naval ships are behind us. They've already spotted us. The helmsman heard the lookout's frantic shout from the crow's nest. The hands that held the wheel, aged yet immensely powerful and clearly thicker than an ordinary person's, trembled slightly. Rouse everyone. This old captain who had served Bert for 10 years understood all too well what business they were conducting tonight, and a chill ran through his heart. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately ordered the sailors to wake everyone. So they've come after all. Beside the panicking Bert, Arden had long since been prepared. Behind this small merchant vessel trailed 3 deep-sea frigates and a destroyer. Whether in tonnage or the arcane cannons mounted aboard, they were not on the same level at all. Pull alongside. Also send a flag signal. No matter what, make that ship a head stop. If they refuse, tell them we will open fire directly. Naval Captain L, renowned in the kingdom's navy under the title Wolf of Galen, pointed his rapier straight at the Golden Horn ahead. In such a short span of time, they had already unearthed every scrap of information about the Golden Horn. Upon learning that it was manned by Gimpson people, they felt both sudden realization and disgust. Boom. Driven by its magic core, a medium warship, 1 main cannon, 3 secondary cannons, and 36 smaller guns, released a devastating fireball from one of its secondary cannons. Sailing across an immense distance, it struck the ocean just ahead of the Golden Horn. This blatant show of force made the opportunistic Bert's head ache with worry. He regretted taking such a massive risk for this sum of money. Of course, everyone except him knew that if given the chance again, they would still risk their necks to participate. Keep going. Ignore the navy behind us. Arden the patron spoke words of reassurance to the panicking sailors aboard. All right. Once aboard a pirate ship, there is no getting off. Facing his master, who had lost his composure, the old captain made a decisive choice, immediately rushing to the stern to command the dazed sailors and increase speed. Courting death. L seethed with loathing for those aboard the merchant vessel who had violated Yucca Port's newest decree. His expression turning cold, he simply waved his hand. The 200 royal sailors aboard immediately sprang into action in under 10 seconds and reached their designated posts within a minute. Such was the military discipline of the Tell Kingdom's navy, the very reason for the Tell people's fearsome reputation at sea. The 3 royal warships, 2 small and 1 medium, accelerated once more, reaching a terrifying 18 knots. Empowered by a vast number of magic cores, the main cannons began to rapidly charge. Boom! The great cannons thundered. Upon this cold, boundless sea erupted a naval battle that would decide the fate of the Golden Horn. Boom! Fireball, eternal and supreme among first-tier spells, it boasts the highest attack power, the lowest consumption, and the greatest suitability and universality. Never goes out of style at Yaden's request, and with no life-threatening crisis present, all of his subordinates maintained their humanoid forms through transformation rings. For this purpose, he purchased a batch directly from Sophie. Stripped of their formidable physiques under the effects of the transformation spell, their bodies were merely equivalent to ordinary humans of the same level. These uniquely gifted and powerful followers could only rely on their innate talent-based spells or regular magic. Boom! The devastating artillery barrage took considerable damage from the water projectiles unleashed by over a dozen human professionals aboard the Golden Number. The vast majority of the remaining shells were blocked by the natural earthen barriers formed by the hill giants and the innate magic of the evil dragons. Though the situation was dire, the Golden Number would not sink to the ocean floor anytime soon. What should we do? We've already left the kingdom's territorial waters, yet they refuse to let us go. This pursuit had continued for half an hour. 3 warships remained visible astern, with several hundred naval personnel still giving relentless chase. Over the 100 souls aboard, more than a dozen had already been wounded. Even Bert, who had weathered countless storms and amassed considerable wealth among ordinary people, could not help but grow anxious. Take the route toward Mermaid Bay. Without delay, Yaden unfurled the map. They had now sailed beyond the territorial waters of the Tell Kingdom, theoretically no longer permitting the kingdom's warships to continue pursuit. For these waters were under the dominion of a new ruler. The seafaring races harbored intense loathing toward terrestrial beings regardless of whether they were humans. A land creature's warships sailing upon their waters represented an occupation of the sky above them, much like a terrestrial being trampled beneath one's feet. Compared to a mere merchant vessel, a human warship was far more detestable in the eyes of the ocean's rulers, and the species here could only be considered weak relative to the true dominant powers of the seas. Yaden sought to change course in order to shake off the pursuing hounds and ease the unease within his heart. It had been centuries since the great age of navigation, when humans developed safe and reliable sea routes, yet they were now entering unknown and perilous waters. Mermaid Bay was one of the territories of the Mermaid Kingdom, a dominant species upon the Storm Ocean, and an exceedingly important area responsible for raising young merfolk. Thus it was perpetually guarded by heavy forces, let alone armed personnel. Even the mere lingering of certain powerful factions nearby could provoke reprimands from the Merfolk Kingdom's diplomats. A warship for the sea sovereigns, who have always looked down upon the land races the Merfolk, would undoubtedly destroy it. How can this be done? Bert had arranged for someone else to steer the ship, while the veteran captain responsible for commanding the sailors in combat and counterattack also noticed the location Yaden was pointing to. The old captain fell silent, and Bert's face turned ashen with terror as he immediately vetoed the plan. That is the core territory of the Mermaid Kingdom, an absolute forbidden zone. Not even the Sea People Empire has been permitted to enter or exit by the Merfolk Kingdom. Would they not be courting death? What about you? Yaden glanced at the undecided veteran captain. Upon hearing this, the old captain fell into deep turmoil. Only those who eke out a living upon the open sea truly understand how terrifying the ocean's fury can be. He was merely an ordinary human, naturally at a disadvantage before the marine races who could freely live upon the seas. If they breached the Mermaid Kingdom, it would be 9 deaths to 1 life. Perhaps the merfolk would temporarily disregard such insignificant minnows as they dealt with the warships, but this was tantamount to gambling with one's very life. As an experienced veteran captain, he instinctively resisted such a reckless plan. Agreed, the old captain gritted his teeth firmly. You all who dares to oppose this. Bert's complexion became ghastly, disregarding even his identity as a major client. Facing Yaden's brazen seizure of authority, he abandoned his former courteous demeanor. Whoosh! This mere second-tier ordinary warrior was bound to the ship's mast by Yaden, using mage hand and rope enchanted to withstand years of wind and sun exposure. Alter course. Some sailors froze in bewilderment at the internal discord, but at the old captain's command they gritted their teeth and returned to their positions. The Golden Number veered sharply to the left, abandoning its original course, leaving the warm currents and favorable winds, and entering mysterious, uncharted waters. Colonel, should we continue the pursuit? Witnessing the group ahead refused to halt, and instead sailed directly toward even more dangerous waters. AI Air, who had previously sunk 2 ships, felt his confidence in their possession of a floating city rise from 3 or 4 tenths to 6 or 7 tenths. Pursue. Better to strike wrongly than to let go. The attitude of the Galen family was uncompromising. AI Air understood that his once flourishing family now stood at a critical juncture. Any mistake could plunge it into endless ruin. If what lay ahead truly was a floating city, and he allowed it to escape, the family's doom would truly arrive. 3 warships altered their course, still in hot pursuit of the Golden Number. Goo 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 goo. Upon the ocean at night, several white figures flew from the 3 warships, ocean messenger pigeons, a type of magical pigeon frequently fed with the flesh and blood of magical beasts. Far stronger than ordinary creatures, they counted as the lowest tier among magical beasts. These pigeons would never lose their way upon the seas, and coastal nations would never harm them upon sighting them, for they could deliver important information to the other party in the shortest possible time. Indeed, under the tacit approval of an empire, a large corporation was permitted to specially breed and create the sea pigeon daily, which harvested the world's population through extremely cheap means, helping all people obtain the latest information. Many nations followed suit, establishing their own intelligence stations and newspapers, or Daly's AI heir's suspicion that the ship he pursued carried a floating city grew considerably, so he chose to send word to Luluos. A gang of damned scoundrels Bert tied to the ship's mast wore an iron-gray expression. Jimpus and people were regarded by many upper-class figures across human nations as a despicable and shameful race. Yet as a wandering nation for 10,000 years, their combined power was sufficient to destroy any country. Once this turmoil passed, he would surely have his uncle and other relatives killed to avenge this monumental humiliation. Not only that, their descendants would have to compensate him tenfold or 100-fold for the price of this voyage. Even if they surrendered their souls and all their wealth, it would still not be enough. Boom! Fighting while retreating, the 4 warships sent 2 smaller vessels with formidable speed to either flank of the Golden Number. Thanks to the powerful assistance of Yadin and the others, not a single shell struck the Golden Number. On the contrary, the vessel on the right flank was hit itself. The magical barrier was torn asunder at one point, and a thick layer of ice formed upon the iron plating covering the warship. A cyan beam of light vanished directly above the city lord's mansion. Over at the Naval Department and the Holy Light Church, the same thing happened. In the blink of an eye, several streaks of light disappeared into the sky. In just a few seconds, the 4 legends converged. At once they flew toward the distant waters where the Golden lay. A pack of useless trash, forget them. Since we can't get close to them, the plan to approach and board that warship is cancelled. Let them sink into the sea. After this long chase, even their mana crystal cores had been replaced, and not only had Ayer failed to breach their armor, but one of his warships had actually been damaged. Ayer could not accept this insult to the kingdom's navy. He immediately ordered the use of their ultimate trump card. Where they had originally only hoped to cripple the warship, they now made destruction their goal. 10 naval soldiers pushed out from the deck, a huge fellow, weighing a full 10 tons. Fire! Under Ayer's command, the sailors on the 3 warships, eager to avenge that one cannon shot, rubbed their fists and palms. 3 pitch-black iron spheres shot toward the Golden. The Golden's magic barrier had long been broken, and the ship relied solely on powerhouses like Yadin to intercept incoming attacks. Yadin watched the 3 iron spheres among a flurry of elemental missiles. Yadin raised a hand, and 3 great fireballs with 3 rings shot straight toward the spheres in 3 different directions. Boom! It seemed as though the fireballs striking the spheres had touched off something. The energy in the flames was absorbed cleanly in an instant, startling Yadin. 3 massive golems, each 2 meters tall, flew out of the iron spheres. Every one of them possessed intermediate level power. Destroyer golems. These iron spheres were actually a special mechanical structure requiring magical energy to activate. After breaking magic, they could even devour shattered wards or magical projectiles to become terrifying golems. After reaching the Golden, these golems neither dodged nor avoided the slashing attacks of the surrounding sailors. Instead, they swung their fists directly down into the deck and sank into the ship in an instant. These golems were made of hard steel, and the magic programs set within would make them self-destruct automatically when confronted by an irresistible foe. Their sole purpose was to destroy enemy warships. Intercept. Don't let any iron sphere fly into the ship. Also, these metals can absorb magic. Don't use any spells. Woo. Apart from these special golem shells beneath the sea beast riders, each sharing a spiritual bond with his own sea beast, had arrived under the Golden's deck. Some manipulated water currents, while others used their sea beast's enormous teeth to smash the hull of the Golden. What can we do? These naval forces had not been using their true strength at all before. The old captain included, every sailor fell into despair. Whoosh! A great commotion broke out around them. In such a moment of crisis, Yadin no longer hid his identity. A handsome and refined young man suddenly transformed into a terrifying dragon more than 10 meters long. As dragon might flooded outward, the sea beasts beneath the sea beast riders were stricken with terror and fell into complete disarray. Seeing Yadin return to his true form, all the evil dragons who had long been itching to break free immediately resumed their original forms and flapped their wings excitedly. Roar! These special golem shells needed elemental energy to activate, and the magic barriers and magic cannons on the ship were all forms of magical elements. The only way to suppress them was with physical force. These solid spheres, heavy enough to leave huge notches in steel, were nothing more than a tickle to the giant dragons. Dragon. Seeing the group of giant dragons soaring above the Golden, the naval sailors instantly panicked. The merchant ship they had been intercepting was actually a ship with dragons. Don't panic. A golden light carrying a tenacious aura burst from Ayer, instantly stabilizing the sailors' morale. Bastion guards. Compared to the common run of Blood Rage warriors, Wild Wave warriors, sailors, and pirates on the continent, Bastion warriors had 3 talents: Psychic Shield, Unwavering Heart, and Steel Body. Not only did they have extremely strong physiques and defenses, but at critical moments they could also rally the collective spiritual power of the people and become an indestructible fortress. It made it difficult for the troops to lose their will to fight due to the enemy's might. To some extent, it could suppress part of the dragon's aura. If the dragon's might could suppress 70% of their strength before now, it could suppress, at most 50%. Although the sailors' hearts had calmed, the difference in strength was not something willpower could bridge. Boom. Led by Shimi, 10 hill dragonkin giants rode on 10 evil dragons. A giant dragon and a giant combined made 1 + 1 greater than 2. Shriek. Among the hundreds of naval sailors, those who had reached the advanced level besides were 5 officers at the rank of major. And now one of them had died in the mouth of Cloud Eagle-Bide. Among the 4 afterimages that streaked by at a pace defying time and space, Luosi suddenly halted. According to AIR's confirmation, that warship carries a great number of dragons and giants. The relationship between them can only be captor and captive. If I am not mistaken, it should be some dragon who obtained a floating city. Chase. The 4, now certain of the news, felt their spirits rise even higher. At the mere thought of a floating city, a trace of greed involuntarily arose in each of their hearts. Greed is human instinct. People in this world must always chase something. They had become legend powerhouses precisely because they harbored great desires and could be driven well by those desires. Boom. The 4, hovering over the sea, continued to fly across the vast ocean. Yet at that moment a rift suddenly tore open in the sky above. Formless and nameless chaotic void streams invaded the plains, sweeping toward the 4. Elemental energy enveloped their bodies. To ordinary people, a void storm that would be called a natural disaster was to them no more than a cool breeze causing no harm whatsoever. Few my apologies, everyone. I was commissioned to do this, and I must be faithful to the task. I cannot let you proceed. A great mass of cloud condensed out of nowhere. When the white mist dispersed, a ferocious brass dragon looking unusually dark under the night sky appeared. A brass dragon. An ancient dragon rank at that. The 4 legends were greatly shocked. Luosi in particular cursed inwardly at the line from the Book of Taermi that said there was only one legend powerhouse. Legend powerhouse. Exactly right, a legend powerhouse. The 4 of them combined could not defeat this legend powerhouse. Could an ancient dragon be compared to a human legend? Even though legendary figures had already transcended normal life in the history of the multiverse, there had been cases of weak human legends injuring high-tier legends. But such a possibility was not much more likely than the appearance of a dragon. Most human legends, according to the most common examples excluding those who had forcibly broken through via watered-down secret arts, could only remain first-tier legends for their entire lives. To fight against common dragons other than white dragons, at least 10 humans of the same rank were required. The brass dragon before them could handle 5 human legends with ease and might even be able to kill one. No, his aura is wrong. He is injured. Jamazi the legend archer keenly noticed that the brass dragon before them did not look right. The other 3 noticed it as well and breathed sighs of relief. Enough to deal with all of you. Baiting, the brass dragon, who had been belittled by the few figures before him, showed no reaction. He flicked his tail and lunged straight at the 4. Flee. Under the ravages of dragon breath and the giant, the warship on the left flank. Its arcane shield, shattered long ago, finally gave way and collapsed. The hull listed to starboard, its countless gun batteries utterly destroyed. Only a few dozen royal sailors managed to cling to barrels and small boats, escaping with their lives. Damn it, where's my uncle? Alan, forced into pure defense by Cloudhawk Peter's overwhelming speed advantage, could neither launch an attack nor break free from the relentless stalemate. He too noticed the warship sinking on the battlefield. Even air, normally as steady as a mountain, could not help but burn with desperate anxiety. Air had already sent word to his uncle Luros at full speed. By all rights, he should have arrived long before now. Why hadn't he come? Some other unforeseen calamity must have occurred. Air watched the dragon flight, and the giant abandoned the sunken vessel and head straight for another warship. He knew that if they did not leave now, death was the only outcome. Air's face twisted. Hold on. I've already notified the city lord, the legendary great swordsman Luros Gale. He will be here any moment. In the end, driven by selfish motives, Air resolved to stake the hundreds of lives aboard the 2 remaining ships on a single desperate gamble. Otherwise, even if he survived to return home, without the floating city, the Galen family could not sustain its dynastic fate. Decline would inevitably come. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. Kill. These royal sailors, bearing pirate blood and famed for their ferocity, drew their rapiers or raised the arcane muskets they had purchased. Curse Fog. An ordinary-looking black-haired girl clasped her hands together in prayer. A vast tide of black mist poured from her body, madly surging toward the stupefied sailors around her. Once these vengeful spirits possessed them, the soldiers' physiques involuntarily plummeted several tiers, their blood vitality and life aura savagely eroded and devoured by the wraiths. Boom. Adolf was cloaked in an invisible peculiar force field. It seemed fragile, yet was extremely sturdy. Even the runic metal bullets fired from arcane muskets could not penetrate it. It merely rippled a few times, leaving him completely unscathed. Such was the might of a mountain disciple. In strength, speed, or attack power, he had no shortcomings whatsoever. Faced with a turtle, they could not crack. The royal sailors could inflict only negligible damage and were forced to flee. One by one, Adolf either smashed them over the gunnels into the sea or beat them to death outright. Afterward Adolf, true to his frugal virtues, collected every fallen arcane musket from the deck. These were absolute hard currency. Each one could fetch at least 100 gold coins on the black market. The Machina Empire was an exceedingly rare higher empire across the entire Modwell Plain, and one that had risen abruptly within the last 10,000 years. Originally just an ordinary kingdom producing vast quantities of metal and iron, or it had broken through to imperial status in only a few centuries, then climbed even higher in less than a millennium. It was practically an inspiration to every nation. After ascending to a higher empire, it became one of the 5 great higher empires renowned across the Modwell Plain. Together with the other 4 great nations, it became a protector state for the many kingdoms of the Modwell Plain. The Machina Empire proclaimed itself the mightiest protector on the entire continent of Assamand, calling itself the Sword of Assamand. It even joined with the other 4 higher empires to establish the so-called civilized nation security system. A quarter of the kingdoms were their vassals, and many among the rest were their pawns, or maintained close ties with them. It also distributed its arcane weapons across the entire civilized world, believing these weapons best represented the glory of humanity and civilization. The slogan of the Machina Empire's military development department had always been, "Spread the glory of human civilization to the sea of stars." Even a single detached fleet of the Machina Empire possessed the power to flatten an entire kingdom. Separated from the kingdom of Till only by the stormy ocean, the Machina Empire had always enjoyed excellent relations with its neighbor, a bond that had held strong for several hundred years. That was why Till had purchased vast amounts of Machina equipment and built no small number of naval fleets composed entirely of it. Boom! With a breath of lightning from the Blue Dragon. The blast pierced straight through the iron-plated outer hull, though the interior was still merely a warship built of ordinary oak or teak. The sea beast riders and countless deep-sea fish sheltering beneath were convulsed by the lightning, turning their bellies up as they danced across the waves. Abandoned ship. The sole naval commander aboard this vessel was about to order a retreat to avoid losing both ship and crew when 3 wicked dragons cackled and tore him into shreds, his body divided among them. Finish them off. Arden, who had been waiting silently aboard the Golden for the outcome, soared into the air. With a mere thought, an aura of sulfur and searing heat spread outward, sending a chill through the wary old captain and the sailors watching from the side. A Baylor, fierce, majestic, wreathed in scorching heat, emerged from the flames. Just as this Baylor was about to let out a triumphant roar, it caught Arden's gaze and instantly cowered like a lamb before a tiger, all its arrogance vanishing. Go! A level 12 ancestral dragon capable of fighting gold-tier masters and peak level 19 humans. Arden had now reached a state where none beneath the legend rank could defeat him. Crack! An immense torrent of mana erupted from Arden, now at level 12. So terrifying were the ice elements that after Arden flew across the sky, a straight frozen road was left trailing across the sea. Whoosh! Arden's draconic head swept 180 degrees, and his paralyzing breath blanketed the deck of the last remaining medium warship. Dozens of men stiffened, their eyes bulging, their legs giving way as they collapsed. Surrender. The mysterious silver dragon looked down at Air, the only one still cloaked in a layer of dark golden light, and standing as the last line of combat strength. High in the sky, the mysterious silver dragon, its scales glittering brilliantly beneath the moonlight, dazzling and resplendent, called out. Boom! Ever since being enslaved by Arden and unable to return to the abyss, the Baylor knew he could only walk this dark path to the very end. Having gone months without a major battle, the pent-up broken horn once more conjured a great sword of molten lava and hurled himself madly at Air to vent his battle lust. The gulf in physique level and sheer frenzy between demon and human meant that before this battle-hardened master-tier Baylor, Air was on the verge of death within only a few exchanges. Wait, stop! Rolling aside on the ground to evade the terrifying sweeping lava greatsword, he narrowly escaped death. But just as he tried to rise and plead for mercy, a solid full-force swing of the giant sword sent him flying once more. Beneath the monstrous heat, the hair all over Air's body had already been charred to ash. He struggled to his feet to beg for mercy, only to be smashed flying again by the massive, sword's-crushing blow. Oomph! The fragile human body, overburdened by the terrifying heat and crushing force, finally gave way. Air spat out a mouthful of blood, his face grim, with faint fragments of internal organs visible within the gore. "Aye, sir." On the brink of death, he opened his mouth to say surrender. Boom! Using demonic translocation, once again Broken Horn appeared directly before Air, and with a single stroke of his sword cleaved him in two. Above, the vast sea clouds and mist coiled while thin vapors churned. Where the waves clashed with dragon breath, immense veils of water vapor rose into the air. Luros Galen, the great noble of Tyre, who stood as the main bulwark against the ancient brass dragon, suddenly felt a wave of unease. At his level, he trusted his instincts without question. A grim premonition rose in his heart, and he turned his gaze toward the storage ring on his finger. His family had 183 direct descendants, and among the 183 beads, one smooth round bead suddenly dimmed. Damn it! Grief stabbed through Luros, then rage flooded his heart. No matter what, the floating city must not escape. His family's most outstanding scion was already dead, and the dwindling Galen clan no longer possessed another high-rank expert under 30 years of age. Now if he wished to preserve the family's glory and prevent its eventual annihilation, the only path was for him to break through to high-rank legendary. Bladestorm. Alongside the Storm Knight Eugenides, he served as one of the two frontline tanks locked in close combat with the ancient brass dragon. Twin swords in hand, Luros pressed the blades together. In the span of a single breath, he unleashed over 100 sword blades. The all-encompassing edge of their radiance struck without blind spots, targeting every weak point on the ancient brass dragon's body. The dragon's horns, eyes, mouth, and the belly not covered by scales. Phantom sea roar. Standing above the sea, the Storm Knight Eugenides once again drove his massive sword toward Baden. Under his deliberate manipulation, seawater gradually gathered from the ocean and formed a phantom ship floating in the sky. The ghostly vessel charged straight at Baden. The Lord is merciful, compassionate, and just. He will protect his faithful. The Cardinal Sire held a pure gold chain in his hands. A faint golden light once again shimmered over the bodies of the four legendary warriors. Mithril, silver, and gold. These three metals were commonly employed by the churches dedicated to the powers of good. Except for precious mithril, which was difficult to obtain, gold and silver were used on a grand scale in the items and structures created by the churches. The golden chain in Sire's hand was a consecrated relic blessed by divine grace. Boom. Baden neither dodged nor flinched from the incoming blade storm. He only twisted slightly, avoiding any strike against the vulnerable points of his body. A dense web of white marks appeared across the brass dragon's scales, robbing them of their former neat order and cold, handsome elegance. Whoosh! A dragon's body is its most powerful weapon. With a single sweep of his tail, Baden effortlessly shattered the approaching phantom ship. Then his claw lashed out once more. The razor-sharp dragon claw collided with Eugenides' longsword and sent the Storm Knight flying. Swish! Seizing the instant when the dragon's old strength had faded and new strength had not yet arisen, Gomez, the legendary archer who had been waiting silently, released his bowstring. A single arrow, moving at an inconceivable speed transcending time and space, struck Baden directly. It hit. The human powerhouses at last breathed out in relief, genuine ease and joy surfacing on their faces. Even Gomez felt the same. The pressure the ancient dragon had exerted upon them was simply too enormous. As flawless creatures, dragonkind had no shortcomings left once they transformed to the legendary level. Their innate power and bloodline rank utterly crushed those of humans. Had the four not worked together for so many years, coordinating with remarkable unspoken understanding, they would already have been defeated. No, wait, this isn't right. Gomez had believed he had killed Baden. He was utterly confident in his bow. An already wounded ancient brass dragon at the first rank of legendary could not possibly survive. Yet at this moment a sudden chill tore through him. Bang! In the end he was still a step too slow. As he retreated swiftly, a dragon's claw extended from the void and struck him. Blood burst from his mouth and a dreadful claw mark appeared across his abdomen. His fierce, terrifying aura plummeted in an instant, and his entire body withered into listlessness. The image of Baden that had been struck in the head slowly faded. It was only an afterimage. Baden was now over 1,200 years old. Several centuries ago he had already become an ancient dragon. Among ancient dragons he was regarded as extraordinarily peculiar in nature. At least 1/3 of other ancient dragons would learn spellcraft and become legendary mages. But Baden, for personal reasons, had chosen the profession of assassin. He believed the reason was that his defense, offensive power, and speed were all exceptional. As a mighty dragon, what he feared most was being killed in his sleep by a stronger enemy. Only by being more of an assassin than assassins themselves could he put that fear to rest and cover his final weakness. The legendary profession Baden had chosen was the spatial assassin. Once one had reached the legendary realm, one could travel through spatial rifts and slay without ever being seen. Yet mastering this path demanded extremely harsh conditions. One either had to possess an extraordinarily high affinity for spatial force or use countless spatial crystals to forcibly transform one's own physique. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, one legendary had been crippled. The remaining three drew in sharp breaths and instantly went on high alert. Was this a frail-bodied assassin who relied on speed and agility? Never had they seen such a base, shameless dragon. It had actually trained in the assassin profession as well. Retreat. After another half-hour of entanglement, the three human legendaries had been driven nearly mad by the elusive brass dragon. Sire had played the pivotal role, casting defensive divine arts to shield the other three, while simultaneously casting slowing divine arts to hinder the brass dragon's movements. Gazing at the sky just beginning to brighten, he said, "I must return for the morning ritual. Can't your sermon be delayed a little, eh?" Lurose's hands moved without hesitation. Once more he pressed his twin swords together and blocked one of Baden's claws. But just as he prepared to strike back, Baden vanished again. There is no chance now. The sky is already light. That boy from your family has almost certainly met his end, and that dragon has likely fled. Weariness and regret spread across Sire's wrinkled face. Alas! Eugenides and Gomez, who had retreated far to one side with his archery power, efficiency, and accuracy, all diminished both sides. I absolutely refuse. Luros felt like a laughingstock. He had wagered everything, like a gambler whose eyes had turned bloodshot from losses. Ire was the most outstanding junior in his family, and the only one with real hope of stepping into legendary within the next 100 years. The boy was dead, all their tremendous effort had been wasted, and they had even used the Book of Termi. The deaths of over 1 million people had incurred His Majesty the King's punishment, they had paid out a vast stock of resources, and their reserves had shrunk. If he gave up, now the family's doom would be sealed. Gazing at the elusive Baden, Rose cast aside everything once and for all, and closed his eyes. A flame seemed to ignite within his heart. In an instant his entire aura exploded outward. Swordsman's secret art, sacrifice. His strength briefly soared to the 6th rank of legendary, reaching an entirely new realm he had never trod before. For the first time, he located Baden, struck out with his sword, and successfully forced the dragon out of the spatial rift. At last the brass dragon was exposed before the eyes of the human legendary powerhouses. Forcibly burning his vital essence, spirit, and soul, the grand swordsman Lu Lossi swung his twin swords in rapid succession. Waves of terrifying sword light that could rend space itself surged toward Ba Deng, who had already appeared in the distance. Roar! The terrifying dragon breath carrying searing heat clashed against the sword light. The scattered sword chi merely scraped pale white marks across Ba Deng's scales. This was the only time Ba Deng had been at a disadvantage since his appearance. Go! Lu Lossi turned and headed back east without hesitation. They had expended so much effort for the sake of the floating city not to be entangled with this ancient brass dragon. Sire and O Genesi were momentarily stunned, then fell in behind him, understanding what he intended. Wounded Gomesi did not continue the pursuit. Ba Deng glanced at the injured and unusually wary Gomesi, but made no move against him. At a meteoric speed beyond normal human reflexes, he swept eastward to kill. Legendary powerhouses are extremely difficult to cultivate. Ba Deng had always acted amiably toward others, and rarely forged enmities. Were it not for that particular one, even though Yadun was his junior and an ancestral dragon of the benevolent dragonkind, Ba Deng would at most have protected Yadun alone, though he would not have moved against 4 legends for Yadun's sake. Ba Deng's goal was to intercept those 3 legends, not to kill this legend. A legend's blood spilled. That would forge an irreconcilable blood feud with the kingdom of Tyre, a kingdom with only 12 legends. Should any mishap occur and a few be lost, it might be demoted and swarmed by neighboring nations. Spatial teleportation. Ba Deng once again displayed 1,000 years of accumulated heritage. A dragon who becomes a legend is not necessarily an ancient dragon, but an ancient dragon is certainly a powerhouse among legends. Among dragons, there is an enormous gap between extremely old dragons and ancient dragons. Once a dragon becomes an ancient dragon, it casts off the greed or sloth inherent in its nature, and to a certain extent is no longer controlled by those instincts. Reason takes hold of its mind. In the long, monotonous years, ancient dragons feel boredom and thus study other matters. Ba Deng, the lowliest brass dragon, was an orphan dragon raised from infancy. Apart from his innate spatial assassin profession, Ba Deng also cultivated a second profession, naturally humanity's favorite and most common one, mage. A legendary spell, spatial teleportation, brought this legendary mage, legendary assassin, and legendary dragon before the 3 human legends. You won't escape, Ba Deng said with cold indifference. Gazing at the dragon that had once again appeared before them, terror simultaneously flashed in the eyes of the 3. Hand over all your treasure. On the other side, Yadun was already cheerfully reaping the spoils. More than 200 sailors were forced to crowd aboard a medium-sized warship. Crouching with their heads lowered, they trembled off to one side. Under the biting sea wind, they were forced to strip off their clothes. What are you hiding in your hand? Hurry up and hand it over. A white dragon stood before a naval sailor of only corporal rank. Seeing the object clutched in his hand, the dragon snatched it away. 2 gold coins. In this world, if a place was certain to contain gold coins, one only needed to tell a dragon, and no dragon would ever fail to find such treasure. From this moment on, you are my captives. You have 2 choices: 1, walk the plank; 2, submit. Since he had already been exposed, Yadun simply stopped pretending and revealed his human form before the human navy. After all, this was the deep sea. Both ships now, the Golden and the naval warship named Bastion, were already under Yadun's control. Hearing Yadun's words, the more than 200 survivors, already less than half their original number, exchanged bewildered glances. Are you a silver dragon? Why would you associate with evil dragons? At last a naval officer ranking as captain plucked up his courage, stood up, and dared to ask the extraordinarily peculiar dragon before him. Yes, I am a silver dragon. My name is Yadun. You need not worry. These evil dragons are my servants. Yadun did not conceal it, he said it outright. When away from home, one still has to rely on one's identity. The sailors heard this extraordinarily strange dragon, who despite looking like a silver dragon and having silver dragons by his side was in league with a host of evil dragons, acknowledge his identity as a silver dragon. The more than 200 sailors, despite the deaths of 5 majors and AI Urdu, and with no one to steady their morale, breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Yadun, you killed our superiors and sank 2 of our warships. This is a provocation against the Tyre Navy and the Kingdom of Tyre. I demand that you release us immediately. A bald, middle-aged officer with fat, darting eyes immediately sprang up and shouted. Hearing his words, some of the sailors began to stir restlessly. Yadun's expression turned cold. He lashed his dragon tail. The fat officer, only 5th rank, far beneath Yadun's level, was sent flying off the warship before he could even react. Roar! More than a dozen sea beasts raised by sea beast riders, turtles, narwhals, sharks, and the like, immediately submitted after Yadun revealed his bloodline aura. At Yadun's command, they instantly swam toward the delicacies falling from the sky into the sea. Blood stained the sea. I hope you will adjust your attitude and see the situation clearly. You were the ones who attacked me first. My willingness to spare your lives is already an act of extraordinary mercy. Even if I killed you, all the kingdom of Tyre could do nothing to me for it. Yadun dealt with the fool, killing the man without hesitation. The screams and Yadun's ruthless methods left the naval sailors struck dumb with terror. Lord Yadun, what use are these foolish humans? Better to kill them all. Among the 14 evil dragons, 6 were blue dragons, and the remaining 4 colors each had 2. At that very moment, a green dragon who had just reached youth cast greedy, ill-intentioned looks at the humans. Make your choice. Yadun ignored its voice and stared coldly at the sailors, which only deepened their terror. The so-called walking the plank meant jumping down to become a shark's feast, a method pirates habitually employed against those they had plundered. The sailors knew this full well. At this critical juncture between life and death, their ranks split. There were 20 sailors who remained truly and utterly loyal to the kingdom and carried the pure bloodline of Tyre. These 20 walked in silence to the deck and leapt into the sea. The remaining 192 sailors, cowed by the threat of death, chose to surrender. Yadun observed them, noticing that many still wore indignant expressions. But some also showed expressions of pleading fear and fawning. To govern the many with the few, one must first employ the few from among the many. Yadun separated 10 drops of dragon blood and transformed the 10 who had first pledged allegiance into dragon-blooded humans. Using these reborn dragon-blooded humans to manage these naval sailors would achieve twice the result with half the effort. Boom. Impossible. You've been hiding your strength. Above the vast sea, Ba Deng had caught up with the trio. Facing Lu Luosi, whose strength was at the 6th legendary rank, he stunned everyone once more. With a single claw, he sent Lu Luosi flying. The man had been defending with all his might, both swords crossed before his chest, and his chest caved in. That pair of twin swords was the finest below the rank of heirloom weapons. With a groan of unbearable strain, they broke cleanly at the hilt. Shaken and horrified, Lu Luosi immediately fell back. The 3 promptly grew vigilant, and O Genesai, who had been about to close in for a sneak attack, silently slowed his steps. No, I've merely recovered my own strength. Ba Deng's expression was calm, but the aura over his dragon body suddenly surged, and his dragon might domain expanded twofold in an instant. Legendary 4th rank. As an ancient dragon who had lived that long, what he lacked least were trump cards and the cunning to hide his power. Every old relic who had lived 1,000 years knew the trick of playing the pig to eat the tiger. He was only at legendary 1st rank, with at most 50% of his peak strength. Even so, that was enough to deal with most powerhouses on the Nuya continent. But even he couldn't always avoid the occasional overturn. Sa Side had obtained a certain technique from a certain majesty, one that could help him recover from his wounds faster, while briefly suppressing them to unleash his full strength. That was why he was willing to do Sa Side this favor, escorting Yadun all the way to Dragon Island. Boom. With 3 consecutive claw strikes, Ba Deng hammered his cornered foe while he was down, going straight for the strongest Lu Luosi. Better to sever one finger than to wound a hand. Oh Genesai, help me. Lu Luosi called for aid as he faced dragon claws that grew mightier with every blow. At legendary 1st rank, 1st heaven, the terrifying force behind the giant claw had multiplied at least tenfold. With his weapons shattered, Lu Luosi could only condense a weapon from elemental energy. His power had dropped by at least 3 or 4 tenths. He had barely escaped death after only 3 claws. Holy bulwark! Will cry giant wave. As a cardinal and a storm knight, the 2 cast spell after spell, yet they did not dare approach Ba Deng at all. An ancient dragon at legendary 1st rank and an ancient dragon at legendary 4th rank were simply not on the same level of strength. At least one legendary 7th rank melee class expert would be needed to hold him in check before there was any chance of fighting. O Genesai knew very well that his relationship with Lu Luosi was not particularly close, and there was no need to risk his own life to save him. The 3 golden walls, solemn, sacred, and imposing, were torn to shreds by Ba Deng as easily as thin paper. A massive sea tornado rose from the ocean. Ba Deng neither dodged nor avoided it. The countless churning vortices inside and the violent currents capable of shredding living creatures, the terrifying water pressure, all of it was blocked by his scales, causing him no harm whatsoever. It only made Ba Deng pause for a breath, giving Lu Luosi, a great swordsman focused mainly on wind, the chance to retreat 100 meters and barely escape danger, seizing a moment to catch his breath. Run now? There's no way we can win. If we keep going like this, all of us are in danger of death. Watching Ba Deng unleash such terrifying power, O Genesai had already felt the desire to retreat rise within his heart. No, there has to be another way. Lu Luosi adamantly refused, and once again used his strongest sword technique. Blade Storm. Unfortunately, with his twin swords damaged and his own body wounded, the storm he produced was nothing more than a tickle to Ba Deng. Lu Luosi charged forward once more. Unfortunately, his speed, once nearly equal to Ba Deng's, had slowed due to his wounds, and he nearly got bitten in a single snap. Spatial assassins had always been renowned for their speed. A spatial assassin elevated to legendary 4th rank was a match few among the legendary realm could equal. Sire and O Genesai were helpless. Sea dragons roar. O Genesai ferociously pulled a small golden flask from his clothes. The look of agonized reluctance on his face could not be suppressed no matter what. When he tilted the flask, a great amount of pale blue dreamlike liquid carrying a trace of icy chill poured out. The legendary spell was Sea Dragon's Roar. The precious Sea Dragon Spring, a top-grade water attribute material from the far north continent, added another 3/10 to the spell's might. 10 sea dragons laced with destructive might slammed into Ba Deng. Swirling golden light dome. A solid dome seemingly made of dragon scales radiating an indescribable aura of indestructibility enveloped Ba Deng. I'll fight you to the death. Ojinisai again took out 2 bottles of strong liquor from his clothes and downed them in one breath. Though his face flushed rosy, he seemed to become even more powerful. This was a bloodline secret art of the Tyre Kingdom. As descendants of the pirate king, the Tyre royal family bore another title, the Strong Spirits Royal House. The 2 things pirates could never lack were women and fine wine. As the superior replacement for pirates on the sea, Storm Knights controlled 3 skills, the first 2 being control of seawater and discernment of weather. The third skill had 3 possible variations. First, piloting a warship, allowing one to control one's warship with greater agility. Second, a stored power critical strike. Third, by swallowing large quantities of strong liquor, one could enhance one's blood vitality, but would finally fall into a weakened state. Strong liquor and storm winds singing aloud amid the waves of blood. Archbishop Sire, stop holding back. Once this ancient brass dragon is dealt with and the floating city is obtained, I'll not take a single bit of credit. I'll even voluntarily offer 30% of my Galen family's wealth to help expand your cathedral. Seeing Ojinisai risk his life and temporarily suppress Ba Deng, Lu Luasi hurriedly tempted Sire with his words. Sire's face was bitter and he gave no response. Ojinisai's originally refined and luxurious noble attire exploded in an instant, and his whole frame transformed into a hulking giant of muscle. In his hand also appeared an arcane musket forged entirely of mithril. Having just blocked a legendary spell, Ba Deng had only just recovered his sight when he saw the menacing Ojinisai and the weapon in his hand. An expression of wariness could not help but appear on his dragon face. Mithril. If an ancient dragon who had reached legendary 4th rank had a body tougher than most substances in this world, then mithril was definitely one of the very few things that could harm him. Take this. Just as Ba Deng was on guard, Ojinisai raised his musket, vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye, and instantly fled backward. Ba Deng was briefly stunned, but he immediately understood. Ojinisai, you old bastard. God damn you. Lu Luasi, who had also figured it out, broke into loud curses, trembling with rage. In order to deeply understand the Storm Knight profession and to cultivate higher realms, Ojinisai had genuinely become a pirate in his youth, and had even earned a place on the pirate bounty list. He did not hesitate in the slightest. Pirates of the past had cursed in far harsher terms, he had long since heard them all. He was a human legendary, and only a low-tier legendary at the 3rd rank. His potential had long been exhausted, and he had no thoughts of affecting the entire royal family for his own sake. He was one of those who chose to lie flat. He was over 100 years old with another 100 years of wealth and honor ahead of him. Why would he stake his old life for Lu Luasi, a great noble he had always found unpleasant? After Eugenius fled, the war between the 3 and the dragon immediately tipped out of balance. Baron, the ancient dragon, having recovered to legendary tier 4, calmly kept the 3 suppressed, preventing them from harassing Arden. Having lived 1,000 years, Baron knew one thing best: never deliver a killing blow unless absolutely forced into an utterly irreconcilable deadlock. Slaying a legend was a sky-shattering affair. He had no intention of pursuing the fleeing Eugenius. Instead, he rained blow after blow upon Rulos and Ser. Alas, Lord, forgive my greed. The golden radiance enveloping Ser shattered rapidly under Baron's ancient dragon claws, spell after spell of varying ranks breaking apart. Thrust, an assassin's basic skill, was elevated to dazzling mastery by Baron. The spatial assassins could manipulate the surrounding space, condensing turbulent currents and razor-sharp spikes. They were overwhelmed, defenseless, their minds worn thin. At last Ser sighed and retreated in a streak of golden light. A 9th circle spell, Body of Holy Light. It transformed one into the purest radiance in an instant, so elusive that even ordinary magical evocations or control spells could scarcely grasp it. Beyond the 8 orthodox schools of magic, after centuries of development, the Modo plane had also given rise to alchemists, mechanists, and gunpowder specializing mechanical mages, alongside old orthodox elemental mages and energy mages who delved into positive and negative energies, as well as curse mages. Rare dimensions, dream mages, and female mages also existed. Spells were endlessly diverse, and even divine arts identical in principle to magic had been granted new functions by dedicated priests and temple guards. As one of the most supreme powers on the entire Noah continent, the shining emblem of the good-aligned camp, the famously benevolent old deity. The Church of the Lord of Myriad Radiances possessed such profound heritage that any trained cardinal exceeded an ordinary human legend. Their ancient secret arts could give even dragons pause. Only you remain. Leave. I have no wish to provoke the kingdom of Tyr. Above the boundless sea, dawn was breaking. The ocean glittered beneath the first rays of sunrise, and the waves mirrored a deep azure sky. Leave? Ha! Rulos's face twisted at Ser's departure, yet upon hearing Baron's words, he burst into frantic laughter. Delusion. Rulos growled. His already lean frame suddenly ignited with a faint, blood-colored flame. By burning the potential of his own life, he attempted to break through from legendary tier 6 to the high ranks. Only thus might he break past Baron's onslaught and find the vessel owned by the master of the airship. Let them all go, all of them a pack of useless fools. Even if only Rulos remained now. A former dragon-slaying hero whose fame resounded across the entire kingdom of Galan, a great swordsman who stood above 10,000 men renowned for a century. When had he ever feared any being? Even with his twin blades shattered, his will remained unyielding, and his heart burned with courage to defy any foe. Beneath his madness, a century of his lifespan drained away at a terrifying speed. Yet his momentum surged just as swiftly, leaping directly from legendary tier 6 to the peak of tier 6. With a frenzied roar, a sudden storm erupted. The sea wind howled, and the waves towered high. At last, he barely reached legendary tier 7. A high legend, a supreme powerhouse capable of founding a kingdom. Madman. Baron's expression turned grim. He shook his head at Rulos, now utterly possessed by the greed of the floating city, but soon the dragon's face regained its composure. Self-inflicted doom cannot be escaped. Since the fool insisted on rushing to his death, he had no one to blame. With a roar, Baron deftly focused his draconic pressure domain entirely upon Rulos alone. Even Rulos, moving faster than sound, felt sluggish and drained far more stamina with every step. A wounded legendary great swordsman who had broken through to legendary tier 7 against a 4-man legendary squad possessing ranged attack support and assault power in equal measure. The outcome between them was far from certain. To Baron, the gap between the two was negligible, and the high-tier power Rulos gained at the cost of his own life force was of the basest grade. His vitality was ultimately finite. Baron could afford to wait. The ancient dragon chanted a great number of defensive spells, layering them upon his own body. Baron had resolved to use every possible means to prolong the fight, to drag it out until Rulos died. Against a high-tier legendary swordsman determined to fight to the death, only a fool would clash head-on. Come, let our respected merchant Bert down. Elsewhere, the blood upon the fortress's deck had already been washed away by the diligent labor of the kingdom's sailors who had long grown accustomed to such work. Arden directed the royal sailors aboard the Golden along with the old captain and crew formerly loyal to the Gimpson merchant Bert to lower Bert, who had been strung up like cured meat for hours. Yet Bert, who had witnessed everything from the mast, his own eyes watching dragons dance across the sky, remained entirely addled to this very moment. As a successful Gimpson, a successful merchant, a money hoarder, and a collector, Bert possessed the talent of speaking honeyed words to men and ghostly flattery to devils. But now he faced not humans, but dragons among supernatural beings. Bert drew a deep breath, swiftly accepting the facts, erasing his earlier desire to make these people pay, and fixed a brilliant smile upon his face. He had never seen a dragon before, yet he had read many books on dragons. And among them one trait stood out clearly. Arrogance. The essence of intelligent beings is flattery. My sincere apologies, Master Bert. In sheer desperation, I offended you to fend off the naval dogs behind us. But now we have broken free of the course. I return your authority to you now, while I hope you bear no grudge. How could I? Lord Arden. By the Lord of Radiance, this is truly my lucky day. I have beheld a great dragon. Bert cursed inwardly. Would he dare speak a single word of dissatisfaction? His sailors at such a critical moment had chosen to obey his wealthy patron instead of him. They could not be kept. He must find a way to replace them all, even at the cost of his business. Only with life could one earn greater wealth. Master Bert, as recompense for my offense to you, I no longer require you to escort me to the Nymantan archipelago. Although you failed to fulfill this voyage's mission for me, you may still keep the payment as compensation for your distress. Arden's words dispelled most of the lingering resentment within Bert's heart. Most grateful, Lord Arden. Yet Bert had already begun to guess where Arden intended to go next. In the storm ocean, only a few places held large human settlements. As the greatest ocean of the entire Modo plain, the Nymantan archipelago upon the storm ocean could be called humanity's jewel of the sea. Its order had stood for over 800 years, enduring unshaken even within the deep sea. Even a kingdom-class medium warship could not cross the storm ocean. The risk of sailing from the southern storm ocean into the northern storm ocean was far too great. So where else could a dragon go in the southern storm ocean? Only the fabled mystic place within those utterly perilous waters. Dragon Island. Boom. Bert kept a friendly smile all along. With more than 200 sailors and dozens of magical beasts aboard, the fortress slowly drifted eastward under their watchful gazes. Only after they had put a kilometer behind them did Bert judge that the creatures or humans aboard that warship could no longer see them. Only then did he let his expression relax and reveal a contemplative look. He was not the only one. The other sailors on the Golden likewise showed relaxed expressions. Being in the presence of beings so far superior in the hierarchy of life, even the renowned benevolent dragon race still made them nervous. Only now could they truly relax. The old captain had just thought of this and was loosening up when another matter suddenly struck him, and his expression turned strange. Many of the sailors had not yet realized the matter, only a few sharp-witted ones had thought of it. Sir Bert, forgive my rudeness, but when we were fighting the Navy's running dogs earlier, we had to find a way to escape. What Lord Arden said might have been the only effective way. The old captain walked up to Bert, who stood at the very front of the deck. Amid the sailors' murmurings, he knelt down on one knee. The old captain, whose face had been long weathered haggard by sea wind and storms, reached out with dry hands covered in knife scars and countless wounds. He took off his captain's hat on his own initiative and handed it to Bert. Of course, at that moment I was merely blinded by fear. Please do not mock me as a coward. At the critical moment, in order to survive, I failed to heed the words of key figures such as you. That was my mistake. All the wealth Lord Arden entrusted to me this time will be shared among you as a reward. Bert generously set the captain's hat back upon the kneeling old captain's head and personally helped him to his feet. A smile squeezed out from the oily fat on his face, making him look like a benevolent lord. Hearing his promise, many people breathed sighs of relief. But for some, alarm bells clanged within their hearts and anxiety instantly welled up inside them. With his mouth he said no, but in his heart he meant something else entirely. With this master of theirs, had such things ever been rare? What Jinpu's person would voluntarily give his own wealth to outsiders? The more he claimed not to care, the deeper he held the grudge in his heart. The old captain was a shrewd character as well. Over the years he had long since learned their master's nature. Traveling far and wide among the more than 50 sailors on the Golden, he alone had followed Bert for 10 years. He understood Bert's intention at once. He closed his eyes in pain, then rose again and walked wordlessly toward the stern. As if guessing what he was doing, some veteran sailors who had followed the captain for years, as if by an unspoken understanding, followed him to the stern to continue steering the ship back. Another group of sailors, their expressions shifting oddly, quietly began completing their duties. You lot. A pack of base-born wretches, thieves of inferior blood. What are you doing? Let me go? Soon Bert's cry of alarm rang out. This warrior of only the second rank had always been obsessed with hoarding wealth and could find every treasure within 10,000 li in the shortest possible time. But he had forgotten that the ability to guard his wealth lay in his own strength. With more than a dozen sailors forcibly seizing his limbs, Bert was thrown into the sea. An icy chill instantly wrapped around Bert's limbs. The azure seawater turned into a life-claiming demon at that moment. In the sunlight, he personally felt the water pour into his body, every inch of his skin and his mouth and nostrils. Bert splashed and struggled for half an hour before finally losing consciousness in despair. Meanwhile, steam roaring, the medium-sized warship fortress weighing more than 1,000 tons continued unswervingly eastward. A brass-colored dragon 18 meters long landed on the deck, a bloody human head clamped in its jaws. It was the head of Lilos, the man whose eyes had been utterly blinded by greed at the appearance of the floating city. Little Arden, what are you doing? How amusing. Facing Baden descending from the sky, Arden showed little reaction and simply continued manipulating his mage hand to write in the book before him. This book made Baden's eyes widen the moment he saw it. Both the paper and the outer cover were of ordinary quality except for the silver dragon engraved upon the cover. It was made of mithril. You truly are extravagant. I have lived for over 1,000 years and never heard of anyone being so lavish as to use mithril for ornamentation. There is simply no comparing one dragon to another. Perhaps only the gods are worthy of such a thing. Baden ranted at full tilt for 5 minutes without repeating a single word. Arden's expression turned sour again. The book before him was what he called the Silver Dragon book. It was Arden's diary. This was because one day a sudden whim had struck Arden. As a progenitor dragon, one day he would become so formidable that Arden could say to every living creature on the continent, "Hand over all your valuables." If that were so, he would certainly be written into the annals of history. Whether elven bards or human historians, they would all record it, making it an eternal, indelible part of the entire empire. If Arden later founded an empire, he would naturally seek to preserve his own chronicles. A diary or book of his own could also become the guiding ideology of his future empire. Why not do it? So Arden had now begun writing down the major and minor events of his life along with the insights he had gained. Fine, Lord Baden, I concede. If it comes to that, I'll give you some mithril. After recording the earlier sea battle in the Silver Dragon book, a work destined to become famous, Arden closed it. Helpless against the loquacious brass dragon at his side, Arden sighed and said, "Very well." The expression on Baden's old face instantly changed into a broad grin. Brass dragons had a very peculiar habit. They were infamous chatterboxes. If any intelligent creature was unwilling to talk with them, they would forcibly detain it, even using immobilization spells until they had said everything they wished to say. If faced with a fellow brass dragon, the two dragons would converse with each other until one no longer wished to speak. A brass dragon took pride in staying for the entire conversation and speaking the final word. Arden's concession made Baden extremely pleased, for this was a future progenitor dragon. If one day after Arden rose to prominence, he could tell that story to his old companions, that would be far too wonderful to describe. Not to mention that Arden was even willing to give him some mithril. Between dragons, exchange is equal. Protecting you is a duty I ought to perform. I will not take your mithril for nothing. Here, take this. Baden accepted a full 50 cubic meters of mithril and was instantly stunned. He looked around at the dragons who, whether openly or secretly, were watching him with envy in their eyes. A feeling both excited and somewhat embarrassed rose in his heart. How could he feel guilty, as if he had robbed his own junior? With that thought, Baden decisively shook his head and took out a storage ring from a spatial rift. That great swordsman's storage ring is for you. Good. Baden did not decline. Equal exchange was a principle that metallic dragons had always upheld. Even the gold-hoarding metallic dragons maintained an admirable tradition. From the mighty dragon kind under the primordial dragon god Bahamut, the elder dragons always shielded the young ones. Indeed, the neighboring chromatic dragons wept with envy. Aiden probed the interior of the storage ring. It held all manner of odds and ends along with various precious resources, fitting for a lifetime of accumulation by an ordinary human legend. First, there were 50,000 gold coins plus several thousand silver coins. Excluding thousands of gold pieces of different colors and from different nations, fully 40,000 were standard gold ducats of the Kingdom of Tyre. These were the standard coinage of the Magitech Empire. Tyre maintained a close relationship with the Magitech Empire beyond the distant seas as its ally and junior partner. In a sense, Tyre was also a pawn inserted by the Magitech Empire into the Noah continent to prevent the Ryan Empire from rising to the rank of a high empire. Tyre had gained a powerful navy, but at the cost of placing its economic lifeline under another nation's control. These precious coins, unsurprisingly, were likely most of House Galen's liquid assets. In addition, Aiden found a vast number of books, nearly 1,000. On a continent where ordinary parchment, the cheapest sheepskin or animal hide, cost at least 5 copper pieces. The total value of these books, including the complete professions of magical knowledge passed down within them, various travelogues, and many secrets concerning ancient times, would not be far off from 10,000 gold coins. As for the rest, aside from the most precious item, 1 cubic meter of the legendary metal sun molten copper, there were less than 10 cubic meters of adamantine and mithril, and no more than a ton of assorted rare metals. Their value was merely ordinary. Other curiosities, weapons, and antiques were another matter. With the appraisal eye of a dragon born from inherited draconic knowledge, they also added up to tens of thousands of gold coins. That was enough to match the wealth a normal duchy could accumulate only after decades of hoarding in its national treasury. Just as Aiden's mind was about to withdraw from the space within the ring, he suddenly detected a trace of a familiar aura. Aiden clicked his tongue in wonder at the skull-adorned book before him, upon whose surface a crack had now appeared. An extremely ominous aura seeped out, only to be suppressed by the golden lock that sealed it. Holy and evil auras intertwined, and Aiden instantly guessed the general chain of cause and effect. A cursed grimoire that was specially sealed by the Church of the Lord of 10,000 Glories. The chill I felt earlier must have been because these things used some curse on me, and then the evil god's power on me rebounded against them. Having understood the full story, Aiden twisted lightly and severed the golden chain. That seal was only meant for the cursed object itself, who for any ordinary outsider, just a bit of strength would suffice to snap it with ease. Respected master, tearing through this thin but dreadful threshold, one that had imprisoned the Book of Termiz for 1,000 years. The book's spirit felt that terrifying and agonizing aura still emanating from the dragon before it. The spirit of the Book of Termiz, none other than the vengeful wraith left by the witch, after emerging courteously performed the proper salute of a mage. Interesting. Aiden casually flipped through the Book of Termiz, whose table of contents clearly explained its origin and usage. The sentient magic book dared not move in the slightest. It is still somewhat useful at critical moments. After perusing it and understanding its functions and general side effects, Aiden made his judgment. Compared to ordinary humans, and even the human experts of Tyre who had appraised its value and danger, he discovered one especially peculiar trait. Those who had used this book, or more precisely those who had actively asked it questions, their souls were all right here. Gazing through a mage's sight penetrating the book's exterior into the deep space within, one could see dozens of souls that had not entered their faith's divine realm. Humans who died from greed had their souls taken away by the Book of Termiz. Through Aiden's investigation, he confirmed the book's principle. It used these souls to pry upon the rules of the continent, thereby unleashing catastrophic disasters. These souls served as its foundation stones. Generally, once they numbered 150, a great calamity would occur. However, the specific rules, the underlying principle of the object itself, remained unclear. Aiden did not yet know, and he estimated that resolving it would be difficult in a short time. After all, this was a matter that even a lesser deity could not solve. My lord, I am immensely honored to fall into your hands. If you have any need, I lowly as an ant shall spare no effort. From now on you are my war trophy. Aiden did not show much response to the book's witch spirit's fawning. Instead, he used the broken golden chain to bind the book and hung it at his waist. Aiden, steeped in that vile and loathsome evil god's power that made him shudder, was himself a walking, moving, uncontrolled, oversized, cursed object upon the earth. Was there anything more evil than him? The Book of Termiz had already been tainted by that evil god's aura, so Aiden could vaguely sense its location. He even had a feeling that he could deepen this aura. One day he would completely corrupt the Book of Termiz. All was calm. After shaking off the pursuit, the fortress set out on its true voyage. Guided by the charts of the stormy ocean charted over centuries by countless human explorers who had sacrificed their lives, they gradually approached one of the few sea regions depicted on the charts as far less detailed than the others. Dragon Island. A terrifying behemoth force that could hold its own across the entire motor plane with its 6 continents and 7 seas. It had existed for over 10,000 years. It was said to have been present since the Dark Ages, or even the Ancient Era, and had once enjoyed an exceptionally glorious age. In the time when the primordial oceanic canopy existed, 10,000 dragons soared together, their clamor shaking heaven and earth. For a long time the lands were kingdoms built by dragons. There was more than one primeval dragon, and they established dragon empires upon the continent one after another. Even now Dragon Island remained the pinnacle power on the continent. Even empires had to greet the dragon flights of Dragon Island with smiles. After everything settled into order, Aiden resumed his studies, listening to the various songs chanted by that deranged purple crystal in his mind. He could endure at most half an hour at a time, and that was after his resistance had already improved. Once to run an experiment, Aiden ignored the wailing protests of the term witch's wraith, which had become a sycophant after defecting to him, and stripped away one of its 78 souls. In an extremely risky manner, he placed this utterly weakened soul into his own mind and made it listen to the grand concert together with him. Bang! The mind bloomed open. After merely 5 minutes, though it was only a spiritual body, it underwent a material-like transformation. A mass of tentacles sprouted from its head. The tentacles, bearing black and 3-colored spots, flailed about while emitting waves of negative energy and evil thoughts that polluted the mind. The whole spiritual body looked like a beautiful flower. It was then annihilated, soul and all, by Aiden, who invoked the power of the ancient god altar. After witnessing the fate that befell every other sentient being who heard the music, Yaden understood how dangerous the crystal before him was. He also understood how fortunate he had been to use that power together with the divine blood to ascend into the ranks of the ancestral dragon. It seemed that one day he should communicate with that ancient god and ask him for this favor once more. This debt of gratitude was absolutely worth repaying. Later, Yaden soothed the vengeful spirit of a witch who had lost one of her souls. In this world, there was never any shortage of oppressors. Finding someone who had lost all reason to greed was all too easy, for humanity has never lacked base instincts. Yaden continued to immerse himself in the enchanting music. After 3 months of prolonged daily exposure to music that defied ordinary human imagination, the fortress had already sailed over 1,000 nautical miles through the southern Foambow Ocean. Under such prolonged and extreme pressure, Yaden's psionic energy, along with his mental power, rose at a rapid pace. The relationship between the two was somewhat unusual, for although both originated from the mind in essence. But after deep research conducted by the psionicists and mind mages of the school of the mind, the two had ultimately been separated and classed as distinct kinds of power. Yaden had risen half a rank from his previous status as a 5th circle mage, and now stood on the threshold of the 6th circle. He could already cast more than 6 5th circle spells. Sasside was generous enough to allow Yaden to replicate 1,000 books before he left. It was thus that Yaden, who had only been an ordinary young mage just entering the intermediate 5th rank, came to have the possibility of continuing to advance. The magical knowledge inherited within the minds of the dragon race was ultimately incomplete. Relying on this trove of knowledge, Yaden could now enter the advanced ranks steadily, though afterward he would continue to seek out a major power for further magical training. As for psionic power, the dragon heritage actually contained a relatively detailed and comprehensive body of knowledge on the subject. If classified according to psionic formulas, Yaden, that bizarre silver dragon who had taken an unorthodox path, and using self-strengthening and self-belief as his foundation ceaselessly expanded his psionic energy, had already reached the 3rd circle of the initial rank. The 1st circle had psionic invasion and fortify will, the 2nd had mind blank ignore technique and suppress fatigue, and reaching the 3rd circle granted psychic mania. In just a month or two, Yaden, who possessed extraordinary natural talent for psionic energy, had already reached a level that a normal psionicist would need years of painstaking effort to attain. And as his psychic consciousness grew stronger, Yaden could sustain himself for longer and longer while listening to that music. Music that surpassed the limits of human imagination and allowed him to sense the most primordial principles and knowledge of the universe. Slowly through that music, Yaden gradually came to understand some deeper knowledge about the system in which the power of the evil god resided, including the special monster he had created. He mastered dozens of words belonging to the language of those special monsters. Every race's language represented that race's greatest civilization system and the true symbol of its civilization. Dragon speech, Elvish, demonic, and similar tongues were all languages capable of wielding extraordinary power. Apart from the most widely used continental common tongue, even humanity had in its ancient history several special languages created by the sages of old. His study of another system of language having gotten on track meant that Yaden had truly begun to excavate that civilization or that race. He was also uncovering the world's true hidden treasure. Having mastered more than a dozen words, Yaden could at last communicate with the special monster he had created. Even at the moment his vocabulary broke past 500 words, Yaden gave him the name he would carry for life, Dionysius. Thank Father. Having received his name, Dionysius replied to his father with his mouth. The tentacles all over his body flapped joyfully, and even the fleshy growths covering him bounced one after another, as if they were beating hearts. Now that their hearts were linked, Yaden could clearly feel the little one's joy. After becoming familiar with it, Yaden had come to accept the monster before him. Although it seemed to have broken past the limits of humanity, when viewed from another angle, it was undeniably more powerful than humans and humanoid races, biologically and in every other sense. Sit. Yaden uttered 2 obscure words that seemed to draw the listener's mind into them. Dionysius obediently sat down. Open your mind. During those 3 months, Yaden had also conceived many strange and wonderful ideas. With his permission, Dionysius's mental power, as pure as a newborn's yet utterly unlike the structure of a normal soul, entered Yaden's brain. He planned to bring this son he had acquired so easily along to listen to the beautiful music together. Dionysius, his current breath weapon, and the beating heart in his body all originated from the evil god crystal that had crashed into his mind. Yaden did not understand its origin, but it possessed such terrifying and uncanny power. He dared not imagine what would have happened if this object had not fallen into the hands of himself, who possessed the ancient god's altar. If it had fallen into the hands of someone else or some other creature, what a catastrophe it might have caused. Even something that a god had wished to destroy, something that had endured for 10,000 years, could be casually corrupted and turned into its fawning dog. It would likely unleash a terrible catastrophe that would make even the gods tremble in fear. Yaden was afraid. He feared this power, and he feared the unknown that lurked behind it. The unknown was what humanity feared most. Therefore, in order to ascertain the truth, he decided to let the transformed Dionysius listen along with him to see whether anything would be different from when he had listened alone. In the boundless void, that enormous violet crystal, 2/3 of it still blazed with purple light, while the remaining third had already entered Yaden's body. That mysterious power had been subtly influencing Yaden's body all along, yet Yaden had found no other mutations on himself, such as growing tentacles. But Yaden could clearly feel that the purple heart within him was beating faster than before. The magnitude of energy had clearly increased, he just had not yet found a way to use it. If developed perhaps in addition to his breath weapon, Yaden could gain another killing move. Oh, an anomaly had indeed occurred. The crystal, after 2 different consciousnesses, had come into contact with it. The music that had once defied ordinary imagination as if plucked on every listener's brain, nerves became a fierce, soaring melody that seemed to pierce the clouds, tear off the top of your skull, and churn the entire head like bean curd. It was as if elegant light music had abruptly transformed into raging heavy metal. Humph. Under the assault of that dreadful music, Yaden instantly fell into a coma. This music was utterly different from what he had heard before. His body underwent no mutation at all. Even his soul remained the same, perfectly intact. But at the final instant before losing consciousness, Yaden felt that something in his body, and even in his soul, had changed. The cold, boundless expanse of the cosmos. Shattered star rings, meteors streaking across the void. Yaden was suddenly jolted awake, frozen in astonishment as he gazed upon a planet hovering at an incomprehensible distance, yet one he could somehow perceive with perfect clarity. Another lucid dream. Yaden recalled his prior unconsciousness. In this familiar yet freezing void, the chill penetrated deeply. He had arrived here through the dream, having never been to this place before. No creature can conceive of that which lies beyond all experience. Something had invaded his dreams and orchestrated everything. Despite this being his own dreamscape, Yaden found himself unable to alter a single thing. He fixed his attention on the planet before him. After confirming Dionysius was not nearby, he began searching for a way out, and the reason the crystal had drawn him in. A massive planet, its surface a uniform emerald green, filled Yaden's vision. His eyesight was sharp, and this was a dreamscape, so he saw everything with impossible clarity. For reasons unknown, his vision pierced through every detail. The soil, the moss, even the individual bacteria. What he wondered was this so-called ecological planet actually made of. His stomach turned. That vibrant green covering the planet's surface wasn't vegetation at all. It was countless swollen, oversized insects piled together. Their slimy bodies glistened bare of any armor, their emerald skin threaded with fine hairs that caught the light. Each creature carried at least 1,000 jointed limbs, and their maws, constructed from countless interlocking rows of teeth, formed the only life on this world. Yaden couldn't gauge how long either the planet or these insects had existed, but they had clearly developed their own civilization. These eyeless creatures with their gaping maws sprawled across the surface like an immense verdant forest. Beneath Yaden's watchful gaze, these bizarre, repulsive insects began living out their existence. Over 20% of the underground space had been hollowed out by these green camouflaged insects, which had consumed every living thing, including plants. Starved and desperate, the insects turned to cannibalism and waste. Over time, Yaden noticed extraordinarily large specimens among them. What started as plump creatures no thicker than a human arm gradually twisted into grotesque horrors exceeding several meters in length. Their mouthparts could spray acidic fluid. Each had evolved beyond ordinary insects, something from another dimension entirely capable of sweeping through entire regions with ease. Their bodies grew increasingly massive, the gap between them and the common green worms widening. Yaden couldn't tell how much time had passed, perhaps merely a heartbeat. The verdant forest had vanished from the planet's surface. This colossal, eternally barren world revealed its true color, a desolation etched into the cosmos itself. The barren earth color signified absolute desolation, devoid of any vitality. 18 extraordinary green entities, each over 100 meters in length, remained. These 18 had carved their path through billions of their kin to survive. Each possessed extraordinary talent and radiated a terrifying killing intent. Yaden assessed these 18 beings before him, judging each to possess power at least at the legendary 5th stage. This assessment followed the rules of his own realm and universe. He was still uncertain how power was measured in this particular world. Each insect had undergone over 100 evolutionary stages, becoming unrecognizable as the same species or descendants of those original green worms. Drawn by instinct and an inexplicable force, these creatures converged upon a massive mind pit. The enormous cavern was covered in bizarre, maddening patterns. The markings resembled the bloody trails of a colossal tentacled beast flailing its appendages. The air hung thick with the acrid scent of coagulated ichor and blood from countless dead insects. Reason abandoned the 18 turned on each other in frenzied predation. One creature bore a quill-covered exoskeleton resembling a monstrous hedgehog. 16 pairs of razor-sharp limbs remained capable of rending stone and mountains. 3 osteoderms launched from its back, striking a centipede-like worm whose segmented body proved deceptively resilient. Amid the slaughter, only 2 emerged wounded, but after devouring the flesh of their fallen kin, their power surged dramatically. In this horrific bloodbath, 2 terrifying entities faced each other in a final duel. One had transcended its invertebrate nature, ascending to a vertebrate form, standing upright. Where its mouth parts should have formed a profusion of sensory tentacles now dominated its face, reading every disturbance in the air. 8 prehensile appendages radiated outward, each tipped with a maw sharp enough to shatter anything. Massive tendrils converged along its lower body, splitting into dual streams that granted it speed far beyond conventional life. On the opposing side, the other exposed its digestive tract, dripping putrid fluids and corrosive acids onto the scarred earth, each impact carving fresh wounds. Its skin, layered with fat and acid-resistant material, hardened into an impenetrable carapace, resembling some malevolent arachnid, yet equally transformed from humble invertebrate worm into a vertebrate predator. Its face was encased in a skull-like bone plate framed by 6 pairs of fangs, while its lower body bore 16 pairs of clawed limbs. Both monsters wielded esoteric techniques beyond ordinary understanding. And in that moment when only these 2 remained, Yadun detected within them an aura identical to his own. Resonating with something deep within, Yadun's heart stuttered twice beyond its normal rhythm. They had crossed the same threshold he had. Yet before Yadun stood 2 creatures so profane they could summon a deity of light themselves, beings possessing power at least at the legendary high stage. Yadun himself remained but an ordinary dragon at the legendary 12th stage. If this aura wasn't measured by power alone, then what defined it? While Yadun's mind raced, processing and analyzing the critical information, the 2 grotesque beings below engaged in a final battle for survival. A roar erupted first from the insectoid horror whose face had dissolved into 18 separate tentacles. It launched the first attack. A hiss, while Yadun's mind was in turmoil, searching for a reason behind everything before him. In just 15 minutes, these 2 creatures, the only 2 beings on this planet to have survived the competition, already the outcome had been decided. The spider-like vertebrate insectoid monster lay belly up, its pure green translucent tentacles weakly spraying transparent fluid. 8 tentacles, swift as venomous snakes, effortlessly bored through the hard cheek of the spider monster lying on the ground, and with frantic excitement devoured its brain. The tentacle-faced victor devoured all 17 creatures that had fallen into this pit, consuming them completely. Its stomach and 8 tentacles seemed insatiable. It actually stuffed food more than 10 times its own body size into its belly. The terrifying body that had originally been over 100 meters long now exceeded 200 meters. At that moment, an aura of ultimate depravity and derangement, something that should never have existed in this world, stirred back to life. The purple heart in Yadun's chest began to beat wildly, his blood and chi surging. He felt that power communicating with him. Yadun stared hard at the crater. Inside, countless vast ancient markings suddenly seemed to come alive, transforming one after another into black, translucent worms. The sole survivor, the humanoid insectoid creature utterly different from before, watched the worms closing in around it. Though its head was covered with tentacles, it betrayed no expression. Yet Yadun could sense the emotion radiating from it, pure to the extreme. Reverence. Thousands upon thousands of enormous worms, vast as a sea, formed a black tide that engulfed the creature. The insectoid body of over 200 meters did not move in the slightest, even as the mouthparts of the worms tore at it from every direction and angle. This being's power far surpassed theirs. Holes appeared across its body, just like the surface of this planet. Endless black worms carved path after path through its body, devouring flesh and blood. In the end, the insectoid humanoid collapsed to the ground, and even everything inside its body was eaten. Once they had devoured it completely, the black worms returned to their original positions and became the ancient markings once more. Only the trace of depraved aura and the reek of insect fluids remained. At the spot where the green insectoid humanoid had died, a large clump of green viscous solid was left behind. These were the embryos of the green worms. Everything seemed to have returned to the original cycle. Yadun now roughly understood the situation. These green worms gradually grew. They gnawed on the spinal bones, continued chewing through sand and earth, and searched for minerals in the planet's existing mines. Once they occupied the surface of the planet once more, they would again unleash slaughter. And every time they died, it was the moment the black worms launched their gluttonous feast. As Yadun thought of this, boom. In an instant, he found himself on this sandy ground. He had entered this planet and arrived again in this barren sand pit. Yadun panicked at once, not knowing what to do. Just as he was about to spread his wings and fly away, he was shocked to discover that his wings had vanished, leaving only 8 tentacles bearing mouthparts. He had become the dead monster. How was that possible? Yadun was stunned. He had watched with his own eyes as that monster died before him. His heart pounded violently, and it triggered this place once more. Squeak. The black sea of worms appeared again and enveloped the entire crater in an instant. Yadin wailed in torment. The agony of 10,000 worms gnawing at his heart. Countless black worms small as fingers exuded odors and bodily fluids from their surfaces that could dissolve anything. They broke through Yadin's skin and began to eat his flesh and fat. Slowly the strange sound of squirming began to come from his abdomen and internal organs. Under this torture Yadin wanted to save himself. Yet he discovered in despair that no matter how he tried to control this insectoid body, it was as if his innate bloodline were being suppressed. Beneath the black worm sea, tiny as fingers yet able to cover him completely, Yadin could not move even one tentacle. As life ebbed away, he struggled slowly in hopeless agony. The black worms were not only devouring his body, Yadin could clearly feel his soul being gnawed as well. He was on the verge of losing consciousness under the pain. But at that moment he heard a strange sound. In his mind, eerie and beautiful melodies beyond anything ordinary appeared out of nowhere. It was the music radiating from the evil god Crystal. The music had become tangible. Even to those brainless worms it seemed able to shake their souls. The worm sea immediately ceased its actions. Under the music's control the worms began to move in rhythm, though there were so many black worms that they could fill the entire hollow. Miraculously they all crawled into Yadin's abdomen. Recovering from the terrible agony, Yadin fell into a coma. Before losing his final will, Yadin seemed to hear music. To describe it in more accurate terms, the music radiating from within his body made the black worms sing a hymn. A formless, featureless space utterly consumed by darkness, where nothing could be seen 5 meters beyond oneself. On a rock, a 10-meter-long silver dragon wore a pained expression. Yadin finally regained consciousness. He's awake. What a pity. 5 minutes and 58 seconds. If only there had been 1 more minute and 2 seconds, we could have eaten him. When will you ever correct that gluttonous habit? The moment Yadin woke, he heard whispers drifting through the endless darkness, and his dragon scales stood on end. The murmuring words were like venomous snakes trying to pry open Yadin's mind. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and he could not help feeling suffocated. Elemental energy veiled his eyes, and Yadin's eyes flew wide. He saw all manner of creatures in the darkness, at least 10 or more surrounding him. They communicated through soul will and the language Yadin had learned before. It was actually Lord Sa. Yadin was struck so hard that his mind went blank. He hasn't gone stupid, has he? Or shall we just eat him? A creature in the darkness said with ill intent. The hidden malice which threatened his life made Yadin instantly discard every other thought. His expression turned taut. Enough. Everyone quiet. The whispers in the darkness became a source of amusement because of Yadin's behavior. It was like a human watching a cricket on a plate trying to jump out and bite them. Then a vast mighty voice suppressed them all. Blood-red quicksand drifted out of the darkness and gradually formed a humanoid figure of shifting sand before Yadin. Welcome our newcomer. Miskatonic University welcomes you, our new student. The quicksand before him, using the language Yadin had learned, currently more than 800 words, carved out one character after another in the sand, letting them float before Yadin so he could see. With a gasp, Arden awoke upon the grandest bed in the bastion, an immense construction pieced together from 3 separate mattresses. A wave of relief washed over him. But as he instinctively turned his awareness inward to his stomach, he fell silent once more. Everything that had happened before was not a dream. For within his stomach, suspended above the churning gastric acids, floated a planet, shrunk until it was no larger than a grain of sand, yet still vividly perceptible to Arden's spiritual sense. The legendary Cthulhu, the end of all that is unnameable, the ancient god Azathoth. Arden felt utterly at a loss. It took him quite a while to accept reality. Reflecting on his memories of the dream, Arden let out a sigh. So I fell asleep. And yes, I truly reached the level of cultist. Just then he noticed something before him. Without his permission, Dionysius lay collapsed into a puddle of utter exhaustion on the floor, all eyes shut, lost in the depths of slumber. Now possessing definite knowledge regarding the origin of the crystal in his mind, Arden finally let down the last shred of his guard towards the creature he himself had created. Miskatonic University. Him of the giant macrophage worm. This creature of his infected by the evil god Crystal, brimming with the high powers of Cthulhu. Together with the aberrant being Dionysius, equally infected by his own breath, they had both listened to the crystal of Tronimbra without any physical change. Through some mysterious bond between souls, and with the music transcending all time and space, they unexpectedly made contact with another world through the medium of dreams. Him of the giant macrophage worm. That planet itself was the vessel bearing this living tome. Miskatonic University, along with the paramount geniuses of other races, arranged for an outstanding talent to attempt mastering it once every 100 years. Unfortunately, this living tome possessed its own sentience, and one of its crucial requirements for choosing a master was an almost perfect body. In essence, it was akin to a parasite. No other being had ever met its exacting standards, and after each of its past masters perished, it would once again transform into a planet drifting here. For eons this had been the case. As the owner of a house, one naturally required a fine dwelling. By sheer happenstance, Arden, whose mind had wandered into another world, caught the attention of this book. Every worm contained within that living planet in his abdomen, and every hollow upon its surface chewed out by worms over countless ages. All of it held the madness and truth that this tome had accumulated over eons, sought after by every aberrant being. If one could master it, they would ascend to the highest echelons of power, even in that world. Sensing that a tremendous upheaval had occurred at the tome's original resting place, a professor from Miskatonic University, Nell the Sand Demon, had led a group of students there to personally inspect the situation. That was how they discovered Arden. After learning of the entire circumstances with Arden concealing the crystal in his mind, having never heard of such an occurrence before, Nell, driven by the common curiosity of all scholars, used his professorial authority to protect Arden. To prevent this tome from being lost, and in violation of the treaty that it must never be exposed, Nell chose to take Arden, a creature from another plane of existence, and enroll him as this year's new student at Miskatonic University. After all, this was hardly the first or second time such a thing had happened. Thinking of this, Arden instinctively glanced at the back of his left claw. When he gathered his spiritual energy, a badge materialized there, carved from pure bone, its intricate detail measurable on a nanometer scale. It bore secret words written in writhing tentacles with an underlying pattern of planets, wastelands, grasslands, and ice. It read Miskatonic University Freshman Arden. That's not bad. Alright, fine. Joining is good too. Arden felt mentally drained. Even his remarkably thick nerves needed time to recover. He could only silently comfort himself with these thoughts. Professor Nell's theories could not explain why the tome had chosen Arden. Yet the astute entity could see that the little dragon was hiding something. Still, a talent who could master the tome was rare indeed, so he decided to turn a blind eye. As for whether this creature from another dimension would affect this world, that would be an utter joke. Of course, Professor Nell still probed openly and subtly for the real reason. To a being of his level, very little remained secret. Such an encounter was rare. How could he so easily let the spark of research, reignited after endless ages, slip away? Arden was no fool, however, and kept his lips sealed. For he had already guessed which great being the crystal in his mind came from. This might actually be a good thing for Arden, for such a great existence would hold no greed towards an ordinary creature like him. The power of the great outer god had upon his ancestral draconic form layered an additional trace of chaotic madness and truth above its existing perfection. As a result of this dream, he had not only joined Miskatonic University. From now on, so long as he continued dreaming as he had today, he could contact Professor Nell and study the theories and knowledge of the chaotic world. Before leaving, Professor Nell had imparted a vast trove of chaotic knowledge. Arden also gained a unique tome coveted by all races, the very object of envy for every genius, and a set of vocation paths tailored specifically for Dionysius, drawn from the second piece of heavy metal music played by the crystal of Tronimbra. Reptilian cultist, aberrant priest, abomination, godspawned heresy. Perhaps influenced by the rules of this world, that set of information, capable of evolving Dionysius into an entirely different species from what he was now, had been transformed into a profession of this world. Dionysius directly acquired an elite-grade profession, one bearing the corrupt aura of the same origin as that other world. Arden knew exactly where that aura of corruption came from the knowledge Professor Nell had forcibly crammed into him before departing. From the lowliest servant races of the chaotic world, far weaker than humans, to the outer gods who influenced the very origins of worlds. Only those bearing this aura were qualified to become their members. This aura, its origin traced back to the great Lord of Chaos. Every breath he exhaled during his slumber was one of the most terrifying reasons the chaotic world dominated the multiverse. Arden merely sighed at this, then shifted his attention to the tome he had acquired. The fifth tenet, and one that out of practical need had not actively tried to burrow into his mind. After getting used to it, Arden extended his spiritual energy towards it. Such a considerate tenet deserved a gentle touch. As his spiritual energy delved within, it felt as if he had returned to that colossal impact crater. Covered in countless crawling worms, the sensation of dense masses of them slithering through his body caused the dragon excruciating physical pain. He endured only 3 minutes before withdrawing. In a sense, it was no better than listening to the music of the crystal. This dream had not only resolved the latent thread of that enormous crystal in his mind and uncovered the root of everything. It had made him a student of a major power and granted him a wealth of precious ancient knowledge. It also brought him a complete legacy of professions spanning from ordinary to miraculous, as well as the priceless tome. Though the path had been tortuous, with 2 moments when Arden believed he might die a horrible death or meet a fate far worse than death, still it wasn't bad overall. Arden committed the sensation to memory, hoping to soon fully master the tome that had accepted him. The hymn of the giant macrophage worm consisted of 550 hymns, each bearing bizarre and vastly different powers. Every one of those uncanny abilities was something countless beings of the chaotic world yearned for, but could never obtain. The tome also shared a profound connection with 2 races of the chaotic world, the giant macrophage worms and the burrowing earthworms. Chirp, 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 poof. Arden attempted to use the last ability he had gained after that peculiar dream. Beneath Arden's perfect draconic body, those streamlined limbs brimming with power, magical aura, and pressure, a flood of slick tentacles surged forth from every part of him. This was the transformation wrought upon Arden by the crystal of Tronimbra. The colossal, throbbing violet heart in Arden's chest had been subtly warping his very self all along. It was only until the moment he and Dionysus listened to music together that the transformation was finally completed. It was precisely because Arden possessed the most fundamental and essential outward feature of all creatures in the chaos world, tentacles. Each creature's tentacles differ. Arden's were pure milky white. That was why the other students of Miskatonic did not oppose Professor Neal's impromptu decision. Arden could no longer simply be described as a silver dragon among the five-colored dragon kind. If one had to describe him, he could fully be called an evil dragon, having acquired the life characteristics of a chaotic being, and a high-tier race at that. Poof! Arden observed the tentacles sprouting across his entire body, where they joined his armor like scales. Every scale seemed to soften in that instant. Through his frantic experiments, Arden sought to determine just what level the mutated silver dragon body had reached under the influence of chaos power, and what significant changes had occurred. He devised countless whimsical ideas. Whooshed! Under Arden's gaze, a mass of fleshy buds appeared on the right side of his neck, then formed into thin white tendrils. Slowly the white tendrils intertwined and formed a massive head, nearly identical to Arden's entire dragon visage. In that moment Arden gained an extra head. The two heads stared at each other. Arden pondered, and then carefully asked, "How do you feel right now? Can you use 3 different kinds of breath?" "Never felt better. Of course I can use all of your abilities." Arden spoke excitedly, rejoicing in his new birth, filled with delight and pleasure. But in the next instant boundless darkness filled his draconic pupils. Gulp! Arden opened his massive maw and in one bite tore off the other head atop his body. At the severed junction between the dragon head and body, blood flowed for a second or two before immediately clotting. Thanks to his powerful physique, thin white tendrils began to weave a network beneath his nerves, fat, blood, and skin. In less than a minute the wound scabbed over. Within 5 minutes it had fully recovered, though the newly grown scales looked slightly fragile. This was another immensely powerful ability Arden discovered in his body aside from the extra tentacles. Using the tentacles to corrupt any object they touched. Perfect manipulation. He could transform himself into a being whose most basic unit of life was the tentacle. Or rather, his very essence was now that of a tentacular organism. Every inch of his skin, flesh, blood, and muscle, so long as it remained connected to his body, could dissolve into fine white tendrils. It could construct any form of life. And this applied on both the level of soul and body. This was why Arden had become a two-headed dragon earlier. He had split his soul and used a portion of his flesh to create another independent life, sharing the same body as him. This greatly intrigued Arden, for during this transformation he had used his tentacles to split off a part of his own soul. The head he created thus possessed an independent consciousness. Although Arden could clearly sense its general emotions within its heart, he still could not understand its thoughts. The naked malice made Arden realize that this Arden he had created was already scheming in his mind to seize control of his entire body. So he eliminated him before he could act, avoiding the immense trouble that Arden might have caused in the future. This ability showed Arden just how terrifyingly precise his control over himself had become. Down to the most foundational soul and the most basic cell, he could forcibly reshape them. Dragons were called perfect creatures because of their mighty bloodline and innate magical talent. But the dragon body structure was far from perfect. Compared to Titans, it was merely above average. The reason they became a golden race was largely due to their overwhelming magical talent, which masked this weakness. He could alter every inch of his body, it will truly control everything about himself, and wring out every last ounce of strength. There had always been a saying passed down in draconic heritage: only those who can control every inch of their flesh and wield every ounce of power with absolute mastery are truly worthy of being called mighty. This would allow Arden to amend the final imperfections of his already formidable body. But could he still call himself a dragon? Arden's teeth ached. Every organ, every piece of flesh within him could now transform into horrifying tentacles. He was less an ancestral dragon of the silver dragon lineage and more a chaotic being wielding ancestral dragon-level power in a pleasing appearance. Forget it. He would just treat it as having taken up an additional profession. Arden sat in stunned silence for 3 whole hours, ceaselessly praying to the Lord of the North Wind to forgive his sins. This was truly not his intention. During his prayers, he frequently glanced up at the sky and worried, dreading that the Lord of the North Wind would send divine punishment and erase a monster like him. Slowly, he came to terms with reality. It had already happened, and against his will, he had been utterly compelled. Since he could not change it, having been forcibly altered in essence by a supreme, unfathomable existence, he could only accept it. At the very least, no matter how his essence changed, Arden was still Arden. His convictions had not changed. Spring year 20090 of the Moto calendar. Crack. Several months had passed, nearly half a year drifting at sea. When the fortress had first set sail, it was only in pursuit of enemies, so it had not stored many vital supplies aboard. Though they had exchanged some materials with the Golden. The Golden, originally bound for a long voyage, could return home, so it handed over a great deal of supplies to the fortress. But what was enough for 50 people for half a year if given to more than 200? It simply was not enough for the fortress to last. The fresh water stored by the sailors was nearly depleted. They could only have Elena and Thomas use their water-creating spells, supplemented by the weak alcohol stored in the hold, to stay hydrated. If the water problem could still be managed, then the food problem was nearly unsolvable. The only food the crew could obtain on this vast sea was ocean fish, and they could clean the barnacles and clams that had somehow attached themselves to the fortress. Yet this easily brought another affliction: scurvy. By now the minds of more than 200 people were under immense strain, having been constantly studying the chaotic magic knowledge and various arcane arts of another world. Arden, advancing rapidly all at once, could easily sense this with his innate scion instincts. He had to find a solution. It would still be at least 2 months before the fortress reached Dragon Island. Without any vitamins, these sailors would be dead before long. Guthrie, this is for you. It is my blessing. In return, I am about to give you a sacred mission. Arden quickly thought of a way to supplement vitamins. Seaweed. Kelp. And so he soon turned his gaze toward a group of idle, snoring, gluttonous dragons. Your Highness Yaden, just command me. The adult blue dragon Giaceli was deeply stirred, his dragon pupils dilating, his entire being trembling with barely suppressible excitement. He prostrated himself respectfully, raising his head and opening his maw wide. Yaden slashed open the palm of his right foreclaw with his left claw. Blood, heavy as rubies, scorching hot, flowed down. It lasted a full minute until Yaden gave a low grunt and stopped, deliberately keeping the wound open. His body's regenerative power instantly sealed it shut. Giaceli closed his mouth and swallowed all of that vast quantity of dragon blood into his belly. Roar! Giaceli felt waves of warmth rising from his stomach, and soon the heat gradually grew. It felt as though a ball of fire was blazing in his gut. Giaceli's agonized roars rang out without pause. They drew the attention of the 3 young silver dragons and the remaining 13 evil dragons of the evil dragon clan. Yaden was observing as well. The transformation involved 3 grades of dragon blood: the highest grade true blood, the next grade essence blood, and the most ordinary dragon blood. Depending on the precise quantity and quality, it would grant different power to the creature being transformed. As a progenitor dragon, a rank above ordinary great dragons, Yaden's blood could absolutely enhance the innate gifts of ordinary dragons. For Giaceli, whose personal strength had already reached level 19. It was even more critical, for he already stood among the strongest, just below legendary. Unless a legendary red dragon or gold dragon of the same level 19 appeared, or one encountered a divine scion, an epic class being, or a golden race being. Level 19 existences of that kind were exceedingly rare. Even Yaden, if he resolved not to use the power of chaos, could not defeat one at present. The agony grew fiercer, like countless tiny worms writhing over his body and gnawing into his flesh. Finally, unable to bear it, Giaceli collapsed clumsily to the ground and rolled left and right. A great many sturdy scales slid to the ground at that moment, carrying flesh and skin with them. His enormous body began to shrink at a visible rate. A ferocious, giant blue dragon over 10 meters long thus became a fleshy worm over 10 meters long. He had clearly shrunk by a full size. A massive amounts of fat had been consumed during the evolution, leaving him so thin that only skin wrapped his bones. Bloody and dripping, feeble and listless, this continued for half an hour. Only then did Giaceli collapse helplessly onto the ground. Stomach acid churned ceaselessly in his belly. The enormous rumble was audible to every human and monster aboard the ship. Lord Baden, seeing this, Yaden, utterly unsurprised, turned and addressed the millennium-old brass dragon Baden, who had been hidden all along. 1 cubic meter of mithril. Deal. Yaden nodded with pain in his chest. Every time he willingly took out his mithril, it was either for the growth of his own kin. After all, he had already given his true blood. No matter how poor, one must never let the family dragons go poor. Or it was to cross Dragon Island and ensure his own safety, as when he had willingly given to Sufei and Baden. The worth of the mithril far exceeded the task Baden had just performed. If it were not for the dangers of the distant seas, and also to gain a more capable subordinate, so that the wool would come from the sheep's own back, he would never make such a losing deal, wasting so many resources on his slave. In less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn, with the sailors on deck watching, with gaping jaws, Giaceli swallowed in succession every kind of sea, beast, pickled food, ocean fish, and salted fish stored in 10 wooden barrels. Just as he was about to be driven mad by hunger, and fixed his scarlet dragon head on the puny human sailors on the ship, His Highness was still here. He could not eat His Highness's men. He could not eat his own kind. A giant sea turtle dropped out of nowhere, for enormous razor-sharp gouges had split open the shell on its back. Fresh, savory blood seeped through the cracks of its carapace as the turtle let out a low, agonized moan. A great sea turtle as high as level 16, a creature that could dominate its corner even in the storm ocean, as long as it did not approach the core of the stormy sea, which was called the Forbidden Zone. That forbidden place teemed with legendary sea creatures. A master-rank creature possessed intelligence no less than a human's and could interact quite comfortably with the tribes of the various seas. Unfortunately, this deep-sea turtle, which had been peacefully basking in the sun, was unexpectedly found by Baden while he was hunting for prey. As Giaceli devoured the turtle in great bites, his gaunt, bone-thin body slowly began to recover under the nourishment. The blue dragon scales that had fallen also slowly recovered under the nourishment. Unlike the pure blue of before, they now took on a clear azure color, as lucid as the sea. The aura that had plummeted to rock bottom slowly gathered back. After this, Baden brought back 2 more master-rank magical beasts. They were already in the storm ocean, in a region that could not be counted as either open sea or nearshore waters. As long as one searched carefully, master-rank magical beasts were not necessarily hard to find. One was a crab, the other was a blue-ringed octopus with 16 legs, obviously a mutant. The octopus's venom was nothing more than child's play to Jayasili, who had devoured an entire sea turtle and still had not eaten his fill. Dragons were not only naturally immune to a vast amount of magic, their stomachs and bodies were also immune to most physical damage. Jayasili placed his claw on the blue-ringed octopus, which was already at its last gasp, and kept spewing toxic, inky clouds. He cruelly tore it apart into pieces. One by one, thick, powerful tentacles, longer and thicker than a man-sized bucket, were ripped off by sheer force. It tasted like snake meat, crisp and crunchy. Jayasili somehow managed to eat the tentacles as if they were noodles. Even Yadin began to feel a bit hungry. After swallowing the whole octopus, Jayasili, unable to eat the last crab, immediately fell into a deep slumber. His aura began to climb gradually from level 19 toward the peak of level 19. Apart from ordinary sleep, which could last anywhere from several days to several months at a stretch, and apart from the 1/3 of a dragon's life spent sleeping. In the course of their long lives, there are also a few special deep sleeps. When they pass from their current growth cycle into the next, they sleep exceptionally deeply. Jayasili had only recently become a juvenile blue dragon, barely past 200 years old. Clearly there was no chance he should have stepped into the next growth cycle. Storing up so much nourishment before sleep was enough to prove that he was undergoing a metamorphosis in the most profound sense of life. The dragon was being reborn entirely. The moment he awakened, he would have a chance to surge into the legendary realm. Worth it. Yadin took another cubic meter of mithril from his storage ring and tossed it to Baden, who was beaming with joy. He let out a long breath and nodded with satisfaction. Jayasili, who he had thought could only reach the peak of level 19, had turned out more ambitious than he imagined. This was very good. As for the task of dredging up waterweeds and kelp, were not these 13 evil dragons, their eyes blazing and staring at him with longing, among whom 5 little female dragons were deliberately radiating the scent of hormones, not enough? They would surely obey Yadin's orders. A legendary powerhouse who had signed a soul enslavement contract with him exchanged for 1 cubic meter of mithril. It was absolutely not a loss. Boom. On the ship, apart from the humans who had no idea what was happening, all the dragons, including Elena, Tuomasai, and Defuni, and every member of the evil dragon clan understood what this moment meant for Jayasili. Their gazes were complicated. Just then their varied emotions were shattered. Roar! Wicked pirates! Come quietly and submit to justice. A joyful sentence in the dragon tongue shattered everything. The sudden sound drew the attention of every dragon and every human aboard the ship. Crack! A 12-meter-long small dragon burst out of the sea off the port side of the fortress, its exterior like a coat of bronze that had rotted in the deep sea for at least a century. The dragon's tail slammed directly onto the port deck, instantly stunning the nearby sailors. It let out an excited cry, imagining that its majestic bearing would immediately strike terror into every pirate aboard the ship. Many eyes met. More than a dozen evil dragons stared at the bronze dragon, whose cringe-inducing adolescent bravado was off the charts. The atmosphere instantly froze. As if a flock of seagulls, or crows, passed overhead. The joy on the bronze dragon's face stiffened. Suddenly, he wore an expression caught between weeping and laughter, his face crumbling. Ha ha ha. So a fledgling bronze dragon out to punish evil and uphold justice has actually set his sights on us, a black dragon said darkly. More than a dozen evil dragons exchanged glances, each seeing the amusement and darkness hidden in the other's draconic eyes. Another reckless greenhorn coming out to amass wealth under the banner of punishing evil, without even bothering to gather intelligence. Several evil dragons, utterly devoid of self-awareness, especially the 2 red dragons, smugly thought to themselves, "Why, what do you want?" Staring at the 13 evil dragons closing in around him, this bronze dragon, who had clearly only just reached adulthood or was perhaps still a juvenile, instantly lost his composure. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, let alone more than 10 evil dragons no weaker than himself. Could he be dreaming? How could there be this many evil dragons of so many different breeds? They had gathered peacefully without making a sound. It must be the pirate ship. There was a psion aboard the pirate ship influencing his mind. Dios, deceiving himself, watched the evil dragons cackling as they closed in around him. 3 minutes later, he could no longer lie to himself and nearly burst into tears. "Wah, don't come near me." Dios stared in terror and disbelief at the evil dragons lunging at him. His Majesty Bahamut above, what luck is this today? In 68 years, he had never faced such despair. Who could come and save him? From Dios's mouth, cone after cone of lightning breath, a repelling dragon breath, poured forth. The terrible lightning struck the fortress. Even places reinforced with iron plates were reduced to brittle charcoal. The evil dragons stopped in their tracks. These experienced hunters quietly waited for the bronze dragon to throw himself into disarray. Soon enough, the bronze dragon stopped squandering his breath weapon as recklessly as before. A few coughs produced no breath at all. That was their opportunity. Wah! In despair, Dios tried to beat his wings and flee, but 3 evil dragons blocked his path in the sky the moment he rose. Through a special method, he had secretly contacted the elders of Dragon Island. As a guardian of Dragon Island, he now found himself amid despair and a gray haze burdened with multiple curse spells. Unfortunately, he was captured. Though he was a mighty dragon, he was reduced by more than a dozen spells of at least the 5th circle to a feeble great lizard so weak that crawling to his feet left him gasping for breath. Spare his life. Just as Dios was certain, he was about to be tortured by the cruel, vile, and shameless chromatic dragons. A voice came through. These dragons, whose scales and colors differed wildly, had been discussing how to cut him into 8 pieces, then whittle him into a dragon cane to hang beneath the highest sail of the ship. The evil dragons who had been prepared to make jerky of him instantly fell silent, and even stepped back in unison. A silver dragon. Dios had already suffered a shock to his soul moments before. Now he was struck once more, this time in his very spirit and worldview. It was a silver dragon mixed in with the evil dragons. He really had to be under the influence of a psion or a mind flayer, didn't he? Thinking this, Dios swung his dragon claw and slapped himself hard across the face. The chromatic dragons possessed no kinship or kindness whatsoever. Not to mention how they treated metallic dragons. They dealt with any other creature, even their own kind, in the cruelest of ways. Even if they did not kill, they had countless ways to torment a dragon. Yet now they were bowing and scraping before a silver dragon. It hurt. This was no dream. Dios, who had slapped himself, whimpered through his tears. How is this possible? Are you all right? Arden looked at the pathetic bronze dragon lying on the ground, drooling from the corner of its mouth, having even slapped itself with its own claw. Arden suspected the dragon might have been driven mad by the evil dragons. I'm fine, and you are, sir? Dios's eyes kept sweeping across the warship, so ornate and immaculate, a world apart from an ordinary pirate ship. Even the frail humans wore identical uniforms, utterly unlike dissolute wicked pirates. He also spotted numerous monsters, and in the distance, 3 juvenile silver dragons far smaller than the unusual silver dragon before him. A fallen silver dragon leading a horde of evil dragon minions, and even enslaving 3 young silver dragons. Could their target be Dragon Island? While Dios's mind was churning with wild speculation, he heard Arden's account. I come from Sorel, one of the 9 states of the Tulian Desert. I am a member of the local Silver Dragon clan, and under the command of our clan's great elder Sasside, I came to Dragon Island to deliver a message. To earn the dragon's trust, Arden took out the letter entrusted to him by Elder Sassage and a dragon scale bearing the elder's aura. He placed them directly before Dios. Unfortunately, the bronze dragon before him had not even reached adulthood. Arden could already tell it was at most in its youth a small bronze dragon only 12 meters long. He had no idea what had gotten into the dragon. No matter how Arden asked where Dragon Island was, the creature refused to say a word. Left with no choice, Arden produced something sufficient to prove his identity. The dragon god's token. Dios's eyes trembled as he stared at the small silver statue floating above Arden's head. A resonance from his bloodline told him it carried the aura of his majesty, Behemoth, Lord of the North Wind. In that instant, Dios cast aside every deduction he had made. He became actively docile and courteous to Arden, even growing reverent. Gazing at Arden as if at an idol, he quickly poured out everything he knew. A short while later, the fortress adjusted its course by a slight angle and made straight for Dragon Island. This made Arden sigh. The chromatic dragons were so tense with one another that they all but wished to enslave and kill each other on sight, treating every other dragon as a bitter enemy. The atmosphere among bronze dragons, indeed among the entire metallic dragon race, especially when gathered in groups, was immeasurably better. Bronze dragon Dios was astonished to learn that the 3 little dragons were Arden's siblings from the same clutch. But after learning of Arden's identity as a progenitor dragon, he immediately grew respectful, his awe swelling. He now understood why His Majesty Behemoth had bestowed such a treasure of the dragon god upon this extraordinary silver dragon. He even entertained a wildly irreverent thought: could this divinely favored progenitor dragon be His Majesty Behemoth's illegitimate child? Arden, scrutinized like a treasure, was long accustomed to Dios's gaze. He had been subjected to such looks back in his own family. Being studied like a lab rat, Dios was in turn studying Arden. Bronze dragons, a mighty race, ranked 4th among the metallic dragons, a notch above black dragons, the 4th ranked of the chromatic dragons. Like gold dragons, they were righteous dragons who loathed evil and would actively crusade against it whenever they encountered it. Lawful good in alignment, they were even willing to offer righteous aid without payment, unlike silver dragons who served only for reward. They generally preferred to live by the sea, with 1 male and 1 female forming a family. They loved to hoard all manner of glowing shells, pearls, and ores drawn from the ocean floor as treasures. Other shipwreck relics and natural ores naturally received the same treatment, though none could match the place pearls held in their hearts. Their favorite foods included all sorts of sea fish, sharks, and the Sawajan, creatures they refused to count among intelligent beings. Because good dragons would not eat any sapient race, the bronze dragons chose to classify these intelligent creatures as monsters. The bronze dragons refused to acknowledge the evil Sawajan as a sapient species. For this, every Sawajan throughout history nursed a bone-deep hatred, and whenever the 2 sides met, war was inevitable. In more than 99% of those clashes, the Sawajan ended up in dragon bellies. As for the Sawajan kingdoms of the 7 seas, they had repeatedly set bounties on the bronze dragons who so often came to feast on them. Any bronze dragon that had just left its lair and was at least in its youth would roam along the seashore, striking against criminals of every kind, above all pirates. And today this bronze dragon, who had been attacking pirates as usual, also bore the duty of guarding and patrolling Dragon Island. Most unfortunately, it spotted Arden's ship, the Fortress, and then it met with misfortune. Until 10 days later in April, the month of the sun god Peleur's birth. On a certain stretch of the storm ocean beneath the blazing sun, the fortress finally encountered a change amid the boundless, unchanging waters. The majestic island in the distance instantly relaxed the hearts of the sailors who had been sailing for so long. "That is Dragon Island," Dio said with certainty. The fortress slowly approached the island, reducing its speed. Boom. Halt. Splashes filled the air as a terrifying sea beast rose from the ocean, blocking the warship head-on. A sea dragon. This sea dragon, with its imposing aura and legendary rank, caused genuine fear in most of the creatures aboard the fortress. Elena, overwhelmed and breathless, raised her head, slightly squinting as she recognized the origin of the creature before her. In this world, apart from the rare true dragons, legendary dragon species, abominable dragon clans, and so on, there were also some rare dragon species classified as true dragons. They were not weak-blooded drakes, but genuine great dragons. Abyssal dragons, sea emperor dragons, serpent dragons, sea dragons, imperial dragons, emperor dragons, and so on. In a diverse plane teeming with life, every creature's daily existence was a miracle. So all of this was perfectly normal. The one blocking Dragon Island and hindering their approach was a second-order legendary sea dragon. In terms of strength and bloodline talent, it was only slightly inferior to a true dragon. It too belonged to the rare golden race. A pack of evil dragons. You dare approach Dragon Island? You must be tired of living. The sea dragon widened its eyes as it saw the crowd of evil dragons on the ship. Rage immediately filled its eyes. The weather above the sea turned dark with oppressive clouds due to its fury. Uncle Amos, wait a moment. Just as the legendary sea dragon was about to strike, the surrounding seawater churned, and the sailors aboard readied for battle. Dios hastened to speak, smoothing over the tension between them. Amos, guardian of the east of Dragon Island, had long known the bronze dragons who often appeared near Dragon Island, punishing evil and upholding justice. He had also seen Dios in recent decades. After Dios stepped forward, he quickly lowered his guard. When he learned that Arden's identity was actually that of the legendary primal dragon, he did not believe it at first, until the dragon god's token appeared, and he immediately groveled in worship. A trace of flattery crept into his tone. "Lord Arden, I unintentionally offended your group. Please forgive me. This item is my apology gift. I beg you to accept it." As a sea dragon, Amos's body had reached a length of 18 meters. Yet in contrast, he groveled obsequiously before a small dragon much smaller than himself. After saying this, Amos dove straight into the sea, and soon emerged with a pearl the size of a human head held in his jaws. Sea dragons dwelling in the deep sea had no wings, and thus lacked the advantage of flight. But in the water, they were born kings, no less capable than bronze dragons with their control over water. This pearl was produced by a legendary deep-sea shell nurtured for a century. Very good. Under Dios's envious and resentful gaze, this was the pearl treasure that bronze dragons loved most. Arden rubbed the pearl once, his mood becoming pleasant as he accepted it. "Your existence will make the dragon race renowned across the world once more." Seeing Arden accepted, Amos, who knew how significant a legendary dragon status was, and who as a sea dragon had always been one that had to work hard to obtain resources on Dragon Island, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The silver dragon prince before him was not someone to be offended at all costs. "Lord Arden, there is no problem with your group landing on Dragon Island, but these evil dragons and humans, they are neither silver dragons nor good-aligned dragons, nor have they undergone dragon blood conversion. They need to hold these so they won't be attacked by other creatures on Dragon Island." Amos's claws, which could easily crush several humans, opened to reveal dozens of golden shells radiating the aura of dragon blood. These were the dragon race's travel tokens. Only by possessing them and their aura could one be guaranteed protection from the dragon-blooded servants deployed by the dragons on Dragon Island. As a renowned force in the entire storm ocean, Dragon Island's influence reached worldwide. There were always those who, unafraid of death, sought to set foot on the island. If they were not an evil race, they still had a chance to survive. If they were an evil race, well, within 10,000 miles, all the seas were within Dragon Island's influence. In addition, a great number of bronze dragons frequently left Dragon Island to operate in the southern storm ocean, punishing evil and upholding justice. Within 100,000 li of Dragon Island's archipelago, bronze dragon nests of varying sizes were scattered. Each of the 4 cardinal directions of Dragon Island had a legendary creature with dragon blood responsible for patrol. Amos's status was low, his talent already exhausted. He had barely become legendary because he was a pure-blooded sea dragon. Dragon Island was not extravagant enough to use legendary ancient dragons as guards. This magnificent island, a maritime miracle comparable to a small continent covering more than several million square kilometers, was itself a small continent capable of supporting a great kingdom. The world's energy, regulated by the dragon clans, had become extremely suitable for creatures with powerful bloodlines, extremely long lifespans, and slow energy absorption. Therefore, it was a paradise for long-lived races. The island was also filled with countless magical restrictions. Over tens of thousands of years, the great dragons had made this place so formidable that even empires were deeply wary. Even they themselves did not know how many defensive spells and guardian wards were laid here. The outermost invisible barrier enveloping the island was the pinnacle legendary spell Cataclysm of the vast sea. It could gather the elemental energy of seawater within 100,000 li in the shortest possible time, annihilating heaven and earth in an instant. Within Dragon Island, Good aligned dragons held an absolute numerical advantage, yet other rare dragon breeds were not absent. As long as other powerful creatures were neutral or good untainted by evil, they could basically settle here. Legendary sea beasts would never easily step unless it be regarded as a provocation to Dragon Island. What the great dragons loved most was the flesh of thick-skinned, robust, legendary ranked sea beasts. Their size was sufficient to feed a dragon for at least 10 years. To ensure a full food supply, even the dragons of prodigious talent had specially prepared a sea beast training ground. This special area on Dragon Island was a large lake connected to the sea. It not only allowed young dragons below adulthood to gain combat experience by dueling sea beasts. After having parts of them eaten, these sea beasts could also rest and slowly recover here. When the dragon clans needed legendary tier flesh, they would cut off a piece. After the beast had gradually grown back, they would cut again. Sustainable development. The sea beast, damn it. I said damn it. Dock the ship. Under Amos's enthusiasm, Arden took note of this fawning sea dragon. Meeting his gaze, he led the fleet from Noah continent, from the human world, closer to the mysterious place spoken of in hushed tones by all kingdoms and intelligent beings. By the sea, the humans cast anchor and rowed ashore in small boats.